This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the luxurious dragon breeding room, the dazzling crystal lamps shine brightly, and the light shines on the exquisite reliefs. The glorious history of the dragon race for nearly 10,000 years is all carved on it, like a magnificent epic. But at this moment, no dragon cares about the lifelike reliefs on the wall. A soft cushion is placed in the center of the greenhouse, and a half-meter-high dragon egg lies quietly on it. The dragon egg is pure white, emitting a bright light, and there are pure golden dark patterns floating on the surface of the eggshell from time to time. The dragons, who are arrogant and like to be alone, gather together for the first time, filling up the wide breeding room. The pressure unique to the golden dragon is released from this egg, and everyone predicts that this will be an extremely powerful dragon. Marshal Zhu Si, who holds great power in the Interstellar Federation and has a powerful military, is staring at the dragon egg at this moment, not missing any of its movements. For the dragon clan, which has a hard time having offspring, this egg is undoubtedly the most precious treasure of the entire clan, and it is also his child who is about to be born. The dragon egg just moved, a dragon said in surprise. It is about to be born. Upon hearing this, the dragons held their breath and stared at the dragon egg with their eyes focused. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. In front of everyone, such a big dragon egg disappeared out of thin air. How is it possible? A dragon even exclaimed. Zhu Si immediately spread his mental power to sense the breath of the dragon egg. But even if he spread his mental power all over the dragon island, there was no reaction at all. A rare panic flashed in Zhu Si's golden eyes. In order for the dragon cubs to hatch, the entire dragon island was surrounded by 3 layers of air. He even sent Titan-class starships to impose martial law over Dragon Island. Once any intruder was found, the entire Dragon Island would immediately enter the first-level alert state, and the intruder would be blasted into slag by high-energy ion cannons in just a few seconds. It is absolutely impossible for a creature to steal the dragon egg under their noses. After a moment of stunned, Zhu Si quickly reacted and ordered in a deep voice, immediately detect the state of cosmic space fluctuations. There is a 1,000,000,000 chance that they encountered cosmic space fluctuations, and the space fluctuations caused the dragon egg to change its position. Space Laboratory. The highest level space equipment of the Interstellar Federation was turned on, and millions of star coins were burning every second. Under the eyes of the dragons, who seemed to be about to spit fire, the scientists operated the instruments tremblingly. Dr. Smith, a fanatic fan of the dragon race, never thought that he would be able to see so many dragons at the same time in his lifetime. Even the open space laboratory seemed unusually crowded at this moment. But now, he was not happy at all, and even felt like crying. He just wanted to end this day quickly. Beads of sweat appeared on Smith's forehead. As the head of the Space Research Institute, Dr. Smith knew better than anyone how difficult it was to detect such sudden fluctuations in the universe. Under normal circumstances, if such a thing happened, you could only blame yourself for your bad luck. The probability of such a bad event happening was equivalent to a clear sky, but the unlucky guy was struck by several lightning bolts, and then was created and flown by the starship of the elves, who always strictly abided by the laws of interstellar navigation, and just flew into the mouth of the Zerg King. But now the unlucky guy is the golden dragon cub of the dragon clan, and Dr. Smith dared not even complain. He even doubted if he spoke his mind at this moment. For example, if he told the truth that the probability of finding a dragon egg in such a large universe was close to 0, would his career end immediately? Dr. Smith looked at the dense data on the screen with a headache. There were tens of billions of suspected space fluctuation points. How on earth was he supposed to find them? Dr. Smith sighed quietly. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the dragon egg for being too unlucky. It just happened to encounter the cosmic space fluctuation that was rare in 100 years. Zhu Si, who was identified as the unlucky guy by Dr. Smith, found herself in a warm darkness at this moment. She moved her body, but what she felt was a wet and sticky feeling. Zhu Si was forced to curl up. She tried to stretch her hands and feet, but the space here was extremely small, and she accidentally kicked something soft. Then, Zhu Si was kicked by that thing unexpectedly. Zhu Si was startled, and immediately retracted his feet carefully, curling himself into a smaller ball, not daring to move. XS6351, located on the edge of the Interstellar Federation, is a planet with no name, but only a number. The entire planet is covered by a layer of gray fog, which makes people feel dead even on a sunny day. The dilapidated 2 buildings stand tall, and the desolate scene can be seen everywhere on XS6351. Unknown green liquid hangs on the rusty trash can, emitting a strong fishy smell. The lid of the trash can was opened, and food packaging bags, discarded needles, and fragmented Zerg corpses were mixed together. One can smell the stench even through the screen. A pair of hands wearing black gloves reached into the trash can and searched skillfully. Zhuang Xinxin opened the skull of the low-level Zerg, stirring and groping in the brain. The stench of the trash can made her unable to open her eyes. Just when Zhuang Xinxin was about to give up the trash can, her fingertips suddenly touched a hard object. Zhuang Xinxin smiled and happily picked up a crystal the size of her little finger, and showed it to the small spherical camera suspended in the air. "Everyone, look what I found. It's actually a Zerg crystal." There were barrages of comments in the live broadcast room. Xinxin's top fan. "There really is one. I am a passerby. The anchor is really trying hard, daring to search such a disgusting trash can. I am definitely not a demon. I admire you. Ms. Wei is the most handsome. Host, do you still remember that you were once a beautiful travel blogger?" Zhuang Xinxin randomly responded to some comments, and then she showed the things she found today in front of the camera. An abandoned robot leg part, a tube of unknown use of medicine, and a small pitiful Zerg crystal. Since a live broadcast of treasure hunting on a garbage planet became popular by accident, Zhuang Xinxin found the traffic password. Then she ran all the way on the road of rummaging through garbage. Ordinary garbage planets can no longer satisfy the audience's eyes, and Zhuang Xinxin turned her attention to XF6351, a notorious paradise of crime among garbage planets. Countless star pirates and fugitive wanted criminals live here, and even the guards, who maintain public security, are almost becoming accomplices of crime. But it was the name of the paradise of sin that attracted millions of interstellar netizens to the live broadcast room as soon as Zhuang Xinxin started broadcasting. Zhuang Xinxin pointed the camera at the giant garbage dump surrounded by barbed wire not far away and said excitedly, "Baby, if the number of likes exceeds 5 million, I will take you to sneak into the garbage dump to hunt for treasures." Countless comments filled the live broadcast room at once. Tom Mouse. The main film has begun. User 86431. The anchor should pay attention to safety. I see that there are people patrolling the edge of the garbage dump, searching for star coins. I have also seen many people in garbage dumps with the anchor. This is the first time I have seen a garbage dump patrolled by fully equipped guards. Master of the Desert Star Prayer for Rain. It is indeed a paradise of sin, exciting. The woman that wanting military academy will never get. The anchor is really brave. I can't even find a starship flight to XF6351. Seeking the public security law enforcement editor to come ashore. It is said that the anchor was smuggled there. By Shuijin, this anchor is going crazy. The number of likes in the live broadcast room keeps rising, and it is about to reach the 5 million mark. Zhuang Xinxin raised her lips, staring at the guard at the entrance of the garbage dump, thinking about how to fulfill her promise. A starship full of garbage stopped in the sky, and a black mass of garbage tilted down, making a loud noise. Then came the stench. Zhuang Xinxin looked at the garbage dump obsessively. Fresh garbage, fresh treasure. Chi, I think the anchor is getting more and more perverted. Violet rabbit teeth. Help, I'm still eating. Why did I turn to this kind of live broadcast? Among the densely packed comments, there are a few comments that stand out. Brilliant light. Didn't anyone notice that an egg appeared out of thin air behind the anchor? I've really had enough nutrient solution. What a beautiful egg. Hee hee. What new tricks is the anchor playing again? Zhuang Xinxin leaned against the wall, trying to reduce her presence so as not to be discovered by the patrolman. Zhuang Xinxin was thinking about how to sneak into the garbage dump, and had no intention of paying attention to the comment area. What she didn't know was that just behind her, a half-meter-high egg appeared out of thin air on the lid of the garbage can. On the gray and dilapidated streets, the egg exuded a unique and gorgeous atmosphere. The audience in the live broadcast room was successfully attracted by the gorgeous egg, and they no longer cared whether Zhuang Xinxin could successfully sneak into the garbage dump. Someone, what kind of egg is this? So beautiful. Catstar. I don't know why. This egg gives people a very high-end feeling. Xinxin's #1 fan. It looks like an egg I don't deserve to have. Someone. How could this egg appear out of thin air? Is it some magical racial trait? User 56437. Special effects. Definitely special effects. Brother Chong. This egg may be a plot prop made by the anchor to make us happy, but it doesn't matter as long as the anchor is willing to spend time on us. Some netizens also commented anxiously. DJ0458. Anchor, don't worry about the garbage dump. Do you want to turn your head and look at the egg behind you? Huiyan Jingjing. Look at the pure golden dark pattern. This seems to be a dragon egg, or a golden dragon egg. Good citizen of Arkstar. Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? The golden dragon's egg appeared on the garbage planet. Ha ha, this is definitely the biggest joke of the century I have ever heard. Lightsword Collector. This generation of netizens is so funny. I want to be netizens with you in my next life. Universe number 1. You mean the Dragon Clan lost its eggs? Do you think all the dragons in the Dragon Clan are stupid? Under the camera of the live broadcast room, the white egg was shaking on the lid of the trash can. Inside the eggshell, Zhu Zi felt that the other guy was trying his best to hit the edge of the space, and from time to time, because it was too crowded inside, he accidentally kicked her. The audience on the Star Network looked at the shaky egg in fear. Anchor, please look back. Will you star people, Anchor? The dragon egg is going to fall. The netizens were so anxious that they even wanted to shout to the anchor's ear along the Star Network signal, turned back quickly. But even if the comment area was filled with comments, it failed to attract Zhuang Xinxin's attention. She was concentrating on studying the patrol routes of the garbage dump guards. Suddenly, a sound effect full of money sounded. Wu Starman gave the anchor a sun god battleship. Zhuang Xinxin's eyes lit up when she heard the gift sound effect in the live broadcast room. Zhuang Xinxin instantly came back to her senses from how to sneak into the garbage dump. She looked at the floating camera, put her hands together, and hurriedly thank you for the sun god battleship from the audience. You know, this is the most expensive gift in the live broadcast room. It's really worth coming to XS6351 Star Live. Zhuang Xinxin said excitedly. With the support of the sun god battleship, I, Zhuang Xinxin, risked my life today to explore this garbage dump for everyone. Zhuang Xinxin happily clicked on the virtual screen to see what the big audience said, and then she saw a few hoarse words behind the local tyrant special effects flashing with colorful rays. Anchor, look back. Chapter 2. Zhuang Xinxin turned her head away in confusion. Even if the audience wanted to tease her, she would accept it. After all, it was a sun god warship. Then Zhuang Xinxin saw an egg moving on the lid of the cramped trash can. Seeing that the egg was about to fall, Zhuang Xinxin caught it immediately. Kong Kong, I was scared to death. I almost saw the egg shattered, and the cubs died. Zentenjijia, the people of Wyuxing are generous. This is a gift of 1 million star coins. Wani Zerg, this is too coincidental. How could an egg suddenly appear behind the anchor? Have you ever thought that this is not a trick used by the anchor to cheat for gifts? Taui, there is also an egg that looks like a dragon egg. Anchor, you have also developed a new track. The number of people in the live broadcast room has broken the record of the highest number of people in Zhuang Xinxin's live broadcast room because of the continuous surge in the number of people in the egg. Zhuang Xinxin looked at the heavy egg in her hand. If she wasn't the person involved, she would have doubted whether there was a script. Wu Yuxingren, host, you must believe me. The egg in your hand is really a dragon egg, and it is a golden dragon egg. It is absolutely true. Host, you must protect this egg well. The dragons will thank you. Wu Yuxingren's comment was followed by a bunch of ridicule. No one believed that this was really a dragon egg. They just thought that the rich guy was joking. After all, picking up a dragon egg on a garbage planet is too outrageous. Who would believe that the most protected dragons would lose their eggs? But Zhuang Xinxin's hand, holding the egg, was shaking a little. She looked at the egg with fear. Others may not feel it, but she is so close. The unique pressure of the dragon race came from the egg. It was fine that Zhuang Xinxin didn't notice the existence of the dragon egg at first, but once she noticed it, she couldn't ignore it. The fear of mythical creatures from the depths of her blood made Zhuang Xinxin feel cold on her back. Xinxin's top fan. Xinxin, why is she silent? What race's egg is this? Bird or turtle? Flying wild geese. The size of this egg is probably from our bird race. Pumpkin fried eggs? Can this egg be eaten? Someone actually wants to eat the baby. The bird race member was about to start scolding, and then this comment was followed by pumpkin fried eggs being banned for 3 days by the administrator Xinxin's top fan. Strange creature, hey? Why is the host's expression so stiff? The heavy dragon egg moved restlessly in Zhuang Xinxin's hand, and Zhuang Xinxin almost couldn't hold it. Looking at the dirty streets that had never been cleaned by cleaning robots, Zhuang Xinxin felt that putting dragon eggs on the ground was a kind of disrespect to dragons. Zhuang Xinxin took off her coat and spread it on the ground, then carefully placed the dragon egg on it. Strange creature, the anchor is so nice. Mo Qianqian, the anchor is so considerate. A bunch of comments praising her kindness floated by, and Zhuang Xinxin helplessly held her forehead. All intelligent creatures in the galaxy knew how much the dragons protected their cubs, and she dared to try to be unconscientious. So she had to contact the dragons as soon as possible and ask them to come and take back their cubs. But the problem was that she, an ordinary person, could not contact the dragons. If she shouted that this was a dragon egg now, she would probably be scolded by the audience in the live broadcast room, saying that she had lost her face for popularity. But soon Zhuang Xinxin found that there was no need to worry about this problem. The round and flawless dragon egg suddenly cracked a small gap. Then the eggshell shook violently, and the crack became larger and larger. Seeing that they were about to witness the birth of life, even the noisy comment area in the live broadcast room quieted down a bit. The sharp nails scratched the eggshell, and a small claw poked out of the eggshell. The golden dragon scales on the claw shone brightly under the gray sky. The comment area suddenly became silent, and the netizens of Xinguang even forgot to type for a while. But after a moment of silence, countless comments floated over like snowflakes. No way, it's really a golden dragon. Shocked my whole family. Chun Bu Mu Chow. This luster, this shape is definitely dragon scales. What has dragon scales? No need to say more. It turns out that we misunderstood the local tyrant. This is really a dragon egg. Aren't you curious? How could a dragon egg appear on a garbage planet? This is a dragon egg. This garbage can on the XS6351 planet will be fenced off as a tourist attraction and charge admission. Turtle, I can actually witness the birth of a dragon in my lifetime. The popularity of Zhuang Xinxin's live broadcast room continued to soar, and it directly rushed to the top of the Star Network live broadcast room rankings. The live broadcast room, watched by hundreds of millions of people, directly formed a fault gap with the second place. Interstellar Federation, Space Research Institute. Zhu Xingtao stared at the big screen that was screening space fluctuation points, anxiously wanting to know the location of his future brother or sister. If the dragon egg appeared in the other side of the galaxy and was captured by the gravity of the black hole, he would never see his brother or sister again. Suddenly, the light computer in Zhu Xingtao's hand vibrated. Again and again. Zhu Xingtao frowned irritably. It was nothing more than his friend sending him some insignificant messages. No matter what happened now, nothing was more important than finding his sister/brother. Zhu Xingtao took a deep breath, turned on the light computer with a dark face, and planned to block the person who sent him the message. As soon as the light computer was turned on, the message window sent by his friend Wu Chengyan immediately popped up. Wu Yuxingren, Zhu Xingtao, how come your family lost a dragon egg on the garbage planet? Wu Yuxingren, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was blind. Wu Yuxingren, you should reply to the message, Zhu Xingtao. Are you dumb? Zhu Xingtao couldn't help but widen his eyes. Dragon. Egg. Zhu Xingtao quickly clicked on the live broadcast room link sent by his friend. The background was a gray street, and the little dragon cub in the pure white eggshell was struggling to get out. After trying for a while, the little dragon finally poked out its head, and then a pair of golden eyes vigilantly observed the outside world. This is not their cub. What else could it be? Fortunately, his younger brother was found. But the harsh environment and dirty streets of the unknown planet made Zhu Xingtao frown. His younger brother should be born in a gorgeous and comfortable greenhouse, where he can see a dazzling array of bright things as soon as he opens his eyes, and eat nutritious star fruit milk. Instead of being born on a dirty street with turbid air and hungry. Zhu Xingtao jumped up from the chair, wishing he could take his younger brother home immediately. Father, mother, go watch the live broadcast. Zhu Xingtao shouted loudly. Zhu Si stood in front of the huge screen, looking at the space fluctuation points that were constantly screened, but still not reduced, frowning. Hundreds of starships have been sent out to search for dragon eggs, but aimlessly searching in the vast sea of stars is extremely inefficient. Zhu Si looked at his eldest son, who was holding a light computer, and shouting loudly with displeasure, "It's already this time, your sister is gone, and you still have the mood to watch the live broadcast." Wei Shilun glanced at her husband. "It hasn't been born yet. How do you know it must be a daughter? What if it's a son again?" "It's a younger brother," Zhu Xingtao said firmly. Wei Shilun turned her head to look at her son in a strange way, and then she saw the light computer screen floating in the air. In the live broadcast room, the newly born little dragon cub looked at a shrinking anchor with great vigilance. Wei Shilun, shock. It seems that there is no need to look for it. The fledgling complex of treating the first living thing seen at birth as the mother does not exist at all in the little dragon cub. Not feeling the breath of its own kind, the uneasy cub growled. The dragon cub arched its body slightly, its leg muscles tensed, and its golden eyes stared at Zhuang Xinxin like a taut bow, ready to kill at any time. The oppression of the top race made Zhuang Xinxin's scalp numb, and her hair stood on end. There was a group of people in the live broadcast room who were just looking for fun and not minding the big deal. Weight loss kick. Take care, Anchor. I light a candle for you. Shinshin's big fan leader. I feel that Shinshin's life is over even through the screen. Corolla. No, this is the mythical race, but he's just born. But the strange thing is that the dragon cub has been guarding the eggshell, and its newly born, not very flexible little wings are half covering the hole in the eggshell, as if protecting something. Inside the eggshell, Zhu opened her eyes, and instinctively poked her head towards the light. The thin membrane inside the eggshell automatically wrapped around her body, and turned into a simple white dress. Zhu was a little confused. She clearly remembered that she was dead. She died in the cold winter, and the whistling cold wind seemed to be still beside her ears. Zhu reached out and rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. But the raised hand turned into a short, chubby one. It looked like the fat hand of a 3-year-old child. The strange and chaotic environment and the dragon wings blocking her were all unusual. She also happened to cross over, and she was born from an egg, a very magical life experience. However, the little dragon cub born with her seemed to be of a different species from her. The little dragon cub had golden animal eyes, and beautiful dragon scales, with a faint golden light, like the most exquisite work of art in the world. Zhu looked at her body, which was no different from that of a human cub. So why did she appear in the same egg as a dragon? Zhu was not the only one who was confused. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zhuang Xinshin would have suspected that she was dreaming. Why else would there be a dragon egg beside her? And it was twin dragon eggs. Twins from one egg are already very rare, not to mention that they come from the dragon race, which has a difficult time reproducing offspring. But unlike her brother, who was born in the form of a dragon, her sister in the form of a human cub is obviously much cuter. The translucent green eyes are like a clear lake, and her white and tender skin is so soft that it can be blown away. She looks completely like a cute human cub, which is in sharp contrast to the oppressive golden dragon next to her. I can't believe that they both came out of the same egg. Twins can come out of a dragon egg. Universe wonder. It must be fake, I almost believed it. Anchor, you dare to make fun of the dragons, you are going to die. How come one is a dragon, and the other is a human? A person can come out of a dragon egg. What kind of deadly configuration is this? I'm afraid that the claws of this golden dragon are too sharp, and will scratch the human cub next to it. Too outrageous, there have never been twins in the history of the dragons. The magic live broadcast room, running all the way on a road I never imagined. Not to mention Zhuang Xinshin, and the audience in the comment area. Even the dragons who were watching Zhuang Xinshin's live broadcast room were extremely shocked. As the comment area said, the dragons have never given birth to twins. After being surprised for a moment, Zhu smiled and looked at the delicate little ball on the virtual screen happily. Look how much our daughter looks like me. How? Wei Xilan couldn't see the similarities between the pink and tender little girl and her husband with golden hair and golden eyes. She has the same light golden hair as me. Zhu liked his daughter more and more. She was cute no matter what. Wei Xilan couldn't help but roll his eyes. My daughter's hair is obviously light brown. My daughter obviously looks like me. Her nose and mouth are like mine. Wei Xilan said seriously. What's wrong with this comment section? Zhu Xingtao looked at the comments complaining about how a dragon egg could hatch a weak human with dissatisfaction. Zhu Xingtao typed frantically on the virtual keyboard, trying to reply to every comment complaining about his sister. Star Lantern, this is my sister, a golden dragon. Star Lantern, how can she be in human form? You ignorant people, that's because my sister is gifted. She learned to transform into a human form from an egg. Star Lantern, you are just jealous that I have a sister and you don't. What Zhu Xingtao didn't expect was that he received a lot of ridicule. Hey, my sister is a golden dragon. Ha ha ha, your sister. Don't tell me your name is Zhu Xingtao. Chapter 3. After knowing the whereabouts of the dragon egg, Zhu immediately dispatched the nearest interstellar fleet to XF6351. Although XF6351 is a garbage planet, it is inhabited after all. As long as it does not fall into space turbulence, a black hole in the universe, or an extremely harsh unmanned restricted area, the survival rate of the dragon cub is still very high. However, looking at his daughter, who was trying to climb out of the eggshell, Zhu couldn't help but feel a little worried. XF6351. Compared with her aggressive brother, the little girl in the form of a human cub obviously looks easier to get along with. Zhuang Xinshin tried to show kindness, and a smile appeared on her wheat-colored face, trying to get closer to Zhu. Little friend, do you want to drink nutrient solution? Although it was very cruel to feed the newborn cub with nutrient solution, she really couldn't find any better food on her body. Zhu Zi did not move, and looked at the fake smiling girl in strange clothes with curiosity. The dark green nutrient solution didn't look very good, but she was really hungry and wanted to eat. When Zhu Zi was hesitating whether to take the nutrient solution, she suddenly felt her whole body lifted into the air. In a blink of an eye, she was grabbed by the little dragon cub with 2 claws and flew into the air. Just a few minutes ago, the uneasiness of the unfamiliar environment made the little dragon cub instinctively pay attention to the movements around his sister. The little dragon cub stared at the tall 2-legged man with unfriendly eyes, and noticed that this person tried to approach his sister and handed her a tube of strange things. The little dragon cub immediately raised his wings, grabbed his sister and flew out. His sister did not have sharp claws, nor did she have beautiful and hard dragon scales. He had to protect his sister well. The newly hatched dragon cub had not yet adapted to flying and flew crookedly. However, the talent flowing in the dragon blood allowed him to quickly master the flying skills, and disappeared in the shooting range of the live broadcast room camera in the blink of an eye. "Hurry up, host, I want to see the dragon," an audience in the live broadcast room said anxiously. There are not many opportunities to see the dragon in a lifetime, and they wish they could install a camera directly on the dragon cub. Zhuang Xinxin helplessly held her forehead. The audience in the live broadcast room really thought too highly of her. How could she catch up with the dragon? The capital star is nearly 100 light years away. Looking at his sister and brother, who suddenly disappeared, Zhu Xingtao couldn't help but panic. He didn't know if his brother and sister would encounter any danger on the chaotic XF6351 star. "Father, when will our nearest starship arrive at XF6351 star?" "It will take 3 hours at the fastest," Zhu Zi said in a deep voice. On the other side, in the Asker star region, the captain of the interstellar fleet immediately set sail from the space station of the second-level star after receiving the Marshal's mission. The starship with the Dragon Clan emblem traveled unimpeded in the vast sea of stars, and flew to the XF6351 star at the fastest speed to pick up the young lady and the young master and return to the capital star. The federal people driving private starships in space looked at the majestic dragon fleet in surprise, wondering, is there going to be another fight somewhere? In fact, the little dragon cub himself didn't know where to take his sister. He waved his dragon wings up and down, and flew around on the great planet. The little dragon cub flew over one tube building after another. The buildings here looked shabby, with steel bars exposed outside. Some houses didn't even have roofs, and weeds grew between bricks and tiles. It didn't look like a place where a dragon should live at all. There was another person on land pointing at him, and then a small ball with 2 transparent wings flew from that person's hand and flew to his side. Netizens who finally saw the little dragon cub in another live broadcast room were very happy. XF6351, who accidentally found the little dragon cub, was also very satisfied with the rising number of people in the live broadcast room. But the picture of the little dragon cub did not last long, and the entire live broadcast room suddenly went black. The little dragon cub, who felt that the little ball was annoying, flicked his tail lightly, and threw the annoying little ball away. The huge force made the little ball hit the wall and broke into pieces. The people in the live broadcast room also inexplicably experienced the feeling of being thrown away by the little dragon cub. The little dragon cub felt that the people on the ground were annoying him and flew higher and higher. He didn't know why he and his sister were born in such a place, and they didn't know where their tribesmen had gone. The little dragon cub that had just hatched urgently needed to replenish energy. The little dragon cub's stomach was already empty with hunger, and it was still gurgling. Suddenly, the little dragon's nose moved, and looking at a starship with flashing lights in front of him, the little dragon's eyes flashed with excitement. It was the smell of food, and the little dragon instantly had a target. Bang! After a loud bang, the starship flashed a dazzling red light, followed by a rapid siren roar. The starship was instantly in chaos. A hole was knocked open on the left side of the starship, and the little dragon rushed into the starship recklessly, as if he was in an empty space. However, when he crashed into the starship, he did not forget to cover his sister under the dragon wings. But Zhu Zi still felt a little dizzy, probably because this body was as weak as her original body. The little dragon cub danced with joy at Zhu Zi, but Zhu Zi miraculously understood the little dragon cub's cry. Driven by hunger, the little dragon cub that had just hatched excitedly pointed to the ship's cabin and said there was something delicious inside. The sharp claws cut the metal wall like cutting tofu, and then another shrill alarm sounded, which frightened Zhu Zi. But the little dragon cub flapped its wings without hesitation and continued to fly in without hesitation. 2 fully armed guards rushed over, but when they saw that the intruder was actually a dragon, their steps suddenly stopped. The 2 guards looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and turned around and ran back. Obviously, they felt that the 2 people's strength was not enough, so they went back to ask for help. Zhu Zi looked at his chubby little hands that had no offensive power, and fell into deep self-doubt. Although they both came from the same egg, are they sure that she and the little dragon are of the same kind? In the starship cabin, crystals of different sizes and colors almost covered the entire room. The fragrant smell came from here. The little dragon's golden eyes lit up, and then he happily jumped into the crystal pile. He bit one by one, and it was crunchy. While enjoying the food, the little dragon did not forget to call his sister, "Aww, this is delicious, sister, eat it." Seeing that Zhu Zi did not move, the little dragon plunged into the crystal pile again, and soon he held an apple-sized orange crystal in front of Zhu Zi. "Aww, this is the biggest, give it to sister." The little dragon's golden eyes were full of sincerity, making it impossible to refuse him. Zhu Zi took the huge crystal with a smile, and took a bite under the expectation of the little dragon. It hurts my teeth." She knew that she couldn't eat this thing. The little dragon tilted his head, and looked at Zhu Zi with a puzzled look. He didn't know why his sister just took a bite, and didn't eat it. Thinking that his sister didn't understand, the little dragon demonstrated how to eat it again. The little dragon ate crystals as easily as eating candy beans, biting them one by one, and they were crisp. Zhu Zi looked at it with a sour feeling in her teeth, and silently handed the crystal in her hand to the little dragon. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Zi covered her mouth, and couldn't believe the words that came out of her mouth. Oh no, she was infected, and she couldn't speak fluently. The little dragon's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhu Zi with joy. The little dragon slowly stretched out his claws, and took a bite of the orange crystal the size of an apple very reservedly. Then he narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. In fact, he had wanted to eat the biggest one for a long time, but he didn't expect his sister to give him the biggest one. The little dragon cub felt that he was the happiest brother. The little dragon cub happily ate the crystals, and Zhu Zi, who had nothing to do, wandered around the warehouse. All kinds of things that Zhu Zi couldn't tell were placed on the shelves, and some human organs were soaked in glass jars with numbers. Zhu Zi took a closer look and was shocked. A heart as big as her head beat slowly in the transparent liquid. Zhu Zi found that the entire warehouse was extremely rich in categories. It didn't look like a starship transporting goods, but more like star pirates robbing everywhere. They wouldn't fall into the trap of star pirates. In the control room of the starship, the driver tried hard to control the starship with a hole in it to sail smoothly. The captain of the starship was wearing a pure black windbreaker, staring at the surveillance camera in the warehouse with bloodshot eyes. Gabriel's clenched fist was throbbing with veins popping out, and he slammed it hard on the table. The crystal pile, as high as a hill in the warehouse, was almost eaten by this broken dragon. How could it be so greedy? Gabriel's heart was bleeding. He didn't expect that, after being a star pirate for most of his life, he would be robbed by others on his own territory one day. It was simply a great shame. "Boss, why don't we call more brothers to catch them?" The man looked at the boss with a gloomy face, bent over and asked carefully. The sudden pain fell on his head, making the man unable to control his head tilted. Then another slap fell on his head. "If you are crazy, go catch the dragon cubs, and then our entire group will have to go." Gabriel felt that he was still not satisfied, and kicked his subordinate again. The man covered his leg in pain, and closed his mouth silently. Gabriel stared at the little dragon cub eating in the warehouse, and said in a deep voice, "As long as they don't open the door of the core warehouse, we will pretend that nothing happened. What else can we do? Should we call the police, and say that they were robbed and ask for compensation? When encountering such a thing, we can only blame our own lack of strength. I hope this little dragon cub can leave early after eating." Compared to the little dragon cub, who is addicted to eating crystals, Gabriel is more worried about the little girl wandering around him. The entrance to the core warehouse is hidden in this ship warehouse, which contains treasures that the previous owner has instructed must not be lost. They were all here to transport this thing. In the starship warehouse, the little dragon boy lay comfortably in the crystal pile, grabbing a handful of crystals and stuffing them into his mouth. He liked these shiny and delicious things. But the little dragon boy did not forget to take care of his sister. He saw that his sister did not eat, but knocked on a wall instead. Gabriel also saw Zhu Zi's actions, and his heart was in his throat. If the treasure was lost in their hands, the consequences would be disastrous. But fortunately, the core warehouse was set up with layers of protection, and it would be absolutely impossible to open it without the password and his iris verification. In the starship warehouse, the enthusiastic little dragon boy climbed up from the crystal pile and was excited to help his sister break through this wall. The little dragon boy punched the metal wall as if he was punching through the starship. But the strange thing was that this wall was particularly thick, and the little dragon boy could not break it open at once. Zhu didn't particularly want to see what was inside, but the contradictory atmosphere of darkness and light here made her feel strange. But this is on someone else's starship, so it's better not to do so much damage. Zhu touched the little dragon cub's paw and told him to stop smashing. Who knew that the more he stopped the little dragon cub from smashing, the more excited he would be. The little dragon cub looked like he was saying, "Don't worry, sister, he will definitely be able to smash through this wall." A moment later, a big hole was smashed in the metal wall. The little dragon cub rubbed his sore paw and looked at Zhu with pride. "Brother, you are so awesome," Zhu praised. The room inside was not big, and the most eye-catching thing was a huge transparent cylinder in the center, with more than a dozen thick or thin pipes inserted into the cylinder. A boy with skin so white that it was almost sick was immersed in a light blue liquid. The boy's eyes were closed, and his thick and curled eyelashes left a shadow under the light above his head. The extremely delicate facial features seemed to be the most perfect creation of the creator. People couldn't help but look forward to how amazing the boy would be when he opened his eyes. But what surprised Zhu the most was that there was a pair of white wings behind the boy, and the holy breath flowed between the white feathers, as if it was a shining god's residence. But the transparent cylinder was limited, so the pair of beautiful wings could only shrink aside agreeably. The boy in the cylinder had a delicate but lifeless face, which made Zhu think of the beating heart in the transparent jar for no reason. They were all placed in a place that didn't belong to them. Suddenly the boy opened his eyes, and his blue eyes were deep and pure, as if they contained a whole sky. The boy's eyes met Zhu's. Although his eyes were calm, Zhu felt as if his heart was being pulled. Thinking of his short life in the last life, he could only lie on the bed and wait for death in despair in the last moments. Zhu pressed the red button on the console. The light blue liquid slowly receded, and a trace of surprise flashed across the boy's calm eyes. Then the white wings behind the boy moved, the glass shattered, and the culture medium poured out. Chapter 4. Seeing that there was a Birdman in the room, a trace of disappointment flashed in the little dragon's golden eyes. Birdman cannot be eaten. Soon the little dragon locked onto a huge crystal that was carefully protected in an explosion-proof glass frame. It was much larger than any crystal he had eaten before. But unlike the crystals of different colors, this was a pure black crystal. There was also a string of code A06 written on it. In an instant, two sounds of broken glass sounded at the same time. Then came the sound of footsteps coming from far and near. Gabriel led dozens of his men, and the pure black accelerated particle gun in his hand was shining coldly. Gabriel looked at the released angel number 003, and his gray-blue eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. "Shoot!" Gabriel gave an order, and dozens of black gun muzzles were aimed at the boy and fired. Zhu and the little dragon were also locked in the attack range. Gabriel's eyes were full of sinister intent, and his voice was low and hoarse. "You are the ones who are looking for death. The existence of number 003 cannot be exposed, even if the Dragon Clan is completely offended." The blue light ball shot out from the muzzle of the gun, and the extreme speed rubbed the air with a sharp sound with fire, flying from all directions, like the god of death wielding a sickle. The moment the group of humans pointed their guns at Zhu, the little dragon cub burst out with all his strength and rushed to his sister without hesitation. The little dragon cub opened a thin layer of dragon wings, but it was extremely tough, and blocked Zhu. Zhu was protected in the narrow space built by the dragon wings. Her strong heart beat regularly, and her warm breath fell on her head, blowing her soft hair. The expected pain did not come, and even the shock wave of the bullets shooting at Long was not felt. It was so close, but all the bullets miraculously stopped in midair. A glimmer of light flashed in the boy's blue eyes, and his thin lips hummed. The bullet light ball in midair was reflected back under the extremely shocked eyes of the Star Pirates. The Star Pirates, who had no time to react, were directly hit by the bullets and collapsed to the ground, bleeding. Some were even shot dead and fell to the ground without any movement. The Star Pirates, who were originally aggressive and determined to win, were instantly in chaos. Rebound. Gabriel's pupils shook violently, his back felt cold, and his hand holding the accelerated particle gun tightened, looking at number 003 with great vigilance. No wonder the transportation fee for a short route was more than the money he earned in half a lifetime. "What kind of monster is this?" Gabriel forced himself to calm down and commanded the remaining men to shoot again. Rebound, a skill that defies all heaven, is definitely not something that can be used without limit. He will use it until this monster can no longer use rebound. As Gabriel expected, the second bullet bounced again, but with the preparation, the pirates opened their defenses or looked for cover to hide after shooting. The casualty rate dropped significantly. Gabriel quickly launched the third and fourth rounds of attacks. Number 003, who looked indifferent and didn't seem to take anyone seriously, moved. Behind him, 2 bullets hit the metal wall. Gabriel's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose. This time, there were several more flaws in the rebound. It seemed that number 003 was about to reach his limit. Gabriel's left hand, holding the accelerated particle gun, quietly turned the energy control valve to adjust the energy of the accelerated particle gun to the limit. Gabriel pointed the muzzle of the gun at the heart of number 003. It was better to bring back number 003's body than to let number 003 run away. After dealing with number 003, he would deal with these 2 ignorant little devils. But what Gabriel didn't know was that this action directly accelerated his own death. The boy glanced at Zhu Zi, whose head quietly emerged from the dragon wings. He was too lazy to continue playing the boring game of you hit me, and I rebound with this group of people. The super high mental perception allowed him to clearly see the small movements of anyone present. The boy looked at Gabriel as if he was looking at a dead person. Not far away, Gabriel, who was piled in the corner of the wall, pressed the trigger triumphantly. But the accelerated particle bullet returned at a very fast speed before it reached the boy's eyes. The bullet penetrated the metal wall and shattered Gabriel's mental defense shield, killing him in one shot just as he thought. The whole process lasted less than 2 seconds, and the leader of the largest star pirate group on the XF-6351 star died on his own starship. Zhu Zi looked at the messy starship warehouse. He didn't expect that the first day of his crossing would be so exciting. In the previous life, he didn't see a single corpse, but now there were corpses lying all over the ground. There were also a few people who fled in a panic, and they were directly killed by the boy with weapons he picked up and skilled movements. However, looking at the things hidden in the starship warehouse, it is known that this group of people are probably not good people. And it has come to the point of life and death, and Zhu Zi's remaining compassion for these people has disappeared completely. Zhu Zi looked at the boy who threw away his weapon in disgust, and the boy turned his head to look at her. The 2 eyes met in the chaotic space. The boy's blue eyes seemed to reflect the vortex of the sky. Zhu Zi suddenly felt a little dizzy, and many little stars were dangling in front of her eyes. Zhu Zi's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and then her eyes went black, and she completely lost consciousness. When Zhu Zi woke up again, she saw the complex and gorgeous ceiling. From the dilapidated streets to the gorgeous rooms, Zhu Zi seriously suspected that she had traveled through time again. Zhu Zi wanted to raise her hand to lift the quilt, and then she saw what she was holding in her hand. The furry touch made her palm a little itchy. A pure white feather lay quietly in her palm, soft and light with a holy glow. Zhu Zi stared at the feather in a daze. She couldn't remember where this beautiful feather came from. She only remembered that she and a little dragon hatched from the same eggshell, and then the little dragon took her flying around and even to a starship. She watched the little dragon eat a lot of crystal clear crystals of unknown origin. Then, her memory was like a blackout, and she couldn't remember anything. The strange thing was that this feather always gave her a very familiar feeling. While Zhu Zi was in a daze, 6 or 7 people in white coats walked into the room. They walked very quietly, as if they were afraid of disturbing her rest. "You finally woke up. Do you feel uncomfortable?" A soft and gentle voice sounded in Zhu Zi's ears. The doctor had deep facial features, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his tall nose, looking gentle and refined. He raised a gentle smile on his face, and bent down to ask her. "I should be fine." Zhu Zi shook his head. "Do you feel dizzy? Do you feel like you forgot something?" No matter which century it is, doctors love to catch people and ask a series of questions, and Zhu Zi patiently answers them one by one. But these doctors are very strange. Every time she answers a question, she will show a very surprised expression, and even an expression of being flattered to the point of being incredible. 6 or 7 doctors surrounded her, as if she was a rare exhibit on the display stand. However, out of politeness, Zhu Zi still suppressed her strange feeling and answered the doctor seriously. Zhu Zi, who spent half of her life in the hospital in her previous life, often had to answer a bunch of questions from doctors, and even had to repeat and confirm 2 or 3 times whether her name was Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi didn't think there was anything wrong. Although Lindsay, the chief doctor, asked questions softly on the surface, he was already very happy in his heart, and he wanted to jump 3 feet high. He has worked diligently for the dragon tribe for more than 40 years, but this is the first time he has met such a good-talking dragon baby. If it were another dragon baby, he would start to get angry after answering 3 or 4 questions. I remember that once, he didn't even finish asking 2 questions, and the impatient dragon baby broke through the window and ran away without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon tribe gave too much, Lindsay would have wanted to resign and go home immediately for such a humble doctor-patient relationship. However, Lindsay, who has become a master of observing words and expressions under the torture of the dragon cubs, is working so comfortably for the first time. This little dragon baby, who was born just a few days ago, has always maintained the form of a human girl, looking soft and cute. The white and tender little face was a little chubby, and she answered every question of his accurately and seriously. When her big round eyes looked at him, I felt that my heart was about to melt. How could there be such a cute dragon cub in the world? The work afterwards also went very smoothly. The little dragon baby didn't need anyone to coax him, and he would sit in the examination instrument obediently. Although the little dragon baby was a little nervous when he sat in the closed medical cabin for the first time, he pursed his lips and tugged at the corner of his clothes with his little hands, but he still sat quietly in the detector. He didn't want to smash the test equipment and run out. Lindsay even felt that the huge salary he received was a bit hot. He should pay star coins to be a doctor for such a cute little dragon baby. Lindsay shook his head and quickly drove away the terrible thoughts in his mind. But compared with Eugene Doyle, the chief doctor of the little dragon baby next door, he was so lucky. It is said that although they were dragon babies born from the same egg, her brother's temper inherited the usual style of dragon cubs. These two sides are simply heaven and hell. Fortunately, he was assigned to this group because of his good medical skills. The professional medical examination cabin was very fast in checking the body. Zhu Zi only lay in it for 2 or 3 minutes, and the indicator light of the medical examination cabin turned from red to green, and then the cabin door slowly opened. There was no discomfort during this examination, and it was even very comfortable to sit on the soft cushion. The novel experience made Zhu Zi a little happy. The technology in this world is more advanced than her previous life. At least in the previous life, such an all-powerful medical cabin was a conceptual model that appeared on the virtual network. After the examination, Zhu Zi sat on the sofa and swung her legs. She was a little uncomfortable with a sudden change to a short-armed child, although she was only 12 years old before she died in her previous life. But at that time, she could take care of herself, unlike now when she wants to eat the small fruit on the coffee table, she has to climb down from the sofa and tiptoe to reach it. But the fruit plate was placed in the middle of the coffee table, and Zhu Zi couldn't reach it even if she stretched out her short arms. While Zhu Zi was trying hard, a small purple round fruit appeared in front of her, which was exactly the one she wanted to take. Zhu Zi smiled and thanked the doctor who helped her get the fruit. Unexpectedly, a simple and ordinary thank you made the doctor opposite her look surprised and surprised. The doctor who heard the little dragon cub thank her kept smiling happily and looked at the other doctors with envious and jealous eyes. She had actually been observing the dragon cubs for a long time, and her chubby face made people want to poke it. She wanted to get closer, but didn't dare to get closer. Now she finally found the opportunity. She would never dare to poke the little dragon baby in the face. But she could hear the little dragon baby say thank you to her. This treatment might be unique in the whole galaxy. When the dragons grow up, they may restrain their personalities and make themselves look elegant and polite, but in the Interstellar Federation, the little dragon baby is definitely a little bully. After all, for the top races that have difficulty in having offspring, the dragon cubs are protected by the whole clan. A cub as well behaved as the little dragon baby in front of her is simply a miracle. I really want to steal the cub home to raise. Zhu Zi frowned and looked at these doctors, who showed exaggerated expressions because of her simple words. Finally realized what was wrong with these doctors. It seems that her actions make people look incredible. But what she did was obviously normal. Patiently answering the doctor's questions and politely thanking for help, there is nothing wrong. It seems that the problem lies in the family she was born into. Chapter 5. The Elf Kingdom's national flower withered a few days ago, and the specific reason is unknown. The Elf Kingdom's crown prince position is vacant. Will the Elf Kingdom decline because of this? Geostar has encountered a large-scale insect tide. So far, 3,658 soldiers have died on the front line. S-level purifier Mu Winching has gone to Geostar's front line for support. This is Zhu Zi's 5th day in this world. Various news are scrolling on the virtual screen. The magical thing is that although she is not familiar with the words above, she can understand their meaning. Zhu Zi guessed that it might be because of the dragon clan's inheritance, so she didn't need to learn to recognize words again. These days, Zhu Zi also roughly understood what kind of family she was born into. After all, the TV was full of news about her and her twin brother. There are also various experts analyzing why the dragon clan gave birth to twins. The news coverage is so dense that it is difficult for her to not know her family background. Her father in this life is the patriarch of the dragon clan, the marshal of the Interstellar Federation, and one of the few people with SSS-level spiritual power. Her mother is a senator of the Interstellar Federation Senate, a frost dragon with SS-level spiritual power. Yes, this is a world with spiritual power. As a race favored by the Creator, the spiritual power of each family member of the dragon clan starts at S level. Compared with the helpless and weak orphan in the previous life, Zhu Zi was born directly at the top of the pyramid this time. But Zhu Zi pinched the corner of the quilt anxiously, and buried half of her head in the quilt. Why has it been so long, and none of her father, mother, and family members have come to see her? Even her brother didn't know where he had gone. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the room, and it was Lindsay, her attending physician, who walked in. Zhu Zi drank the bitter potion skillfully, and then followed Lindsay. Dr. Lindsay said that it might be because one dragon egg could not provide sufficient nutrition for both dragon babies. So she was weaker than her brother, and her physical fitness was not good. But Zhu Zi herself felt that she was in good health, and could run and jump. It was just that she felt dizzy, weak, and sleepy occasionally. Everything else was fine. The platinum medical cabin door slowly opened, and Dr. Lindsay was holding a board and writing something. Since Zhu Zi woke up, the only people she could see were doctors and nurses. She took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to ask the question that had been in her heart for several days. Where are Uncle Lindsay, father, mother, and brother? Why? Why didn't anyone come to see me? Lindsay, who was recording Zhu Zi's physical data, suddenly stopped writing and looked at the source of the small voice. A pair of big eyes looked at him pitifully, as if crystal tears would flow out of them in the next second. Zhu Zi was afraid of hearing a cruel answer, so she had been holding back until now to ask. She knew she was special when she was just born, and she looked completely different from her brother. She had no hard scales, could not fly, and could not turn into a little dragon. Maybe it was because of this reason that her family did not want to see her. A child with defects like her would be thrown into an orphanage, just like in the previous life. Zhu Zi looked at Lindsay's somewhat stiff face, as if he was embarrassed by her question. Uncle Lindsay was very kind to her. Maybe he didn't want her to know the truth and make her sad. Zhu Zi felt sadder and sadder as she thought about it, and she suddenly didn't want to hear the answer. Zhu Zi was like a little turtle, trying to smile. After all, crying children are not liked by adults, and adults like sensible children. Uncle Lindsay, I know, my parents must be too busy to come to see me. Zhu Zi tried to adjust her mood. She remembered that the news said that a large-scale insect tide broke out on Jiu Star, and her father was a federal marshal. Zhu Zi thought more and more about it, and the smile on her face became more sincere. Did Dad go to the front line? Unexpectedly, Lindsay immediately shook his head and denied. Jiu Star is the garrison area of the 5th Legion. Although the 3rd Legion of the Dragon Clan went to support, the marshal did not need to go in person. Zhu Zi seemed to have heard a bolt from the blue, and her eyes were wet again, probably because the child's body was difficult to control. Then Lindsay said, Miss is weak, and the dragon race's mental power is too overbearing, so it's not suitable for them to contact her now. When Miss grows up and has better resistance, there will be no problem. I know. Zhu Zi nodded with his head down. Then she suddenly said in a low voice without any context, Uncle Lindsay, I'm a little tired and want to go to bed. Lindsay looked at Zhu Zi with a puzzled look. Under normal circumstances, the little dragon baby would happily eat some lunch snacks at this time, and then sit on a recliner to bask in the sun. Why do you suddenly want to go to bed today? In the room, Zhu Zi, who curled himself up in the quilt, was not sleepy at all. The quilt that had been exposed to the sun was warm, but it didn't give her any comfort. The uneasy mood was like a huge hand grabbing her heart, making her breathless. The memories of the previous life surged towards her like an overwhelming black tide, as if to drag her into the abyss of memory. Someone had said something similar to her before, but she was left behind again. It was drizzling outside the window that day, and the director's mother suddenly told her that a family was ready to adopt her. She went to meet her new parents happily. Her adoptive parents prepared a beautiful room for her, and the quilt on the bed was as warm as it is now. She thought a brand new life was about to begin, and she no longer had to envy other children for having their parents' company, and she would also have parents who loved her. But the happy time was fleeting, as if fate had played a joke on her. Then she was sent back to the orphanage, and a medical record came back with her. Before leaving that home, her adoptive parents also told her the same thing. She was weak now, and when she grew up and had better resistance, they would take her home. It was a pity that she didn't grow up. Outside the medical room, Wei Shilan and Zhu Si looked at the empty living room on the virtual screen and sighed with great regret. They deliberately sped up their work today just to go home early to see Xiaobao. I don't know why Xiaobao went back to his room to sleep so early today. It is absolutely not allowed to put a camera in Xiaolongbao's room. They can only look at the only surveillance in the living room. Xiaobao usually plays in the living room for 3 or 4 hours at noon. But Lindsay brought out the regulations on the privacy and security of minors in the Interstellar Federation Minor Citizen Protection Act. The time they can see their daughter in the surveillance video has been shortened to a pitiful 1 hour a day. Every day they waited eagerly for this 1 hour to see their daughter. Today, the time they spent seeing their daughter was shortened by half, and the baby daughter didn't look very happy. Zhu Si thought hard. Yesterday, his daughter only ate 2 small pieces of snacks, which was less than the day before. She simply didn't eat today. Could it be that the snacks prepared in the kitchen were not to her daughter's taste? The snacks made by the pastry chef of the president's palace are delicious. He would find a way to recruit the pastry chef of the president's family today. Wei Shilan glanced at Zhu Si. She didn't need to think about what her husband was thinking about now. How could he, a man, guess what the little girl was thinking about? Xiaobao would definitely not be unhappy because of such a small thing as snacks. I think it's because the medicine is too bitter. Wei Shilan nodded with certainty. Although my daughter could drink a whole tube of potion without changing her expression every day, she had tasted this medicine on purpose. The moment she took the medicine into her mouth, she felt that her sense of taste was about to fail. She had instructed the medical team to research a therapeutic potion that tasted good and did not affect the efficacy of the medicine. There should be results in a few days. Kadamwa star. The biting cold wind whistled past my ears, and the hot air exhaled immediately condensed into white mist in the air. The transparent wings of the Zerg vibrated and made a buzzing sound, and the whole camp was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Xu Xingtao, what are you doing? I saw you sitting there and looking at your optical computer over and over for a long time. Wu Chongyun took off his combat uniform full of blood, stretched his body and complained, I don't know what the school is thinking. This is the final exam of the Intermediate Military Preparatory School, and they threw us directly into this kind of hell. I'm really freezing to death. Wu Chongyun, who did not get any response from his friend, glanced at Xu Xingtao, who was concentrating on the screen, and then curiously leaned over, what is so beautiful? On the screen, a little girl with short arms and legs, wearing a bright yellow puffy skirt, sat on the sofa, and her light brown hair was tied up high into 2 small curls on the left and right. The big green eyes on the white and tender face looked at the red fruit in his hand with surprise, as if he was surprised that there was such a delicious fruit in the world. The little girl looked very smart and cute. Wu Chongyun knew without guessing that this child must be Xu Xingtao's sister. On the day when the dragon twins were born, the highest Camellia Tower in the Interstellar Federation lit up the pink and blue lights for them all night. And Xu Xingtao also kept repeating it in his ear many times. The friend who seemed calm and aloof to outsiders was grinning, my sister is cute, isn't she? It's a miracle that your dragon race can give birth to such a soft and cute little girl. Wu Chongyun said with a surprised look. Xu Xingtao didn't hear the sarcasm in Wu Chongyun's words at all. His 2 ears automatically extracted the 4 words soft and cute, and then Xu Xingtao nodded in agreement. His sister is indeed the cutest in the entire galaxy. But on the 3rd day after his sister came home, he was notified to go to Kadamwa for an exam. Xu Xingtao has never felt that the exam time is so long. Every day he counts the days to see his sister. My sister still needs to stay in the medical room for half a year. When my sister recovers, he can take her out to play every day. There are many fun places in the Interstellar Federation, and he wants to take his sister to them all. But now even if he returns home, he can only see his sister for an hour at noon every day. This time is too short, and he can't talk to his sister. Suddenly, Xu Xingtao had an idea. It was not the Stone Age anymore. He could make a video call to his sister. Why did he think of it only now? His brain seemed to stop working when it came to things related to his sister. I hope that Mom and Dad had never thought that he would be the first person to make a virtual video call with his sister and become his sister's favorite brother. Chapter 6. Lindsay studied the medical data of the little dragon baby carefully in the medical room. The only 2 platinum medical cabins in the entire Interstellar Federation, plus the efforts of the entire medical team, the physical condition of the little dragon baby has improved a lot in just a few days. Lindsay adjusted his glasses with a smile on his face, optimistically estimating that the date of discharge of the little dragon baby can be 2 months earlier. He can also be quiet earlier. Lindsay didn't know that the dragons could be so talkative. Marshal Zhu, Senator Wei, and the aunts and uncles of the little dragon baby started asking questions as soon as they caught him, making him afraid to go out. A group of dragons are not easy to mess with. He also has to report everything from the medical data of the little dragon baby, the mood and preferences of the little dragon baby, to the sleeping condition, and even which dish of the 3 meals a day the little dragon baby tasted a few more times, to these ancestors clearly. Lindsay instantly understood what it meant to be tired. He was busy every day, but he didn't know what he was busy with. Suddenly, a brisk and comfortable ringtone rang. Lindsay looked at the optical computer on his right hand. It was a strange optical computer ID. It was actually a video call. Lindsay hung up without hesitation. Lindsay frowned. The optical computer had a spam message blocking system. He didn't know how this strange optical computer number called him. Unexpectedly, the ringing sounded again after a few seconds. Interstellar Federation, Kadanwa. Zhu Xingtao persevered in making a video call. If his sister didn't have her own optical computer ID yet, he wouldn't have to send a virtual call to his sister's attending doctor. Wow, someone dared to hang up on you. Wu Chongyun lazily leaned against the pillar and chuckled and teased. Zhu Xingtao glanced at him coldly, watching Wu Chongyun make a gesture to shut up, and then he was quiet for a while. The light computer ring rang again, and Lindsay finally answered the phone impatiently. He wanted to see who insisted on having a virtual video call with him. Then Zhu Xingtao's expressionless face appeared on the virtual screen, which scared Lindsay a lot, and he remembered that he had hung up the phone of this young master one after another before. Lindsay wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and smiled guiltily. If he had known that this ancestor gave him 100 courages, he would not dare to hang up his phone. Fortunately, Zhu Xingtao was not angry, and the magical thing was that the last 2 words revealed a hint of joy. Please transfer the virtual video call to my sister, Dr. Lin. Lindsay nodded hurriedly and ran over to knock on the door of Xiaolong baby's room. As soon as the virtual video call was transferred, he widened his eyes in surprise. He had seen what it meant to change his face in an instant. The originally expressionless and serious Master Zhu smiled particularly brightly when the optical computer camera turned to little dragon baby. His golden pupils were full of smiles, and even his voice began to hoarse. Lindsay couldn't bear to watch. Zhu Xingtao was afraid that little dragon baby would not recognize him as his elder brother, so he began to introduce himself in a soft voice. In the dimly lit, simple and plain camp, Zhu Xingtao was gorgeous and elegant in a straight suit, and every strand of his carefully groomed hair was just right, ensuring that he would leave a perfect first impression on his sister. Wu Chongyun looked at Zhu Xingtao with disdain, who looked like a peacock spreading its tail. It was just a phone call with his sister, but this guy actually took out all his clothes for the final dance. It was really crazy. He looked at his sloppy hairstyle, and the unwiped starworm mucus residue on his plain long sleeves. Then, he carefully walked a few steps to the side away from the camera, and was relieved when he saw that the virtual projection did not capture him. Originally, everyone was equally sloppy in such a wilderness. But Zhu Xingtao, this disgusting guy, wanted to do such a thing, completely ignoring his life or death. But Zhu Xingtao's heart and eyes were full of his lovely sister at the moment, and he had no idea that his friend was trying hard to cricket him in his heart. Outside the camera, the sister was wearing a light green dress, with long curly hair spread behind her back, a pair of big eyes smart and clear, and her short legs were still swinging on the small sofa, which was cute no matter how you looked at her. Zhu Zi was so happy when he received the virtual video call from his big brother that his eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. Zhu Zi was a little nervous, but couldn't help but greeted his big brother happily in a low voice. The gentle attitude of the elder brother opposite made Zhu Zi feel more at ease. At least the 2 brothers did not seem to hate her. Brother is out, and can't come back for the time being. What gift do you want? Do you like shiny gems? Zhu Xingtao looked at his sister expectantly. No little dragon baby would not like shiny gems. He began to feel lucky that he was taking the exam on Kadamwa Star. Although this place is desolate, there are more than a dozen gem veins of various sizes, rich in scarlet gems unique to Kadamwa Star. Zhu Xingtao calculated the pocket money he had saved over the years and said to himself, 1 or 2 will definitely not be enough, otherwise I will buy all the gem veins on Kadamwa Star. The more Zhu Xingtao thought about it, the better he felt that this idea was. From now on, all the scarlet gems will be unique to his sister, and his sister will definitely like this gift. Wu Chongyun, who was quietly eavesdropping on the conversation between the brother and sister, widened his eyes in surprise. You know, it takes a lot of money to monopolize the rare gem veins. Even Zhu Xingtao will have to eat dirt after buying the scarlet gem veins. Wu Chongyun shook his head in shock. His sister is indeed a terrible creature. Fortunately, he doesn't have a sister. Xu Zi, who was far away in the capital star, almost doubted his ears. How did he suddenly jump from the shiny gems to the gem mines? Xu Zi stopped her brother from spending money on her. You don't have to buy me gem mines. My sister doesn't like the gems of Kadama Star. Xu Xingtao thought, maybe the single-colored gems, like scarlet gems, are too monotonous. How about the brand crystal vein? The crystal clear brand crystal will change into different colors under different light. It's very interesting. Zhu Xingtao's eyes became brighter as he spoke. Zhu Zi realized that if he didn't talk about something else he liked, he couldn't end the topic of gems. Brother, bring me some flowers from that planet. I like them. In her last life, she liked to play with flowers and plants. Seeing them would make her feel better for no reason. I don't know if anyone will remember to water her 2 pots of flowers after she leaves. Flowers? A trace of confusion flashed across Zhu Xingtao's golden eyes. Buying flowers is much more difficult than buying gemstones. Zhu Xingtao's brain began to work rapidly. He must not bring ordinary and delicate flowers to his sister. His sister would not like such flowers. It is known that the dragon race likes shiny things. His sister will definitely like shiny flowers. But he doesn't know what kind of flowers are shiny. This stumped Zhu Xingtao. Zhu Zi had no idea that Zhu Xingtao was recalling the starry sky flower and grass atlas in his mind. She actually just hoped that her elder brother would buy her a pot of flowers on the way home. She didn't want to trouble her elder brother by buying her a gift. She would be very happy even if her elder brother dug a flower for her on the roadside. Time passed unknowingly as the two chatted, until Zhu Xingtao's team leader urged him to return to the team quickly, and Zhu Xingtao reluctantly hung up the call from his sister. Before hanging up the phone, Zhu Xingtao did not forget to promise, although I can't accompany you for tomorrow's mental test, I promise that I will be back within a month. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Zhu Zi stared blankly at the black screen that was hung up, and the words mental test were spinning wildly in her mind. The originally relaxed and happy mood dissipated a lot, and Zhu Zi's little hands nervously pulled the hem of her white skirt. Even though she had only lived here for a few days, she knew the importance of mental power to interstellar people. It can be said that the dragon race has such a high status in the Interstellar Federation, which is inseparable from the fact that all the descendants of the dragon race have mental power that is not lower than S level. Interstellar people can test their mental power when they are very young. Mental power is not like physical fitness. It cannot be improved through exercise. The level of mental power measured when you are young will remain the same after you grow up. In the long history of the Interstellar Federation, there are only 3 or 4 exceptions. This is actually equivalent to a lifetime test. Zhu Zi should feel at ease with the S-level mental power of the dragon bloodline. But for some reason, Zhu Zi felt a little flustered. Even though the dragon race has never had a spiritual power lower than S level, the dragon race has also never had twins. What if she is the exception of the dragon race? What if her mother and father don't want to pay attention to her because her spiritual power level is too low? Zhu Zi was so anxious that she didn't sleep well all night. When she woke up the next day, there were 2 light dark circles under her fair face. Just as her elder brother said, the staff responsible for testing spiritual power knocked on her door early in the morning. Zhu Zi reluctantly got on the starship to the spiritual power testing center. Outside the window, starships were flowing like water through the metal buildings full of technology. Countless artificial islands were floating in the air, and the distance between the sky and the earth was blurred. Zhu Zi sat on the chair, tilting her head and looking at the prosperous capital star with little interest. It arrived faster than she thought. In less than 5 minutes, the starship stopped steadily at the door of the spiritual power testing center. The entire mental power testing center is shaped like a huge pearly shell, as if once opened, it would reveal the sparkling treasure inside. There was already a long queue at the entrance of the mental power testing center, most of which were children accompanied by their parents to test their mental power, and a few adults, who were unwilling to give up and came to check their mental power again. The starship with the Dragon Clan emblem passed by the crowd, immediately causing quite a stir. Maybe the twins from the Dragon Clan are here to test their mental power at this time. I don't know how high the mental power of the children of the Dragon Clan will be. I am thankful that my son has a B-level mental power, so it will be easier for him to enter the military academy in the future. A middle-aged woman said, holding the child's hand. Mom, I also want S-level mental power. A brown-haired little girl with a pair of deer antlers looked at the starship entering the special channel with envy. That's a golden dragon, and the spiritual power of a golden dragon is more than S-level. You really haven't seen it. Before the little boy in blue overalls finished speaking, his mother covered his mouth and gently pulled his ear to teach him, "Don't be rude." Chapter 7. In the waiting room for the mental power test, the pure white floor reflected the reflection of Zhu Zi's small leather shoes. Compared with other waiting rooms, this waiting room had significantly fewer people. No one except the tester was allowed to enter the waiting room, so Zhu Zi could only sit quietly on a chair alone in the waiting room. Suddenly, a chubby face turned around and looked at her. Quan Pengpeng pulled the back of the chair with both hands and looked at the little girl, who was half a head shorter than him, and said familiarly, "Are you nervous?" Zhu Zi pursed her lips and shook her head in a hypocritical manner, "Not bad." Quan Pengpeng looked at the wrinkled corners of his clothes that were grabbed by Zhu Zi and chuckled. His fat body got down from the chair and moved next to Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi instantly felt that his space was compressed by more than half. Suddenly, a bright yellow orange was handed to Zhu Zi. "Here, eat this, it's very sweet." Quan Pengpeng comforted him like an experienced person. "There's nothing to be nervous about. A high mental power level is a good thing, and a low level doesn't matter. You won't die anyway." As soon as Quan Pengpeng finished speaking, the metal door of the fully enclosed testing room slowly opened, and a little boy holding the test report shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. My mental power level can't be only D. I want to retest. I must retest." The little boy crumpled the test report in his hand into a ball, threw it to the ground angrily, and refused to come out of the testing room. The staff of the Mental Power Testing Center was very calm, as if they were used to this kind of scene. They printed out a new test report and handed it to the little boy without changing their expression. "No, I want to retest." The little boy clenched his fists and refused to take the test report handed over by the staff. He raised his head and stretched his neck and said, "I am the son of the deputy commander of the 7th Legion. My parents are both high-level psychics. I can't be only D. Your equipment must be broken. I want to retest." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this is the most authoritative psychic power testing center in the Interstellar Federation. Our test data will not be wrong. The psychic power level you tested is D level." Bernice's gentle and firm tone revealed endless coldness, as if sentencing a child to death. The little boy finally couldn't help crying, and then he was invited out of the testing room by the security personnel for stubbornly refusing to leave. "Please go to the psychic power testing room for testing. Please go to the psychic power testing room for testing." The emotionless electronic sound rang, and the little girl in front of Quan Pengpeng walked into the psychic power testing room nervously. "How come it's so fast? I'm the next one." The relaxed expression on the little fat man's face, when he comforted Zhu Zi, disappeared. "I don't want to get AD, so I can't even get into the military academy." The previous scene obviously had a big impact on him, and the little fat man's tone of voice was a little stiff. Zhu Zi sighed. It turned out that she was not the only one who said one thing and meant another. The little fat man seemed to realize that there was a big difference between his words and deeds. He smiled awkwardly and immediately changed the subject. "I heard that the twins from the Dragon Clan will also come to the Mental Power Testing Center today. Do you know about this?" Seeing that Zhu Zi didn't speak, the little fat man lowered his voice and whispered, "It is very likely that they will come to this room later. Then we will see what the twins from the Dragon Clan look like, and whether they have more eyes than us." Zhu Zi, She didn't expect the topic to shift to her, but the little boy obviously didn't recognize who she was. She guessed that the little boy probably didn't like to watch the news or browse the Star Network. What Zhu Zi didn't know was that although they were broadcast live by the entire galaxy when they were born, the live broadcast was soon stopped, and even the photos and videos of their figures disappeared overnight. "Oh right. The little fat man seemed to have just remembered. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Quan Pengpeng, and you?" Zhu Zi shook Quan Pengpeng's hand. "Hello, I am one of the dragon twins you mentioned, with only 2 eyes and no more." "Oh hello. Hey! You are?" Quan Pengpeng, who suddenly reacted, opened his mouth in disbelief. After being frozen for a few seconds, the little fat body that shared a chair with Zhu Zi immediately shot up, wishing to be 3 feet away from Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi? ? Why is it this reaction? Is she a scary thing? It seems that the reputation of the dragon cub is widely spread throughout the Federation. Quan Pumpung seemed to be embarrassed by his overreaction. He carefully observed the quiet and soft little girl in front of him. To be honest, he never associated her with the dragon cub. They didn't look like each other at all. Besides, the dragons are famous for their super high mental power in the galaxy, so there is no need to worry about mental power tests. However, the dragon cub in front of him was not as domineering and lawless as rumored. Instead, he looked friendly and harmless, which made the little fat man gradually relax and slowly move to Zhu Zi's side. In fact, he didn't want to react so strongly, mainly because his grandparents kept talking about the glorious deeds of the dragon cubs in his ears these days. Then they repeatedly told him not to offend the twins if he met them in the future. After all, the dragons were very protective, and even his family couldn't stand it. So the dragon cub had become a little evil dragon in his mind. But why was there only one dragon? By the way, where is your twin brother? Why didn't he? But before the fat man finished speaking, the door of the testing room opened. The girl walked out of the testing room. She seemed to be in a good mood. She walked out of the testing room with a slightly raised corner of her mouth holding the stamped test report. Then, the cold electronic broadcast sounded again. Quan Pumpung had completely ignored the previous problems and walked into the mental power testing room with a tragic face holding the number 7 number plate. Now Zhu Zi was the only one left in the mental power testing waiting room. Zhu Zi looked at the tightly closed door of the waiting room, hoping that the door would be pushed open in the next second, so that she could see the little dragon cub who would carefully protect her again. But until the door of the mental power test room was opened again, no one entered the waiting room again. Quan Pumpung, who had entered the mental power test room with great trepidation, wanted to smile to the sky when he came out. He happily thanked the staff in the test room, and the staff also looked at him with a gentle and gratified face. It seems that Quan Pumpung's mental power test level must not be low. After a while, Quan Pumpung, who could not hide the truth, ran to Zhu Zi, and a striking S level appeared on the mental power test report. Great, I'm S level. Quan Pumpung said excitedly, good luck to you too. Oh, by the way, your dragon race must be more than S level. Then Zhu Zi walked into the mental power testing room amid Quan Pumpung's slogan of get SSS level. The staff of the mental power testing room had already read the information and knew that Zhu Zi was the dragon cub that was hotly discussed on the Star Network. The staff of the testing room looked at Zhu Zi excitedly, as if looking at a piece of glittering gold. Testing out one more S-level or above citizen of the Interstellar Federation means one more hope for the Federation, and they can also get a lot of bonuses. The last S-level test was a pleasant surprise, and this one is guaranteed to be S-level. Under the extremely gentle eyes of the testers, Zhu Zi sat on a chair full of instruments and equipment, with a fully enclosed helmet on his head. Close your eyes, adjust your breathing, and feel the light spots appearing in your mind. The voice of the staff in the testing room sounded. Zhu Zi closed her eyes. After a moment of darkness, she felt her soul floating in a sea of light. She didn't need to feel the light at all. She could swim in the sea of light. The voice of the staff in the testing room seemed to float from a very far place, try to catch all the light spots in your mind, and then compress them into a small ball. But Zhu Zi looked at the sea of light in front of her, and felt a little desperate. It was unknown how long it would take to catch them all. Without further ado, Zhu Zi hurried to work. These lights were quite difficult to catch. As soon as she approached the circle of light spots around her, they automatically dispersed, and the corner she was in became a vacuum zone. Zhu Zi struggled to catch a cluster of light spots, and she condensed the light spots into a small ball according to the staff's instructions. The light spots still struggled to escape, and Zhu Zi felt a series of stabbing pains in her mind during the whole process. After Zhu Zi worked hard for dozens of minutes, the scene in front of her disappeared, the helmet was taken off, and her mental power test was over. Zhu Zi, who was silently waiting for the results of the mental power test, looked at the staff in front of her, who were constantly whispering and discussing. Then she heard in their conversation, how could it be A-level? Bernice, did you measure it wrong? Is the instrument broken? Bernice looked at the big A on the detector, and fell into a big silence. How could the dragon race's mental power be only A? She looked at the data report back and forth, but no matter how she calculated, the dragon cub's mental power was A, and it was weak among the A level. However, the light ball condensed by the little dragon baby detected had a very high energy value, and this was a dragon cub. Let's test it again, maybe the instrument is broken. Bernice took a deep breath. Hearing this, the other staff members nodded repeatedly, as if they had finally found the correct answer. Then Zhu Zi went to a new testing room, and put on a new mental power testing helmet. Zhu Zi closed her eyes, and saw the same sea of light, and those small light spots that did not obey her. Continuously repeating the previous operation made Zhu Zi's head hurt more. She felt that her strength was not enough to control a sea of light. But she stopped the action, until Zhu Zi had no strength to condense any small light spots. A quarter of an hour later, under the anxious waiting of the testing room staff, a mental power test report that was exactly the same as the last time appeared on the tester screen. No matter how unbelievable Bernice was, she was sure that the little dragon baby's mental power level was indeed only a level. Bernice cried, and she didn't dare to show the spiritual power test report to the dragon cub's parents. Besides, the news that the dragon cub came to their testing center to test its spiritual power had spread all over the galaxy. Now there must be many people waiting to see the dragon cub's spiritual power level. She didn't dare to think about what kind of storm would be set off if this test report was published on the Star Network. Chapter 8. Wei Xilan and Zhu Zi, who were always paying attention to Zhu Zi's situation, received her mental power test center report as soon as possible. The staff of the test center took the mental power test report and carefully observed the expressions of the two. In an ordinary family, parents may want to pull a passing dog into the house for a feast to celebrate. But in the Dragon Clan, A-level mental power is definitely the worst mental power level in history. I don't know if these two big figures, who have already achieved success in the Interstellar Federation, can accept that they have such a mediocre daughter. When Wei Xilan and Zhu Zi saw the red and black A-level mental power on their daughter's mental power test report, they were really surprised. Since the Federation Mental Power Test Center gave them this mental power report, they would not make a mistake on such a basic thing. So Xiaobao's mental power is indeed A-level. Maybe it's because the sequelae of twins from one egg are all reflected in their Xiaobao. Wei Xilan held the mental power test report, frowning. How did Xiaobao react to the mental power test report? Was she unhappy? Wei Xilan didn't care about the level of her child's mental power. On the contrary, A-level mental power was also very good. High-level mental power means heavier responsibilities. Many dragon descendants killed Zerg on the border battlefield, and many of them died due to severe mental power pollution. Xiaobao's A-level mental power can have more freedom. She can enjoy the protection of the family, but she doesn't have to bear heavy responsibilities. The eternal glory of the family can shine on her, allowing her to grow up happily. Of course, all this depends on Xiaobao's wishes. If Xiaobao is determined to work in the military when she grows up, A-level mental power will not be an obstacle for her. You should know that the leaders of the 5th and 6th Legions also have A-level mental power. What Wei Xilan is really worried about is whether Xiaobao will feel disappointed. After all the members of the Dragon Clan have at least S-level mental power. Wei Xilan looked up at Zhu Zi and saw the same worry in his eyes. Stuart, a staff member of the Mental Power Testing Center, didn't expect that the first question Senator Wei asked him was how his daughter felt. Is it the right time to care about the mood of a child? This is the lowest level of spiritual power in the history of the dragon race. If others knew about this, they would be very surprised. The reactions of Counselor Wei and Marshal Zhu were too indifferent. They actually had time to care about the mood of the child. Stuart imagined that the first question Counselor Wei and Marshal Zhu would ask would be, how could her daughter only have A-level spiritual power? Did their testing center make a mistake? Or they would show a shocked look, and then be very disappointed that their daughter's spiritual power level was so low. He had prepared for this situation before he came, but neither of them asked. It seemed that no matter what level of spiritual power was measured, it was not as important as the mood of the little dragon baby. Stuart carefully recalled the scene in the spiritual power testing room at that time. The little dragon baby took the spiritual power test report and read it over and over again very seriously, and then seemed to have finally confirmed something. The pair of eyes as bright as emeralds suddenly lost their luster. The little one stood there silently with his head down, as if there was a dark cloud above his head that could rain at any time, and he looked very sad. Stuart thought for a while, considered the words, and said tactfully, the little dragon baby seems to be a little depressed. Wei Xilan and Zhu Zi couldn't help but frown when they heard it. It seems that the baby daughter is not satisfied with her mental power level. The mental power of the Dragon Clan, which is not less than S level, puts too much pressure on her. When they thought of the lonely expression on their daughter's cute little face, they couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. What should I do? Zhu Zi touched Wei Xilan's arm and asked her for help. For things like mental power level, no matter how powerful he is, he can't think of a way. How many people want to improve their mental power level, but in the end, they are all in vain. Zhu Zi thought, why don't I go to the Elf Kingdom to find the spring and autumn tree? Maybe it will help improve my mental strength. You believe this, that's a rumor. Wei Shilan sighed. The child is still young. We should buy more toys to make her happy. Once Xiaobao is happy, she will forget about it. Wei Shilan said. That's a good idea. I buy her a gem star. Juicy nodded. The scarlet gem on Kadamwa is pretty good. Then Juicy shook his head again. There are too many zergs on Kadamwa, and it's difficult to mine gems. It's better to go to Mijo in the Tia Star Zone. He may not be good at other things, but he is still very good at spending money on his precious daughter. Stuart, who was standing by and the others had not left, opened his mouth in shock as he listened to the two people's chat. He was about to drool with envy, and casually said that a gem star was like a free relief nutrient solution. Stuart, who was still worried about the little dragon baby with A-level mental power, felt sad for himself silently. He not only did not have A-level mental power, but also did not have a gem star. However, no matter how sad he was, he still had to finish the work. Coming here to deliver the test report was just one of the tasks. Stuart asked politely and respectfully, "Excuse me, young Master Zhu, why did you come to the Mental Power Testing Center to test your mental power level? Notify us in advance so that the center can arrange a mental power testing room as soon as possible." He didn't know what the situation of the Dragon Clan was, and why the twins of the same age didn't come together for the mental power level test. The laws of the Interstellar Federation stipulate that every citizen of the Interstellar Federation who reaches the specified racial age must undergo a mental power level test in a formal institution, and the test fee shall be borne by the Interstellar Federal Government. But I don't know what concerns the Dragon Clan has, and they didn't let the youngest son participate in the mental power level test. The moment Stuart asked the question, the air around him froze for a moment. Juicy and Wei Shilan didn't know what they were thinking, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. The staff, who hadn't received a response for a long time, began to worry whether they had asked questions that they shouldn't have asked. Fortunately, Wei Shilan spoke first. "It's not convenient now. We will take him for a mental test later, and let you know in advance." Stuart breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. He was really scared just now. Although he didn't get any definite answers, his intuition told him that it would be better to leave first. On StarNet, a post unexpectedly attracted widespread attention. The poster was a newly registered account, and the account nickname was still a bunch of garbled characters. There was no fan base, but the popularity of the first post was rising at a visible speed. A person claimed that his friend was a staff member of the Federal Capital Star Mental Power Testing Center, and posted a post revealing that the mental power level of the female twins of the Dragon Clan was only a level. The words Dragon Clan twins have their own traffic on StarNet, and as long as they are related to this word, they can get more clicks. At first, the comment area was full of curses, and netizens were complaining that the host was talking nonsense, and no one believed that there were only A-level dragons. Some netizens cursed fiercely, and the host was scolded so badly that he could not speak when confronted with him. Then a group of netizens encouraged the host to produce evidence, and not to speak nonsense with just his mouth. For several hours afterwards, the host was silent, and he would not reply to comments no matter how much other netizens cursed him. Netizens thought the poster had given up, and were convinced that this was a StarNet scammer who wanted to gain traffic. The popularity of the post gradually decreased, and some people advised the poster to delete the post quickly, and not to offend the Dragon Clan. Such a post would have been quickly submerged in the trillions of data on the StarNet, but unexpectedly, in the early morning, the poster really took out a mental power test report. It was a side-viewing camera, and other data information was intentionally blurred, but the race column and mental power level column were clearly visible. Dragon Clan, mental power level A. There was no trace of synthesis in the picture, and the seal of the Capital Star Mental Power Testing Center on the test report could not be faked. As soon as this picture was released, those who scolded the original poster shut up, and the comments section was filled with shock and disbelief. I've seen this for a long time. One day, I can actually see a dragon whose spiritual power is not S. No way. Then I can say that I have the same spiritual power as the dragons. This can't be a biological child. How is this possible? I saw her come out of the dragon egg with my own eyes. I think the dragon race is going to decline, and each generation is worse than the previous one. It seems that I misunderstood the original poster. I apologize for what I said before. This original poster is awesome. He can even get such a report. The poster looked at the comment section with satisfaction, and even the nervousness and fear of privately revealing the dragon's spiritual power test report disappeared at this moment. The original poster, who found a sense of existence on the Star Network and regained his face, posted a comment triumphantly. I'm telling the truth, the dragon race did have a waist. Although it was early in the morning, the popularity of this post also skyrocketed. Some people who were jealous of the Dragon Clan's S-level mental power guarantee finally found an outlet here, and picked up the keyboard to curse the entire Dragon Clan. Even those whose mental power level was less than D-level found an opportunity to smugly mock how there was only an A-level in the Dragon Clan. A few netizens who still had some sense spoke up for Zhu Zi, but they were soon drowned out by the scolding of the netizens. The topic of shame of the Dragon Clan was pushed to the top of the hot search. The Dragon Clan Information Department did not sleep tonight, and all the members looked at the heat that could not be suppressed with sad faces. What should we do? Why don't we just cancel the post? Someone suggested. It's already the #1 hot search. If we cancel the post at this time, it will make us look more obvious and things will get worse. The head of the Information Department looked sallow and sighed, with big dark circles under his eyes. With the deterrent power of the Dragon Clan and the Interstellar Federation, there are very few negative comments about the Dragon Clan on the internet, but the young lady's incident has become a breakthrough point for public sentiment, and negative comments have flooded in. In fact, the clan leader and Counselor Wei did not intend to conceal the young lady's mental power detection level. The A-level mental power is not low, and there is nothing to hide. It's just that the current public opinion is constantly fermenting. If the little dragon baby who is at the center of public opinion sees this hot search, it will be in trouble. Chapter 9. Zhu Zi took the mental power test report in disappointment, and couldn't control her mind and began to think wildly. She measured the lowest mental power level in the history of the Dragon Clan, and she didn't know what her parents would think of her. Would they think that she had brought shame to their family? Zhu Zi even automatically imagined the scene of being kicked out of the house by her parents, and sleeping under the bridge. She didn't know if people could sleep under the bridge here. She estimated that she would not be able to sleep today, but she began to feel sleepy at a certain time, and then slept peacefully. The next morning, Zhu Zi got up and noticed that everyone was weird. Specifically, when she approached the Star Network login device, a mysterious force would appear to stop her. Zhu Zi took advantage of no one's attention and quickly opened the virtual screen, and then the doctor's sister next to her immediately took out a cute doll like a magic trick. The exquisite and beautiful doll was like an elf in the forest, and it really attracted her attention. The doctor's sister quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But Zhu Zi, who was sitting on the small sofa and flipping the doll's hair, was thoughtful. If she was really a newborn baby, she might have been fooled by them, but at least she lived for 12 more years. Zhu Zi found an excuse to go back to her room and immediately turned on the device to log into the Star Network. She knew why everyone stopped her. Shame of the Dragon Clan was clearly listed at the top of the hot search list, and it caught her eyes. Zhu Zi was stunned in place as if her brain was hit by a heavy object, and she couldn't even muster the courage to click on the title. The surrounding vision began to blur, but the 4 big word shame of the Dragon Clan firmly occupied her brain, and she could see it even with her eyes closed. Zhu Zi finally clicked on this topic with trembling fingertips. There were endless comments under the topic. She read one comment after another like a self-torture, and the cold words pierced her flesh and blood like sharp swords. These netizens were right. She really only had A-level mental power. She was still A-level after 2 tests. Netizens said that she was the shame of the Dragon Clan, which was understandable. But some netizens not only scolded her, but also scolded her family members, loudly singing the bad news of the Dragon Clan, saying that the Dragon Clan would decline after its peak. Zhu Zi wanted to speak to defend her family, but after typing a long text, she found that the visitor account did not have the permission to post comments. She had to look at the comment area helplessly, and delete one word after another. Was her existence a mistake? Her birth was not expected by anyone. It was like a buy one get one free inferior gift. She could not bring any benefits to her family, but instead added a lot of trouble to them. Kadamwa Star. Xu Xingtao, who killed a large number of Zergs on the front line and took the first place with his team, sat leisurely in the camp. He originally wanted to video chat with his sister, but he had just returned from the battlefield and his clothes and hair were messed up. The next assessment was so close again, and he had no time to dress himself up. He definitely couldn't appear in front of his sister as a sloppy brother. And Xiaolongbao also paid great attention to his private space. He was afraid that if he called his sister frequently, his sister would think he was too talkative and annoying. Zhu Xingtao rubbed his hair. It would be better for him to finish the assessment and go home quickly, so that he could be closer to his sister. However, Zhu Xingtao's raised mouth stopped abruptly when he saw the first hot search on Xingwang. He couldn't help but clench his hands, and even his breathing became a little faster. The team members in the same group also noticed the captain's mood change. The captain, who had been particularly easy to talk to these days, suddenly had a dark face, and the joyful atmosphere of celebration in the camp was frozen a little. A confused team member whispered, "What happened? Why is the captain suddenly angry?" The girl in combat uniform whispered close to her ear, "I guess it's because of the Xinguang incident." The captain's sister was scolded. "Who is so wicked?" Zhu Xingtao looked at the comments on Xinguang that belittled his sister, and wanted to punch the coder in the face through the virtual screen. He actually said that her sister was the shame of the Dragon Clan. What's wrong with her sister's A-level mental power? Even if her sister only has E-level mental power, she is his only precious sister. He can't let others talk about it here. He didn't dare to think how sad his sister would be if he saw these bad reviews. The raging anger burned in Chan's golden eyes. He wanted to find out those who had said bad things about his sister and apologize to her. Besides, who started this matter? How did the photo of his sister's mental power test report appear on StarNet? Marshall found out that the first post discussing the lady's mental power level was posted by a person named Zhen Hongda. Daniel respectfully placed Zhen Hongda's information on Zhu Ci's desk. Zhen Hongda is 55 years old, with a mental power level of C. He used to work as a marketing manager at Teia's new energy company, but was laid off 2 years ago. Coincidentally, his son Zhenxian works at the Mental Power Testing Center, and the photos that Zhen Hongda posted online came from Zhenxian. Although Zhenxian himself didn't know at first that his father had posted the photos he posted in the chat records directly on the internet. Zhenxian has been fired from the Mental Power Testing Center, and will never be hired again for taking photos secretly and revealing the privacy of the test subjects. Daniel said, "Let the lawyer sue both of them in federal court." Zhu Ci ordered in a deep voice. Daniel nodded. With the Dragon Clan's legal team, it would be no problem for the father and son to go to jail for a few years, and Zhenxian's future career would be completely ruined. "Marshal, there are people from the Morik family involved in this matter." Daniel reported in a low voice. "They bought a large number of water troops to guide the public opinion. That group of shameless leopards." Zhu Ci frowned, and the pen in his hand snapped because of his strength. "Why don't we release some other news to divert the public's attention? This matter will soon be forgotten by others." Daniel lowered his head and suggested. Zhu Ci didn't say anything, staring at the comments in the comment area that mocked his daughter's mental power level. There were even some people who said that their little treasure's mental power level was too low, and he was not worthy of staying in the Dragon Clan, and asked Xiaobao to get out of the Dragon Clan. Zhu Ci's face was gloomy, and the mental pressure unconsciously overflowed. The books on the bookshelf trembled slightly under the influence of the mental pressure. Daniel, who was in the same space, was sweating coldly on his palms, and was almost suffocating. Zhu Ci turned out the account he had never used since he registered. The account was empty, but because of the real name authentication, it had tens of millions of fans. Zhu Ci typed in front of the virtual screen, wrote a long paragraph, then felt dissatisfied, and deleted it word by word. After thinking for a while, he condensed the long paragraph into a short line. Zhu Ci was satisfied and clicked send. Don't let Xiaobao see these bad reviews on the Star Network, so as not to dirty his eyes. Zhu Ci raised his eyes and ordered. Daniel nodded. I have already told the young lady's medical team. Lindsay, who couldn't find Zhu Ci in the living room, was asking the person who was responsible for taking care of the young lady's daily life. The young lady just took a toy doll and said she was going back to the room to change the doll's clothes. The woman replied with a smile. Sure enough, she was still a child, unable to resist the temptation of toys, and put aside all the Star Network and no Star Network. Is the young lady alone in the room? Lindsay was a little anxious. When the lady returned to her room, she said that the doll was a girl, and that she couldn't let anyone see her changing clothes. The woman chuckled and sighed, the lady is so cute. Lindsay's brows furrowed even tighter. How long has the lady been in there? About an hour. Lindsay thought to herself that it was not good. She had installed a device in her room that could log into the Star Network because she was afraid that the lady would be bored. Lindsay hurried to Zhu Ci's door. The door was quickly opened. Little Dragon Baby held the doll in one hand. Her light brown hair was slightly curled and spread behind her. A few tufts of hair came out without her noticing, which looked a little messy and cute. Little Dragon Baby's big green eyes were slightly red, and he looked like he had been crying secretly. Lindsay sighed as she looked at the virtual screen in the room, then leaned over and picked up the Little Dragon Baby. Miss, did you see everything? I saw everything. The Little Dragon Baby nodded. But what surprised Lindsay was that the Little Dragon Baby was actually in a good mood. His tearful eyes were sparkling, and he had a smile on his face, which reminded people of a sweet strawberry cake. Zhu Zi sniffed and fiddled with the doll in her arms. She did see everything. She saw many brothers and sisters she didn't know in the comment section who spoke up for her. She also saw the older brother, with an ID with a selfie avatar, angrily confronting those who said she was the shame of the Dragon Clan. The older brother also posted a long screenshot on his account, listing all the IDs that said she was the shame of the Dragon Clan. Zhu Zi, who was defended by someone for the first time, was so happy that she rolled around on the bed. It turned out that there was no need to bow her head and ask for help, and there would be people willing to help her. And it is worth celebrating that she doesn't seem to worry about being kicked out of the house. She saw what her father said on the Star Network, which was the only content in Zhu Zi's empty account. She will always be the treasure of the Dragon Clan. Zhu Zi touched the non-physical words on the virtual screen with her small hands, and her long eyelashes were like buzzing butterfly wings. She knew that she was far from worthy of the word treasure, but the two words forever seemed to emit a warm golden light all over her body. She didn't know how long forever was for the immortal species. It could be a rushing water, sleepless moonlight, or endless time. Chapter 10. Although Zhu Zi's post was only a short sentence, even the subject was not very clear. But everyone understood who the she was referring to. Many bigwigs who were friendly with the Dragon Clan liked and forwarded it. Those who scolded Zhu Zi as the shame of the Dragon Clan and shouted for her to get out of the Dragon Clan began to study how to withdraw their comments in a hurry. The bigwigs have spoken. What else can they do? They are afraid that if they delete it too late, they will receive a lawyer's letter from the Dragon Clan. Cheese King, don't you really think that the mental power of a level is very low? Kiki, you should know that the average person in the Star Network is A or above. Don't steal my cake. A group of people are full and bored, and go online to find a sense of existence. Broken Pots. The Star Network is not a place outside the law. Eat and drink. I want to ask for reincarnation technology. If I were her, I wouldn't be sad even if I was tested as E-level. I would be content to be a rice bug. A few hours later, the topic shame of the Dragon Clan on the Star Network's hot search list had disappeared without a trace. Then the news that the Mijo star in the Tia star region was bought at a high price appeared at the top of the hot search list. Mijo star is a gem star famous throughout the interstellar space, and many heirloom gems come from this planet. Mijo star is also a famous tourist star. Looking down from the space starship, you can see pink mist surrounding the planet, like a dreamy pink gem in the sea of stars. Of course, the price of this gem star is also sky high. The known buyer is Zhu Zi, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. Chaishi, I heard that he bought it for his daughter to make the child happy. Love to eat kukutang. I think everyone knows why the little dragon baby is unhappy. Dark Shushu, can I think of it this way? Rounding it off means that we have contributed to Marshal Zhu buying this gem star. Cheese Nest, the price of this kind of gem star is in trillions of star coins. The cheapest gem star costs at least 17 trillion, not to mention this level of gem star. Passerby A, this is money that we can't spend for generations. This is my cub, let alone spending it. If I put this star coin in my house, I can't even fit it. It's really hard to name. I don't think other dragon cubs have this treatment. They are given a gem star right from the start. The Go tribe is the best. Ah! This means that this little dragon baby, who was born just a few days ago, will become the youngest planet master in the entire galaxy. Zhu Zi, who is about to become the youngest planet master in the entire galaxy, sat in the study in a daze. The study is like a small library. 5 or 6 people standing in it don't seem crowded. One of the men in a black suit smiled gently, and respectfully bent down to hand Zhu Zi a thick stack of documents. Miss Zhu, this is the planetary property rights contract for Mijo Star. Lawyer Fong has already checked and revised it. There is no problem with the contract. The man turned to the signature page for Zhu Zi wearing white gloves. Zhu Zi sat at the desk, holding the pen in her hands unskillfully. Dad said this was a small gift specially given to her. Her brother also said before that he would give her a gem star. Is it a very common thing in the interstellar gem stars? Now, as long as Zhu Zi signs her name on this contract, Mijo star in the Tia star region will be hers. Zhu Zi held a pen and hesitated to write. She has not written a single word in this new body yet. The tip of the pen fell on the paper, leaving a small round black dot, and the hand that was about to write her name suddenly stopped. She came into this world, and it seems that she has no name so far. Zhu Zi yawned slightly with her mouth covered in embarrassment, and then casually drew a crooked little dragon with big eyes on the signature page. She glanced at the men in black, and seeing that no one stopped her, she boldly drew a small flower next to the little dragon. Looking at her masterpiece, Zhu Zi nodded with satisfaction. She is really a genius. Zhu Zi pushed the contract in front of the man with her little hand, and sat on the chair with a cute smile. It's no problem for children to like to scribble on paper. Looking at the graffiti on the signature page, the man's enthusiastic smile did not change at all, and he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Miss Yu draws really well." The people next to him echoed, "Miss Yu is indeed a descendant of the dragon clan. Even a casual painting can show that she will be a master in the future." This time it was Zhu Zi who was dumbfounded. Zhu Zi frowned and looked at her painting in confusion. "Ah? She draws so well. She has this talent." The man silently took back the contract, then skillfully took out another identical one and placed it on Zhu Zi's desk, and pushed the ink pad next to Zhu Zi forward. The man smiled and said, "Miss Yu just needs to put a handprint on it." Fearing that the little dragon baby would not cooperate, he continued, "If you still want to draw, I have a blank piece of paper here." She didn't like drawing so much. The bright red handprint was pressed on the snow-white paper, and Zhu Zi completely became the owner of this gem star. Then she also received a lot of sparkling gems. Beautiful stones of different colors sparkled under the light, and there was a gem that looked inconspicuous on the surface, but under the light, you could see a faint glow flowing inside. She played with the gems happily for a while, and then carefully put them in the box. Zhu Zi patted the box with her little hands, muttering, "They are all my little babies, hee." She tiptoed to hide the little babies on the cabinet in the room, and then walked into the living room. As usual, Zhu Zi drank the potion handed over by Lindsay, and then prepared to sit in the medical cabin. The potion was a small tube, and because it didn't taste good, Zhu Zi usually closed her eyes and swallowed it in one gulp. She had experienced drinking medicine for many years in her previous life, and she could hold her breath and temporarily block her taste. Although after drinking the medicine, she could still feel that her tongue was a little numb from the bitterness. But today's medicine is a little special. Zhu Zi smacked her lips and felt the sweet peach taste in her mouth. Zhu Zi's bright eyes were full of surprise, and she looked at Lindsay with a little doubt. Lindsay smiled bitterly and explained, "Councilman Wei said that the medicine we prescribed for the young lady was too bitter, and then the medical team spent a lot of effort to research the current medicine. My mother asked someone to make it." Zhu Zi instantly felt that the peach taste in her mouth was sweeter. After spending 2 or 3 hours to complete the daily treatment, Zhu Zi stretched and planned to go to the lounge chair in the small garden to bask in the sun. But Zhu Zi didn't go today. She followed Dr. Lindsay, and was taken into an unfamiliar medical room. A strong smell of disinfectant came over, and Zhu Zi couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her nose gently. What came into view was a complex and huge medical device. The pure white instrument glowed with a cold metallic light, and the whole device was mechanically cold. There were many completely unfamiliar faces in the medical room. Zhu Zi moved behind Lindsay, and silently hid herself behind Dr. Lindsay. Her heart was beating fast, as if it was a bad premonition. Speaking of it, the whole day was a bit strange. There were a lot fewer doctors in a room for unknown reasons, and the doctors and nurses looked busy and anxious. Sometimes the doctor's sister didn't even care about her. Even the nurse sister, who was always gentle and meticulous, and would patiently play with her, looked at her differently today. Although the nurse sister's brown eyes still had a gentle smile, there was a hint of regret and sympathy, a look that made Zhu Zi strange. Lindsay patted her head, as if to comfort her. Zhu Zi took a deep breath, suppressed the doubts in her heart, and cooperated with the doctors to do various examinations. The cold instrument was ticking beside her ears, and the dark environment inside the instrument amplified all the senses of Zhu Zi's body. The pain in her fingertips suddenly spread to her brain, and blood overflowed from her fingertips, and was sucked into the detector on her finger. Time passed very slowly, and it was unknown how long it had been before Zhu Zi's tightly closed eyes felt the light source. She opened her eyes, and saw a doctor with a long white beard, holding a form and communicating with Uncle Lindsay. The white-bearded doctor's expression was not as serious as when Zhu Zi first met him. Instead, he seemed to be relieved and smiled kindly at Zhu Zi. "That's great, the lady's mental power is normal, and not polluted at all." Zhu Zi frowned as she digested the information she heard. She had seen this mental pollution when she was browsing the Star Network. This story started many years ago, when the Interstellar Federation had not yet been established. The Zerg, which was ordinary and no one took seriously on the Stankwell star, was infected by dark matter, and began to evolve wildly with unstoppable momentum overnight. They grew rapidly in size, possessed indestructible shells and sharp barbs, and had the power to walk between stars with their flesh. The increasingly powerful Zerg began to invade the territories of various tribes. When the Zerg was most rampant, the tribes lost 5-star regions in succession. If they had not fought desperately, even the capital star they were in would have almost been lost. Fortunately, God did not always favor the Zerg. In the hundreds of years of struggle, the tribes awakened an ability to control energy through consciousness, which is also called mental power. The emergence of mental power ushered in a new era for the entire interstellar. After possessing mental power, the combat effectiveness of each tribe was greatly improved, and a large amount of land invaded by the Zerg was also recovered. But later everyone found that although mental power can restrain the Zerg, those who have been fighting the Zerg for many years will have their mental power polluted to varying degrees. Some people even choose to commit suicide because they can't stand the torture of mental power pollution. Mental power pollution directly poured cold water on the high-spirited movement to completely eliminate the Zerg. But why did they suddenly measure her mental power pollution value when she had never come into contact with the Zerg? Chapter 11. Miss, do you remember what happened on the pirate starship on the day you hatched? The white-bearded doctor smiled gently, but his tone was serious. Zhu Zi frowned and sat on the small sofa, with a cup of hot milk tea exuding a faint milky fragrance. This was not the first time she answered this question. She had told everything she remembered, including the beautiful feather whose origin was unclear. The feather was also taken for genetic examination, but nothing was found. It is possible that it was a feather dropped on the ground by a bird tribe, and she happened to pick it up. It is said that when she and her brother were found, they were both unconscious. Her brother was lying on the deck of the pirate starship, and she didn't know who put her on the only soft sofa. They were the only two alive in the entire starship. If it weren't for the autopilot system on the starship would have taken her and her brother directly into the meteorite. They broke into the starship of the leader of the largest star pirate group in XF-6351, the Targums Group. The Targum Star Pirates Group controlled XF-6351 for decades. The tyrannical and evil Targum Star Pirates Group once caused a headache for the local government, but now the Star Pirate Group has disappeared from this world. Miss, do you remember anything? For example, how did those Star Pirates die? Have you ever encountered the Zerg? Humphrey habitually touched his white beard and asked a series of questions eagerly. Zhu Zi tried hard to recall, but that memory was like a layer of fog, and he couldn't remember it at all. I don't know. Zhu Zi shook his head. Looking at the frowning brows of the white-bearded doctor, Zhu Zi's heart kept sinking. Did something happen to my brother? If it wasn't for my brother, they wouldn't have to keep asking about what happened that day, and suddenly asked her to do a mental pollution value test. Did my brother have mental pollution? Zhu Zi wanted to know the answer urgently. Humphrey's blue eyes were a little gray, and there were heavy bags under his eyes. It seemed that he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Humphrey, who was stared at by Zhu Zi, closed his mouth and his eyes flickered. Silence spread in the lounge. The milk tea next to Zhu Zi kept steaming, but the milk fragrance in the air disappeared. The long silence had told Zhu Zi the answer. The little dragon cub did have mental pollution, and it must be a serious mental pollution. If it was ordinary mental pollution, it could be solved by finding a purifier, and the whole dragon island would not be gloomy. Zhu Zi closed her eyes and tried to recall what happened that day, but no matter how she recalled, that memory seemed to have been taken away, and she couldn't remember it at all. If it weren't for the feather that appeared inexplicably in her hand, she wouldn't even know that a part of her memory had disappeared. Could it be that they encountered Zerg after entering the starship, but why did her brother get into trouble while she didn't? A lot of questions appeared in her mind, and she couldn't find the answers. I want to see my brother, Zhu Zi suddenly said. Humphrey looked embarrassed. The head of the family ordered not to tell the young lady about this matter, in order not to make her worry, but now it has been guessed. On the pure white hospital bed, the little dragon cub couldn't even transform into a human form. Originally, he could turn into a little boy as tall as his sister. In this way, he could play with his sister without worrying about his sharp claws accidentally hurting his sister. But the appearance of a human boy lasted less than a day. The pain in his head like thousands of needles forced him to turn back into a little dragon. The little dragon cub, who was eager to play with his sister, was now lying on the bed with a limp, his golden eyes opening and closing with difficulty, and even breathing felt particularly difficult. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Wei Shilan and Zhu Zi looked at their newly born son lying weakly on the hospital bed, with distressed eyes. No one expected that the little dragon cub, who had just received treatment from a purifier not long ago and was about to recover, would have a surge in mental pollution overnight. Looking at the shocking mental pollution value of up to 90%, This value could be directly declared dead if an SS-level purifier was not found in time. But there are only a few people in the Federation who can awaken the purification ability. Even if they awaken the lowest level E-level purification ability, they will be trained by the Interstellar Federation. Unlike the Elf Kingdom, there are very few purifiers in the entire Interstellar Federation, and the highest level of purifiers is only S-level. Wei Shilan looked at the little dragon cub struggling in pain on the bed anxiously, and gently held his cold and trembling dragon wings. The little dragon cub opened his eyes. His eyes were a little wet, and he raised his wings with difficulty to respond to his mother's touch. When will the purifier arrive? Wei Shilan asked. If this continues, the little dragon cub will not be able to hold on for much longer. We can only invite an SS-level purifier from the Elf Kingdom. It will take at least 9 days to get here. 9 days. Wei Shilan looked at the mental power pollution value that was rising every few hours. The little dragon cub might not be able to hold on for even 3 days. Even waiting for one more second would be a torture for the child. Once the mental power pollution value exceeded 95%, it would be an irreversible damage. Only the Elf King could save it. The King Seed flower of the Elf Kingdom withered. All the elves in the Federation rushed back to the Elf Kingdom. Now the purifiers above S-level are all in the Elf King's court. Zhu Si sighed, with an indelible sorrow between his brows. Even this SS-level purifier was invited by the Dragon Clan with great difficulty. The Elf King's court is separated from the capital star of the Federation by 7-star regions. Zhu Si didn't even dare to tell his wife that 9 days was the most ideal state. Now even the source of mental power pollution has not been found. No one knows what happened in the starship that day to cause such serious mental power pollution. The only lucky thing is that Xiaobao's mental power was not polluted. Originally, this matter was intended to be kept secret from Xiaobao, but Humphrey said that it was not hidden, and Xiaobao must come to see his brother. The other little dragon babies wanted this and that, and they wanted to buy a whole planet. But Xiaobao was particularly well-behaved and quiet, as if he was very happy to have a place to live and enough food to eat every day. This was the first time that Xiaobao made a request, but it was not for himself. It was just that the brother and sister should meet. Zhu Si took Wei Shilan's hand and said, "Let's leave the ward first, and let Xiaobao come to see his brother." Wei Shilan nodded gently. He must want to see his sister too. The word sister seemed to trigger some key words. The little dragon cub slowly opened his eyelids, used his wings for support, and tried to sit up from the bed. But his wings couldn't even support his body now, and he fell on the bed with a clang, and even the tubes inserted in his body were crooked by him. Wei Shilan hurriedly helped his son up. "Sister will be here soon, you lie down and don't move." But the little dragon cub, who fell on the bed, closed his eyes in self-abandonment, and turned his head to the window silently. There is no way to turn into a little boy to see his sister. Now he can't even sit up, so he can't play with his sister. I don't know if his current appearance will scare his sister. He actually doesn't know why there is a sister suddenly in the egg. It may be because he was too careless before that he didn't notice the existence of his sister. In the dark eggshell, when he touched his sister for the first time, he was very happy. He wanted to see his sister and play with her. This was the first time he felt bored in the warm and comfortable eggshell. So he tried to break the eggshell and wanted to get out with his sister. He found himself on a dilapidated street when he was born. The outside world was cold and gray, and there were strangers with bad smells. Only his sister was fragrant. He thought he could play with his sister after returning home, but his parents told him that his sister was weak and needed to stay in the medical room for treatment, and he had better have less contact with his sister. He couldn't understand why he was strong and his sister was small. He felt that a slight touch could scratch his sister's white and tender skin. Could it be that his sister was weak because he was flying around in the sky with his sister? He was so guilty that he didn't dare to ask about his sister's news in those days. He could only practice hard and try to become a human boy, so that he wouldn't hurt his sister when playing with her. He was stupid and not as smart as his sister. His sister didn't need to practice to transform into a human form. And he felt that his brain was getting dumber now. He could only lie in bed, and couldn't even move his wings. His head was getting more and more painful, as if there were many hammers hitting his head. He didn't know if hitting his head against the wall would stop the pain, but doing so would definitely scare his parents. He could understand what his parents said. The spiritual purifier, who could make him stop the pain, would take a long time to arrive. His mother thought he couldn't hold out until that time, but he didn't want to die. He didn't believe that spiritual pollution could kill him. He could wait until someone cured him. Then when he and his sister recovered, they could play together. Chapter 12. The little dragon's ward was not far away. After crossing a garden, Zhu Zi arrived at the door of the ward. The little dragon's golden eyes were still bright, but his whole body was lying on the bed in a sickly state, which was completely different from the little dragon, who was full of energy and playing in the crystal pile. The little dragon was particularly happy to see his sister again, and the pain in his body seemed to be relieved. He had a lot to say to his sister. He wanted to ask how his sister was doing. Was it boring to be alone? He also wanted to ask his sister if she wanted to eat the star-eye fruit. His mother had given him a taste before. It was a very sweet fruit. He didn't know if his sister would like to eat the star-eye fruit. But the little dragon opened his mouth and found that he had difficulty even speaking. His throat seemed to be cut by a blade, and he couldn't make any sound. The little dragon who couldn't speak could only open his eyes and look at his sister a few more times. After all, he finally saw his sister. If there was someone in the world who made Zhu Zi feel the most secure, the little dragon was definitely the first one. The little dragon cub had a natural liking for her, and the panic of coming to a different world was also relieved a lot with the company of the little dragon cub. Zhu Zi looked at the weak little dragon cub, who was tortured by pain and had lost his vitality, and even his golden dragon scales turned a little pale. Zhu Zi thought of herself on the hospital bed in her previous life for no reason. Would the little dragon cub also be like her in her previous life, closing her eyes and never waking up again? The little dragon cub looked at her sister's red eyes, as if tears would come out immediately. Although he wanted to see his sister, he didn't want to see her cry. The little dragon cub tried to raise his wings and pointed the tip of his wings in the direction of the drawer of the bedside table. He opened his mouth and called out a woo twice. He knew that even if he didn't speak, his sister would definitely understand what he meant. His sister would be happier when she saw the delicious fruit, so she wouldn't cry anymore. Zhu Zi opened the drawer, and 3 milky white fruits were carefully wrapped in 5 or 6 napkins. This rough packaging method showed that the little dragon cub had wrapped them himself. "You want to give me these star-eye fruits?" Zhu Zi asked. "Star-eye fruits are delicious. You only need to gently pull off the outer milky white peel to see the fresh purple-red flesh. The whole fruit has no core. It tastes like drinking juice in your mouth, and the sweet taste is slightly sour. It is Zhu Zi's favorite fruit, but unfortunately you can only see 1 star-eye fruit in the fruit plate every day." The little dragon cub looked at his sister expectantly. This was something he had specially saved up to give to his sister. In fact, there were originally 5 star-eye fruits, but 2 of them were rotten. The little dragon thought that his sister would be very happy to see the star-eye fruit, but strangely, his sister not only did not smile, but her tears fell even faster. Drop after drop of his sister's tears fell on the napkin, and a small piece of the napkin was wet by his sister's tears. The little dragon lay on the bed looking at the ceiling, thinking hard about how to make his sister happy. Zhu Zi stood there, holding the 3 star-eye fruits in her hands, as if holding a sincere and honest heart. It turned out that she had unknowingly gained so much love in this world. But she found it too late. Zhu Zi's hand gently stroked the little dragon's head. The little dragon's skin was colder than she thought. Zhu Zi knew that the little dragon cub must be in great pain at the moment. The pain was heartbreaking and suffocating. Zhu Zi wanted to help him, even if she could only help the little dragon cub share a little pain. The pain was like waves, constantly eroding the little dragon cub's nerves. The little dragon cub couldn't help but curl up in pain. Zhu Zi felt the trembling of her fingertips. Suddenly, she didn't know what was going on. The picture in front of Zhu Zi changed. She was surprised to see a thick black fog wrapped around the little dragon cub. To be precise, it was not what Zhu Zi saw with her eyes, but what she saw with her mental power. It was a very mysterious feeling. Even if she closed her eyes, the black fog was still there. The black fog was so thick that it seemed to drip ink. It surrounded the little dragon cub and then kept twisting and deforming, as if it was going to swallow the little dragon cub. But where her fingertips touched, the black fog was much lighter. This black fog was afraid of her mental power. This discovery made Zhu Zi's eyes light up. Zhu Zi tried to use her mental power to break the black fog apart, but after noticing his intention, the black fog seemed to come alive and gathered around to resist her mental power. The black fog touched by her mental power condensed into a worm with bared fangs and claws. The worm opened its mouth wide to reveal its sharp teeth and emitted a piercing scream. The scream pierced the eardrum, as if it was pulling people into the abyss of hell. Zhu Zi was frightened and broke into a cold sweat, and the little dragon cub was also uncomfortable watching. Zhu Zi determined that it was this terrible black fog that polluted the little dragon cub's mental power. But the little dragon cub himself seemed to be unable to see the existence of the black fog. By removing the black fog, the dragon cub's mental pollution value can be reduced. Zhu Zi used her mental power to try to remove the black fog from the dragon cub again. After seeing the power of the black fog, Zhu Zi became more cautious. She used her mental power to catch the black fog despite the piercing screams. After trying many times, Zhu Zi learned to weave her mental power into a dense net without a teacher, and used the net-like mental power to cover the black fog. Zhu Zi pulled some of the black fog out of the black fog group, and before the black fog condensed into worms, she immediately used her mental power to shatter them. In this way, the black fog was pulled out bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, the thick black fog that was about to drip ink gradually faded, and Zhu Zi felt that her mental power was also fading. Zhu Zi breathed heavily, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. This process was not easy for her. Just when Zhu Zi wanted to clear all the remaining black mist from the little dragon cub, waves of stabbing pain in her nerves told her that she could not continue. The little dragon cub folded his wings and lay on the bed with his eyes closed. His body felt like he had just experienced a battle, and his mind was a little unclear. But he could clearly feel that the pain in his body had eased a lot, and his body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. A few minutes later, the little dragon cub, who had woken up, opened his eyes in surprise and moved his flexible hands and feet. His illness was cured just like that. The little dragon cub was so happy that he turned himself into a human form, looking like a little boy of 3 or 4 years old. The little boy's soft, curly golden short hair had a silky luster, and his bright golden pupils looked even softer after turning into a human form. With his delicate and fair skin and deep facial features, his whole face looked extremely delicate. The little dragon cub, who had turned into a human form, was even more beautiful than the doll given to her by the nurse. The little dragon cub smiled and said happily, "It was my sister who helped me cure the mental pollution. I don't feel any pain now." Zhu Zi also smiled. As expected, the energetic little dragon cub looked more pleasing to the eye. However, there was still some black mist on the little dragon cub's body that had not been cleaned up. I don't know if it would have any impact. After she rested well, she would find time to help the little dragon cub clean up the remaining black mist. Suddenly, Zhu Zi felt hot in her nose, something flowed out of her nostrils, and a strong smell of blood spread in the air. Zhu Zi saw that the little dragon cub's face suddenly changed. Not only did the joy of the pain disappear, but there was also fear and panic in his eyes. The little dragon cub hurriedly looked for paper to wipe the blood for his sister, but the blood from Zhu Zi's nostrils flowed more and more, soaking the entire napkin with blood red. Zhu Zi watched Xiao Longzai's mouth opening and closing with a distracted consciousness. The sound seemed to be cut off, and not a single word could penetrate her ears. The scene in front of her gradually blurred and distorted, and then Zhu Zi fell into darkness. Xiao Longzai helped his sister, who almost fell straight up with a panicked look on his face, and he carefully placed his sister on his bed. His pale sister refused to open her eyes no matter how he called her, and Xiao Longzai's heart was pounding in panic. This feeling of worry was more uncomfortable than rolling on the bed in pain. Xiao Longzai felt that he had hurt his sister again. Xiao Longzai rang the call bell at the bedside to call the doctor. After a while, the door of the ward was opened and a group of doctors rushed over in a hurry. Avril thought that the young master's mental pollution value had soared again, so the lady rang the summons bell. She ran over with a powerful mental pollution inhibitor in her hand, fearing that the young master would not be able to hold on if she was a second late. Avril looked at the motionless little bulge on the bed. Could it be that the young master was tortured by mental power and lost consciousness directly? This situation is even more serious. "Dr. Avril, come and see how my sister is?" Suddenly a crisp boy's voice sounded, and Avril looked at the child standing sideways beside the bed in shock. Golden hair and golden eyes, standard golden dragon appearance. This is the territory of the dragon clan, and it's no problem for the golden dragon to appear here. But the problem is that this golden dragon seems to be the young master who was lying on the bed just now. So where did their lady go? Avril felt that her brain was a mess. How come the patient and the patient's family members switched positions? The young master was standing on the ground in good condition, but the young lady who came to visit him fell down. The little dragon boy looked at Avril anxiously. "Dr. Avril, please save my sister." There was even a hint of crying in the little dragon boy's voice. "It's my fault, I hurt my sister." If the price of his recovery was that his sister would be injured, then he would rather his mental pollution never be cured. Although Avril was confused and didn't understand what was going on in front of her. But her professionalism as a doctor made her start to check Zhu Zi's condition immediately. Avril took out the medicine and gently sprayed it in Zhu Zi's nose. Zhu Zi's nosebleed stopped immediately, But he was still pale, his eyes were closed, and he was unconscious. Avril carefully checked Zhu Zi's physical condition, but the more she checked, the more flustered she became. The young lady's body was weak to begin with, and she needed to be carefully taken care of. But the mental power that was rushing around in her body at this moment made the young lady's physical condition even worse. This was completely a symptom of mental power riot, which usually occurred after high-intensity use of mental power. But the little dragon baby in front of her had just measured her mental power not long ago, and no one had taught her how to use mental power. How did she learn to use mental power without a teacher? The young lady of the Dragon Clan, who was known as the young lady of the lowest mental power level in history on the Star Network, did not seem to be as simple as everyone imagined. Avril's brain processed the information in front of her at a rapid speed, and an almost impossible answer appeared in her mind. The young master's mental power pollution was cured by the young lady. In other words, the young lady was at least an SS-level purifier. How could this be possible? The Interstellar Federation had never had an SS-level purifier. At such a young age, without anyone's guidance, she could purify up to 91% of mental power pollution. But what Avril should be concerned about now is not this. The young lady's physical condition is obviously not suitable for purifying patients with high mental pollution. The detection instrument in Avril's hand was glowing red crazily and making rapid beeping sounds. The young lady's physical condition is very unstable now. The mental power running wild in Zhu Zi's body made her nose bleed again, and even her ears began to bleed. Avril hurriedly gave Zhu Zi a hemostatic agent, and then moved her into the emergency medical cabin with great care. Avril was afraid that any more bumps would damage the young lady's internal organs. The medical cabin, which was expensive and burned tens of thousands of star coins every second, was opened, but Zhu Zi's face was still pale. Avril sighed deeply and frowned. The young lady's condition might be worse than the young master before. Mental power pollution can at least be resisted for a period of time, but the organ failure caused by mental power riots can take a person's life within a few hours. This is simply the ultimate one-for-one. Chapter 13. Zhu Zi and Wei Xilan, who were waiting outside the medical room, suddenly heard the call bell ring, and their hearts jumped into their throats. How could they not worry about their child lying on the bed with his life hanging by a thread, not knowing what happened? Wei Xilan felt that she had never been so panicked even when she was running for the federal parliament. Although the dragon race had difficulty in having offspring, the little dragon cubs were very hardy after they were born. Except for vaccination, they rarely needed doctors, but the dragon doctors were particularly busy recently. Avril's assistant Dr. Jared's hurried to Wei Xilan and Zhu Zi. Avril was doing her best to rescue Zhu Zi, so he had to run over to report. Because he ran too fast, Jared's was still panting when he stopped. Wei Xilan asked hurriedly, "What happened? Did the mental power pollution value increase again?" Jared shook his head and said, "The young master is fine. The mental power pollution value of the young master has returned to normal. Find an ordinary mental power purifier to purify the young master's mental power once, and the mental power pollution will be completely cured. It is impossible to reduce the mental power pollution of more than 90% by so much in one purification. Even an SS-level purifier from the Elf Kingdom needs to do 3 or 4 mental power purifications to reduce this value to about 40%. It is almost impossible to reduce such a high mental power pollution value to a lower level. However, mental power pollution of 40% will not affect people's normal life at all. Wait until it rises to more than 60% before finding a purifier to purify it. Of course, this is just an ideal state where mental pollution will not continue to accumulate and solidify. The reality is that mental pollution will continue to accumulate as people come into contact with the Zerg, becoming solidified mental pollution, and finally to the point where no purifier can purify it. The young master's mental pollution value was miraculously reduced to 15%. This kind of mild pollution can be directly restored to 0 by any purifier. Wei Xilan widened his eyes in surprise, and Zhu Zi was also very surprised. How is this possible? This is a high pollution mental power that only SS-level purifiers can purify. Although it is a good thing that the young master's mental pollution value has returned to normal, Jared's is definitely going to say bad news next. He said, "The young lady is in a bad condition." The young lady's mental power suddenly rioted, causing multiple organs to fail rapidly. How could Xubao's mental power suddenly riot? Wei Xilan listened to what the doctor said, and even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with her ability to understand. In just less than half an hour, the son's mental pollution value returned to normal, but the daughter's mental power rioted. Jared's explained the whole story in detail, so the young lady is probably an SS-level purifier, or even higher. Wei Shilan and Zhu Si looked heavy-hearted. The joy of their youngest son's recovery was gone. If one child's life was exchanged for another child's life, no one in their family would accept it. The young lady's body was already weak, and she encountered a mental disorder. Although Dr. Avril has tried her best to save her, the situation is still very bad. Every word Jared said hit the hearts of the two like a hammer. However, Jared's also brought some hope. There are two ways to treat the lady's mental turmoil, and you need to make a decision. You can take the lady to the Big Wangsing Lake, which can calm the mental turmoil. Zhu Si frowned after hearing this. Big Wangsing Lake is in the royal court of the Elf Kingdom. Let's not talk about whether the Elf Kingdom is willing for them, the Federation people, to enter the Elf Royal Court at this time. It will take many days to get from here to the Elf Kingdom. Jared's knew Marshal Zhu's concerns, and followed Avril's instructions. Marshal, last month, the Federal Psychic Research Institute made new progress in its research on psychic riots. Dr. Jollyjool developed a drug FDA-071 that can control psychic riots in a short period of time. Zhu Si asked, how long will it take? 10 days, enough to take the young lady to the Elf King's court. Jared added, it's just that the side effects of this drug are very large. But all problems can be solved when we get to Big Wangsing Lake. But the problem is whether we can go to Big Wangsing Lake. What's another way? Wei Shilan asked. Jared paused and said, there is also the possibility of performing a psychic combing operation right now. But the success rate of this operation is only 20%. Even if the operation is successful, the young lady's psychic level will be very likely to drop. Wei Shilan shook her head immediately. The probability of failure of the psychic combing operation was too high, and this was obviously not a good idea. Jared, give Xiaobao the FDA-071 drug. Zhu Si said in a deep voice that he would find a way to get to the Elf King's court. Zhu Si opened her eyes again, and she was completely confused. She had fainted twice in just a few days, and the frequency was comparable to when she was critically ill in her previous life. However, she had not yet completely purified the little dragon's mental power pollution, and she didn't know how long she had fainted. She saw that it was dark outside. Zhu Si lifted the quilt and wanted to turn on the light, but as soon as there was a movement, someone was faster than her, and the whole room was lit up with a click. Zhu Si, who thought she was the only one in the room, was startled, and then turned her head to see a flawless, handsome face. The handsome features were clearly defined, like a perfect sculpture, and the pair of golden eyes were deep and cold, as if they had a cold breath, but there was no unattainable coldness in such eyes, but they looked at her very gently. Zhu Si blinked her eyes, and shouted boldly, Dad. There was not a single photo of her on the Xinguang website, but her father Zhu Si's photos were everywhere, and there were many fans of Zhu Si's appearance. If you want to find photos, you can find a lot of them by just flipping through them. Zhu Si had long remembered the appearance of her family members, although her family members except her eldest brother Zhu Xingtao had never contacted her actively. Thinking of this, Zhu Si lowered her head sadly. Zhu Si was a little flustered. This was the first time he got along with his baby daughter. He really didn't understand why his baby daughter, who seemed normal just now, suddenly became sad. He had never raised a daughter before, and he didn't know how to raise one. Could it be that all little girls change their moods so quickly? Zhu Si carefully recalled whether he had done anything wrong. He suddenly realized that it was because he disturbed Xiaobao's rest that Xiaobao was unhappy. Indeed, anyone would be unhappy to see someone at the head of the bed in the middle of the night. It was just that he was too excited to be in such close contact with his daughter for the first time. He couldn't control himself and came to his daughter's room to guard, wanting his daughter to see her father at first sight. In fact, he should have sent his adjutant to escort Xiaobao to the Elf King's court, but he learned that the FDA-071 drug greatly stimulated the activity of cells, allowing Xiaobao's body to temporarily recover to a healthy state. Now Xiaobao will not be affected by his mental power, so he decided to send his daughter to the Big Wangsing Lake of the Elf King's court in person. But this time he really didn't think it through. This is Xiaolong Baby's room, and Xiaolong Baby needs private space. Zhu Si stood up and looked back at Zhu Si reluctantly, and then gently closed the door. Zhu Si? ? Did the handsome dad just leave like this? This speed is faster than visiting a prisoner, without even saying a word. Zhu Si shook her head and said, forget it, ignore him. She lay back on the bed. If she couldn't figure it out, she would just take a nap. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Si tossed and turned in bed, but still couldn't fall asleep. Daddy had given her a gem star, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her just now was also very gentle. So if she went to find Daddy now, Daddy wouldn't drive her away. Zhu Si got out of bed quietly, and opened the door to find that the outside was all simple and cold metal tones, as if she was in a starship. So she wasn't in Dragon Island now? Thinking carefully, the decoration style of the room just now was very similar to her original room, but the area was much smaller. She found a man in black uniform outside the door, and following the man's guidance, Zhu walked all the way to the command room of the starship without any obstacles. In the command room of the starship, Zhu was wearing a loose black casual suit and sitting on a high-back soft chair. He was not as majestic and cold as he was in military uniform in the photos on the Star Network, but he was a little tired between his eyebrows. Zhu was obviously very surprised, and pleasantly surprised to see Zhu approaching him. He just opened his arms to pick up Xiaobao, and then found that Xiaobao suddenly turned around halfway. Oh, it turned out that he was going to move a small chair for himself. Zhu refused the help of another person, grunted and moved a chair by himself, moved it to Zhu and put it down. She worked hard to move a chair, so you can't chase her away. Dad, what are you doing? Zhu started to make conversation. Zhu couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, but then quietly suppressed it and calmly replied, "Nothing, what about you? Why did you come to me?" But before Zhu could answer, Zhu lowered his head and saw Zhu's bare feet, and immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Slippers." Zhu frowned with a cold look, as if he was angry. Zhu looked down at the white socks that were a little dirty after being stepped on by him, and explained in a panic, "I didn't see it, I couldn't find the shoes. I was anxious. So I came here." But before Zhu finished speaking, he saw a black uniformed uncle, who had just left running over, with a pair of slippers in his hand. A pair of furry slippers appeared at Zhu's feet, and a pair of white rabbit ears hung on the slippers, looking particularly cute, and not matching the cold-toned Starship command room at all. Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that her father was just instructing his subordinates, and was not angry with her. "Put it on." Zhu raised her foot, and shook the rabbit ears on her slippers, saying obediently. Zhu sighed, half knelt down helplessly, bent down to take off the slippers that Zhu had just put on, then took off her dusty socks and threw them into the trash can, and then gently put the slippers on her. The slippers were furry, and Xiaobao would not feel cold even if she didn't wear socks. It was just that her daughter seemed a little casual, and stuck her feet in dirty socks directly into the slippers. Zhu didn't know that her father was secretly complaining about her in her heart. She looked at her father with a pair of bright green eyes. Zhu bent down and picked up Zhu. Zhu was so small that she was particularly light when held in her arms. It was estimated that she was about the same weight as the chair she dragged over. She was small but strong. But the chair that Zhu dragged over with great effort was completely useless, and she sat directly on her father's lap. There is a large piece of transparent glass in front of the command room. The starry sky outside the glass is deep and quiet, telling the vastness of the universe. "Dad, where are we going?" Zhu tilted his head and asked in confusion. "Oh, and my brother, how is he?" Zhu remembered this incident when she just woke up, but she forgot it in a blink of an eye. It's all because of her father's beauty. You purified his mental power. Don't worry, your second brother is fine now, but you made yourself like this, with mental disorder and multiple organ failure. Zhu's words were full of accusations, but his tone was full of helplessness. Zhu understood that she was not unconscious, but almost died. Zhu then solemnly warned, "You have a strong talent for purification, but you should not disclose the fact that you are a high-level purifier to the outside world for the time being. If nothing goes wrong, your purification level can definitely reach SS level, and you will become the highest level purifier in the Interstellar Federation. This is a good thing, but it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. At least don't let too many people know about this before you come of age." Zhu nodded obediently. She didn't expect that she was so powerful. It seems that she is not a little waste, she is a useful person. Zhu looked at his daughter with excitement, gently touched her head, and sighed, "You can't purify people's mental power casually in the future. I know you have a high talent, but you are too young now, and you haven't learned how to purify your mental power. You can't accurately control your mental power. It's easy to hurt yourself if you rashly purify others' mental power. Even if it's my brother, it's not okay." Zhu asked with his head raised in confusion. "No." Zhu's tone was very firm. "Nothing is worth your life in exchange. I hope you can always put yourself first." Chapter 14. The starship was traveling on the vast sea of stars. There was a huge transparent glass window in front of the starship command room. The scenery outside the window came into Zhu's eyes. The aqua-blue federal capital star was so far away that it could not be seen. The huge planet floated in the space, and the rose-gold star ring surrounded it. Small planets of different colors passed by Zhu Zi's eyes, leaving a series of brilliant brilliance. Zhu Zi was a little fascinated. This was her first time to look down at a planet from outer space. In her previous life, she had never left her home planet. The starship ticket was too expensive, and only a few rich people on the planet could afford it. Although the society in her previous life had entered the interstellar era, she did not enjoy much of the benefits of the interstellar era. Instead, she suffered a lot from environmental pollution. But here, all the traces of their existence in that era disappeared. It was another brand new prosperous era, and the settings of mental power and various races were very similar to the fantasy world in the novels of the previous life. Just as Zhu Zi was daydreaming, suddenly the vast and gorgeous ring nebula outside the window spread out in front of her eyes. The magnificent and dreamy colors floated and flowed like clouds, and the whole nebula was like a wreath presented by the stars to the universe. "It's so beautiful!" Zhu Zi exclaimed. "Does anyone live here?" Zhu Zi was a little curious. It must be very romantic to live in such a beautiful star region. Standing on the planet and looking up, you can see the dreamy sky. There used to be. Zhu Zi looked at the ring nebula outside the window, but the angels living there have long been extinct, and the stars here also died shortly after the angels became extinct. "What a pity," Zhu Zi said regretfully, holding his head and looking out the window. "If there are angels in this world, they must be very beautiful. Angels must have a pair of eyes as deep and blue as the sky." For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into Zhu Zi's mind without warning, as if she had seen such eyes somewhere before. Zhu Zi tried to recall, but it gave her a headache. Zhu Zi sat in the command chair holding his daughter, and the loneliness of interstellar travel dissipated a lot. He patiently explained to Zhu Zi, "The star of this galaxy is called Yogwang by the angels, which means that the light shines on the angel kingdom. When the Yogwang galaxy still existed, the dragons, elves, angels and mermaids were called the four mythical races. But the angels have a special physique. As long as they are contaminated by mental power, they will be killed directly. The angels, who were originally few in number, were exterminated, and the angel kingdom also collapsed. The humans and orcs who depended on the angel kingdom left the Yogwang galaxy and scattered all over the place. There are many people in the Bisovo star area of our interstellar federation whose ancestors once immigrated from the angel kingdom." "What about the mermaids?" It was the first time that Zhu Zi heard of this race. She was curious about where the mermaids went. She had never seen any mermaids on the star network. Zhu Zi said, "For some reason, the mermaids have gone into seclusion, and the only mythical races left are us and the elves." Zhu Zi stared out the window intently. The cosmic wreath in the dark space was beautiful and lonely, with a shocking beauty. "Dad, where did this beautiful nebula come from?" she asked with her head tilted. Zhu Zi touched Zhu Zi's soft hair. His daughter was like a curious baby who was curious about everything. Zhu Zi patiently explained, "When the life of Yogwang came to an end, the huge star exploded, and then Yogwang shattered. The ultraviolet radiation emitted by the tiny stars floating in the universe freed the surrounding clouds, making these clouds emit brilliant glow, and we now see the magnificent colors, like the glorious chant after the death of an angel. Like a wreath." Zhu Zi looked at the nebula in a trance. Zhu Zi chuckled and flattened the hair on Zhu Zi's head. "It's a cosmic wreath, and some people like to call it an angel wreath. However, the Yogwang Nebula is constantly moving towards the other side of the galaxy. It is expected that the cosmic wreath will be captured by the gravity of the black hole of the other side of the galaxy in 300 years, and then torn into pieces. Just like the angels of the past, they disappeared completely in this universe. What a pity." Zhu Zi sighed. The starship Zhu Zi and her companions were on use the most advanced interstellar jump technology of the Federation. Even such a large piece of dazzling nebula did not stay outside the window for long. 2 minutes later, even if Zhu Zi stood on tiptoe and stretched her neck like a giraffe, she could not see the cosmic wreath. In fact, most of the time, there was no scenery outside the window. It was always dark. And after seeing the dazzling galaxy, Zhu Zi's threshold was raised a lot, and other stars and nebulae looked much inferior. The days of interstellar navigation were monotonous and boring. Sometimes, due to the influence of jump technology, the signal was not good, and the star network could not be browsed. However, Zhu Zi was still very happy to be with her father every day. She almost became a little follower behind her father. Zhu Zi was also secretly proud of his daughters clinging to him. Every day, he would hold Zhu Zi and wander around on the starship. He would often secretly take photos of Zhu and then post them in the family group to show off. In just a few days, Zhu's laptop was full of Zhu's photos. Even the laptop screensaver photos could be changed 800 times a day. Zhu actually discovered that her father was secretly taking photos of her a long time ago. Her father's secret photography skills were very poor. Not only could she see it at a glance, but he could also silently pose at the critical moment. The image of a good father in Zhu's mind before she was diagnosed with illness by the hospital in her previous life was the image of her adoptive father. At that time, her adoptive father would smile at her, ask her if she had eaten enough today, and care about her academic performance in school. But Zhu was much better than she imagined. He would care about whether she had fun today, and would pick her up to make her happy. During this time on the starship, she was so happy that she felt that even if her mental turmoil could not be cured, she would not regret it in her life. Zhu did not think she was an optimistic person, and pessimistic thoughts often occupied the upper hand in her mind. From the usual conversations of the uncles and aunts in black uniforms on the starship, Zhu could also hear that this voyage to the Elf King's court would definitely not be smooth. Before leaving, Dad sent many emails to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Elf Kingdom, requesting permission to enter the Big Wangsing Lake of the Elf King's court, but all the letters sent out were rejected without exception. Even the letter requesting to talk to the High Priest of the Elf Kingdom was not agreed by the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom is now in a semi-closed state. The entire Elf Kingdom is anxious about the withering of the King's seed flower, and has ignored other things. But even without the consent of the Elf Kingdom, her father still took her with him. After all, the only way to survive is the Bigwang Star Lake in the universe that can treat mental riots. If a whole fleet of dragons drove over, the Elf Kingdom might think that they were looking for trouble. So Zhu is now sitting on a small and inconspicuous starship. The entire starship is only equipped with the most basic self-defense weapons in civilian starships, which is completely incompatible with the configuration of the Federal Marshal's travel. However, on this small starship, Zhu still has the largest room, which is almost the same as her room in Dragon Island, and even the placement of her usual coffee table and sofa is exactly the same. Zhu lay in the warm quilt, and Zhu sat at the head of her bed, holding a storybook and trying to tell her a story to coax her to sleep. It was a very childish activity, but her father seemed to like telling stories, so she reluctantly cooperated. Although Zhu opened her eyes wide, she had already been wandering in the sky. The little bear Chased drove the spaceship crookedly to the stream-traveling planet, which was covered with half-human high-green algae. Zhu's voice was low and serious, and he told a warm and interesting little story in a very formal way. Zhu felt like she was listening to the physical education teacher's Chinese class in the classroom, and she had the illusion that she would be called by name in the next second and asked to stand up and answer the question. Dad's storytelling level was really not suitable for coaxing children. It was clearly a story about a cute little bear learning to fly a spaceship to visit his sick grandmother in another star region, but Zhu read it out like the little bear was going to fly a spaceship to kill the Zerg 3 times in and 3 times out. Zhu glanced at the half-finished storybook in Zhu's hand and couldn't help but find an excuse to stop. I don't like the little bear story. I don't want to listen to it, Dad. I don't know how the big brother could endure listening to his father reading stories when he was a child. Don't like the little bear? How about the story of the three-eyed bird? Zhu immediately took out a red storybook from the Space Twister, with 7 cartoon characters written on it, the three-eyed bird who loves cleanliness. Although it was the first time for Zhu to read such a childish children's storybook, this is how it is taught on the Star Network. Parents can enhance parent-child relationships by reading bedtime stories, and can also subtly help children develop good habits. Zhu read this book very seriously. Then Zhu made a bitter face, listened to how the three-eyed bird loved cleanliness, and gave her 300-word speech after Zhu's questioning. Zhu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, go to sleep. Zhu's face was happy. The get out of class was over. The next day, Zhu was awakened by the alarm clock she set. In fact, there is no difference between day and night in interstellar navigation. It's just that the starship artificially adjusts the brightness of the lights according to the sunshine time of the capital star. However, the command room on the starship is always brightly lit. Zhu drank 2 or 3 sips of refreshing tea, estimated the time for his daughter to get up, and got up to go to the restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he saw a cute little dumpling sitting obediently at the dining table eating breakfast by himself. The small pancake that an adult can eat in 2 bites was cut into 4 small portions. Xiaobao took a fork and ate it in small bites. When he saw him coming, He immediately raised his hand and greeted him happily. "Good morning, Dad." The crisp and lively voice was full of vitality. Under the influence of FDA-071, there was no trace of the haze of illness. But the effect of FDA-071 was only 10 days, and now most of it had passed. Zhu Zi suppressed his worries, smiled, and sat next to Zhu Zi. "Is Xiaobao's breakfast delicious today?" Zhu Zi nodded. The kitchen made 3 meals a day in different ways every day, and she was so satisfied. She felt like she was traveling in the stars, not going to cure diseases and save lives. But her father had called her Xiaobao many times. She was the youngest child in the family, so she was called Xiaobao. She didn't have a name yet. Zhu Zi stuffed a large piece of muffin into her mouth, chewed it, and then asked in a nonchalant manner, "By the way, Dad, do I have a name?" Zhu Zi handed Zhu Zi a glass of juice to prevent her from choking, and said honestly, "We haven't thought of it yet." Zhu Zi took a sip of juice, and swallowed the large muffin in her mouth. Being a child is troublesome. The mouth is too small, the stomach is too small, and you can't even eat muffins in big mouthfuls. "Why haven't you thought of it yet?" "I'm so big." Zhu Zi stood on tiptoe, and gestured her height. Zhu Zi was amused by Zhu Zi's appearance. The naming rights of the two of you are really too popular, and everyone hasn't discussed the result yet. He and Cece thought about naming the 2 children for a long time, but no matter what name they came up with, it was not nice enough, the meaning was not good enough, and it was not worthy of their children. Then there were the grandparents of the children, for people and 8 opinions, and they really couldn't argue. Later, because of the mental pollution, the naming was delayed. I thought of a good name. Zhu Zi still wanted to call her the name of her previous life. Zhu Zi was also named by her, and it happened to be the same surname. Zhu Zi's love for her these days could be called spoiling. When Zhu Zi proposed this idea, she subconsciously thought that her father would not reject her, so she began to be bold. Sure enough, Zhu Zi nodded without hesitation and praised, "Xiaobao has grown up and has his own ideas." Parents argue, and it is easy to quarrel. It is better to let the children make their own decisions. "I want to call her Zhu Zi," Zhu Zi said happily. Zhu Zi nodded. "Zhu Zi, this name sounds good." Zhu Zi tilted her head. She suspected that no matter what name she said, her father would nod and praise her for the good name. Zhu Zi pursed her lips and lowered her head in thought. In other words, whether she was called Zhu Zi or Zhu Sengyu, it was the same in her father's eyes. "Then your brother will be called Zhu Ziyuan." Zhu Zi, who had looked through the Federal Electronic Dictionary a few days ago to name his child, thought of a name for his youngest son. "These 2 names sound like twins, not bad. We will ask your mother's opinion later. If she agrees, it will be settled," Zhu Zi said, as he turned on the light brain. Zhu Ziyuan, such a familiar name, Zhu Zi seemed to have heard it somewhere. She bit her fork and recalled the things in her previous life, and the complicated memories came flooding back like a tide. Her brother who lived in the same orphanage as her in her previous life shared a novel with her, and she was very fascinated at that time. The title of the novel is I Am a Super Fan in the Stars, and it tells the story of the superfan heroine in the star era and the proud children around her. There are 4 male protagonists in the novel. Although they have different personalities, they are all handsome, proud children with mental strength not lower than S level, and willing to be the selfless fanboy of the heroine. The heroine Mu Anya in the book is not simple either. She has a special identity, as a child born from the union of an elf and a human, and has half-elf blood. In the later novel, the map jumps from the Interstellar Federation to the Elf Kingdom. The heroine Mu Anya, with her SSS-level purification talent and the special induction of the Elf Mother Tree to her, is regarded by the Elf tribe as the new hope after the withering of the King Flower, and becomes the crown prince of the Elf tribe. However, at the end of the story of I'm a Super Lover in the Stars, the heroine Mu Anya failed to become the Elf King, and was scolded by readers for having a bad ending. However, these have nothing to do with Zhu Zi. The key is that one of the harem of the heroine Mu Anya is Zhu Ziyuan. They are both called Zhu Ziyuan, both in the Interstellar Federation, and both descendants of the Golden Dragon of the Dragon Clan. So the Zhu Ziyuan in the book is undoubtedly her second brother. In other words, he did not travel through time, but traveled through the book. Zhu Zi covered her face and sighed. She didn't expect that her cute second brother would grow up to be a diligent super love brain for others. It was really cool to have Zhu Zi take the perspective of the heroine Mu Anya when reading the book, but when one of the heroine's harem is her second brother, it doesn't feel so wonderful. The male protagonist in the book I'm a Super Lover in the Stars will be interested in Mu Anya at first sight, gradually attracted by her charm, and then fall in love with her completely. As long as the heroine Muanya appears, they will start the Shura field mode of jealousy. Everyone loves the heroine, but no one loves her. Zhu Zi was fascinated by the handsome heroine of the Sea King at that time. But now Zhu Zi, as a person in the book, began to be afraid of the terrible charm of the heroine. Zhu Zi can't control other male protagonists, but her second brother can't be the love-brained one, and then be abused and cry at home. She has to keep an eye on her second brother in the future, and keep him away from the heroine of the original book. But then again, why isn't she in the book I'm a Super Heartthrob in the Stars? No wonder she only realized that she was in the book now. Did the character Zhu Ziyuan appear out of thin air, or did Zhu Zi exist after she was in the book? And the character of the hero Zhu Ziyuan in the book is very different from that of the second brother. The plot of I'm a Super Heartthrob in the Stars begins after the heroine Muanya in the original book went to the Federal Tuan Military Academy. Zhu Ziyuan also met Muanya at the Federal Tuan Military Academy. Zhu Ziyuan in the book is an irritable and lonely person who has no interest in anything except Muanya. The book describes him like this. Zhu Ziyuan has a gloomy face every day, as if there is always a dark cloud hanging over his head. Even if Muanya ignored him, he would use self-mutilation to attract Muanya's attention. He was a gloomy paranoid. And the strange thing is that Zhu Ziyuan in the book doesn't seem to have a twin sister. Zhu Zi frowned, searching hard for the memory of the previous life, trying to recall every detail in the book. By the way, it seems that she was really mentioned. That day was Zhu Ziyuan's birthday. The heroine of the original book celebrated his birthday, and Zhu Ziyuan mentioned his dead sister. That day, the whole family went to Hylon Star to celebrate his and his sister's 12th birthday, and then his sister had an accident on Hylon Star. After that, the three words Zhu Zi became a taboo on Dragon Island, and her existence seemed to disappear out of thin air. As for what happened that day, even Zhu Ziyuan, who always obeyed Muanya's words, kept silent when Muanya questioned him. Muanya was dissatisfied with this, and thought that Zhu Ziyuan didn't trust her, and was unwilling to open his heart to her. But Zhu Ziyuan did not take the initiative to apologize to Muanya and comfort her. Facing Muanya's doubts, Zhu Ziyuan just stood silently at the dining table. So Zhu Zi in the book died on her 12th birthday. 12 years old feels like a cycle of fate, and she always dies at the age of 12. But Zhu Zi thinks it's good that she can live in this world for another 12 years, so that she will be 24 years old in 2 lives. Well, she still earned it, but if she can avoid accidents and live longer, it will naturally be better. Zhu Zi lazily lay on the table, propped up her head, and looked at the starry sky outside the window. A huge green and white planet slowly approached her. That is the Elven Kingdom's Saint Urbia star. Saint Urbia symbolizes power and glory in the ancient Elven language. The Elven royal court is on this Saint Urbia star. Zhu Zi smiled. The Zhu Zi in the novel died unexpectedly on her 12th birthday, which means she can live to be 12 years old. She will definitely go to the Bigwang Star Lake today. The starship slowed down steadily and entered the low Earth orbit of Saint Urbia star. It's almost there, Zhu Zi said excitedly. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded. The stern and cold voice fell on the ears of all the people on the starship. The illegal starship numbered AX05361, please land at the designated location within 2 minutes. The illegal starship numbered AX05361, please land at the designated location within 2 minutes. If you do not execute the order immediately, the Elf Kingdom Patrol has the right to take compulsory force measures against the illegal starship. Zhu Zi looked a little panicked. Zhu Zi bent down to pick her up, patted her back to comfort her, and then instructed the driver to land the starship on the remote open space designated by the Elf Patrol. As soon as she walked out of the starship, Zhu Zi saw more than 20 elves with guns and live ammunition staring at her every move with a cold face, as if she was a terrorist. The high appearance of the elves, who were blessed by God, became scary in Zhu Zi's eyes at this moment. Zhu Zi carefully moved forward a small step, wanting to be closer to her father. It would have been fine if she didn't move. As soon as she moved, dozens of energy guns pointed their black muzzles directly at her, frightening Zhu Zi so much that she froze in place, not even daring to blink. She was still too naive, and she might not be able to go to the Big Wangsing Lake today. Chapter 15. Zhu Zi's face was gloomy, and his golden eyes swept over the Elf Patrol. The patrolman's hair stood up, as if they were being stared at by a beast, but the hands holding the guns did not move at all. The Elf King and the unborn Crown Prince were both on St. Eldia, and nothing was more important than the safety of St. Eldia. "What are you doing here?" the patrol leader Amelia asked loudly. Before Amelia could answer, a strong mental pressure came over him, almost making him unable to breathe, and he almost couldn't hold the gun in his hand. But just when the gun was about to fall, the pressure suddenly stopped. Amelia looked at the man standing in the center of the crowd with fear. He was actually an SSS-level mental power. If this person wanted, he could make these elves die directly. But he didn't do that. It was just a warning. The man quietly protected the little girl beside him behind him. Juicy ignored the muzzle of the gun moving to his heart, and looked at them calmly with his golden eyes. He was clearly a prey surrounded, but he was full of the oppression of the hunter. The starship number of the capital star of the neighboring Interstellar Federation started with AX, plus the rare SSS mental power and golden eyes. Amelia waved her hand, signaling the team members to put away the energy guns. This level of weapon is meaningless to His Excellency the Golden Dragon. Amelia raised a stereotyped smile on her face, and asked indifferently and vigilantly, "Excuse me, Marshal Zhu of the Interstellar Federation, what are you doing on St. Elvia at this time?" St. Elvia is under full martial law, and will not receive anyone without a pass for the time being. Amelia stared at Juicy. Although she asked the team members to put down their guns, the communicator on her ear kept flashing, indicating that she was on the phone. Juicy had a hunch that more people would surround them later. Juicy ignored Amelia's little action, glanced at Juicy who stayed beside him obediently, and then turned his eyes to Amelia and said, "I have something you will definitely want. I want to talk to your high priest." Amelia did not say anything immediately after hearing this, as if she was waiting for the instructions of the chief behind the communicator. After a few minutes of silence, Amelia nodded, "Come with me." The elves of the patrol team dispersed, and the transparent wings that were ready to go folded up. Amelia made a gesture of invitation to them. The serious and tense atmosphere eased, and Juicy was able to observe this planet known as the Crown of the Elves. Completely different from the technologically advanced and high-rise interstellar city that Juicy imagined, there are no particularly tall buildings in the central area of St. Elvia. The beautiful and complex buildings complement the surrounding trees, flowers, and plants, forming a harmonious whole. It is said that there are as many as 1 million species of trees and plants on St. Elvia. Juicy can see vibrant green plants everywhere. The whole city is like a breathing forest. If Juicy was not afraid of falling behind, he would have wanted to stop and appreciate the strange and beautiful flowers and plants on the roadside. St. Elvia is simply a paradise for plant lovers. Juicy and his group were taken to a building full of artistic scents. "The high priest will be here in half an hour. Please wait here for a while." Amelia ordered someone to serve tea and snacks to Juicy and Juicy. The tea and snacks of the elves are completely different from those of the Interstellar Federation. The tea exudes a faint fragrance, and the light pink tea leaves stretch upright in the transparent glass cup. On the 3-layer pure gold snack stand next to it are many exquisite pastries in the shape of purple jacaranda flowers. Juicy looked at the tea and snacks eagerly, and then looked at Juicy. Juicy touched Juicy's head and nodded, "You can eat it." With permission, Juicy reached out to the snack stand and picked up a purple jacaranda-shaped snack. The elf seemed to like purple jacaranda flowers very much. The elf who just sent them here has a badge on his clothes with the outer outline of a purple jacaranda flower. Just when Juicy was tasting the pastries, the high priest of the elves, Nan Hill, came. Nangxir was wearing a holy and spotless white robe that reached the ground. His long platinum hair fluttered in the wind. His facial features were fair and deep. He had a pair of green eyes like Juicy, but Nangxir's eyes were a little darker. When he looked at people, his eyes were gentle and calm, as if nothing could stir up a wave in his eyes. Nangxir smiled gently at Juicy. On the way here, he already knew the purpose of Juicy and Juicy's coming to St. Elvia. But Qingling Lake was in the center of the Elf King's court, only a few steps away from the elf mother tree that nurtured the king's flower. Juicy stood up, wiped the cream on Juicy's face, and said, "Xiaobao, wait for Daddy here first." Juicy nodded obediently. Although she was the one whose mental power was in chaos, and she would die in the next day, she seemed to have no sense of participation in the whole process of coming to St. Elvia. It was like she had signed up for a tour group to come to the Elf King's court to soak in the hot springs, and the whole process was arranged by the tour guide. In the meeting room, Nan Hill and Juicy sat face to face with a long wooden carved table between them. Nan Hill smiled. The Elf Kingdom and the Interstellar Federation have always been on good terms. "If Miss Yu wants to borrow our Bigwang Star Lake, there is no problem, but now the matter of the King's Seed Flower." Juicy's slender fingers tapped the table lightly. He didn't want to talk to the high priest about some roundabout polite words, and went straight to the point, Since the high priest is willing to come here today, it must be for the things in my hand. Nan Hill's face was calm, but he nodded slowly. Since Zhu Si said that he had something they would definitely want, what they wanted most now was to restore the king's seed flower to life. If there is a way, the elf kingdom is willing to pay any price, Nan Hill silently said in his heart. Zhu Si opened the space knob and took out a small white box from it. A burst of cold air came out as soon as it was opened. 2 small bottles in the shape of water drops were placed in the middle of the box. The bottles contained transparent liquid, which looked like ordinary tap water, and there was nothing special about them. My elders had been to the kingdom of the sky, and had made friends with the 10-winged holy angel of the angel clan. This is the crystal chalcedony that the holy angel gave to my elders. Zhu Si closed the lid of the refrigerator and said, crystal chalcedony can revive any plant in the world. I think it may also have an effect on the king's flower. The elves are in plant form during the gestation period. In fact, reviving plants is the most useless function of crystal chalcedony. Even when the angels were still alive, crystal chalcedony was a precious and rare thing. What's more, the kingdom of the sky has been destroyed, and there are very few crystal chalcedony left in the world. Some of the crystal chalcedony are placed in the Research Institute of the Interstellar Federation. Scientists have extracted the substance RH6 from the crystal chalcedony. Using it in weapons can greatly improve the mental connection ability between weapons and users. The Research Institute is vigorously studying how to copy RH6, so crystal chalcedony is needed as a sample. If RH6 is successfully copied, the Federation's weapon manufacturing technology can lead all countries. Knowing that Zhu Si wanted to trade crystal chalcedony with the Elf Kingdom, the head of the Federation, Anita Ivers, even came to Dragon Island to stop Zhu Si from taking crystal chalcedony to the Elf Kingdom. In the end, it was Zhu Si who said that the dragon race had guarded the territory of the Interstellar Federation, and how many dragon descendants had been sacrificed for generations. Now, he just wanted to take his own things to save his daughter's life. Anita Ivers stopped talking awkwardly and tacitly agreed that Zhu Si would take the crystal chalcedony to the Elf Kingdom. But what Anita Ivers didn't know was that Zhu Si directly gave 2 bottles of crystal chalcedony to the Elven Kingdom. You know, there was only 1 bottle of crystal chalcedony left in the entire Federal Research Institute, and a bunch of scientists treated it like a treasure. Zhu Si was afraid that the bargaining chip he took out was not heavy enough, so he handed the High Priest a mine transfer contract. This is a mithril mine of our dragon clan in the Yeximan Republic. As long as the High Priest is willing to sign a contract, this mithril mine will belong to the Elven Kingdom. The Yeximan Republic is only 5 light years away from the Elven Kingdom's Guffaw Galaxy. It used to be the territory of the Elven Kingdom, but after the Blood Moon incident, some members of the Moon Shadow Elves became independent and established the Yeximan Republic. The Moon Shadow Elves of the Yeximan Republic were also renamed Night Elves. The Blood Moon incident is a painful scar of the Elf Kingdom. The Yeximan Republic also jumps out from time to time and makes some small moves on the border of the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom's king's seed flower withered, and the Yeximan Republic has also been mocking it. The Elf Kingdom has been trying to regain the territory of the Yeximan Republic in recent years. The 2 things given by the Dragon Clan this time are quite sincere. The wooden door of the conference room was opened, and Zhu Si and Nangxier walked out side by side with a smile. Nangxier held a white box in his hand and said to Zhu Si, I will take Miss Zhu to the Big Wangsing Lake. Only Zhu Si was allowed to enter the Elf King's court. After Zhu Si gave her a few worried instructions, he let her follow Nangxier. Zhu Si thought they would take a hover car, but Nangxier took her to sit in a kind of transportation similar to an aerial cable car, passing through lush trees and flowers, and there were crystal clear glowing plants underground. Zhu Si's eyes widened. The Elf Kingdom was so cool, and the High Priest of the Elf tribe was not as cold and unapproachable as Zhu Si had imagined. He would chat with her from time to time and explain the plants she was curious about. What Zhu Si didn't know was that she had received such treatment because Zhu Si had given her too much. In fact, when he took out the crystal chalcedony, Nangxier would never refuse them. Nangxier looked at Zhu Si, who was excited and curious, with a pair of green eyes shining. Miss Zhu's eyes are very beautiful, as clear as the water on the Big Wangsing Lake. Nangxier thought of Zhu Si's pair of oppressive golden eyes, and he praised, they don't look like the eyes of the dragon tribe, but they look a bit like the children of our elves. Nangxier's voice was like the sound of a deep valley, clear and pleasant to the ear, but Zhu Si was not happy with what she said. The dragon race did not have green eyes like his. Most of the dragon race's eyes were dark, or golden and blue. But she was clearly born from the same dragon egg as her brother. Absolutely true. Zhu Si did not like being told that she did not look like a dragon. She pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and did not speak, then silently moved away from Nangxia. Nangxia noticed Zhu Zi's little action, realized that she had said the wrong thing, raised her hand, and picked a beautiful purple jasmine flower, and handed it to Zhu Zi to apologize. The little girl was unexpectedly easy to coax, and she immediately did not mind, and then quietly moved back. The Elf King's court was in the center of the entire royal city. Zhu Zi passed through many tedious and complicated inspection gates before he was able to step into the magnificent Elf King's court. This is the holy land of the Elf Kingdom. Many elves are no longer qualified to enter here after being born on the Elf Mother Tree. The Elf King's court occupies almost 1/3 of the land of Saint Eldia. The tall and majestic Elf Palace gives people a sense of oppression of power, which makes people who enter here become more disciplined. The Bigwang Star Lake, which can calm the riot of mental power, is behind the Elf Palace. The Elf Elder who is responsible for guarding the Bigwang Star Lake frowned, and looked at Zhu Zi, who was following Nangxia. Nangxia, why did you bring a foreigner to the Bigwang Star Lake? The Elf Elder Archibald frowned, and his stern tone was full of dissatisfaction. Nangxia glanced at Archibald and said lightly, "It has been approved by the king. This is Miss Zhu Zi of the Interstellar Federation Dragon Clan. She needs the Bigwang Star Lake to calm her mental power. Elder Archibald, please arrange for Miss Zhu to enter the Bigwang Star Lake." As soon as he heard that the king had agreed, Elder Archibald shut up immediately. He looked down at Zhu Zi, who was not as tall as his wings, and said, "Come with me, little green-eyed alien." Zhu Zi followed Elder Archibald silently, watching the transparent wings flapping behind him. Well, compared to this elf, High Priest Nancer seemed to be much easier to talk to. The Bigwangsing Lake was not as big as Zhu Zi had imagined, but the green water was clear, and you could see the aquatic plant with light grass at the bottom of the lake with a faint blue light. This is a plant that can only grow in the Bigwangsing Lake, and it is also the key to the Bigwangsing Lake's ability to soothe and heal mental turmoil. Along the way, the elf elders gave Zhu Zi all kinds of worried instructions, telling her not to go in here, not to go in there, and not to touch this thing. Zhu Zi nodded and wrote them down one by one. Elder Archibald then looked at Zhu Zi with some satisfaction. Archibald pointed to a foggy area in the southeast corner of Bigwangsing Lake, and he warned seriously, "Especially this area, you must not go near it." Zhu Zi nodded seriously. She knew better than anyone that she had to abide by the rules of the host's house when she was in someone else's house. Then Archibald took Zhu Zi to walk around Bigwangsing Lake and found a place with lush with light grass. However, this area was closer to the fog in the southeast corner. Archibald frowned and hesitated, but seeing Zhu Zi's obedient appearance, he still pointed to that area and said to Zhu Zi, "You go there." After saying that, Archibald turned around and left, and did not forget to remind him to come out immediately when the time came. A few minutes later, Zhu Zi, who couldn't swim, lay on a thick floating leaf with his hands. The water of the Bigwangsing Lake was very warm, and it was comfortable to soak in it without any discomfort. The wood-like grass at the bottom of the lake was emitting a faint blue light. The wood-like grass swayed with the waves, and occasionally a few long grass leaves would touch Zhu Zi's feet, which felt a little itchy. Behind the Bigwangsing Lake was a towering tree. The leaves were like gems with stars, emitting a bright light. The breeze blew, making a pleasant rustling sound, making people feel inexplicably peaceful and comfortable. That tree was the Elf Mother Tree of the Elf Kingdom, where all the elves in the Elf Kingdom were born. Unfortunately, at this moment, on the highest branch of the Elf Mother Tree, there was an empty receptacle, and the king's flower on it fell from the branch before it grew up. In the luxurious elf palace, the Elf King Smollett's silver-white hair spread out like silk, and the wings behind him were covered with a crystal-clear film, emitting a gorgeous gem-like light under the sunlight. Smollett looked out the window. This was the palace with the best scenery in the entire elf palace, overlooking the complete Elf Mother Tree and the Green Star Lake. Suddenly, someone knocked slowly on the palace door, and Smollett said, "Come in." Only the high priest came to knock on the door without announcing. Smollett looked at the empty branches of the Elf Mother Tree. "Nan Hill, how did you talk with Marshal Zhu?" Nan Hill bowed his head and bowed to the back of the Elf King Smollett, and then began to report the conversation. Nan Hill's respectful and calm tone was filled with a hint of joy and excitement. The sudden withering of the king's flower caused the entire Elf Kingdom to fall into great panic. The entire Elf Kingdom was trying every means to prevent the king's flower from withering. But no matter how many natural materials and treasures were used, the king's flower still withered and withered within a few days, from a crystal-clear white flower to a gray and shriveled appearance. But the crystal chalcedony sent by the Dragon Clan gave them new hope. "King, the crystal chalcedony of the Angel Clan may be able to restore the king's flower to life." Elf King Smollett took the crystal chalcedony handed over by Nan Hill, a small bottle of ordinary transparent liquid, and a chill. Nan Hill lowered his head, with platinum hair scattered on both sides. He said respectfully, King has given it to the Research Institute to test the composition. There is no problem, and it will not cause any harm to the king's flower. Okay, try it. Smollett waved his hand, and a door behind him slowly opened. This was originally the room he prepared for the elf baby. Everything had to be decorated gorgeously and delicately, and full of vibrant natural atmosphere. In front of the room was a huge borderless window, which could be opened with a light press. The elf who woke up could flap his wings and fly directly to the elf mother tree to have fun. His elf would definitely like this room. But now, where a soft petal bed should have been placed, there was a life support box that was working all the time. Smollett had been watching over this flower for many days without sleep. Smollett carefully opened the bottle stopper, and the transparent liquid fell drop by drop on the withered flower. His amber eyes stared at the king's seed flower, and before he knew it, the empty bottle in his hand broke because he was too strong, and the glass fragments fell on the floor with a light sound. But neither of the two people in the room noticed the broken empty bottle. The gray and shriveled flowers in the life support box moved, and the gray and white petals gradually became crystal clear, and the dried flowers regained vitality. The king's seed flower has really recovered. Nan Hill opened his eyes wide, and his voice was full of excitement. Although Smollett's face was calm, his back was slightly flapping his wings, revealing his joy. The birth of each king's seed flower actually indicates that the life of the elf king is about to come to an end. Smollett looked back on his long life, accepted his fate calmly, and happily welcomed the arrival of new life. In the last journey of his life, he took the elf with him, taught her personally, cultivated her, and let her become the next master of the elf kingdom. Put the king's seed flower back to the elf mother tree quickly, Smollett ordered Nan Hill. Previously, the king's seed flower fell before it was mature, and it needed to return to the elf mother tree to absorb nutrients. Yes, King. Nan Hill smiled and nodded. But just as Nan Hill's hand touched the life support box, the king's flower inside withered rapidly with an irreversible trend. The whole process took only 3 seconds, as if everything just now was just their illusion. Nan Hill's hand with distinct joints slowly dropped, and all kinds of emotions such as loss, worry, and disbelief filled his mind. Nan Hill lowered his head, and he didn't even dare to look up at the elf king, and he didn't dare to imagine how much disappointment would be in the king's eyes. There is nothing more disappointing than pouring cold water on someone when hope is rekindled. Nan Hill looked up at the refrigerator on the table. King, we still have a bottle of crystal chalcedony. His voice was very light and slow. In fact, Nan Hill knew in his heart that even if he used 5 or 6 more bottles of crystal chalcedony, the result would still be the same. The king's flower is not an ordinary plant, and crystal chalcedony has no effect on it. Elf King Smollett slowly walked to the table, picked up another bottle of crystal chalcedony, and rubbed the drop-shaped bottle with his slender fingers. Crystal chalcedony, Elf King blood. Elf King Smollett seemed to be talking to Nan Hill, but also seemed to be talking to himself. But Nan Hill was shocked when he heard it. The Elf King said that he would use crystal chalcedony and Elf King blood to make the king's flower bloom again. Crystal chalcedony can restore the vitality of the king's flower for a few seconds, and the Elf King blood can keep the king's flower in this state, so that the king's flower will not wither. But the Elf King blood in the king's mouth is not ordinary blood, but the Elf King's heart blood. The Elf King's heart blood is a special bright golden color, which was once the stamen of the king's flower, but the king will die immediately after forcing out the hard blood. Nan Hill frowned and said anxiously, King, you can't do this. This was also the first time in Nan Hill's life that he said no to the king. Elf King Smollett chuckled, and the soft sunlight passed through the gaps between the leaves and fell on the Elf King's delicate and well-defined face, but it looked a bit lonely and sad. Smollett raised his hand and gently touched Nan Hill's hair, as if to comfort him. He watched Nan Hill grow up. He was the most talented and calm child in the glorious elf clan. He was the high priest of the elf kingdom appointed by him personally, and he was also the assistant minister he selected for his heir. Nan Hill, you go back first, Smollett said slowly. But Nan Hill, who always obeyed the king's orders, stood still, fearing that the king would force out his hard blood after he left. King, if you do this, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will definitely blame himself if he knows about this after he is born. Nan Hill knelt down to persuade, and also brought up the future Elf King. Smollett looked at Nan Hill and chuckled, that has to be born. Nan Hill closed his mouth and lowered his head, and the pair of wings behind him also looked sad. The Elf King Smollett said helplessly, Don't worry, Nan Hill, It's not to this point. We can still find other ways. This is just the worst plan. He didn't want to close his eyes before seeing his elf. After getting the response from the Elf King, Nenhil was slightly relieved, until he saw the king put the crystal chalcedony back into the refrigerator with his own eyes, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and left the palace. The green water of the Big Wangsing Lake was shining with stars under the sunlight. Zhu Zi found that she was not the only one in this Big Wangsing Lake. Zhu Zi looked at the little girl in front of her happily. The little girl had semicircular ears, like her, and no transparent wings on her back. Zhu Zi felt excited to meet a fellow countryman in a foreign country. Are you also from the Interstellar Federation? Are you also here to treat mental turmoil? Zhu Zi asked, while trying to flap his short legs to get closer to the little girl. The little girl did not float on leaves. She swam to Zhu Zi like a small fish. Hello, I'm Mu Anya, nice to meet you. Mu Anya smiled at Zhu Zi and greeted him politely. Although it was just a short self-introduction, a bolt from the blue sounded in Zhu Zi's mind. Mu Anya, isn't this the heroine of I'm a Super Heartthrob in the Stars? Zhu Zi's smile froze in place. She didn't expect to meet the heroine in the book so soon. Fortunately, the second brother didn't come with her, otherwise he would have been abducted by the heroine earlier. But she is worthy of being the heroine in the Heartthrob novel. Mu Anya has a pair of bright crescent-like eyes, and her slightly chubby cheeks have two small dimples when she smiles. Looking at her makes people feel very friendly and kind. But the plot in the novel will not start for several years, and Zhu Zi doesn't know how to act when she meets the heroine. Hello, I'm Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi said dryly. Mu Anya didn't care about Zhu Zi's weirdness, and continued to talk to her with a smile. I don't have a mental riot. The water of the Big Wangsing Lake can nourish the mental power, and improve the physical fitness. I come here often. It turns out that Mu Anya really came here to take a bath. Mu Anya chatted with Zhu Zi enthusiastically, like a good friend who hadn't seen her for a long time, sharing interesting things in her life with Zhu Zi. She also introduced Zhu Zi to the beautiful scenery and many fun places in the Elf Kingdom. Zhu Zi was a little fascinated by it. Let's put aside the fact that Mu Anya would kidnap her second brother in the future. Mu Anya was gentle and considerate. She always chatted with her patiently with a smile, not letting any of her words fall on the ground. It made people feel very comfortable to be with her. Mu Anya is a person who makes people like her easily. She and Zhu Zi lay on the same leaf very naturally, and the two of them swayed on the sparkling lake, with the leaves of the lush elf mother tree rustling behind them. Suddenly, Zhu Zi noticed that 5 or 6 flowers floated out from the foggy area that the elf elders repeatedly told her not to approach. The flowers are a bit like lotus, but its petals are rounder and thinner than lotus petals, and the layers are elegant and beautiful. The flowers swaying in the water waves rotate on the lake, which is particularly romantic and beautiful. However, Zhu Zi has no time to appreciate their elegant posture. She quickly flutters her short legs to push the leaves away from these flowers. Mu Anya also helped, and the two of them were 3 feet away from the little flowers. Zhu Zi was relieved. The elf elders told her not to touch anything in the Big Wangsing Lake, and she couldn't cause trouble for her father. What kind of flowers are these? Zhu Zi was a little surprised, and she didn't know if it was a coincidence. These flowers seemed to have eyes, and automatically floated to Zhu Zi, seemingly trying to scam her. Mu Anya's eyes dimmed, and then she quickly smiled, and shook her head. I don't know either. I have come to Big Wangsing Lake so many times, but I have never seen such flowers. But these words were not finished. Wherever Zhu Zi fled, these flowers followed her. If Mu Anya hadn't swam fast, Zhu Zi would have been scammed by these flowers. Zhu Zi looked at Mu Anya gratefully, and Mu Anya smiled at her gently. Finally, a few flowers floated on the lake and stopped moving. Zhu Zi was also a little tired from swimming and needed to take a break to catch her breath. But just when Zhu Zi relaxed her vigilance, the flowers turned into several golden rays of light in the blink of an eye and entered Zhu Zi's body. Zhu Zi's eyes widened. How could this happen? She didn't even have time to hide. Ball? Spicy? She's in trouble. Archibald's anger came fiercely and quickly. He angrily scolded Zhu Zi. Didn't I tell you not to get close to the fog? Why didn't you listen? You federal people are so unruly, and act recklessly in other people's territory. Zhu Zi tried to gesture to restore the scene at that time, and explained, it was those flowers that floated towards me by themselves, and whoosh, they entered my body. Archibald's eyes widened. He was furious at this outrageous explanation. How is this possible? I have been guarding the Big Wangsing Lake for nearly 1,000 years, and nothing like this has happened. Are you saying that the glass flower wants to float over for you to eat? Zhu nodded. It was indeed these flowers that wanted to touch her. Archibald almost laughed at Zhu's anger, and wanted to put this hateful federal man in the Chengji forbidden land. The glass tree blooms only once every 1,000 years, and it is a birth gift from the Elf King to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. These glass flowers can prevent mental illnesses and strengthen the body, so that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can spend the juvenile period in good health. There are only 10 glass flowers in the entire Elf Kingdom, 2 of which will not bloom until the spring of a year later, but before the Crown Prince was born, 6 of them were taken by this hateful federal man. Archibald was so angry that he pointed at Zhu's little head with a trembling finger. You came here without any good ideas, just for the glass flowers. Zhu looked at her toes aggrievedly. She didn't even know that this flower was called a glass flower. She thought it would be more appropriate to call it a porcelain flower. Mu Anya cast a soothing look at Zhu. She explained for Zhu despite Archibald's anger, Elder Archibald, I saw it. It was really the glass flower that floated over by itself. Zhu nodded in agreement. It was the porcelain flower that floated over by itself. Fortunately, with Anya, she had a witness. Archibald looked at Mu Anya with a gentle gaze and said, Anya, I know you have good intentions, but don't cover up for her. If that's the case, why didn't the glass flower go into your arms, but into hers? Archibald turned his head and stared at Zhu even more angrily. He pointed a straight finger at Zhu. You refuse to admit your mistakes and let others lie for you. Do you know how precious this glass flower is? Do you know who this flower is for? We kindly let you enter the Big Wangsing Lake, but you directly snatched the glass flower from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I didn't snatch it. Zhu defended herself. But she knew that it was useless for her to say anything now. The elf elders had already determined that she did it. Zhu stood alone on the shore of Big Wangsing Lake, with Archibald's angry accusations in her ears. The deep malice seemed to swallow her up. Zhu opened her mouth and closed it again, not knowing what to say to defend herself. I'm going to find your father, and see how she raised a child like you. Archibald, shut up. An ethereal and pleasant voice sounded. The clear voice was like a spring flowing in a deep stream, but it had an irresistible majesty. Then Zhu heard the voice of Archibald, the elder of the elves, greeting her. Zhu raised her head and saw a pair of amber eyes, like a calm amber sea, looking at her calmly, with a warm and trusting taste. The breeze blew the silver-white hair of the Elf King Smollett, and he slowly said, She didn't lie, Archibald. You need to apologize to my little guest. Archibald opened his mouth in shock. There was no reason for the king to say good things for a dragon child from the Interstellar Federation. So it was really Lilithua who ran to the little girl herself? Then how high is the affinity of this little girl for plants? A member of the Federation can actually attract Lilithua. Archibald was embarrassed for a moment. Thinking about how many excessive words he had just said, the tip of the elf's pointed ears instantly turned red. He had wronged her. But for him to apologize to a little girl, who was not even a fraction of his age at such an old age, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. However, seeing the king's eyes that would not tolerate rejection, Archibald spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Zhu turned her head away, not looking at Archibald's stiff, insincere apology. If it weren't for the Elf King, she wouldn't have gotten this apology. Archibald, who was ignored, blushed even more, but kept his mouth shut and dared not speak. Zhu looked up at the Elf King Smollett with a sincere smile on his face. Thank you for helping me. It's our elves who didn't treat us well. Smollett stretched out his slender hand and handed the thing in his hand to Zhu. This is a humble gift that scares the little friend. Zhu didn't take it. Dad wasn't here, so he didn't know if he could accept it. Mollet smiled and bent down like a gentle and kind elder. It's just a small gift, please accept it. The small gift mentioned by the Elf King was a hollow ball carved with jade. Inside the jade ball was a small spherical wood, which exuded a pleasant fragrance. There was a brown braided rope on the top, so you could directly hold a small jade ball in your hand and swing it. Zhu finally took the small jade ball. I, Vincent, asked you to go back. Your father must be waiting anxiously, Smollett said gently. Zhu nodded, happily carried the small ball, and followed the Elf King's Secretary General Vincent to leave the Elf King's court. Looking at Zhu's back as he left, Archibald couldn't help it. King, why do you still want to give gifts to that federal person? She has already taken 6 of our glass flowers. Archibald was angry that the person who took advantage of the situation was still eating and taking them. Those are all prepared for the little prince. Smollett glanced at him and said nothing, But Archibald saw his dissatisfaction with him, but he still couldn't figure out why the king did this. Nan Hill, who was standing behind Smollett, smiled softly. The pair of smart and clear green eyes of the Jew family child really attracted the elves. When Nan Hill left the palace room, he saw the king, who had just locked himself in the room, suddenly appeared in front of him again, holding a hollow white green jade ball in his hand. The king also said that this was just a small gift, but there were only 2 white green jade balls in the entire elf palace, and the other one was hanging in the little prince's room. If the little prince can be born successfully, he should be the same age as this little girl. At the edge of the Big Wangsing Lake, although Muanya was standing next to Zhu, she seemed to be completely ignored by everyone. This experience made her, who has always been the focus, very uncomfortable. But today is a good opportunity. Muanya looked up at the Elf King Smollett. Her father has brought her to the Elf Kingdom for so long, and this is the first time she has seen the Elf King. When giving Zhu a gift just now, the Elf King was gentle and friendly. Not only did he not blame Zhu for eating the precious glass flower, he also gave her a precious gift, without the slightest unattainable momentum of the ruler. While the Elf King had not left yet, Muanya elegantly gave Smollett a standard greeting of the Elf clan. King, hello, I am Muanya. Anya is honored to meet you. Her father is from the Guangyi Elf clan, and she has measured SSS level purification power since she was a child. The Elf King should know her. But Muanya didn't expect that the Elf King just glanced at her casually, as if he just realized that there was a person like her here. Then the Elf King nodded indifferently, and turned to leave the Big Wangsing Lake. Even Grandpa Archibald turned around and left, leaving her standing there alone. Host, don't be sad. Elf King Smollett is not your target. An electronic voice sounded in Muanya's mind. I know. Muanya covered up her deep loss and answered the voice in her heart. Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhu's favorability. Zhu's favorability is now 71. Please keep up the good work. Zhu, who recovered from the mental riot, happily boarded the starship returning to the federal capital Star. Zhu held Zhu in front of the starship's viewing glass and looked at the stars outside the window. Is the Big Wangsing Lake in the Elf Kingdom fun? Zhu automatically skipped Elder Archibald, who had wronged her, and then enthusiastically talked about the friends she met in Big Wangsing Lake and the flowers that came to her for no reason. Zhu also took out a small jade ball from the space twister and showed it happily. This is a gift from the Elf King. The small jade ball exuded a faint fragrance. Zhu recognized at a glance that the jade ball contained green jade wood. Green jade wood is precious, but the most precious thing is the fragrance it exudes, which is light and soft and has the effect of calming the mind. Green jade wood itself has no fragrance, but it is a good container for retaining fragrance for a long time. What is really valuable is the special potion that makes the green jade wood ball emit fragrance. Zhu returned the hollow white green jade ball to Zhu and said, you can hang it on the bedside, it will give you a good dream. However, Zhu still frowned. He noticed that Zhu's experience in the Big Wangsing Lake was very strange. It should be that something important was omitted in the middle. Otherwise, why would the elves give her a hollow white green jade ball after she absorbed the glass flower? Did you encounter anything unhappy? Zhu asked patiently. Zhu nodded, then shook his head and said, I was misunderstood, but His Majesty the Elf King believes me. Zhu frowned even deeper. He probably knew where this hollow white green jade ball came from. Dad, I accidentally ate their flowers. Although those flowers wanted to come to me to make fun of me, I did eat them. Zhu fiddled with his fingers and whispered, I really didn't mean it. I didn't lie. Zhu glanced at Zhu carefully while talking. But what made Zhu feel at ease was that Zhu's expression was still gentle, without showing any anger or dislike for her. Instead, he gently rubbed Zhu's head and said, It's okay, it's not for nothing. Lilihua's father will pay it back for you. Chapter 16. Xiongxi is a third-level planet located on the edge of the Interstellar Federation. Although the space station here is not as magnificent and prosperous as the capital planet, everything is in order and full of characteristics. The starship that Zhu and her friends were riding on was docked here to replenish energy. The waiting area of the space station is located on the upper floor. Lying on the transparent glass and looking down, you can see the bustling hall below. There are many shops in the middle of the hall. It is so lively that it doesn't look like a space station, but like a big shopping mall. Want to go downstairs to play? Zhu saw that Zhu's little face was almost glued to the glass. Zhu nodded, but because her father's face was too recognizable in the Interstellar Federation, Zhu refused her father's company. Zhu had no choice but to send his adjutant Zheng Man to follow her. Then, with a dong-dong sound, Zhu Zi received a transfer of several digits, and went shopping happily. The dazzling array of goods in the hall made Zhu Zi almost dazzled. These are treasures from the pre-interstellar era. Do you want to come and have a look, kid? An old man in a gray vest waved at Zhu Zi. The old man saw at a glance that although Zhu Zi's clothes were simple, and the brand could not be seen, the material and luster were definitely valuable. He was a potential customer with strong financial resources. Zhu Zi walked into the old man's shop. The things inside were strange and bizarre. She curiously picked up a square black ultra-thin brick with a button on the side that would light up when pressed. This is a very old communication device, similar to the optical computer we use now. The old man explained, after being repaired by experts, this can still be used. There are traces left by the ancients inside. Zhu Zi put down the small blackboard brick without much interest. What is this? Zhu Zi pointed to a small black dot in a square glass frame and asked curiously. This is a seed that is exactly 10,000 years old. Because it is preserved in amber, it is still active. The old man smiled and said, it's good to buy it back and plant it in the fields. Maybe it can even sprout. Zheng Man, who was following Zhu Zi, couldn't help but curl her lips. If it was really preserved in amber, then what is being sold now should be amber, not a seed. However, the lady was very interested, and Zheng Man didn't say much. If these little things can make the lady happy, it is worth spending any money. This kind of seed, I only sell it to people who are destined to be together. Seeing that Zhu Zi was very interested, the old man smiled and said calmly, Oh, I see. Zhu Zi pretended to be indifferent and turned her head away, not looking at the seeds anymore. These were all tricks of the seller. If she followed his words, it would definitely be a high price. As Zhu Zi expected, the old man held up the seeds anxiously and said, Hey, don't go, it's only 60,000 star coins. Zhu Zi frowned and thought for a while. She didn't know how much 60,000 star coins were, but she knew that it was right to bargain down when buying things. 5,000. Zhu Zi said firmly. Although the price was low, the old man reduced the price a little after shouting, and she increased the price a little, and the deal was done. Just when Zhu Zi was proud of her superb buying skills, what she didn't expect was that the old man didn't say to her, Go away, don't interfere with my business, and he didn't continue to bargain with her. Instead, he made the deal very quickly. The old man's wrinkled face showed a happy smile, and his old and skinny hands quickly packed and boxed the seeds in one go. In less than 5 seconds, the seeds were handed to Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi paid the star coins with regret. She should have asked for a lower price. She was still too naive. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, some qualities of highly intelligent creatures would not change, such as asking for exorbitant prices. Zhu Zi finally took the seed back, and Zheng Man praised her for her shopping skills. Back to the starship, her father also praised her, saying that she was beautiful and cute, smart and clever, and good at spending money. Zhu Zi looked at the seeds worth 5,000 star coins in the square box, and fell into deep thought. Is she really a genius? 3 days later, Zhu Zi and Zhu Zi returned to the capital star smoothly. Zhu Zi, who ate 6 glass flowers, turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did her physical indicators return to normal, but they also improved qualitatively. The strong mental power of the dragon race would not have any impact on her, and she could get along with her family normally. Zhu Zi saw her mother Wei Shilan as soon as she got off the starship. Wei Shilan ignored Zhu Zi's slightly open hands for a hug and hugged the little Zhu Zi. She finally hugged her sweet and soft daughter. Wei Shilan took Zhu Zi to the room that had been prepared for her a long time ago. The whole floor there was hers. There was also a beautiful terrace. Standing on the terrace and looking down, you could see the huge glass greenhouse in the back garden. This was a greenhouse built for Zhu Zi after learning that she liked to grow flowers. There were rare flowers and plants from all over the galaxy in the greenhouse. A set of afternoon tea tables and chairs were placed in the best view, and Zhu Zi enjoyed the flowers and tea in it. This place has become Zhu Zi's favorite place. She would stay in the greenhouse all day long. Sister, don't plant flowers. Let's go to the shooting range. Zhu Ziyuan was bored and played with a small shovel in his hand, poking into the soil again and again. Don't touch this nutrient soil. I just prepared it. Zhu Zi hurriedly stopped him and confiscated Zhu Ziyuan's small shovel. A whole row of flower pots of different sizes were neatly stacked by Zhu Zi. One of the most ordinary flower pots was planted with a seed that Zhu Zi bought for 5,000 star coins. Sister, you were definitely deceived by that old man. It won't germinate. Zhu Ziyuan affirmed. Zhu Zi also nodded in agreement, but this was a seed after all, and it couldn't be wasted. Zhu Zi picked up the shower and sprinkled water on each pot of flowers. Although the entire greenhouse could be controlled intelligently, she still preferred to do it herself. Sister, let's go to the shooting range. Zhu Ziyuan continued to mutter. Zhu Zi shook his head. Big brother will go home in the afternoon, I have to wait for him. Zhu Xingtao rushed to the capital star without stopping, as soon as he finished the final exam. To be honest, Zhu Xingtao spent most of his brain during the final exam thinking about what kind of gift to give to his sister. Fortunately, he finally thought of a flower that was worthy of his sister. When Zhu Zi saw his big brother at the Dragon Island Starship parking station, he also saw a dazzling field of gem flowers behind him. The various transparent gems were made into the shape of flowers, and clusters of them were piled together to form a piece, reflecting colorful light under the sunlight. Zhu Zi was dazzled for a moment. Zhu Xingtao proudly showed off the gem flowers he had collected with great effort. Beautiful, right? Do you like them? Zhu Zi was shocked by her big brother's generosity. How many gem flowers were there in this sea of gem flowers? Zhu Zi looked back and forth between the sea of gem flowers and Zhu Xingtao. She said she wanted flowers, and then her big brother gave her flowers, which seemed to be fine. It was just a gem flower that never faded without watering or maintenance. Zhu Zi looked at the whole beautiful and magnificent sea of gem flowers in front of him. Any gem flower he picked up was a carefully carved work of art. Zhu Zi smiled. No one would refuse these beautiful flowers. Thank you for the gift, brother. I like it very much. Zhu Xingtao smiled even happier after getting his sister's affirmation. He, Zhu Xingtao, would definitely become his sister's favorite brother. If he were an ordinary brother, he would definitely bring back ordinary flowers, but he was different. Based on his understanding of Xiaolong Mao, his sister couldn't just give flowers when she asked for them. Gem flowers were the correct answer. Brother, where's my gift? Zhu Ziyuan suddenly spoke up and caught Zhu Xingtao off guard. He was immersed in the atmosphere of loving his sister and being a family. He turned his head and saw a pair of golden eyes that were exactly the same as his. Those bright eyes were shining with expectation, which made people reluctant to pierce them. Damn it, he forgot that he had a younger brother. Zhu Xingtao's smile froze for a moment. In just a few seconds, he frantically searched in his mind for what else he could give as a gift. Various objects flashed through his mind. Gem flower waist? Frog watch? Diamond gloves? Brand new dental cleaning kit? Gold-rimmed socks? None of these things seemed appropriate. After thinking for a while, Zhu Xingtao finally came up with an idea. Zhu Xingtao took out a shiny golden medal from his pocket, his expression very serious. This is the Fearless Warrior Medal awarded to me by the Kadamwa Star government. Zhu Ziyuan patted Zhu Ziyuan on the shoulder and said very solemnly, Brother is giving you this precious Fearless Warrior Medal now. This is not an ordinary medal. It is not only a symbol of honor, but also a heavy responsibility. Brother hopes that you can become a warrior who protects the safety of the Interstellar Federation when you grow up. Zhu Xingtao improvised, but Zhu Ziyuan listened seriously, his eyes bright, and he became more and more excited as he listened. Brother, don't think this medal is ugly, it can. Before Zhu Xingtao finished speaking, Zhu Ziyuan jumped up and took the Fearless Warrior medal from him impatiently. Then Zhu Ziyuan jumped and hugged Zhu Xingtao's waist happily. I like this gift so much, thank you brother. It's good that you like it, it's good that you like it. Zhu Xingtao touched his brother's head, feeling guilty. He really deserved to die. How could he forget his brother? His sister was really too cute. And the Dragon Clan finally gave birth to a baby girl, and the sister could be said to be the only girl of this generation of the Dragon Clan. In comparison, the mediocre brother became uncommon. Chapter 17. In the main building of Dragon Island, the crystal chandeliers are dazzling, and the white and gold tableware shines under the refraction of the light. Zhu Zi has adapted to the luxurious and complicated decoration style of the Dragon Clan. She can even close her eyes skillfully when passing by the huge crystal statue outside the window to avoid being blinded. Looking at the various exquisite and delicious dishes on the table, Zhu Zi wishes she could grow 2 stomachs. I don't know if it's because she eats too much or what's going on, but she grows very fast, getting taller every day, and she is almost as tall as her aunt's lightsaber. Her aunt often takes her and her second brother to the training ground to play, and every time she takes out a lightsaber to see how tall they have grown. She is always taller than her second brother. Maybe it's because her second brother is picky about food and doesn't like to eat green vegetables. Seeing her second brother throw a broccoli from the plate, Zhu Zi quickly took a big mouthful of rice. She wanted to eat more to grow taller. The rice in the interstellar era is also very fragrant, and you can feel a warm current when you eat it. Just when Zhu Zi was enjoying dinner, Zhu Zi suddenly said, "It's time for you two to go to school." There were only 5 people on the whole table, and you don't need to guess who the 2 people in Dad's mouth are. The rice in Zhu Zi's mouth was not fragrant instantly. Is her carefree and happy time of planting flowers and playing about to end? No. Zhu Ziyuan's reaction was more intense than hers. He screamed in protest. "You two really should learn something. After the banquet at the president's palace, I will hire a teacher for you." Wei Shilan ignored the 2 people's sad eyes and made the final decision. Alas! Zhu Ziyuan drooped his little face and lay on the table sighing. He had to go to school before he grew taller than his sister. Xu Xingtao on the side comforted him. "Don't you want to be a warrior of the Federation? How can you not study hard?" Zhu Ziyuan touched the fearless warrior metal pin on his chest and sat up with a carp. "I want to go to school." Zhu Zi, who was sitting opposite, was stunned and looked at Zhu Ziyuan, who seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. His second brother accepted it too quickly. His second brother was really silly and naive, easy to coax, and easy to deceive. Zhu Zi really couldn't figure out what happened that his second brother would become the irritable, lonely, and gloomy boy in the novel more than 10 years later. The lively and active second brother, who is like a little son, probably wouldn't want to become like this when he grows up. I don't know if she can change all this with her ability to know the future. But now Zhu Zi has no clue at all, so she should take it one step at a time. First, go to the President's Palace banquet tomorrow. The President's Palace banquet is held to celebrate the establishment of the Interstellar Federation. At that time, all the political and business celebrities from the capital star, and even the entire Interstellar Federation will attend. It is an annual banquet. It is said that several invitations from the President's Palace banquet were sold at a sky-high price at the auction. However, it seems that their family did not get the invitation letter, which may be because Mom and Dad did not care about the invitation letter at all, and they didn't know where it was thrown. Mom said that they can enter directly by scanning their faces, and no one dares to stop them. Zhu Zi was a little worried. The Interstellar Federation Presidential Palace sounded very impressive. What if the 5 of them were caught in the cold at the door of the Presidential Palace? On the day of the Presidential Palace banquet, Zhu Zi got up very early. She didn't get up voluntarily, but was dragged out of bed by her mother. Zhu Zi had a messy hair, and was dressed up by her mother like an emotionless doll. "Xiaobao, do you think this aqua blue long skirt is better, or this light yellow puffy skirt is better?" Wei Shilan was particularly excited and gestured back and forth in front of Zhu Zi with 2 skirts. Behind her was a cloakroom of several hundred square meters. Wei Shilan seemed to be playing a real version of a dress-up game. It turned out that her daughter was the best. She liked to dress up cute little girls the most. "Let's go for this aqua blue silk one. Xiaobao will definitely look beautiful in it." Wei Shilan answered without waiting for Zhu Zi to choose. Zhu Zi herself didn't even think about choosing. She didn't care what she wore as long as she was comfortable. But Wei Shilan was in high spirits and spent a lot of time choosing the dress for the banquet, so the 5 of them were late for the banquet. Fortunately, the things that Zhu Zi worried about last night did not happen. Although none of them had an invitation, the waiters at the door bowed respectfully when they saw them. The heavy door of the banquet hall of the President's Palace slowly opened. When Zhu Zi's family of 5 appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the banquet. Zhu Zi was held in Zhu Zi's arms without touching the ground. The aqua blue skirt drooped, and the diamond-studded chain was wrapped around her carefully braided hair, shining under the crystal lamp. Zhu Zi looked at the banquet hall with a pair of big eyes. The banquet hall of the President's Palace was not as magnificent as the Dragon Island, but was simple, low-key, and luxurious. The current head of the Interstellar Federation, Anita Ivers, greeted them with a smile. Anita Ivers was a 64-year-old lady, and 64 years old was still very young for interstellar people. From an ordinary citizen of a second-level planet to the head of the Interstellar Federation, Anita Ivers was a very legendary human woman. Zhu Zi smiled at the head of the president. Anita Ivers was very gentle, and asked about her mental riot with great concern. Zhu Zi tilted her head, and wondered how the head of the Federation knew about her affairs, but she still said politely, "Your Excellency, I'm fine." But the strange thing was that Dad's attitude towards Anita Ivers was a little cold, and he just said a bland hum. Suddenly, a deep bell sounded from the bell tower in the distance, as if it had come from thousands of years ago across time. It was 9 o'clock in the Interstellar Federation time, which was the time when the flag was raised when the Interstellar Federation was announced. Anita Ivers, dressed in a neat white suit, stood on the podium to give a speech. She faced them, and also faced the professional and advanced holographic camera in front of her. The picture of the head of state's speech was now being broadcast live on the Star Network. Mr. Review the history of the Interstellar Federation's difficult establishment in the insect tide, and then look forward to the bright future of the Interstellar Federation. The speech was long and serious, but Zhu Zi, who had not slept well, yawned several times in succession. Finally, after hearing the voice of "Finally, I wish everyone a happy founding day," Zhu Zi perked up. The holographic camera was turned off, and melodious music sounded again in the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, the eldest brother was playing with his classmates, and the second brother disappeared when the head of state gave a speech. Her mother took her to chat with the elders. Zhu Zi didn't understand what they were talking about, and felt a little bored, so she went to get snacks by herself. One good thing about this banquet was that there were a lot of delicious food. In the exquisite plates in the snack area, the strawberry cakes looked particularly tempting. Zhu Zi reached out and picked up a piece of strawberry cake, but just as she was about to eat, the plate was taken away by a strong force. The little boy with red hair took the strawberry cake he snatched from her and looked at her triumphantly. Zhu Zi looked at him strangely. There were so many strawberry cakes here, why did he snatch the one in her hand for no reason? But looking at the little boy who was half a head shorter than her, Zhu Zi understood that maybe he couldn't reach the table, so he did this. Zhu Zi smiled at him and turned to pick up another plate of strawberry cake. Oriel Moray widened his eyes, extremely surprised at Zhu Zi's good temper. If it were any other dragon cub, the two of them would have fought by now, and then he would have knocked down this dragon with only a level mental power. His provocation plan was so perfect, there was no reason for it to fail. And what about this person? She actually smiled at him. Could it be a provocation that she looked down on him? Oriel reached out again in anger and took away Zhu Zi's strawberry cake. Zhu Zi bit his fork and looked at Oriel with a puzzled look. I've eaten this one. If you want to eat strawberry cake, there are still a lot on the table. This little red-haired boy didn't look very smart, and he was still scrambling for food that others had eaten. Seeing that Zhu Ziyuan's reaction was still so calm, Oriel felt like he was punching cotton. He put down the 2 plates of strawberry cake in his hand heavily, and his dazzling red hair seemed to be spitting fire. He said angrily, "Who wants to snatch this from you?" Zhu Zi? ? Then what is he doing now? Schizophrenia. Zhu Zi reached out and took back the strawberry cake she had taken a bite of, and silently moved away from the red-haired boy. Oriel was surprised. You are still eating this. Food cannot be wasted. Zhu Zi said seriously while eating the strawberry cake. Oriel's eyes widened. It couldn't be because she only had A-level mental power that she was not valued by the Dragon Clan, and she couldn't even eat enough at home. Although Zhu Zi was so glorious when she came in, no one knew that she was living such a hard life on Dragon Island. Oriel felt that he seemed to have discovered the little secret of the Dragon Clan that wanted to hide in the sun. Seeing Zhu Zi living such a miserable life, O'Leary felt a little sorry for him, but the temptation of defeating the Dragon Clan was too great, so he simply said directly, "Wait until you finish eating, then we will go out and fight." Fearing that Zhu Zi would not agree, O'Leary raised his head, his nose turned up, and put on a posture that was so annoying that he would not pay for it. This trick always worked for him. If you don't dare, call me boss, and be my little brother in the future. Then I can let you go, and not fight with you. He won't lose either way, either defeat the dragon cub, or take the dragon cub as his little brother. But what O'Leary didn't expect was that Zhu Zi shook her head directly, and rejected O'Leary's invitation to fight. And the reason was that she was stupid enough to eat, and couldn't do strenuous exercise. You. Euler was choked in his throat, when he thought of asking her to finish the cake before beating him. How could anyone come up with such a reason? Euler Morit, stop bullying me. Anya Mu, wearing a white dress, appeared behind Euler and said to him. Zhu Zi was puzzled. It turned out that this person was bullying her just now. Euler felt wronged. It was Zhu Zi who had been bullying him. This person is Euler Morit, with fiery red hair and a bad personality. She is from the Morit family. She has met the male protagonist of I Am a Super Charmer in the Stars again. Anya Mu's mother is from the Federation, and is a good friend of Euler Morit's mother, so they have known each other since childhood. Euler Morit, who grew up with Anya Mu, is also the most popular wife among readers. Euler listened to Anya Mu very much. He didn't say anything else, but just pouted his lips in grievance. Sister Z, we meet again? I'm sorry that O'Leary is too competitive and disturbed you. Mu Anya naturally took Zhu Zi's hand, and apologized with a smile. Mu Anya's voice was gentle and soft, which was in line with her gentle and kind heroine character in the book. Sister Z, let's go play together. Mu Anya made an invitation. This was a good opportunity to improve her favorability. She left O'Leary behind and took Zhu Zi to eat and drink at the banquet. She asked her about her well-being and took Zhu Zi to visit the beautiful rose garden behind the banquet hall. Zhu Zi looked around and followed Mu Anya fearfully. Even in the beautiful rose garden, Zhu Zi was not at ease, for fear that her second brother would meet Mu Anya. But fortunately, the president's palace was very large, and many people came to the banquet today. Fortunately, they did not meet Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Zi was relieved. If her second brother became a love-brained person in advance because of this reason, it would be bad. After the banquet at the presidential palace, Mu Anya comfortably got on the hovercraft to her mother's house. She was lucky today, and got such a chance to improve her favorability. She was a good sister for a day today. Although she was very tired, she gained a lot. She first rescued the helpless and pitiful Zhu Zi from the bad Olio Morit, and then took her to play at the presidential palace banquet where she was unfamiliar with the place. After the banquet, Zhu Zi's favorability towards her would definitely soar. As long as Zhu Zi's favorability towards her reached 80, she could start the next task for Zhu Zi. Mu Anya happily leaned on the soft seat of the hovercraft and ordered the system to check Zhu Zi's favorability towards her. Unexpectedly, the cold voice of the system sounded, and Mu Anya's smile froze on her face. Host, Zhu Zi's favorability towards you has decreased by 5, and now Zhu Zi's favorability is 66. Chapter 18. After the banquet at the presidential palace, Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan began their study. There were only 2 students in the class, her and her second brother, but there were many teachers teaching them. Interstellar history, politics, physics, chemistry, shooting, military combat, basic knowledge of weapons, mental control. Military courses accounted for half of the class, saying that they were preparing for their entry into the Junior Military Preparatory Academy in the future. Zhu Zi also had one more mental purification class than her second brother to prevent her from using the purification ability at will. In her previous life, Zhu Zi would vomit after running 800 meters, but now she has to run at least 5 kilometers in class. Zhu Zi originally thought that her future school days would be difficult, but the feeling of having a healthy body was wonderful. She could run 5 kilometers without blushing or beating her heart, and even wanted to run a few more laps. Mom and Dad didn't arrange many classes for them. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan only needed to take half a day of classes every day before they could go home. But no matter what era it is, homework is indispensable. Zhu Zi was stunned by the question, is it important for the Interstellar Federation to maintain friendly international relations with the Elf Kingdom? She thought it would be good to learn how the Elf Kingdom gave birth to babies. The little elf baby flowers should be very happy when they hang on the elf mother tree and sway in the wind. A smile unconsciously hung on Zhu Zi's face, and there seemed to be the rustling sound of the leaves of the elf mother tree colliding in her ears. Suddenly, the door of the study was pushed open by someone. Zhu Zi tilted her head and saw that the person who came was her second brother. She looked at her second brother and asked sincerely, "Second brother, have you finished your homework? If you have finished it, can you lend it to me?" "Ah? Homework? What homework?" Zhu Ziyuan looked puzzled. "This is it." Zhu Zi pointed to the small blue book on the desk. Zhu Zi sighed. It turned out that she was the only student who cared about this homework. "Forget it. I just do it myself." "Sister, don't worry about the homework. I found something fun." Zhu Ziyuan smiled brightly. "Look what I got." "What?" Zhu Zi looked at the white card full of technology in Zhu Ziyuan's hand curiously. "Mom has a Xingmu orchard on the outskirts of the city, and the Xingmu fruit we eat comes from there," Zhu Ziyuan said mysteriously. "It's too little to eat only 1 star fruit a day. Let's go to the orchard to pick it ourselves." Zhu Ziyuan shook the white card in his hand. "I also got the key. Isn't it amazing?" Zhu Zi had a bad feeling. Where did the key come from? "Oh, that." Mom gave the key to Butler Zhao. Zhu Ziyuan's voice became smaller and smaller. "Then I borrowed it." "Brother, we can't do this. Mom will be angry," Zhu Zi advised. "Let's go there to play for a while, and come back soon." "I don't want to go." Zhu Zi didn't give in no matter how Zhu Ziyuan tried to talk her out of it. She also found opportunities from time to time to persuade her second brother to give up this bad idea. Good children won't do this. "Well, okay, if my sister doesn't want to go, I go by myself." Zhu Ziyuan turned and walked towards the door, looking back at Zhu Zi every 3 steps. "Sister, How many star fruits do you want to eat? I help you pick them back. Seeing Zhu Zi's unresponsiveness, Zhu Ziyuan continued to say pitifully, if I'm caught, I never betray you. Half an hour later, on the busy streets of the capital Star, Zhu Zi couldn't resist Zhu Ziyuan, who was determined to steal the fruit, so she followed him out of Dragon Island. The process of sneaking out of Dragon Island was unexpectedly smooth, probably because there was no dragon who wanted to restrict their range of activities. Brother, do you know how to get to Mom Xingmu Orchard? Zhu Zi asked a key question. Zhu Ziyuan frowned and studied the navigation on the optical brain. Sister, it seems that we have to take the S2-line public suspension train first. Then the two of them followed a kind passerby to the public suspension station, like headless flies. The crowded public suspension station made Zhu Ziyuan a little uncomfortable, but for the Xingmu fruit, Zhu Ziyuan rushed faster than anyone else. Zhu Ziyuan pulled Zhu Zi, who hadn't reacted yet, and sat on the seat of the floating car. But this chair was different from what he imagined. It was hard and not comfortable to sit on. Sister, let's change to another floating car. I don't like this one. It was the first time that someone picked a public floating car. The boy next to him, who was playing with his computer, couldn't help but look up and look at the siblings in surprise. It's already started. It shouldn't be possible to change. Second brother, you should sit down obediently. Zhu Zi worriedly pulled Zhu Ziyuan's hand and stopped him from walking around. Second brother, if you don't sit, you can only stand. Seeing that Zhu Ziyuan was still sitting in the seat, the young man who thought he would have a seat soon sighed and silently retreated. Zhu Ziyuan suddenly realized the value of the seat, but this did not prevent him from continuing to express his opinions. Sister, this suspension car is too slow. Can the driver drive faster? It's so strange. Why do these people like to look at us? Sister, I want to get off the car. Why doesn't this car stop? Xingmu Orchard seems to be behind. Sister, why are these men in black blocking our way? Because we didn't buy a ticket for the suspension car. Zhu Zi wanted to cover Zhu Ziyuan's silly mouth. Zhu Zi secretly swore that she would never take a public suspension car with Zhu Ziyuan again. It was only an hour and a half journey, but Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan took 2 hours to get there. Xingmu Orchard is located in the suburbs and covers a very large area. It is called Xingmu Orchard, but in fact there is only one Xingmu fruit tree in the whole orchard. Above the orchard is a huge protective cover, with small hexagonal grids arranged tightly on it. The protective cover not only protects the fruit trees from wind and rain, but also serves as a defense. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan hid in the bushes 1 kilometer away, observing the guards patrolling in turns near the protective cover of Xingmu Orchard. Second brother, why don't we go back? This Xingmu fruit is not necessary to eat. Will we be caught by them? Zhu Zi tugged at the corner of Zhu Ziyuan's clothes, and occasionally started her retreat plan. We have the key, and we can get in with one swipe. We just need to wait for the guards to be free. Zhu Ziyuan assured confidently, don't worry, sister, you won't be caught with second brother here. Zhu Zi didn't quite believe this, and felt that the risk was greater with second brother here. Sister, let's get closer. Zhu Ziyuan pulled Zhu Zi to move flexibly to avoid the sensing equipment and hid in the blind spot of the guard's sight. Zhu Ziyuan pointed to the right rear of the protective shield. The guard here will pass by every 3 minutes, so we have 3 minutes to get from here to there. Zhu Ziyuan's eyes were sparkling, and his face was full of excitement now run over. Zhu Zi felt that she had never run so fast in her life. Her adrenaline soared, and her heart was pounding. 2 minutes later, the white card successfully touched the protective shield of Xingmu Orchard. The protective shield was like a melted ice cube, and immediately opened a small gap for people to pass through. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan successfully slipped into Xingmu Orchard. There were rows of lush fruit trees in the orchard, and fresh fruits hung on the branches, exuding a faint fruity fragrance. However, they were all fruits that Zhu Zi saw in his fruit bowl every day, and they were washed, cut into pieces, and ready to eat. Zhu Zi followed Zhu Ziyuan with little interest. The second brother probably just wanted to eat and do nothing, and wanted to be scolded. In the quiet orchard, only the rustling sound of 2 people walking could be heard. But suddenly another small sound came from behind, about 300 or 400 meters away from them. Someone. The two stopped their movements tacitly, quickly found a thick tree trunk to hide behind, and watched the person vigilantly. The bushes behind were shaking slightly, and the height of the person opposite should not be very high, and there was only one person. Then the person opposite also stopped moving, and seemed to be very vigilant, suspected to be a fellow traveler. It's not a patrolling guard. If it was, he would have called for someone to arrest us. It's a thief. Xu Ziyuan's eyes widened, and with the belief of protecting his orchard, he rushed out from behind the tree trunk. He had completely forgotten that he was also here to steal fruit. The two of them started fighting in the bushes. The branches of the bushes were bent and crushed, and the purple berries fell to the ground and were crushed by people. "What are you doing here?" Xu Ziyuan looked at the girl opposite. The girl was wearing a black and gray dress and a black cap. She looked thin and small. Her wheat-colored skin made her look a little gray, but her dark eyes showed the flamboyance and vitality of life. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here for the same reason," Yi Yunqin said unwillingly. "We are here to pick the star-shaped fruit." Yi Yunqin noticed the two people's sneaky look, and she asked back, "Could it be that you came here openly?" "This is my mother's orchard." Xu Ziyuan's hair stood up, and his short golden hair was fluffy like a puppy. He suddenly wanted to protect his orchard. "Then you call the guards." Yi Yunqin's expression did not change at all after hearing this, and he said calmly. The puppy's Xu Ziyuan instantly wilted. If he called the guards, how could he secretly pick the fruit? A few minutes later, the three reached a consensus and temporarily became accomplices, although Xu Ziyuan himself was very reluctant. The star-shaped fruit tree is in the southeast of the orchard, which is the best place in the whole orchard for sunlight. The star-shaped fruit tree is tall and straight, with a broad crown, and the yellow and green leaves intertwined, shining with stars, which is particularly mysterious and beautiful. It was the season when the star fruit was in season. The milky white fruits were hanging on the branches, and could be seen as soon as one looked up. "There are so many fruits, but Mom only gave us one a day. I couldn't ask for more. Mom was stingy. Hee, now I can eat enough." Xu Ziyuan's eyes sparkled. He climbed up the star fruit tree very neatly, stood on the branch, and reached out to pick the milky white fruits. Xu Zi followed Xu Ziyuan. The military training in the past few months had a significant effect. She could easily climb up the tall star fruit tree. "Pick less, second brother." Xu Zi frowned and stopped Xu Ziyuan from picking the fruits. Enough. Okay, sister, I pick one more." Xu Ziyuan was about to pick the star fruit closest to him. "This fruit is not ripe yet, don't pick it," Xu Zi said subconsciously, and then she realized that she didn't know why she could recognize whether this fruit was ripe or not, because this star fruit looked no different from other star fruits. But Xu Ziyuan's little stupid head had no doubts. If his sister said it was not ripe, it was not ripe. He turned his head and looked at another star fruit. "Is this ripe?" Xu Ziyuan happily ate a star fruit in 2 or 3 bites, chewing it in her mouth. She also handed one to Xu Zi's sister. "Don't you want to eat it?" Xu Zi shook her head, frowned and worried. "This is my mother's orchard. What if we make my mother angry?" Xu Ziyuan had no worries about this. He lay comfortably on the trunk. The trunk of the star fruit tree was thick and strong, and he could also turn over lazily. Xu Ziyuan looked up at the rays of sunlight shining through the leaves and said nonchalantly, "We came here secretly, and no one will know." Chapter 19. "Oh! Except her." Xu Ziyuan looked at Yi Yunqin. Yi Yunqin was standing on a tree branch. The shoes on her feet were old, and the soles were badly worn. She was not like Xu Ziyuan, who would pick the star fruit as soon as he saw it. Yi Yunqin looked up and carefully picked out a star fruit. She put on her special white silk gloves and carefully picked it off. Then she took out a small box. The size of the box was just right for a star fruit. Yi Yunqin carefully put the fruit inside. After picking a star fruit, Yi Yunqin took off her gloves and put them back in her pocket. Even if she was facing a tree full of fruits, she didn't plan to pick another one. Xu Ziyuan looked at Yi Yunqin's detailed fruit-picking process in confusion. "Don't you want to eat it?" Yi Yunqin pursed his lips, shook his head, and looked into the distance. "We should leave." "How did you get in?" Xu Zi looked at the transparent, but solid protective cover in front of her. The second brother could steal the key to Xingmu Orchard, but Yi Yunqin couldn't do it. She took out a square instrument. The instrument didn't even have a decent shell. The sophisticated and complex mechanical structure was directly exposed, which looked unreliable. Yi Yunqin pressed a button somewhere, and 4 mechanical tentacles stretched out from the 2 ends of the instrument with crackling electric light. The protective cover had a hole as soon as it touched it. Xu Zi was stunned. This was no different from the effect of the key, just a little slower. The existence of such a thing, the protective cover was like paper. If this instrument has been mass-produced, it would be too scary. Yi Yunqin explained, the protective cover of Xingmu Orchard is specially made. Because it needs to play the role of letting in natural light, ventilation and protecting the normal growth of plants, its defensive properties are not outstanding. The main material is the permeable 6-body star crystal. I tried many kinds of decomposition pulses and dissolving materials to make this decomposition device, which is only effective for this protective cover. Zhu Zi looked at Yi Yunqin in surprise. Yi Yunqin seemed to be simple, but Zhu Zi, who had taken the military equipment class, knew how difficult it was to make a protective cover decomposition device by herself. She had just learned the theoretical basis of the military equipment class, but Yi Yunqin could already make such a heaven-defying thing by herself. Yi Yunqin handed the decomposition device to Zhu Zi. I'm sorry, I really have no other choice, so I set my sights on your orchard. I will not use this decomposition device in the future. You can throw it away or keep it. Zhu Zi took the decomposition device, which was quite heavy in his hand. Suddenly, Yi Yunqin saw 3 teams of patrolling guards gathered together in the distance, seemingly discussing something. Yi Yunqin reacted, oh no, we may have been discovered. Although she had prepared to be discovered before coming, if she didn't bring the Xingmu fruit home, her trip would be in vain. Before the guards noticed their location, run away, Yi Yunqin took Zhu Zi's hand and shuttled skillfully between the trees, grass and buildings. Zhu Ziyuan hurriedly followed behind, and finally held his sister's hand. I don't know what this little girl, who suddenly appeared ate to grow up. She can run like a little mouse. On the top floor of the Interstellar Federation Parliament building, everyone sat upright in a solemn meeting room. Wei Shilan looked down at the optical computer, but when he saw the video on the optical computer, his eyes widened, and he almost laughed out of anger. It was a surveillance video sent by the guard of Xingmu Orchard. The video was blocked by the branches and leaves of the trees, and the scene was directly supplemented by intelligent technology. The whole video was clear and complete. The 2 cubs who were supposed to do their homework at home actually ran to the orchard far away in the suburbs. They also climbed up the Xingmu fruit tree stealthily. One of them lay lazily on the branch and ate the fruit, and the other one was next to him with his eyebrows almost wrinkled together, looking worried. The conversation between the 2 little ghosts was also recorded in the video without missing a word. The 2 little guys seemed to have made new friends. The guard of Xingmu Orchard asked whether to arrest the people. Without the approval of the owner, they did not dare to arrest the young lady and the young master. Wei Shilan stood up, apologized, and left the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, the virtual video call was quickly connected. Member Wei, the young lady, and the young master are very alert. They have run far away now. Our people are following them. The guard pointed the camera at a low house and saw 3 small figures there, and then disappeared in a flash. They ran quite fast. Wei Shilan smiled and held his forehead. The young master ate 4 star-eye fruits in a row and put 3 more in his pocket. The captain of the guard team said with some concern, will something happen? He should learn a lesson. He also took his sister with him. Bring them back. Forget it. Wei Shilan paused for a moment and said, let them go. You go back and take care of the Star-Eye Orchard. Don't let anyone in again. The captain of the guard nodded in fear. Although Counselor Wei only said lightly that they should take good care of the orchard in the future, who knows if they will have a future? The theft of Xingmu Orchard has ruined their lives. After hanging up the phone, Wei Shilan watched the video of Xingmu Orchard several times. The little baby in the orchard looked more lively and cute than usual. She always felt that their little baby was too well behaved and sensible, sometimes even so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Although being well behaved and sensible is a good thing, she hopes that the little baby can be more willful, so that he can live more freely and happily, just like other little dragon babies. Zhu Ziyuan felt from the bottom of his heart that no matter how big a disaster he caused, there would always be someone to cover for him, so he looked indifferent and heartless. Although it was quite irritating to watch, she now hoped that the little baby could be like this. So there is no rush to catch the 2 little guys. They are at an active age. If they like to play, they can go out and play. They can't stay at home all the time. Besides, it's better to wait for the 2 kittens who sneaked out to go home when they are tired of playing. I won't go home. Isn't it a trap to go home? Zhu Ziyuan sat on a small wooden bench with peeling paint, crossing his legs. It's not bad to live in your house. Your house is very special. You are still children. It's not safe outside. Yi Yunqin is a little worried about the personal safety of these 2 young ladies and young masters. What does it matter? Zhu Ziyuan walked around in the small living room of Yi Yunqin's house, looking around. It should be others who should be worried. Dad and Mom have given them a lot of self-defense and life-saving things. If they can't fight, they can just throw the protective shield out and wait for the family to rescue them. Of course he and his sister can play freely in the capital star. Seeing that Zhu Ziyuan didn't care, Yi Yunqin felt relieved. When she was discovered by the guards of Xingmu Orchard, she subconsciously took the two of them away. She led people through various alleys, and the guards behind her followed farther and farther. But Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan didn't want to follow her, so she had to take them home. Zhu Zi was worried that she would be scolded when she got home, and Zhu Ziyuan was purely curious about the outside world. Zhu Ziyuan came to the underground of the capital star for the first time. The house built more than 500 meters underground could not see a trace of sunlight, and the lighting was completely dependent on lights. The furniture in this room was very old, and the door was still a very backward fingerprint lock. There was a heavy LCD TV that could not be moved freely on the wall, which didn't seem to be something in this era. The living room was small, not even half the size of the toilet in his room. There were various capsules and medicines on the table, and 2 heavy breathing masks. The emerald green plant placed in the corner looks lively, but a closer look reveals that it is just a pot of plastic flowers. However, the living room is clean and tidy, and there is a warm family portrait of a family of 3 hanging on the wall. Yi Yunqing reached out and turned on the sunlight lamp that he usually didn't want to turn on at home. The converter in this kind of lamp is a disposable consumable, and one less is one less. However, the sunlight lamp can not only illuminate, but also simulate various substances and elements in natural light, which can prevent people from becoming weak due to long-term lack of natural light. You are Xiaoxin's friends, right? This is the first time Xiaoxin has brought a friend home. The person who spoke was Yi Yunqing's mother. She was wearing a dark blue dress that covered her thin figure. Her face was a little pale, but her voice was very gentle, and her tone was full of joy. Since the family moved to the capital star, Xiaoxin has no friends. He often stays alone in the room, and does not know what to do. Seeing 2 children go home with her daughter, Ye's mother was very happy. Xiaoxin did not tell her in advance that she would invite friends to the house. The table is a bit messy. I will clean it up. Ye's mother supported her waist, and slowly bent down to tidy up the table. Her sleeves were lifted up as she tidied, accidentally revealing her skin hidden under her clothes, and a large dark spot was exposed to the air. Ye's mother hurriedly stretched her sleeves. The 2 friends Xiaoxin brought were dressed neatly and elegantly. It was obvious that they were not children from ordinary families. She didn't know if they would be scared by her appearance and make Xiaoxin embarrassed in front of her friends. Mom, stop working, I do the cleaning. Yi Yunqing hurriedly helped his mother up. You should go back to bed and lie down, I help you back. Ye's mother waved her hands. It's okay, I can't stay in bed like a useless person. If she hadn't been attacked by a Zerg that released neurotoxins on her way to work 3 years ago, her family wouldn't have to work so hard now. Because of her illness, the family ran around and sought medical treatment everywhere, but after so many years, even if they had arrived at the capital star, they couldn't cure her illness, and instead spent almost all the family's money. The only treatment method they found didn't work, and the star eye fruit was out of stock. They asked around in various markets and auction houses, but couldn't find any trace of the star eye fruit. Ye's mother was going to give up, not wanting to let her illness drag down the family, but she looked at her daughter with distressed eyes, because Xiaoxin had suffered a lot in the past few years because of her illness. Unexpectedly, she suddenly heard her daughter say happily, Mom, I found the Xingmu fruit. Yi Yunqing carefully took out the Xingmu fruit, looking forward to seeing her mother smile. Looking at the milky white fruit emitting a bright glow, which was exactly the same as the Xingmu fruit described in the information, Ye's mother asked in surprise, Where did this Xingmu fruit come from? I. Yi Yunqing lowered his head, hesitating and unable to speak, but still insisted on handing the Xingmu fruit to Ye's mother. With the Xingmu fruit, Mom's illness can be cured. With the Xingmu fruit, Mom can be as healthy as before, instead of worrying all the time that Mom will not wake up after sleeping. Yi Yunqing, tell me where this Xingmu fruit came from. Ye's mother had a bad feeling. How could Xiaoxin, a child who was not yet an adult, get the precious Xingmu fruit? This bad premonition became stronger and stronger. Ye's mother thought of her quiet daughter, who often locked herself in a room in the past few months. After the school holidays, Xiaoxin could even stay in a room for 5 or 6 days in a row, except for eating and going to the toilet. Xiaoxin's room was filled with all kinds of mechanical parts. Xiaoxin was addicted to them, and made herself dirty every day before eating. Her daughter was smart and mentally strong since she was a child, so she and her father rarely restricted her. Xiaoxin's room was not allowed to be entered by others after she grew up, and they didn't know what Xiaoxin did every day. Xiaoxin never asked them for the mechanical parts she needed after she grew up. Sometimes she would give the things she made to her family after selling them. She knew her daughter was capable and had ideas, but the Xingmu fruit was not an ordinary thing. Xiaoxin would not do anything bad. Mother Ye's tone was full of anxiety, even with a hint of tears. She shook Yi Yunshin, who was unusually silent, anxiously. Xiao Xian, please say something. Tell me what you did today. But Yi Yunshin buried his head and said nothing. His teeth bit his lower lip unconsciously, and it seemed that he was about to bleed. Finally, Yi Yunshin sniffed and opened his mouth and said, I stole the Xingmu fruit. We ran out to play secretly, and then we met Xiao Xian. We gave her the Xingmu fruit. Zhu Zi took Yi Yunshin's cold hand and suddenly spoke. Yi Yunshin raised his head and looked at Zhu Zi steadily. His dark eyes were a little wet, but the light in his eyes was brighter than ever. Chapter 20. Xingmu fruit is not an ordinary fruit, it is too expensive. Mother Yi saw that the two children were from unusual families, but she did not expect that she could just give a Xingmu fruit away casually. Mother Yi looked at Yi Yunshin with a slightly suspicious look. She knew her daughter well, and she was always very opinionated. Could it be that she arranged this? Zhu Zi quickly grabbed Zhu Ziyuan and signaled him with his eyes. Zhu Ziyuan curled his lips and reluctantly took out 3 Xingmu fruits from his pocket to show them. Zhu Zi smiled and said, It's okay, Aunt Yi, we still have a lot, and we have an orchard at home. Although the Xingmu orchard belonged to my mother, and although the 3 of them sneaked in to steal the fruits. Looking at the Xingmu fruits lying on the table, Mother Yi believed Yi Yunshin. Then she looked at Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan with great gratitude. How about I treat you to dinner? But just after she finished speaking, Ye's mother hurriedly shook her head after seeing the watch hands clearly. It was not time for dinner now. After living in the underground city for so long, she still hadn't adapted to the day and night here. According to the time on the ground, how about afternoon tea? Ye's mother was excited and nervous, and didn't know how to thank her for saving her life. The 2 children must not lack her for this meal. The life-saving grace was too great to thank her enough. Ye's mother solemnly promised, although Xiaoxin and her father didn't have much success, we also served in small positions in the Border Defense Department before I got sick. If you need anything in the future, you can just tell us. Zhu Zi, who just came out to claim credit for saving the situation, waved his hands at first, but then realized that she would be more uneasy if she rejected Ye's mother directly. Zhu Zi looked at Yi Yunshin, who also showed her gratitude, and smiled at Ye's mother. Okay, Aunt Yi, we will definitely find you if we need you. Ye's mother's floating heart seemed to have finally found a landing point, and a smile appeared on her face. Ye's mother carefully put away the star eye fruit. The star eye fruit is the main material in the formula for dissolving neurological insect poison. She needs to send the star eye fruit to the doctor and then prepare it into a medicine. After taking the medicine and resting for a while, she can recover her health, but her body will definitely not be able to recover to its previous state, but for the Yi family, this is the best result. However, Ye's mother was not in a hurry to send the star eye fruit to prepare the medicine immediately. Anyway, she had survived the 3 years of illness, so she was not in a hurry for such a day. The most important thing now was to entertain the 2 guests at home. Ye's father was also called home by Ye's mother. He was so excited to learn that Ye's mother's illness was finally cured that he bought a lot of expensive ingredients to entertain the guests. However, he did not forget that this was afternoon tea. He was good at making desserts, and Xiaoxin liked them very much. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan could not resist Ye's mother's insistence on treating them to a meal, so they sat in the living room. There were only 3 of them left in the living room. Yi Yunshin looked at Zhu Zi and said seriously, Thank you, Zi. If it weren't for you, my mother would definitely not use the Xingmu fruit. Yi Yunshin was full of guilt. I know that nothing I say now can change the fact that I did steal the Xingmu fruit. If your family needs any compensation, I am willing to pay it. Zhu Ziyuan lay on the coffee table with one hand on his forehead. He didn't know why he felt a little dizzy, but compared with the mental pollution, it was nothing. His expression did not change at all. He said slowly, Don't forget, we are accomplices. It has been so long, and his family should have discovered that he and his sister were missing, but no one came out to look for them, and no one received any calls. It was really strange. Zhu Ziyuan and Zhu Zi looked at each other. This was definitely the calm before the storm. Then they both tacitly turned their eyes away and chose to escape. It's fun to escape for a while, and it's fun to keep escaping. Zhu Zi felt like a little turtle now. He could hide for a while. Yi Yunshin picked up a carefully rolled poster on the coffee table. The poster was dynamic and touchable, and the design was very cool. The poster of the fighting arena. The arena is open to people of all ages, there is no limit on registration, and there are generous bonuses for winning places in the arena. Yi Yunshin initially wanted to earn star coins in the fighting arena to buy star eye fruit, But later, she found out that Star Eye fruit was out of stock. It was one of her buyers who told her that the Dragon Clan's guardian had a Star Eye orchard in the suburbs of the capital, so she took the risk. But she couldn't take the Star Eye fruit for nothing. Do you want to go to this arena? Zhu Zi pointed at the poster. Yi Yunqi nodded. Seeing that there was a lively scene to join in, Zhu Ziyuan's eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly raised his hand to sign up. I want to go too. The three of them set off after finishing the sumptuous afternoon tea prepared by Ye's father. Zhu Ziyuan was still smacking his lips and muttering that the cookies and cakes made by Ye's father were really delicious. What is this place? Yi Yunqi led the two of them through the underground city. The streets were full of flashing neon lights, and the streets were covered with all kinds of dynamic posters. There were also small spherical robots flying around and sticking small advertisements on pedestrians. Zhu Zi had just torn off a coupon for Jean Lu's Painless Beauty Salon on her sleeve, and the small robot stuck a 10% discount coupon for Odessan Nutrient Solution on her back. Zhu Ziyuan was not much better, and he was so angry that he crushed the two small robots. Yi Yunqi helped Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan tear off the advertising stickers on their bodies and sighed, "This is a commercial district, and it's better now." In the past, when no one cared, the robot dogs would be covered with stickers when they passed by here. This scared Zhu Zi so much that she quickly sped up and left this advertising street. However, their destination was not on this floor, and they needed to take the elevator to continue down. It was called an elevator, but it was more like a small room. When it sensed that three people were coming in, 3 handles immediately fell from the top of the elevator. If Yi Yun, a novice, hadn't quickly pulled Zhu Zi to the green area, she would have been hit on the head by the falling handles. The old elevator made a rumbling sound and descended at a speed that didn't care about people's lives, but fortunately, people arrived safely in the end. The fighting arena is a holographic arena held on the Star Network. Unlike the Star Network forum that can be logged in with a light brain, a holographic cabin is required to enter the arena. However, the holographic cabin is expensive, and most residents of the underground city will choose to go to the holographic cabin rental store. The lights in the rental store are dim, and the boss sits lazily at the door, smoking. Yi Yunqi skillfully swiped 3 holographic cabins. It was Zhu Zi's first time to use a holographic cabin. He closed his eyes, then opened them again and entered a whole new world. Zhu Zi first pinched his face and gave himself a nickname Little Turtle. 5 seconds later, the 3 of them appeared in a huge sunken square, with a borderless screen in the middle, and the stands around were full of spectators. Surrounded by characters with exquisite and fashionable or weird and funny looks, Zhu Zi, wearing the original costume, looked out of place. Zhu Zi turned his head to look at Zhu Ziyuan, who had a nickname Eat and Play and Don't Go Home on his head, and was wearing a golden and gorgeous outfit. While Zhu Zi was pinching his face, Zhu Ziyuan had already spent a lot of money in the virtual mall, and made himself a shining local tyrant. "Sister, I look good, don't I?" Zhu Ziyuan said proudly. "It looks good, it looks like a moving sparkling thing," Zhu Zi said casually. Zhu Ziyuan laughed foolishly after hearing this. Zhu Zi couldn't bear to watch. She clicked on her character frame, which showed that she had received 3,000 initial points. In a match in the primary arena, the loser will lose 1,000 points, the winner will get 2,000 points, and there will be no points in a tie. There are 2 modes, individual challenge mode and team challenge mode. In the team challenge, each member of the winning team can also get an additional 500 points reward. The 3 formed a team and started matching. Let's see which 2 teams will play in the next match. The voice of the arena host was clear and loud. The boundless screen began to scroll. Secret Encounter vs Powerful Unlimited Charge. The screen also displayed the results of the 2 teams. The Secret Encounter team was a newly established team with a record of 0 wins and 0 losses, while the Powerful Unlimited Charge team had 19 wins and 0 losses, and was a new Star Seed team in the primary arena. The Powerful Unlimited Charge team met the Secret Encounter team. Let's see if Powerful Unlimited Charge can successfully win 20 consecutive victories this time. After the match was completed, the viewing room was also opened. 90% of the audience in the room came for the Powerful Unlimited Charge team. Although this is only a primary arena, it is not easy to win 20 consecutive victories in an arena open to people from all walks of life in the entire Interstellar Federation. Many teams lost in 15 or 16 consecutive victories, and were unable to get the 20 consecutive victories reward given by the arena official, a full 50,000 points. The audience secretly thought it was boring. How come Powerful Unlimited Charge was matched with a team that appeared from nowhere, and the name was very strange and thief-like. 2 of the 3 people were brand new accounts. One of them was dressed in gray and white beggar clothes, and the other was a rich second generation with golden clothes. Only one account called I'm in a hurry to use money looked decent, with a record of 13 wins and 2 losses in individual competitions. I don't know how these 3 people got together. Could it be that they met by borrowing money? However, the powerful unlimited charge team was lucky. They met such a blood bag, and they can probably easily win 20 consecutive games. The 3 members of the powerful unlimited charge team were in the preparation area. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the matching results. There was a relaxed and happy atmosphere in the team. Ha ha, the arena system really favors us, and arranged a team of rookies for us. It's agreed that the captain will get 20,000 points for the 20 consecutive wins, and each of us will get 15,000. Our whole team can directly enter the intermediate arena. After this game, I treat you. Let's go to Karen's bar to celebrate. The captain spoke, and the other teammates cheered. On the other side, Zhu Zi looked at the team member information of powerful unlimited charge in surprise. The captain Lang Marcellus has a mental power of SSS, the team member Torisichi has a mental power of SS, and the team member Lang Mensisi has a mental power of SSS. Are the participants in the primary arena so highly configured? Isn't it said that SSS level mental power is very rare in the entire Interstellar Federation? How can you meet 2 in a folk competition? On the other hand, they are much inferior. Little Turtle has a mental power of a level, Eat and Play, and Don't Go Home has a mental power of SS level, and I'm in a hurry to use money has a mental power of S level. Seeing Zhu Zi's shocked look, Yunshin smiled and said, the mental power here is filled in by yourself. Even if you fill in an SSS mental power, the arena will not specifically check the authenticity, so some people will fill it in higher. So that's how it is. Zhu Zi was relieved. No wonder powerful unlimited charge has 2 SSS levels, but powerful unlimited charge 19 consecutive wins still look quite impressive. I don't know if they can beat them. On the big screen of the arena, various game maps such as glaciers, grasslands, and polar night territories are randomly scrolled. The last map full of yellow sand appeared on the big screen. Powerful unlimited charge and secret encounter drew the desert map. The arena desert map has been completely updated. The map will randomly refresh the unique Ta'in scorpion in the Kayuxi desert. The host showed the audience pictures of the Ta'in scorpion and the screams of people who were bitten by the Ta'in scorpion, which scared the audience to gasp. In the desert map, our contestants must not only prevent the attacks of their teammates, but also keep an eye on the scorpions that appear from time to time. I wonder if the newly formed secret encounter team can withstand the powerful infinite charge team with a 19-game winning streak in the desert map. Let's wait and see. Chapter 21. After winning a new high-difficulty map, the audience in the room even began to worry whether the newly formed secret encounter team would be stung to death by the NPC of the desert map as soon as they entered the game. The scorpions in the Kayuxi desert are very poisonous, and because of their dark yellow shells, they are naturally stealth experts in the desert, making it difficult for people to detect them, and they will be bitten by them if they are caught off guard. If the secret encounter team is killed by the NPC directly, then their ticket fee today will be wasted. Zhu Zi felt a wave of heat as soon as she entered the map, and her feet stepped on the dry and soft sand. When she opened her mouth to speak, she could eat a mouthful of sand. This holographic simulation is so realistic. There was also a little scorpion that swooped onto her arm, and it looked cute as it lifted its tail and crawled around. Zhu Zi touched the head of the shit yellow scorpion. It was slippery and cold. All the touches here were very realistic. The cute little scorpion also touched her lightly with its tail, as if to say hello to her. Zhu Zi was surprised that the arena was so attentive to the interaction of small animals that were only used to fill the map. No wonder so many people watched even an ordinary small game. This is a conscientious arena that has done a good job in even the details. Zhu Zi nodded with satisfaction. The audience in the arena widened their eyes. How could this person be bitten by a highly poisonous scorpion and still be fine? At first, the audience looked at Zhu Zi speechlessly. Sure enough, the people in this new team are stupid. They didn't get rid of the scorpion when it crawled on their hands. Although they couldn't get rid of it, they at least struggled. Couldn't they feel the momentum of the scorpion? As a result, this person was not afraid, but happily touched it. Finally, when they saw the Ta'in scorpion raised its tail to attack her, the audience was relieved. As expected, everyone has to pay a heavy price for their ignorance. Then, they were dumbfounded again. The price was just this: it didn't hurt. The Ta'in scorpion thought it didn't sting anyone and raised its tail again. You have to know that this is a holographic simulation with a 90% similarity to reality, and the pain is directly raised to 90%. This is totally unscientific. Could it be that the arena wrote the wrong code? The Ta'in scorpion in the map is not toxic at all. Even the host himself suspected that there was something wrong with the map, and he felt guilty when he was explaining. On the other side, the Doli Wuxian Chong team also encountered the Ta'in scorpion. Makoto Tori swung his sword and directly split the Ta'in scorpion in half, but the three seemed to be unlucky. There were too many Ta'in scorpions nearby. Marcellus didn't pay attention, and was accidentally bitten on the calf by the Ta'in scorpion. The calf instantly became swollen and red, and turned purple and black after a few seconds. The venom of the Ta'in scorpion was quickly released, and Marcellus covered his calf and screamed. The host breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no problem with the desert map. The audience also saw that the Ta'in scorpion was really poisonous, not a small pet released in the arena. Doesn't anyone know the origin of this shrunk little turtle? It must have a strong defense ability. It didn't feel anything when it was stung by the Ta'in scorpion. Looking at her nickname, she can't be from the turtle clan. The defense ability is high. The others nodded in sudden realization. Shrunk little turtle is a real turtle. On the desert map, Zhu Zi saw three people not far away. All of them were tall and fierce looking. One of them was a little lame. This arena actually had a lame model. Zhu Zi was very confused. The game had already started when the two teams entered the desert map. The team leader Langman Sisi set the strategy for the whole team to fight quickly and decisively. The biggest trouble in this desert map was not the secret encounter team, but those Ta'in scorpions that suddenly appeared. Langman Sisi's target was Zhu Zi. He raised his right hand, and the data turned into a lightsaber. He held it in his hand, and waved it at Zhu Zi. The lightsaber was light, convenient and lethal, but Zhu Zi only had a machete that he got for free from the system. However, in Zhu Zi's eyes, Langman Sisi's movements were very slow, and she easily dodged the lightsaber attack. The lightsaber missed and hit the sand, causing a pile of sand to explode. With the cover of the flying sand, Zhu Zi quickly approached Langman Sisi. She used her mental power to bless the free machete in her hand, and swung it at Langman Sisi. Langman Sisi barely dodged the machete, and then was shaken back by the aftermath of Zhu Zi's mental power. He looked at Zhu Zi in shock. He didn't expect that this beggar-dressed novice would have such strength. Zhu Zi frowned, very unhappy with Langman Sisi's eyes, as if it was incredible that she could swing such a knife. Zhu Zi touched the ground with her toes, and jumped into the air. The machete weighing 8 or 9 pounds, was as light as foam in her hand. She gathered strength in the air, and swung the machete at Langman Sisi. Langman Sisi's heart was pounding, and he didn't have time to completely dodge. The machete hit his right arm, and blood flowed instantly. Langman Sisi covered his wound in pain, and looked at Zhu Zi. He had underestimated this little turtle before, but the broken machete in his hand greatly affected her performance. He still had a chance to win. He had a lightsaber in his hand. Zhu Zi swung the machete more and more smoothly, holding the machete, and directly facing Langman Sisi's lightsaber. The machete could not withstand the attack of the lightsaber. Even with Zhu Zi's mental power, it still had a hole, but fortunately, Langman Sisi's lightsaber was cut off by her. Zhu Zi threw the machete at Langman Sisi, making the last bit of the free machete valuable, and then quickly picked up the wild lightsaber that fell on the ground. Oh, the bird gun changed to a cannon. Torrichini and Marcellus felt that they were really unlucky today. How could everyone in this unknown team be so strong? The battle that was originally planned to end within 10 minutes seemed to be the opposite. They will be defeated within 10 minutes. The 20-game winning streak that they worked so hard to win will be lost here. The audience was also very surprised. If some of them had not started watching the powerful Unlimited Charge team, since they won 5 consecutive games, they would have doubted that the 3 people of powerful Unlimited Charge were weak and powerless. It felt that in the hands of the 3 people of Secret Encounter, the powerful Unlimited Charge team was simply not good enough. But just when everyone thought that the Secret Encounter team was about to end the battle, Zhu Ziyuan, who was fighting with Tori Makoto, suddenly turned the blade without warning and swung it at Yi Yunshin. Yi Yunshin was hit by Zhu Ziyuan unexpectedly, and she stared at Zhu Ziyuan with wide eyes. Did this guy forget that they were teammates? Why did she have to prevent her teammates from backstabbing her in a competition? Yi Yunshin shouted in the Secret Encounter team channel, but Zhu Ziyuan seemed not to hear him and continued to attack her, muttering, "We haven't finished fighting in the orchard before, let's continue." Teammate channel, Yi Yunshin, Z, your second brother is crazy. Yi Yunshin, shock. Zhu Zi just swung a sword at Langman Sisai, and Langman Sisai turned into data and disappeared directly from the map. She looked at her second brother, who was going crazy. No matter how she shouted, he didn't listen. He was immersed in his own world. The second brother was playing with a free knife in his hand very quickly, and beat Yunshin back again and again. Marcellus and Tori Makoto saw the opportunity and attacked Yunshin directly, but Zhu Ziyuan frowned when he saw that the battle was disrupted, and turned his head to attack the two intruders. Although Zhu Ziyuan fought without any rules, his strong mental strength and almost instinctive fighting reaction made Marcellus and Tori Seiichi feel frightened. Zhu Ziyuan in this state was more difficult to deal with than in normal times. Tori Seiichi and Marcellus decisively retreated and ran away. They didn't want to risk their lives to take this advantage, but they waited for I'm in a hurry to use money to be beaten off the line by their teammates. The audience looked at the situation on the field in surprise. They thought that the secret encounter team was about to win, but their team had an internal conflict without any warning. The two of them fought back and forth. Originally, I'm in a hurry to use money was restrained, but eat and play and don't go home fought more and more fiercely, and I'm in a hurry to use money not only defended but also did not attack. So now the two members of the powerful unlimited charge team can achieve 20 consecutive victories, as long as they defeat Shrinking Turtle. Tori Seiichi and Marcellus finally smiled again. It was really God's help for them to complete their 20th consecutive victory. They couldn't beat them one-on-one, but they could easily beat them two-on-one. Zhu Zi was even more powerful after picking up the lightsaber. She was not afraid of the siege of the two. Instead, she was more worried about her mentally disturbed second brother. Seeing his crazy fighting style based on instinct, he looked like he was drunk. Zhu Zi used one eye to watch her second brother, and the other eye to fight. Tori Seiichi and Marcellus were angry at her distracted attitude in fighting, and looked down on them. Zhu Zi didn't know why the two people on the opposite side were so slow and full of loopholes. Because they were busy dealing with her, they would be accidentally touched by the little scorpion and scream. The little scorpion's tail didn't hurt people at all. I don't know why they had to put on such a show. Moreover, the reaction ability of these two people is not very good. If they go to Dragon Island to avoid class, they will definitely be hit by the teacher 800 times in one class. Seeing that the second brother was getting happier and happier, Yunshin was almost knocked offline by him. Zhu Zi was anxious, and then she quickly solved the powerful unlimited charge team under the shocked eyes of the audience. Tori Seiichi and Marcellus, who returned to the arena, were confused. Where did this big guy come from? Why did he come to the primary arena to blow up the fish pond? The three members of the powerful unlimited charge team looked at each other. Well, the whole team was knocked out by the same person, and Langman Sisai was even worse and lost a lightsaber with a full 6,000 points. Chapter 22. The dazzling sunlight was no longer scorching, the yellow sand in the sky disappeared, and the three returned to the arena private room. Each person had an additional 2,500 basic points reward, and 1,326.56 audience ticket share. Thanks to the powerful unlimited charge team's challenge for 20 consecutive victories, they were able to receive so many ticket shares from the arena. The sudden change of environment and empty hands made Zhu Ziyuan confused. Sister, where is my knife? Zhu Zi casually picked up a metal stirring spoon and handed it to Zhu Ziyuan. Here. Sister, you are so good to me. Zhu Ziyuan happily took the metal stirring spoon and swung the spoon in his hand to cut the air. Zhu Zi sighed. The identification was completed. The second brother's brain was broken. When Zhu Ziyuan saw Yunshin, he even wanted to fight her, and he kept saying, "Little black face, you are good at fighting. Let's have a sparring match." What little black face? I am weak-colored. Yunshin shouted loudly. She wanted to block Zhu Ziyuan's mouth directly, but Zhu Ziyuan turned a deaf ear to her, and just wanted to fight with Yunshin. Now only Zhu Zi can call back a trace of Zhu Ziyuan's rationality. What happened to the second brother? Why did he suddenly become like this? Zhu Zi frowned, very anxious. Yunshin picked up the plate to block Zhu Ziyuan's spoon attack, and asked, "Did Zhu Ziyuan eat too many star-eye fruits? How many star-eye fruits did he eat today?" The ripeness of the star-eye fruit could only be identified from the tiny details, so when in the star-eye orchard, Yunshin was always nervous and focused on identifying the star-eye fruits, and had no way to spare the attention to check the situation of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. After knowing that the star-eye fruit was the only fruit that could cure her mother, Yunshin looked up a lot of information about the star-eye fruit. The star-eye fruit is a tree species from the Elf King's court, and it has extremely high requirements for the growing environment. The star-eye fruit of the Elf King's court is exclusively for the royal family, and is not sold to the public. However, there are very few fruit trees that have been successfully transplanted, so the star eye fruit is precious and rare. The star eye fruit contains a lot of energy. The star eye fruit she gave her mother to treat the disease even needs to be taken in batches. Although the star eye fruit is good, you can't eat too much at one time. Zhu Zi recalled for a while. The second brother ate one this morning, and ate several more in the star eye orchard, a total of 5 star eye fruits. So this is because he ate too much star eye fruit? Zhu Zi was surprised. Yi Yunqi nodded. If an ordinary person ate so many star eye fruits, he might be sent directly to the medical cabin, but the dragon race has a strong physique. Zhu Ziyuan's current symptoms are just unconsciousness and acting on instinct. Zhu Zi looked at her second brother jumping up and down with a spoon with a headache. No wonder her mother only gave them 1 star eye fruit a day. Zhu Zi felt that they should hurry home and find a doctor for her second brother. Zhu Zi exited the holographic cabin and pulled out her second brother, who looked confused. Although she didn't look fat, she was quite heavy. Zhu Ziyuan walked crookedly, looking around with his eyes, as if he was here for the first time. Xiao Xian, why don't you go home first? I call the housekeeper to pick us up. Separate the second brother from Xiao Xian first, otherwise the second brother will want to fight with Xiao Xian for no reason, like a stubborn bull that can't be pulled back. Yi Yunqi was a little hesitant and worried that Zhu Zi couldn't handle it here alone, but when she saw that Zhu Ziyuan wanted to fight with her, she thought it would be better for her to leave first. Dragon Island. Shui Zhengqing received a message from the young lady, which was a location. The young lady asked him to send a car to pick them up. Shui Zhengqing opened the location sent by the young lady, and saw that it was number 76, Khusro Street, B851, Underground Block, 015 area. He wondered why the young lady appeared in the underground city of the new suburbs of the capital. It was an underground city, in an underground city at 851 meters underground. It was a long way from Dragon Island. Zhu Zi felt very tired after the call. Her second brother jumped up and down like a monkey. She could only pray that the suspension car would come quickly. Khusro Street was somewhat similar to the street where they landed due to space fluctuations, but it was cleaner and tidier, full of the atmosphere of fireworks in the market. The street was bustling with people coming and going. Zhu Ziyuan was like a curious baby. Everything he saw was new, and he wanted to touch it. Even when a suspended motorcycle whooshed past by them, Zhu Ziyuan would follow behind to eat the exhaust gas. Suddenly Zhu Ziyuan's eyes turned to a star on the jewelry store, a 5-pointed star, golden and shining. A star that fell on the roof. Sister, I picked the star for you. Zhu Ziyuan pointed with his finger and smiled happily, as if he had found a huge treasure. He still remembered that his elder brother gave his sister a sea of gemstone flowers, and his sister smiled happily, and he also wanted to make his sister happy. The elder brother said this was a meeting gift. He was the first person in the world to see his sister, so of course he should give a meeting gift. Zhu Zi was very touched. The second brother was still thinking about her even if his brain was broken, but there was no need to do so. However, she doesn't want stars. Zhu Zi didn't have time to finish this sentence. I don't know where the second brother got such a strong jumping ability. He has already stepped on the roof of someone's shop, and he stood on it and waved to Zhu Zi happily. The owner heard the noise and ran out in a hurry, standing below and shouting loudly, asking Zhu Ziyuan to come down quickly. But just when the shop owner was about to build a ladder to climb up, Zhu Ziyuan raised his hand and pulled out the star on the roof of the shop. But what Zhu Ziyuan didn't know was that it was just a star lamp, and he tore it together with the wire, and the bling-bling star immediately went out. Zhu Ziyuan threw the star lamp aside in disappointment. It turned out that it was not a real star, and it was not good-looking, and could not be given to his sister. The owner of the jewelry store looked at the broken star lamp on the ground with heartache, and then glared at Zhu Ziyuan, who turned around and jumped on the sign of another children's toy store. Seeing that he couldn't catch the man, the owner of the jewelry store decisively took out his laptop and called the B851 Public Security Administration. Zhu Zi ran to the door of the children's toy store and ordered his second brother to come down quickly. Okay, sister, I'm coming down. After a while of cool breeze, Zhu Ziyuan nodded obediently and came down as soon as Zhu Zi called him. But as soon as he moved, the shop sign immediately lost balance and fell down with a bang. The lights on the toy store sign flickered twice, and then completely darkened, and the man and the sign hit the glass window of the toy store. Zhu Ziyuan sat in the arms of the furry giant bear. His eyes were confused, as if he was frightened, and there were broken glass pieces and crooked plush toys on the ground around him. Zhu Zi felt that it was quite appropriate for his second brother to stay in the toy store window. He was prettier than all the toy dolls here. But the owner of the toy store obviously didn't think so. He stared at the scene in amazement, and then called the B851 Public Security Administration Bureau again. The public security management of the Capital Star Underground City is good, and the police are dispatched quickly. 5 minutes later, 2 hovercrafts surrounded them, and 3 cyborgs wearing the black and blue uniforms of the Underground City Public Security Administration Bureau came down from the hovercrafts. In the federal Capital Star with strict laws and regulations, cyborgs and federal citizens are still easy to recognize. Every technology company that manufactures cyborgs must equip cyborgs with eyeballs that meet the regulations. The cyborgs' eyes flashed with mechanical light, but other behaviors were no different from normal people. This was Zhu Zi's first time drinking tea at the Public Security Administration Bureau. The tea was not good, a bit astringent and hoarse. The security guard in charge of receiving this civil dispute case was Cromwell. The owner of the jewelry store and the owner of the toy store accused Zhu Ziyuan of his crimes in front of him. We must be given an explanation for this matter today. We didn't offend him, but he smashed my sign for no reason. How can I operate without a sign? You must compensate me for the purchase of the sign, the repair of the store, the loss of work, and the mental damage. Whose children are you? Don't you have anyone to take care of you? You are destroying the streets. Where are your parents? Call them to pay the compensation. Zhu Ziyuan was somewhat sober, but his mind was still not normal. He felt wronged. The stars were fake, and the footboard was broken. Zhu Zi touched his second brother's head, and hoped that the car sent by the housekeeper would arrive quickly to rescue them. Sheriff Cromwell, who had been silent, frowned and looked at Zhu Zi and the others strangely, then picked up the instrument and scanned Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan again, and then frowned even deeper. The screen of the instrument still showed 4 big red characters, no such person. The identity query system of their Public Security Administration is connected to the entire Interstellar Federation. If it shows that no such person is found, then it must be an illegal household. There are many illegal households in District B851, but Cromwell doesn't think these 2 children look like it. Could it be that their parents haven't had time to register at the service center? But these 2 children look 6 or 7 years old. Whose parents are so forgetful that they don't do such an important thing as entering citizen information? So it's probably an illegal household, and I don't know where this set of clothes came from. As for those races that grow fast in childhood, Cromwell didn't think about it at all. Only the top races, their cubs have experienced a long period of gestation and nourishment before they hatch or are born, and they are born with a strong physique that ordinary people can never reach in their lifetime. These cubs of the top races can quickly pass through the fragile larval period. This period of gestation is also considered to be the best golden period for cubs to improve their physique. Some biologists want to crack the secret of the top races to cultivate cubs, but later biologists found that no matter how they tried to artificially intervene to extend the embryonic cultivation period, the child could only be delayed for half a year at the latest. You know, the cubs of those top races can easily experience more than 100 years of embryonic cultivation time. This research was stopped because it did not make any progress, and people once again clearly realized the huge gap between the top races and ordinary races. The fastest way for ordinary people to cross this gap is to have a high level of mental power. But Cromwell did not have a high level of mental power. He could only be a security guard in the dungeon and work with a group of biochemical people. Cromwell looked at Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan, his 5 fingers impatiently tapping on the table, and the metal index finger made a harsh clanging sound when it hit the table. He was about to get off work, but the naughty child had caused such a thing to delay his time off work. But this matter was also easy to solve. Just call the child's parents to the Public Security Bureau to pay money, and take the child away. Cromwell leaned back in his chair casually and asked routinely, name, home address, parents? Chapter 23. Zhu Zi confessed honestly, my name is Zhu Zi, and his name is Zhu Ziyuan. My home address is Dragon Island, but I don't know which district, which street, or which number Dragon Island is in. Our father is Zhu Zi, and our mother is Wei Shilan. Zhu Zi asked weakly, Uncle Sheriff, can you not call me parents? They are busy with work, and the dungeon is far away. I don't want to disturb them because of this. My housekeeper Uncle Zhou Zhengqing is on his way to pick us up. Can he take us away? No. Cromwell thought Zhu Zi's remarks were too outrageous, and he immediately refused. He sat up straight. He thought it was a civil dispute that could be resolved in a dozen minutes, but he didn't expect this kid to lie all the time. A child with an illegal household also made up such a life experience. What kind of interstellar joke is this? How could a child of the Dragon Clan come to the dungeon? The noble upper class of the capital star would not set foot in the underground city. They would not be interested in rats living in the sewers. They even banned the construction of underground cities. They thought that underground cities would damage the style of the capital star. There should not be such a thing as underground cities in the prosperous and affluent capital star of the Interstellar Federation. The underground city in Area B009 was forcibly demolished by them. If the current head of state was not from an ordinary family and understood their difficulties, the current underground city would definitely not be preserved. However, although the underground city was left, the upper class still thought it was a sewer and would not be willing to come in. If you don't tell the truth, you will have to pay more than just money today. Cromwell slammed the table heavily and shouted sternly. With a loud bang, the water cups on the table were overturned, and the tea poured down, soaking a large area of Zhu Zi's skirt, dripping on the ground. This movement really scared her, and she looked at Cromwell with a fierce face with her mouth slightly open. Zhu Zi felt very wronged. She was obviously telling the truth, and she didn't need to lie. Seeing this, Zhu Ziyuan hurriedly picked up the tea residue stuck on his sister's skirt. Unable to find a clean cloth, he used his sleeve to wipe the hem of his sister's skirt. But Cromwell was very satisfied with Zhu Zi's frightened look, and decided to add fuel to the fire and finish today's work quickly. He pointed in the direction of the prison and smiled. If you don't cooperate with my work and continue to talk nonsense, I will arrest you and put you in jail. I will see if you can still tell the truth then. In fact, what Cromwell said was just to scare the child. The little girl looked well behaved, but she was so dishonest. However, such a young child would be obedient after being scared. Hurry up and tell the truth. Cromwell glared at Zhu Zi. Why are you so mean to my sister? What else do you want her to say? Zhu Ziyuan jumped up angrily, pointed at Cromwell and said, I advise you to apologize to my sister quickly. Zhu Ziyuan's confused mind was cleared up a little bit because of anger. A bad guy who came out of nowhere dared to slam the table and overturn the teacup to be mean to her sister, and said he would lock her up. Her sister was scared by this bad guy. Cromwell didn't take Zhu Ziyuan's words seriously. What was there to be afraid of a child born to an illegal immigrant? He was the sheriff here after all, and he couldn't control two little brats. You are young, but you have a bad temper. Cromwell stroked the electric baton in his hand and continued to threaten with a cold face, if you don't tell the truth today, both you and your sister will be locked up. You should be locked up. Zhu Zi was so angry that she pointed her finger at him. She was usually very seldom angry, but she was telling the truth, but this person didn't listen to a word. Zhu Ziyuan held Zhu Zi's hand. His sister was like a soft bun that was easy to bully. When she was angry, she would only speak loudly. He glanced at Cromwell, who was full of disdain, and then leaned into Zhu Zi's ear and conspired loudly, Sister, if we meet such a nasty person, we should just beat him up and make him cry and apologize to you. Cromwell sneered, Oh, just the two of you. But before Cromwell finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if the air around him suddenly dropped several degrees. A strong sense of oppression enveloped him, and Cromwell hurried to get the electric baton at hand, but his fingers did not even touch the electric baton, and the whole person was hit by a huge force. Cromwell fell to the ground with the seat behind him, and his head suddenly hit the ground, making Cromwell feel black in front of his eyes. Cromwell struggled to stand up, but he found that he was simply vulnerable in front of this little boy, as if he could crush him immediately if he wanted to. In just a few seconds, Cromwell was stepped on by Zhu Ziyuan, and he had no ability to resist. Cromwell looked at Zhu Ziyuan in embarrassment, with blood on the corner of his mouth. The other three sheriffs saw this scene, and certainly did not allow anyone to make trouble in the Public Security Administration. But just when they took up their weapons, and prepared to stop Zhu Ziyuan, the quiet little girl also took action. Zhu Zi picked up 3 pins in the pen holder, and threw them at the same time. Each pin was shot at the sheriff's wrist with great accuracy. The weapons fell to the ground in an instant. The 3 people couldn't help but screamed in pain, and looked at Zhu Zi in shock. No one could have thought that a little girl, who looked weak and fragile, could almost shatter their wrists. If the pen cap was open, their hands would be directly disabled. But the little girl who launched the attack just sat there, and looked at them coldly, warning them not to get close. The jewelry store owner and the toy store owner hid under the table in fear, trying to reduce their presence, but they turned their heads and saw Cromwell's hideous face. Cromwell's face was pressed against the cold floor, breathing heavily, and the 3 words sorry passed through his mouth quickly. Sorry for what? Zhu Ziyuan lowered his eyes, and looked at the man who bullied his sister indifferently. I am blind, I can't recognize the eldest master and eldest lady of the Zhu family. I apologize, I deserve to die, I shouldn't scare your sister. Cromwell apologized quickly, regardless of whether these two people were children of the Zhu family. Now he could only follow his words. He had to make this child happy before he could let him go. With such a big commotion in the administration bureau, their director Bo must have received the notice and is on his way. Director Bo is a person with A-level mental power. Let's wait for Director Bo to come and see if these two kids can continue to make trouble. Bolatu received a message from his subordinates early in the morning, saying that two children were making trouble in their Public Security Administration Bureau, and they also claimed that they were the children of the Dragon Zhu family. How could the children of the Zhu family run to the underground city to play when they have nothing to do, and there are so many people in the Public Security Administration Bureau that they can't even handle two children? They are really a bunch of idiots. After scolding his incompetent subordinates, Bolatu still got up and got on the hover car and went to the Public Security Administration Bureau. It was the peak traffic period in the underground city, and the road was very congested, but Bolatu's hover car was affixed with the logo of the Public Security Administration Bureau. He drove the hover car recklessly and rushed forward at high speed. The hover cars on both sides consciously avoided him, but there was a car in front that refused to give way. It was hard to tell what brand the car was, but the perfect streamlined shape made it look like a cheetah running through a steel forest, with a powerful beauty. Moreover, the metal material of the suspension car body had a special luster, and it was worth a lot of money at first glance, and it didn't look like a car that would appear in a dungeon. This suspension car attracted a lot of people's attention along the way, and even the old man drinking tea on the roadside couldn't help but stretch his neck to pay attention to the suspension car. Bolatu didn't honk the horn frantically to ask the car to move out of the way. The owner of the car didn't look like someone he could afford to offend, so he had to follow behind silently, waiting for the suspension car that blocked the road at the next intersection to drive away by itself. But what Bolatu didn't expect was that at the next intersection, and the next intersection, the suspension car seemed to have predicted all the roads he wanted to go, and it kept blocking him, so he could only follow it in frustration. Zhu Si, in his military uniform, sat in the back seat of the suspension car, frowning as he looked at the crowded and chaotic streets of the underground city. His keen sense of smell also allowed him to smell the smoke outside. It was not a place suitable for children to play. It was already dinner time, but his own children had not returned home yet. Could it be that they were not hungry? Zhu Si had no choice but to come and catch him in person. If he did not come, Zhu Ziyuan might run away from home with his sister. He wished he could catch Zhu Ziyuan back immediately, and make him write his homework 100 times. Zhu Zhangqing drove the suspension car through the streets of the underground city. To be honest, it was the first time in his life that he drove a suspension car in the underground city. However, he was a skilled driver, and still drove the suspension car very fast in the traffic jam. If he did not drive faster, the cold air emitted by Marshal Zhu would freeze him to death. The location set by the young lady to her was moving all the time, and finally stopped at the Public Security Administration Bureau. Why would the young lady and the young master go to the Public Security Administration Bureau? This gave Zhu Zhangqing an ominous premonition. Bolatu was surprised to see this expensive hover car parked at the door of the Public Security Administration. When the car stopped at their door, the entire Public Security Administration looked shabby. The car door opened, and a man in a black suit and a pair of spotless white gloves got out. After getting off the car, he did not leave immediately, but respectfully opened another door. Now the doors of hover cars can be opened automatically, and there is no need for manual opening. Who is so big a fuss? It must be a well-known figure. Bolatu's heart was pounding. How could it be such a coincidence? His subordinates just sent him a message saying that there were two people inside who claimed to be children of the Zhu family. His eyes widened. It can't be true. Bolatu opened the door and got out of the car before he had time to park his own hover car. He almost fell down. But he didn't care about these things at all. He hurried over to see, hoping that it was not someone from the Zhu family. But the scene that Bolatu least wanted to see still happened. He was already half heartbroken. He estimated that half of his body could be buried in the ground. The person who got off the hovercraft was none other than the face that appeared in the news of the Interstellar Federation almost every week. SSS-level Golden Dragon, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, and the absolute commander of the 3rd Legion of the Interstellar Federation, Zhu Si. Chapter 24. Hello, Marshal Zhu. I am the director of the B851 Public Security Administration. My name is Bolatu. I am honored to meet you here. Bolatu immediately stepped forward, bent down nervously, and stretched out his hand. But Balata's outstretched hand was not held by anyone for a long time. Marshal Zhu and his butler did not even give him an extra glance. They walked past him and walked into the Public Security Administration. He could only shrink his hand awkwardly and pretend to ignore what happened. Balata had no resentment in his heart. If Marshal Zhu would shake his hand, he would be shocked. He hurriedly trotted to follow him. He hoped that his stupid subordinates did not offend the two little ancestors of Marshal Zhu's family. As soon as Balata entered the Public Security Administration, he saw a mess inside. Cromwell was lying on the ground in a mess, and he seemed to be frightened. There were scattered documents and broken teacup fragments beside him. The cyborg on one side seemed to have a brain freeze, with crackling blue light in his eyes, probably disturbed by the mental pressure. His three subordinates also covered their wrists in pain, looking at the quiet little girl in the seat with fear. Balata breathed a sigh of relief, and the sweat on his face was much less. Fortunately, these two little ancestors did not cause any trouble here, and they also suppressed and beat his people. The subordinates said that the two of them came to cause trouble, which made it much easier to deal with. Zhu Si, who was wearing a well-tailored black military uniform, looked slender and strong. Several heavy golden badges on his chest flashed dazzling light, which was out of tune with the cramped B851 Public Security Administration. Zhu Si came here to pick up people just after returning from the 3rd Legion. He frowned and looked at the two little guys running around. Zhu Si was surprised to see her father coming. She had clearly called the housekeeper uncle, but it turned out to be her father. Zhu Si immediately put away her cold expression and ran over, not caring whether her skirt was wet or not, and opened her arms to let her father hug her. Before, Zhu Si said that she didn't want to go home and be scolded, but now she realized that she actually wanted to go home more than anyone else. Zhu Si fell into a warm embrace. She leaned her head against Zhu Si's chest, feeling that all the grievances she had suffered today suddenly surged up. Zhu Si blinked her eyes and wanted to be hugged tighter. Realizing that his daughter's mood was not right and there was a wet mark on her skirt, Zhu Si's eyes instantly showed a chill. He took off his cloak with one hand and covered his daughter with it. He didn't care about his wet clothes at all. He raised his hand and gently tidied her skirt for her and touched her head soothingly. Then Zhu Si looked at his youngest son. Zhu Ziyuan didn't react when he saw him coming. Instead, he pretended not to see him. He still stepped on Cromwell with one foot and refused to let go stubbornly. But Cromwell looked at Zhu Si in shock. How could Marshal Zhu come to their B851 area? And why was he holding that little girl in his hand? Cromwell had never been so shocked when he was pressed to the ground by the little boy in a second. Zhu Zi's words echoed in his mind, Zhu Zi, Zhu Ziyuan, Dragon Island. Looking at the little boy and Marshal Zhu's golden pupils, he actually thought that golden eyes were nothing special and were everywhere. But at this moment Cromwell felt that he might really be finished this time. So the little girl was telling the truth, but he didn't believe it. It would have been fine if he didn't believe it, but he threatened her, poured water on her skirt, and said he would arrest her and put her in jail. Thinking about what he had said and done before, Cromwell really wanted to saw off his mouth. He originally thought that only children from illegal households dared to be so unscrupulous, but he didn't expect to meet a dragon cub in the dungeon. Now Director Bo couldn't save him. Balata felt that something was wrong when he saw Zhu Zi's wet skirt when she turned around, but their people were indeed beaten. He smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. People in our bureau are thick-skinned, and it's okay to be beaten twice." But Zhu Si glanced at him sharply, which scared him into a cold sweat. He looked at Balata coldly and said, "Our children won't hit people casually." Zhu Ziyuan heard his father speaking for him, and he didn't pretend to see him. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhu Si in surprise. "Yes." Zhu Zi immediately emerged from Zhu Si's arms. Then he told the whole story like pouring beans, and Zhu Ziyuan nodded and agreed, "Dad is this person, he bullied my sister." Balata felt that something was wrong as he listened. He didn't dare to look up at Marshal Zhu's face, and buried his head low, wishing that he had never been here today. Just when Balata wanted to hide himself in the crack of the ground, Cromwell, who was lying on the ground, stretched out his hand to him weakly. "Director Bo, save me." Balata successfully received a glare from Zhu Si, and felt that his body was covered with ice. He quickly cut off his relationship with Cromwell. Cromwell, the security officer, usually has a bad attitude towards work, is often late and leaves early, and is impatient with federal citizens. It's really not right for our Public Security Administration to have such a sheriff. Marshal Zhu, I wanted to dismiss him a long time ago. Cromwell's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't believe that Balatu, his brother-in-law, would say such a thing. Balata quickly winked at him. Cromwell, apologize to Ms. Zhu and young Master Zhu. This idiot still wants him to save him. Why not apologize first to calm Marshal Zhu's anger? Zhu Si looked down at Zhu Zi, who buried her head in his arms again. Xiaobao, how do you think we should deal with it? Me? Zhu Zi was very surprised, and even doubted whether her father was talking to her. After all, no one had ever cared about her opinion so much in her 2 lives. Zhu Si's voice was neither light nor heavy, and it was calm as if he was asking her what she wanted to eat for dinner today, which made Zhu Zi gradually relax in the tense atmosphere. She raised her head and looked into her father's eyes. Her small figure wrapped in a large red and black cloak was reflected in the golden pupils. At this moment, only she lived in the golden eyes, as if whatever she said now was very important. Zhu Zi looked down at Cromwell. The security guard, who had frightened her at first, no longer had a fierce look on his face, but was saying sorry. She actually didn't like those insincere apologies at all, just like in her previous life. When other children bullied her, if they were found out by the director's mother, they would apologize to her, but they would still bully her afterwards, even worse. These bland apologies were completely useless. He said he wanted to lock me and my brother up, so let's lock him up too. Zhu Zi thought for a while, and added, lock him up and let him out. Don't bully children anymore, not even adults. Zhu Zi nodded, and touched Zhu Zi's little head. Good idea, Xiaobao is really smart. Zhu Zi was very happy to be praised, and couldn't help but secretly kiss Zhu Zi on the cheek, whispering, hello, Dad. Zhu Zi was stunned as if he was struck by lightning, with a soft touch on his cheek, and the childish and pure voice of Xiaobao in his ear. Zhu Zi had never experienced such a happy feeling of being a father before, and he could even get a kiss from a little baby. He felt that this trip today was definitely not in vain. This was a day that could be recorded in the history of the Dragon Clan. Even the naughty Zhu Ziyuan looked a lot better. Just when Zhu Si was immersed in the joy of getting a kiss from his baby daughter, Zhu Ziyuan shouted loudly beside him, Sister, I want it too, I want it too. Zhu Zi's ears were a little red. She thought that no one would notice it secretly. She shook her head vigorously, covered her ears with her little hands, pretending not to hear, and turned her head away from her second brother, who was jumping around her like a little flea. On the hovercraft back to Dragon Island, Zhu Si used a drying lamp to dry the clothes for the 2 little guys. Zhu Ziyuan sat aside with his head down, and looked up at Zhu Si from time to time. Dad was in a good mood just now, and he thought he could escape the disaster, but why is he so displeased with him now? It's really strange. Or he should learn from his sister to kiss his father, but Zhu Ziyuan looked at Zhu Si's face that was similar to his, and suddenly shook his head frantically. Forget it, he would never do it. He should accept the judgment of the storm. Oh! By the way, did we compensate the owners of Dad's jewelry store and toy store for their money? Zhu Ziyuan asked weakly. He remembered that he was not sober, and took down other people's lights and damaged other people's windows. Zhu Si looked at Zhu Ziyuan with an expression that said he still had some memory, but Bourgeois has already dealt with it. The owners of the jewelry store and toy store definitely received a higher star coin compensation than they expected. Cromwell was also sent to the 3rd Legion for custody. He would be released after he was educated. Now it's time to deal with Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Ziyuan had just returned to Dragon Island. After having a full meal with some uneasiness, he was happily confined for a month, plus a reward package of sitting in meditation for an hour. During the confinement, he couldn't even leave the house when he went to class, although the class was originally at home. And his failure to do homework was also discovered. He also received double homework for 30 days, plus writing today's homework 100 times, which was specially added by his father. Zhu Ziyuan sighed. The most uncomfortable thing here was sitting quietly for an hour. Sitting quietly required sitting in one place without moving. If he moved, he would have to spend another 15 minutes. Zhu Zi wondered if it was not easy to sit still for an hour, until she saw Zhu Ziyuan sitting on a small stool with a look of despair on his face. Zhu Ziyuan could not control himself from moving from time to time. He sat for an hour for 4 hours, and even asked for a halftime break to continue tomorrow. Zhu Zi realized that some people really could not sit still. She looked at her second brother with some sympathy. She didn't know if he could complete sitting quietly for an hour within this month. No, it was 4 hours now. But Zhu Zi was quite happy today. She thought it would be her turn after punishing her brother. After all, she did not tell her mother, and secretly ran to Xingmu Orchard to pick fruits, like her brother. She was originally sitting at the dining table nervously biting a fork dipped in strawberry cream, waiting to see if she would be put in solitary confinement like her brother. But to her surprise, Both her mother and father praised her as a good baby, which instantly made Zhu Zi's eyes light up. Not only did she not receive a punishment, she also received a gift. She got a key, which was carved from a whole piece of pink crystal, and a delicate and beautiful little flower was carved on it. Her mother said that this was her exclusive key. Zhu Zi was curious about where this beautiful key could open. Chapter 25. Zhu Zi followed her elder brother into the basement of Dragon Island. In front of her was a door made of the same material as the key in her hand. The Dragon Clan, which has a family heritage of tens of thousands of years, is simply too extravagant. This is a whole piece of crystal clear pink crystal, but it is only used as a door. Sister, come and open the door. Zhu Xingtao pointed to the door. This gift was prepared by the elders of the Dragon Clan for a long time, and was specially given to my sister. My sister is a special existence. She is different from other little dragon babies, who are born in the form of dragons. My sister does not have dragon wings, so she cannot fly around with her wings and experience the joy of flying in the sky. The elders of the family were afraid that my sister would be sad because of this, so they specially prepared this gift. It is definitely more fun than flying by herself. It's just a pity for Zhu Ziyuan. He could have played together, but he actually tried to lead his lovely sister astray. But their little Gigi looked at the sweet star fruit that was within reach of the tree, and could not help but not pick any. She is definitely the best baby in the universe, completely different from a certain naughty little dragon. Zhu Zi noticed that the big brother's eyes were becoming more and more kind when he looked at her. Kind? It felt like the next second, the big brother's eyes would turn into a pair of starry eyes. Zhu Zi turned her head silently, afraid that the big brother would eat it with his eyes. Zhu Zi put the crystal key into the doorway. The shape of the key just fits perfectly, and a huge crystal door opened effortlessly. Zhu Zi was puzzled. It was pitch black inside the door. She couldn't see anything, and she didn't know what was put there. Suddenly, the lights in the door lit up one by one, like a beam of light quickly moving from where Zhu Zi was to the end of the space. After a few seconds, the entire huge space was illuminated. There were all kinds of cool suspension cars parked in this space, filling up row after row, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. These suspension cars were smaller than the ones Zhu Zi saw on the street. Each suspension car had only 2 seats, and was parked in the air in the parking space. Each suspension car had an exquisite shape, and all kinds of styles were available. She even classified them according to color like she had obsessive-compulsive disorder. On her left was a whole row of black suspension cars. Suspension cars of the same color, but different styles were arranged together, and each one was full of personality. Some looked like swordsmen with a cold appearance, handsome and unrestrained, and some looked like black dragons ready to go, as if they can roar and soar into the sky with a single step on the accelerator. Zhu Zi continued to walk inside, and was surprised to find that the entire basement was actually a natural arc shape, but the space here was too large, and she hadn't noticed it when she first came in. Sister, go this way. Zhu Xingtao pointed to a road in the middle. The space in the center of the garage is larger and more open, and the distance between each suspension car is also wider, which makes the cars outside seem a bit crowded. Sister, you will definitely like these suspension cars, each one is designed by a master. Zhu Xingtao pointed to the extremely exquisite and cool suspension lanes. Zhu Zi looked at these suspension cars happily, and her eyes were almost overwhelmed. Each one was very beautiful, and she wanted to sit on it and try it out. Zhu Zi gently touched a beautiful royal blue floating car. The car, which was originally quietly floating in the parking space, was like a sleeping sapphire dragon suddenly awakened by its long-awaited owner. As soon as Zhu Zi touched the car body, a circle of ice blue light flashed and a rumbling low hum was emitted. Then the floating car landed gently, and the door opened automatically upwards, revealing the comfortable and soft beige seats inside. Zhu Zi's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at her fingers in surprise. Her fingers were so useful. Zhu Xingtao was touched by his sister's cute little expression, and couldn't help pinching her raised little finger. All the floating cars here have recorded your fingerprints. These cars are all yours. You can drive any one you want. Mine? All? Zhu Zi was a little surprised. There were countless floating cars here. Even if she changed one every day, she couldn't drive them all in a year. Zhu Zi suddenly thought of Zhu Ziyuan, who was in solitary confinement. Where's the second brother? He has wings and can fly by himself. We don't need to worry about him. Zhu Xingtao said without hesitation. Zhu Zi suddenly realized that her parents were afraid that she would be sad because she didn't have wings and couldn't fly by herself, so they gave her so many small hover cars. Zhu Zi herself had never thought about this problem. In her previous life, she also walked on 2 legs and didn't think that not being able to fly was a problem at all. But this didn't prevent Zhu Zi from being happy, because she received a garage full of cool hover cars, and full of love from her family. Zhu Zi happily sat in the driver's seat of the small hover car. Zhu Xingtao reluctantly sat in the passenger seat. This position was a bit crowded for his height. He adjusted the seat back, and it was better. Zhu Xingtao carefully taught Zhu Zi how to control the small suspension car. These are children's versions of small suspension cars, which are very simple to operate. Moreover, the suspension car also has an extremely sensitive automatic defense function. There is no need to worry about driving safety. His sister can drive the small suspension car around without restraint. Even Zhu Xingtao himself was very envious when he saw the cool suspension cars in the garage. If he had known that he would have such treatment, he should not have grown this pair of dragon wings when he was born, but now there is no regret. He has grown up and lost the exclusive special treatment of the little dragon baby. But he can get a rub of his sister's suspension car today. However, Zhu Zi, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the suspension car, was a little confused. She didn't have any special place to go. For a while, she really didn't know where to drive the suspension car. Although the configuration of the hover cars in this garage is no worse than the top hover cars on the market, they do not have the driving number of the Interstellar Federation and cannot be driven on public roads. However, the Dragon Island is so big that the little dragon baby can drive the little hover car to have fun. After closing the car door, the royal blue hover car automatically rose, and a round hole opened on the roof of the garage that was large enough for the hover car to pass through. After a few seconds, the little hover car came to the ground, and Zhu Zi's vision suddenly widened. "Let's go!" Zhu Xingtao waved his hand and shouted. Okay. Zhu Zi nodded hurriedly, operating the control panel of the hover car unskillfully. As Zhu Zi moved, the small hover car left a crooked, shiny, colorful trail in the air. This was the tail spray that Zhu Xingtao had specially selected for his sister, proving that a baby dragon hover car had just flown by, but Zhu Zi thought it was a little too fancy. The operation of the hover car was very simple, and Zhu Zi felt like she was playing a real-life racing game. After adapting for a while, she could freely drive the hover car around Dragon Island. Zhu Zi drove the hover car to a height of 1,000 meters and looked down at the entire Dragon Island. Dragon Island was like a shining gem, enjoying a piece of tranquility in the prosperous and wealthy capital star. Then he controlled the small hover car to descend at will, and travel through Dragon Island. The surrounding scenery passed by quickly, and the whistling wind was in her ears. The extreme speed made her feel unprecedented freedom. Zhu Zi suddenly found that she really liked this feeling, as if she should have a pair of wings that could fly freely. The servant who had just entered Dragon Island looked up at the hover car flying in the sky. This hover car was not only extremely fast, but also extremely arrogantly left a trail of bright-colored spray. Driving so fast, he was afraid that the car would hit a building. The new servant was surprised and said, "Someone dared to drive like this in Dragon Island." The housekeeper in charge of taking care of the newcomers looked up and saw the royal blue small hover car in the distance. During this period, the entire Dragon Island was busy looking for small hover cars everywhere in the Interstellar Federation, and the requirements for hover cars were very high, not only requiring top performance, but also requiring attractive shapes. Due to the high requirements, there were not many ready-made hovercrafts. Designers had to rush to design overnight, and hundreds of hovercraft factories worked overtime to manufacture. The Dragon Clan's operation also directly led to a price increase for the small hovercrafts of the Interstellar Federation. The owners of these small hovercrafts are definitely like treasures of Dragon Island. The housekeeper frowned and looked at the new servant seriously and said, "That is the lady's hovercraft. We just need to do our own things, and don't meddle in the master's business." "Ah? Which lady?" The servant who joined the company on the first day was a little confused. On Dragon Island, there is only one person who can be called Miss, and that is the youngest child of the clan leader. The housekeeper warned seriously, "Don't treat Miss perfunctorily just because she has a good temper. You'd better be more attentive. Everyone in the Dragon Clan protects her like an eyeball. If you offend Miss, you may suffer before Miss gets angry." The new servant nodded quickly when he heard it, silently remembered this, lowered his head, and walked forward, not daring to discuss anything. On the hovercraft, Zhu Zi operated the control panel with excitement on his face. The feeling of flying freely was really super cool. There are more fun things. These small hovercrafts are specially equipped with Easter egg guns. Zhu Xingtao pointed to a row of colored buttons on the operation panel. He pressed a golden button, and a scope immediately appeared on the virtual screen. Zhu Xingtao aimed the scope at a pure white building in the left front. A golden paintball flew out, and a large area of gold suddenly appeared on the pure white building, shining brightly under the sunlight. Zhu Xingtao looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This feeling made him inexplicably happy. It was a building built in the center of Dragon Island, and any important banquets of the family would be held there. If it were normal, even if Zhu Xingtao had 100 courage, he would not dare to do this. But today he benefited from his sister. These paintball guns were specially installed on the hovercraft by his mother and aunt for his sister to play with because they were afraid that his sister would be bored flying around on Dragon Island. With his sister, he would not be scolded by his parents for spraying the entire Dragon Island with colors today. But Zhu Zi, who didn't know this yet, was a little worried. The abrupt color made the originally luxurious and exquisite building suddenly look strange. Brother, this is not good. Although the paintball guns did look fun, and she also wanted to play with them. Chapter 26. Zhu Xingtao touched his sister's head. His sister was so cute and obedient. Although he looked like he wanted to play, he was still worried about whether she would damage the walls at home. It's okay, sister. The paint used in the paintball gun can be naturally decomposed in the sun, and the color will disappear automatically after a few hours. Besides, these paintball guns will be installed on the small hover car, which is originally used for his sister to play like this. Zhu Xingtao said excitedly, Sister, let's go and dye the tree pink. Okay. Zhu Zi, who was relieved, began to let go of himself gradually. He and Zhu Xingtao drove the small hover car to shoot paintballs everywhere on Dragon Island. The gorgeous and complex palace-style buildings of Dragon Island were directly used as huge canvases, and the pure white banquet building became the hardest-hit area. Even the fountain in the garden was not spared, and fluorescent green paintballs were fired into it. The huge fountain changed color only after firing dozens of fluorescent green paintballs. The two waited and waited by the side until every water outlet sprayed fluorescent green water, then they left contentedly and moved to another place to continue playing. Xu Ziyuan, who was repeating boring homework in the study, looked at the small floating cars flying around outside the window with Indy. My sister and elder brother had so much fun playing outside, they had been flying around for several hours. I didn't even have time to drink afternoon tea with him today. I was obsessed with driving the small floating car. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have encouraged my sister to go to the Xingmu orchard. No matter how delicious the Xingmu fruit is, it will be gone after 2 bites. Eating too much will make people stupid. It's not as fun as the small floating car. Now he can't play with the little hover car. No matter how much he wants to play, he can only wait until a month later. Xu Ziyuan dragged his head and looked out the window eagerly. He didn't know where the pen he was writing homework had gone. Then he saw his sister's royal blue little hover car coming over. Thinking that his elder brother and sister finally remembered him, Xu Ziyuan stood up happily on tiptoe and waved hard. Unfortunately, neither of them noticed him, and the royal blue little hover car flew past. Then a golden paintball hit the wall, and the paintball exploded, and even his window was printed with gold powder. Xu Ziyuan, ? Xu Ziyuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was fine that his elder brother and sister didn't notice him, but they also sprinkled gold powder on his window. Now he couldn't even see the window, and only boring homework accompanied him. Angry Xu Ziyuan decided to ignore his elder brother and sister for half an hour, outside Dragon Island. Qi Xiaoshan took the list of interview questions, the live cameraman, and 2 assistants and got on the hovercraft to Dragon Island. Dragon Island has very strict management of aircraft in the sky above the island, and the hovercraft they took was specially sent by the Dragon clan to pick them up. Although this hovercraft is comfortable and luxurious, the strange thing is that the hovercraft, which was driving well, began to slow down as soon as it arrived at the territory of the Dragon clan. In fact, the island can be reached in a few minutes at the speed of the hovercraft. But this hovercraft insisted on driving slowly, and it was also driven very low. One of the hovercrafts even wanted to stick to the surface of the lake and drive it as a boat. Helplessly, they had to sit in the car to enjoy the lake view. The reason why they could come to Dragon Island this time was that Qi Xiaoshan finally arranged an interview with Zhu Qian, the chairman of Liqian Biopharmaceutical Company. The latest mental pollution prevention agent developed by Liqian Biopharmaceuticals has a 25% prevention capacity for mental pollution. Don't underestimate this 25%. It can save countless lives on the battlefield against the Zerg. You should know that before this, the protection rate of mental pollution agents developed by various biopharmaceutical companies was only about 10%. The extremely low protection rate and the frighteningly high price made it impossible for mental pollution agents to be popularized among federal soldiers. However, the breakthrough progress of Lichian biopharmaceuticals has brought new hope to the development of mental pollution agents. Zhu Qian, the chairman of Lichian biopharmaceuticals, was also willing to accept an interview for the first time. This is the first live interview on Dragon Island in nearly 10 years. The station attaches great importance to this interview activity. If Dragon Island had not restricted the number of visitors, they would have sent a bunch of people over. The time of the live interview is set at 4 p.m., and the live interview preview has been released. Now I don't know how many people are waiting to watch it under their accounts. But as the time got closer to 4 o'clock, the hover car was driving slower and slower. "Mr. Driver, could you please drive faster?" Qi Xiaoshan was a little anxious. He was afraid that the live interview would not start on time. "It can't be faster. There is a speed limit on the entire Dragon Island today." The hover car driver rejected Qi Xiaoshan's request without thinking. As soon as the lady's hover car left the garage, in order to ensure that the lady's hover car could drive safely over Dragon Island and would not be disturbed by other aircraft, all drivers on Dragon Island received this notice. Today, even the bird repellent devices on the island were all turned on, not to mention such a large hovercraft. So the driver was very alert today to drive the hovercraft. The closer he got to the main island, the more careful he was. Sitting in the hovercraft, Qi Xiaoshan had to look at the time anxiously and repeatedly, sighing in his heart that big families have many rules, but he must cherish the interview opportunity that he finally got. This time, he was not only able to interview the chairman of the popular Lichian biopharmaceutical company, but also was allowed to enter the Dragon Island live broadcast. In fact, many viewers came to the live broadcast room just to see the mysterious Dragon Island. Dragon Island is a building complex built when the Interstellar Federation was established. It occupies a large area, and a huge artificial lake was built in the city center of the capital star where every inch of land is valuable. The buildings on the island are made of astronomically luxurious building materials, which condense the talents and efforts of many design masters. They are magnificent and beautiful. The alarm for the live interview at 4 o'clock rang. They were supposed to have arrived at Dragon Island, but they were still flying low over the lake. The leader of the station had called and urged him to start the broadcast on time no matter what. Qi Xiaoshan had no choice but to ask the photographer to turn on the live camera. As soon as the live broadcast started, a large number of viewers immediately poured into the live broadcast room. Qi Xiaoshan had to ask the photographer to aim the camera at the window of the hovercraft, so that he could see the direction of the main island of Dragon Island. "We are heading to Dragon Island now, and we are going to interview Chairman Zhu Qian of Lichian Biopharmaceutical Company. Why is the anchor on the sea? Where is Dragon Island? The one upstairs, this is not the sea, it is an artificial lake. Anchor, why did you take a boat? It's so strange. In this era, it's rare to see people taking a boat. Your station earns so much money from us every year, can't you afford a hovercraft?" Qi Xiaoshan, who was working hard on the live broadcast, wanted to cry but had no tears. This was not a boat, but a luxury hovercraft sent by Dragon Island. It just flew a little slower and a little lower. Seeing that many people in the comment area were still urging why they hadn't entered the island yet, Qi Xiaoshan had to pretend not to see it and try to fool around with this boring time of entering the island. After waiting for so long, the hovercraft finally stopped at Dragon Island. Qi Xiaoshan breathed a sigh of relief. If it was any later, he would have to repeat his nonsense. In order to liven up the atmosphere before the interview, Qi Xiaoshan began to introduce Dragon Island. Dragon Island, which has not appeared in public for nearly 10 years, naturally aroused the curiosity of many netizens. Qi Xiaoshan also did his homework for this. We will see a pure white building in the center of Dragon Island later. It is the masterpiece of the famous architect Diana. It also set off a wave of pure white buildings at the time. Even now, we can still see many pure white buildings in the city, which are influenced by this architectural trend. But all the pure white buildings built later have not surpassed this one in Dragon Island. The students of the Department of Architectural Design who heard the news in the live broadcast room have picked up their small notebooks, with their fingers suspended on the screen recording button, ready to record and appreciate this brilliant masterpiece that cannot be replicated in the history of architecture. Other netizens who don't know the history of architecture are also very curious about what kind of building can receive such high praise. The live broadcast camera followed Qi Xiaoshan's footsteps and walked into Dragon Island from the side passage. The closer to the pure white building mentioned by Qi Xiaoshan, the higher the expectations of netizens in the live broadcast room. But what no one expected was that before anyone could see the famous pure white building, the camera, that had been running smoothly suddenly, and quickly changed direction, making the audience in the live broadcast room dizzy. The wide view camera suddenly turned downward, and Qi Xiaoshan's portrait disappeared from the live broadcast room. The live broadcast screen was directly aimed at the flowers, plants, and bricks on the ground. The audience in the live broadcast room was confused and annoyed. "What are you doing? Is this still a regular news station? The cameraman you hired is so bad. We want to see the banquet building of Dragon Island. Show us these flowers and plants." I ask you in the chaos, did anyone notice that there was a fancy thing in the camera that just flashed by? A bunch of barges flew around in the live broadcast room. But Qi Xiaoshan had no time to pay attention to it. He stared at the colorful banquet building in amazement. The architectural structure and shape of the banquet building are exactly the same as the masterpiece of the famous architectural design master Xiana that he just introduced. But this is not the pure white building that has been famous in the history of architecture. Where has the spotless and elegant temperament gone? The facade that should have been pure and flawless is now covered with unrefined color blocks here and there. It is just like a child's random graffiti, and you can vaguely see a yellow smiley face hidden in it, which is probably the only sense of design in this color block. The big smiley face seemed to be mocking him. He just praised this banquet building to the sky and repeatedly emphasized that it was a pure white building. Qi Xiaoshan looked at the colorful building with a bitter face and despair. This is probably the biggest challenge he has encountered in his career. The title of gold medal reporter seems to be waving his wings and saying goodbye to him. The photographer was also very desperate. He didn't turn the camera on purpose, but he was suddenly frightened and his hands shook subconsciously. He frantically looked at Qi Xiaoshan for help with his eyes. What should they do now? Chapter 27. Qi Xiaoshan closed his eyes and made up his mind. Forget about destroying this absurd world. He lip-synced to the cameraman to switch back to the live broadcast as usual. What else can he do? After this live broadcast, he will probably be the source of jokes among his peers for the whole year. The cameraman sighed imperceptibly and resigned himself to switching back to the camera. The professional ethics he had developed over the years allowed Qi Xiaoshan to quickly manage his expression. He pointed at the banquet building with one hand and smiled. Maybe the Dragon Clan has changed the skin of this pure white building, giving the old and outdated building a new glow. The bold color matching has a unique charm. Yes, it's the popular color blocking style now. Qi Xiaoshan's assistant added silently. The architects who were preparing to learn about famous buildings in the live broadcast room were looking at this fancy banquet building with their brains down. The color scheme without any sense of design made them hold a pen and bewildered, not knowing what to write down. Other netizens were even more confused. However, netizens were not fools. The credibility of what Qi Xiaoshan said was too low. It would be better to believe that the angels were not extinct than to believe his lies. You told us this is a pure white building? No, I want to ask, where is the pure white? Did Dragon Island encounter a terrorist attack? The tree next to it is all pink. What organization's terrorist attack would be to spray paint in someone else's house? Anchor, are you in the wrong place? Is this a children's playground? Ha ha ha, too funny. How did the anchor manage not to laugh? Qi Xiaoshan, who accidentally saw this bullet screen, silently shed tears in his heart. Not only did he not want to laugh, but now he especially wanted to cry. Qi Xiaoshan didn't dare to look at any more comments in the comment area. Recalling his homework, he found that there was a very spectacular giant fountain on the way to Chairman Zhu Qian's house. The beautiful giant fountain might save this live broadcast mistake. However, with the lesson learned last time, Qi Xiaoshan was quite simple when introducing the fountain this time, trying not to create too much expectation for the audience. But what else could go wrong with the fountain? Even if all the statues on it were dyed in color, it didn't matter. The focus of the fountain was the rushing water. Thinking of this, Qi Xiaoshan felt relieved. Qi Xiaoshan walked on the way to the giant fountain without changing his expression. Occasionally, a colorful tree appeared on the side of the road. Qi Xiaoshan was no longer surprised by this. I don't know what's wrong with the aesthetics of the Dragon Clan. It's really too self-indulgent. But for some reason, the closer he got to the giant fountain, the more uneasy Qi Xiaoshan felt. The feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. After a few minutes, Qi Xiaoshan finally knew where his uneasiness came from. The beautiful and exquisite sculptures on the spectacular fountain were not dyed at all, but what was going on with the large fluorescent green water flow? Who came up with the idea of using fluorescent green water? Is it reasonable for the majestic and domineering dragon god sculpture to have fluorescent green water flow? It looks like the dragon god is poisoned. Qi Xiaoshan could no longer control his expression management that he had practiced for many years. He just wanted to end this magical day quickly. But the comments section of the live broadcast room was full of joy. Ha ha, I am dying of laughter. How can a broadcaster be able to accurately hit every single flaw? Reporter Chi traveled all the way to Dragon Island to make us laugh. He must have worked hard. Who came up with this idea to dye the fountain water fluorescent green? I think it looks pretty good. What's wrong with my aesthetic sense? Could it be that this is a new popular way among the big families in the capital star, dyeing the water green? Just as the bullet screens were flying around in the live broadcast room, a royal blue small hover car flew quickly over the fountain, leaving a trail of bright-colored smoke wherever it passed. Qi Xiaoshan looked up at the car speeding through the air, and heard the driver's firm refusal and the sentence that Dragon Island has a speed limit today. It turns out that some people have speed limits, and some people don't. The happier this little hover car is racing now, the more miserable they were when they were restricted by the speed limit. On the small floating car, Zhu Zi and Zhu Xingtao were having more and more fun, not knowing that the colorful Dragon Island was being broadcast live on the All-Star Network. They continued to fire paintballs everywhere, shooting wherever they liked. Zhu Zi saw that there seemed to be some guests at her aunt's house. Several people were walking around in her aunt's garden, looking like a few busy little ants from midair. But Zhu Zi didn't pay much attention. She found that a red and white strawberry balloon suddenly appeared on the roof of her aunt's house. The cute balloon swayed gently with the breeze. The strawberry balloon seemed to have a mouth, as if it was saying to her, "Come and hit me, come and hit me." Zhu Zi's eyes were almost straight. Qi Xiaoshan finally arrived at the interview location amid the screams of netizens in the live broadcast room. He walked all the way here today. Dragon Island was full of colors. Even the chairs by the garden were sprayed half black and half pink. I don't know who would sit on these chairs. Netizens never expected that Dragon Island would be like this. The popularity of Qi Xiaoshan's live broadcast room soared to the top of the list. The mysterious filter of Dragon Island was completely broken, but the image of the Dragon Clan actually became a little cute. The colorful Dragon Island also quickly became popular on the Star Network. Some smart businessmen have now begun to think about imitating the architectural style of Dragon Island and building a colorful amusement park. As soon as the colorful amusement park was built, the admission tickets were snapped up, and they made a lot of money directly. Of course, these are all later stories. At this time, Qi Xiaoshan and the netizens in the live broadcast room finally saw the royal blue suspension car clearly. The suspension car was small, and the driver was definitely a child. Then everyone saw a round tube slowly extending from the bottom of the small hover car. The tube moved and aimed, and a paintball was fired from it with a whoosh. The green grass not far away instantly turned yellow and orange, and scared away a leisurely strolling turtle. Okay, the case has been solved. The colorful Dragon Island was definitely done by this small hover car. So that's how the fancy building and the fluorescent green fountain came from. The anchor's face turned green when he saw the fountain. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, someone dared to be so arrogant on Dragon Island. Who else could it be? It must be the little dragon baby, one of the twins, or both of them are in it. It's probably unlikely that two little dragon babies squeezed into one hover car. The Dragon Clan can afford 2 hover cars. This is too naughty. He installed a paintball gun and messed around at home. When I was a child, I would be beaten by my parents if I painted a wall. I guess the little dragon baby will suffer if he does this. I wonder if we can watch little dragon baby get beaten live. Ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Chairman Zhu Qian, do you want to catch little dragon baby and teach him a lesson? Little dragon baby probably wants to attack the decorations on your roof. The little hover car has been circling here for a while. I have to say that netizens guessed very accurately, or maybe Zhu Zi's intentions were too obvious. But this strawberry balloon is not as solid as walls, trees, chairs, etc. It may not be able to withstand the damage of the paintball gun. It is estimated that one paintball may cause it to explode directly. The color sprayed on the wall will disappear after a few hours, but the balloon will be gone after it explodes. Zhu Zi is thinking about whether to take action against this tempting strawberry balloon. Zhu Xingtao thought that his sister was afraid of missing the balloon blown by the wind, and cheered her on the side. Zhu Zi pressed the launch button with her little finger, and silently said to her aunt, "Don't blame her, it was the strawberry balloon that seduced her to take action. But it's strange to say, why did a cute strawberry balloon suddenly appear on the roof of my aunt's house? My aunt doesn't like strawberries either." Although the audience in Qi Xiaoshan's live broadcast room came to watch Zhu Qian's interview, they were doing 2 things at the moment: watching a little dragon baby who was making trouble. The paintball hit the strawberry balloon accurately, and as expected, The balloon couldn't withstand the impact of the paintball gun and exploded immediately. Xu Qian, who was being interviewed, raised his head after hearing the noise, and Qi Xiaoshan also looked up. Just when the people in the live broadcast room thought that Xiao Longbao was going to be caught for making trouble in front of Xu Qian, suddenly a bunch of fireworks were released from the roof. The brilliant fireworks exploded in the air, gathering into the shape of mini strawberries, beautiful and romantic. Xu Qian looked at the royal blue floating car, and a smile suddenly appeared on his calm and indifferent face during the interview, and the corners of his lips slightly raised, like the residual snow melting on the branches in early spring. But the people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. So there is a killing effect for causing damage. I am impressed. How can you spoil your child so much? I envy Xiao Longbao. I dare not think how happy I would be if I drove that little floating car. So does anyone know if the one in the little floating car is the brother or sister of the twins? Of course, it must be a boy. That little sister only has A-level spiritual power. The Dragon Clan is not ready to dislike her, so how can they coax her like this? I don't think so. Maybe it's our cute baby girl. Baby girls are the cutest in the universe. To be honest, I also think that the Dragon Clan is more likely to favor the baby boy. After all, who will prefer the SS level to the A level? Zhu Zi didn't know what was being argued in the comment area of the live broadcast room. It was the first time for her to see fireworks so close in the air. The fireworks exploded beside her. Because of the protection of the small hover car, she didn't have to worry about getting hurt. Instead, she got an excellent viewing angle. The fireworks were beautiful and grand, immersive, and dreamlike. Zhu Zi was so happy that her eyes curved into a pair of small crescents, so the strawberry balloon was a surprise specially prepared for her by her aunt. She loved it very much. Sister, let's go to the next place. Grandpa has a frog balloon. Zhu Xingtao smiled. These people racked their brains to make her sister happy. He was specially brought in as a guide, but he had a lot of fun this time. Zhu Zi nodded and drove the small hover car towards her grandfather's house, but she didn't really want to play with the frog balloon. She wouldn't have to watch a frog-shaped firework up close, so after she finished blowing up the balloon, she had to drive the small hover car farther away. Zhu Zi drove the small hover car over a sea of flowers, and her grandfather's house was just opposite. No! Zhu Zi was puzzled. Why did Dragon Island suddenly have such a large pink and blue sea of flowers? That was prepared for your birthday party. It is the eternal rose produced from the elves of your planet. Although the eternal rose is not eternal, its flowering period is as long as a year, which coincides with your first birthday. Zhu Xingtao said. Zhu Zi was a little dazed. She had been in this world for so long without realizing it. And what kind of birthday party needs so many flowers? Suddenly, Zhu Xingtao, who was sitting next to him, said angrily, I don't know what's going on with the Morit family. There are outrageous rumors that your family members abused you because you only have A-level mental power, and didn't even let you eat enough. The key is that some people believe this rumor. Mom and Dad are almost furious when they hear it, so this birthday must be celebrated in a big way to let everyone know that you are our baby. Chapter 28. Zhu Zi was tired after playing on Dragon Island with the hover car for a whole day. She leaned against her mother obediently, and ate the fruit her mother handed to her. Birthday parties were a very novel thing for her. There must be a lot of delicious and fun things at the party. Mom, can I ask my friends to come to the birthday party? Before, when she saw other people celebrating their birthdays, they would also ask their good friends to play together. Of course. Wei Shilan nodded, as a matter of course. The friend Xiaobao was talking about must be the child who lived in the underground city, and he was also a sensible and polite child. However, the family conditions of that child were very different from her own family, and he might feel more or less uncomfortable to come to the Dragon Island party. Wei Shilan said with some concern, Xiaobao is the little master of Dragon Island. You must take good care of the little guest you invited. Zhu Zi nodded seriously, and for the first time she felt that she was the little master of Dragon Island. Zhu Zi was thinking about how to take good care of her friend. She would send a car to pick up Xiaoxin, and then arrange for the housekeeper Uncle Zhuo to accompany her at the banquet. After all, she couldn't accompany Xiaoxin all the time during the whole banquet. Wei Shilan looked at her daughter, who was thinking hard and mumbling, and helped her wipe her juice-stained mouth. Grandma will also attend this birthday party, but Grandma is not in good health and can't play with you for too long, so Xiaobao, remember to take your brother to greet Grandma first. Grandma will come too. Zhu Zi was very surprised. She had only seen Grandma in a virtual video call. Grandma was the last leader of the Dragon Clan. Although she always had the sense of majesty that people who had been in high positions for a long time could not help but exude, she was always gentle when talking to her. Grandma was willing to listen to her talk about some trivial things in life, and always praised her for being a smarter baby than her father when he was a child. In fact, she also knew that many of the gifts that Grandpa usually gave her were prepared by Grandma for her. After all, the gifts given by Grandpa and Grandma were too easy to distinguish. Grandpa liked to give her some lightsabers, bows and arrows and other things. But Grandma knew her preferences, and gave her exquisite dolls, and many seeds that could bloom beautiful flowers. It was just that she had never seen Grandma on Dragon Island. Grandma always locked herself up. Mom and Dad said that Grandma had a very serious disease. As the birthday party got closer and closer, Zhu looked forward to it more and more. She looked forward to seeing Grandma and her first party. It turns out that knowing your birthday is such a feeling happy every day approaching your birthday. Zhu Ziyuan has been very happy recently because he has performed well, and with the halo of his birthday, he can end his confinement early. The servants of Dragon Island have begun to prepare for the birthday party. The invitations to the birthday party have also been sent to various planets. Yi Yunqi not only received the invitation, but also received the party dress specially selected for her by Zhu Zi's mother. The specifications of the Dragon Island birthday party this time were unprecedentedly high, and various media outlets also rushed to report it. The Star Network had long known that the Dragon Clan was going to hold a birthday party, and they were all amazed at the Dragon Clan's generosity. The Dragon Clan's birthday party scene arrangement alone seemed like a waste of money. The eternal rose on the Elsevier planet was about to be plucked bald by the Dragon Clan. Even the heads of state of the surrounding countries received birthday party invitations from the Dragon Clan, and a large entourage followed the heads of state to attend the birthday party. Percy, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Elven Clan, took the birthday party invitation from the Dragon Clan. In fact, this invitation was sent to their king. But the Elven Kingdom and the Interstellar Federation are both major countries of the same level. Not to mention the children of the Legion Marshal. Even the birthday party of the children of the head of the Interstellar Federation does not require the king to attend in person. This birthday party invitation did not even have the opportunity to be delivered to the king, and was directly sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by the king's political minister. However, since the Dragon Clan sent an invitation, the Elven Kingdom naturally had to send an elf to attend. But this was just a birthday party for a one-year-old child, and Percy casually assigned a diplomat, who was free recently to go to the Interstellar Federation to attend the party. In Zhu Zi's room, a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror was placed in front of her. The little person in the mirror was wearing a gorgeous banquet dress, with a pink skirt inlaid with diamonds trailing behind her. 7 or 8 people helped her to adjust the skirt. Her slightly curly long hair was tied up high, and her mother helped her put on a sparkling little crown. Zhu Zi stared at herself in the mirror blankly, delicate and beautiful like a princess in a fairy tale. Our little treasure is so cute. Wei Shilan pinched Zhu Zi's chubby face, and the child's dazed look was also very cute. Let's go, it's time for our protagonists to appear. Wei Shilan waved to the unlucky child Zhu Ziyuan to come over. Zhu Ziyuan felt uncomfortable all over since he put on this dress today. Keep pulling here and there. Zhu Ziyuan thought the jingling of these accessories was annoying, and he tried to change the clothes quietly several times when no one was paying attention. Wei Shilan persuaded him for a long time, and after promising him that he could play holographic games for 2 more hours tomorrow, Zhu Ziyuan stopped tossing the clothes. Zhu Zi took her second brother's hand and walked into the banquet hall. The hall was full of flowers and dazzling figures, and celebrities and nobles gathered. Everyone cast their eyes on them. Standing under the spotlight, Zhu Zi was not shy, but smiled and greeted them generously. The gifts Zhu Zi received today could be piled up into a small mountain. Many people she had met and had not met gave her gifts, and some people wearing special costumes should have come from other countries to attend her birthday party. The elves from the Elf Kingdom also came. His outstanding appearance made him stand out in the crowd, but this elf did not show his beautiful transparent wings, but folded them. Dahlia was a diplomat assigned by Percy to attend the banquet. Zhu Zi was not surprised to see that the elf who came was not Smollett. The Elf King had not left the Elf Kingdom for a long time, and sending an invitation letter to the Elf King was just a formality. Zhu Zi simply greeted Dahlia, and Dahlia gave Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan an elf greeting, and then wished them a happy birthday. Zhu Zi followed Dahlia's example, and returned the greeting. Dahlia smiled deliberately, thinking that the little girl from the Dragon Clan was quite cute. However, the crown on Zhu Zi's head made Dahlia look at it twice. This is a gem crown with 5 spires. The style is simple and generous without being heavy. It is very suitable for the little girl to wear it on her head. She looks noble and elegant. But the crown symbolizes power and dignity. In the elf kingdom, only members of the royal family are qualified to wear the crown. Wearing the crown casually is a blasphemy against the royal power. However, Dahlia knows that he is now in the Interstellar Federation, which is completely different from the elf kingdom. The crown on the little girl's head has no symbolic meaning. It is just a beautiful decoration. Dahlia put away his awkwardness and presented the gifts he brought with a normal look. There are 2 sets of jewelry with different gems, one set of green and the other set of blue. This is a gift that the elf kingdom often sends to the outside world. Dahlia selected it from the gift warehouse of the elf kingdom Ministry of Foreign Affairs before leaving. There are many different styles of jewelry in the gift warehouse of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which are classified according to the importance of the gift recipient. In this way, when needed, they can quickly find a decent gift to give. People came one after another to give gifts, and Zhu Zi's hands were sore from receiving so many gifts. For the first time, she felt that receiving gifts was also a tiring thing. Finally, almost all the people who gave gifts came, and Zhu Zi's hands could rest for a while. Where did Grandma go? Zhu Zi was a little curious. She didn't find Grandma in the banquet hall. Didn't she say Grandma would come? Zhu Zi looked at Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan, with complex emotions in his eyes. He put the hands of the 2 little ones together. They were the youngest children of the dragon clan in this generation, and the only 2 children who had never seen their grandma. This is probably one of the few opportunities for the children to see their grandmother. The purpose of the mother attending the birthday party today is to see the children. Grandma is waiting for you in the room on the 2nd floor. Zhu Zi touched the heads of the 2 little guys and smiled. Go and see what gifts Grandma has prepared for you. I like all the gifts Grandma gives me the most. Zhu Ziyuan said happily, pulling Zhu Zi to run to the 2nd floor excitedly. The card door on the 2nd floor was pushed open, and Zhu Zi finally saw Grandma face to face. She looked paler than the one she saw in the virtual video call. But Grandma still smiled at them very gently, which made Zhu Zi feel that this was no different from the Grandma in the virtual video call. I knew you 2 little guys were coming. Come to Grandma quickly. Zhu Yizhen put down the teacup in his hand and waved to Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. The window of the room she chose faced the middle of the banquet hall downstairs, so she could just see the 2 little ones receiving gifts downstairs until their hands were sore. Little Z even quietly put her hands behind her back and shook them twice. She should have given the 2 little ones gifts earlier. She didn't know if they would be happy if she gave them gifts now. Zhu Yizhen held one of her little grandchildren in each hand. One was cute and well-behaved like a sticky little dumpling, and the other was lively and active as if he had endless energy. They were 2 children with completely different personalities. Zhu Ziyuan sat happily beside Zhu Yizhen and reached out to take the snacks on the table. It was the first time for Zhu Ziyuan to sit with his grandmother, and he had endless questions. Why did Grandma meet us now? Is Grandma's illness healed? Can you always play with me and my sister in the future? Zhu Yizhen smiled and touched the ahog on his head, handed him a cup of tea, and asked him to eat slowly. Little Z, come here too. Grandma's snacks are delicious too. Zhu Yizhen patted the empty seat beside Zhu Zi, who was standing stupidly with her head down, and motioned her to come and sit together. Zhu Zi stood there blankly. When she was holding hands with her grandmother just now, she saw the black mist that appeared after her second brother's mental power was highly polluted. No, it was much more serious than what she saw on her second brother at that time. A huge black mist spread outward, and Zhu Zi felt black in front of her eyes. If she hadn't held her grandmother's hand, she would have thought that her grandmother had been completely swallowed by the black mist. The hand she was holding was let go, and the dark and terrifying scene in front of Zhu Zi disappeared. The soothing and elegant music of the banquet was still in her ears, and in front of her was her grandmother with a gentle smile. Chapter 29. What's wrong with little Z? Come and sit next to Grandma. Zhu Yi was really worried. Why did the little granddaughter suddenly become upset? She was so happy just now. Zhu Zi came back to her senses and walked over slowly with her head down. What's wrong with you, sister? Zhu Ziyuan jumped down from the sofa and looked at her worriedly with his head tilted. Zhu Zi pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to start looking at Zhu Ziyuan. The sadness in her green eyes could not be hidden. The thick black fog completely surrounded Grandma. It was different from what the second brother had at the beginning. This was the solidified mental pollution caused by years of contact with the Zerg. From the degree Grandma's mental pollution was extremely high, which meant that her life had entered the countdown. Mental pollution would torture people's fragile nerves all the time. Grandma could sit here well, and she must have endured pain that ordinary people could not imagine. Zhu Yizhen looked at Zhu Zi's little face. The child's face could not hide emotions. She stood up and wanted to hold little Z in her arms, but finally took her hand back and handed her a piece of sweet cake. Grandma knows why our little Z is sad. It's all Grandma's fault. Grandma didn't pay attention and scared the baby. Zhu Yizhen sighed softly, regretting that she didn't think much, and directly held her granddaughter's hand, causing little Z to cry with red eyes at her birthday party. She knew that little Z was a very talented spiritual power purifier, but she didn't expect that she was also one of the very few purifiers who could see the concrete spiritual power pollution through contact with patients. Unfortunately, no purifier can save her from such a level of mental pollution. Even the Elf King Smollett has done mental purification for her, but it can only alleviate her pain and let her barely survive for a few more years. I can help Grandma purify her mental pollution. Zhu Zi took the initiative to hold her grandmother's hand, wanting her to believe her. Zhu Ziyuan, who was confused at first, finally understood what was going on and looked at her grandmother and sister anxiously. It's useless, little Z. Zhu Yi really didn't hold any hope and patted Zhu Zi's little hand. She didn't want to hide it from her child and let her waste her efforts. And the feeling of going from hope to despair is not pleasant at all. It's better to tell her directly that it's impossible. Zhu Zi has also taken a class for mental purifiers, and she actually knows the difficulty of purifying solidified mental pollution. The door to the second floor opened, and Wei Shilan and Zhu Zi saw two children coming out with their heads down. They looked like two wilted grasses, without any joy of receiving birthday gifts. Seeing their expressions, they guessed what had just happened in the room. No one could accept the foreseeable separation after seeing their grandmother. But there was no way, the ending could not be changed, and this was the reality that all the dragons had to face whether they wanted to or not. Zhu Zi sat in the garden, outside the banquet building, looking at the dragon god statue on the fountain in the distance. The birthday party filled the garden with beautiful flowers, and the rich fragrance of the flowers attracted little butterflies to stop. There were many children in the garden, who looked about her age, and they were brought by the adults, who attended the banquet to play with them. Yi Yunqin sat with Zhu Zi on the rocking chair. She looked at Zhu Zi, who was listless, and said, "When I knew that my mother was sick, I was like you. I tried to cherish every day I could be with her. I tried my best and waited for the miracle to come. But that was a mental pollution that even the Elf King couldn't cure. Will a miracle really come?" Zhu Zi lowered his head. The reason why a miracle is because the probability of it happening is very small, so small that it is negligible. "Look, I wait for you." Yi Yunqin's voice was clear, but his tone was very serious. Looking at Yi Yunqin's trusting eyes, Zhu Zi was suddenly stunned. Xiao Xian was right. How could she know that it was impossible if she hadn't tried it yet? Without trying her best, what qualifications did she have to say it was impossible? "Thank you, Xiao Xian, I know what to do." No matter what, she should try it. After all, there would be no worse result than this. She wants to ask her father to change her spiritual purification class from 1 session a week to every day. She wants to learn spiritual purification well, and help Grandma get rid of the black fog on her body. She is no longer a child who knows nothing, and can turn herself into a mentally disordered child. She can not only protect herself, but also help her family. Zhu Zi now wants to end the birthday party immediately, and go to the spiritual purification class. Yi Yunqin holds Zhu Zi's hand, but there is no need to be so anxious. Suddenly, housekeeper Zhuo walks to Zhu Zi's side, bends down, and says respectfully, "Miss, someone is looking for you outside. She said it is your friend and wants to give you a birthday gift." "My friend?" Zhu Zi was puzzled. She couldn't remember what other friends she had besides Xiaoxin. That person said her name was Mu Anya. Shui Zhengqing said. Mu Anya dressed up carefully today and wore a high-end custom-made pink short skirt. Her nanny followed behind her and took the birthday gift she prepared for Zhu Zi. It was a beautifully packaged gift box, and in the gift box were small cookies made by Mu Anya herself. Mu Anya knew without thinking that Zhu Zi would definitely receive many priceless gifts today. Even if she spent all her money to buy Zhu Zi an expensive birthday gift, it might not be as good as 1,000th of what she received today. In this case, it would be better to make a gift by herself. It can show her intentions for Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi looks so simple, and he will definitely be moved by her sincerity. "Host, please be careful. Zhu Zi's favorability towards you is only 66 now. The system silently gave a reminder. In fact, it felt that things had been going off track since Zhu Zi suddenly lowered his favorability towards the host at the last banquet in the president's palace. I know it's only 66, Mu Anya responded to the system impatiently in her heart. If Zhu Zi had not had such a low favorability towards her, she would not have to work so hard, get up early in the morning to make things, and come to Dragon Island to give Zhu Zi a gift. Her father's status in the elves is not high, and she needs to try her best to please Elder Archibald to get some benefits. Although her mother is an entrepreneur with considerable assets. It's okay on the second-level planet, and others will call her a lady, but on the capital planet where the powerful and the rich gather, she is nothing at all. The last time she was able to attend the banquet at the presidential palace, it was because of her mother's friendship with Mrs. Morit, and because she was young, she was able to get the invitation letter from the Morit family to the presidential palace. But the most annoying thing is that not only did it not improve Zhu Zi's favorability towards her, but it actually decreased. Later, she found it difficult to find an opportunity to get close to Zhu Zi. Now it's not easy to wait for her birthday party. Mu Anya was wearing a short skirt and a coat and stood at the guard station outside Dragon Island. Dragon Island was far away in the center of the lake, and because of the existence of the protective cover, she couldn't even see the outline of Dragon Island clearly. The person who said to report for her at the guard station didn't know where he went, and he hasn't come back yet. The guard station is not windproof, and the cold wind outside makes her feel cold all over. The Nani-chan behind Mu Anya looked at her young lady with heartache. Their young lady has been loved by everyone since she was a child. When has she ever suffered such grievances? She complained on behalf of Mu Anya, "Miss, your friend is really a jerk. Not only did they forget to send you an invitation to the birthday party, but they actually left you at the door when you came in person, and didn't come to pick you up quickly." Mu Anya wrapped her coat tighter, smiled and said softly, "It's okay, Aunt Chen, Z may not know I'm here." Mother Chen looked at Mu Anya with even more distress. Their young lady is good in everything, but she is too kind and is easily bullied. Mu Anya listened to the system prompt in her mind, and Mother Chen's favorability towards her increased a little. Although the favorability of a marginal figure like Mother Chen is useless, it can at least have a little more influence, which is better than nothing. The electronic sound of the system sounded in Mu Anya's mind. The system can directly detect Mu Anya's mood. It knows that Mu Anya was left alone at the guard post, and was in a bad mood. "Host, hold on a little longer. You will succeed when Zhu Zi's favorability towards you reaches 90%. Mu Anya frowned slightly. She didn't know when she could get Zhu Zi's 90% favorability. Fortunately, she still had a lot of time. Before Zhu Zi awakened her elf blood at the age of 12, she would get her high favorability and start blood exchange. Then replace her life and stand at the pinnacle of true power. Thinking of this, Mu Anya smiled unconsciously. Compared with this little bit of suffering now is nothing. "Ms. Mu, our young lady invites you in," the guard said to Mu Anya. "Sorry to bother you." Mu Anya smiled and nodded. Zhu Zi really treated her as a friend. Mu Anya finally stepped onto the hovercraft that came to pick her up on Dragon Island, but the Nani she brought with her was stopped behind her. Mu Anya was a little unhappy, but she didn't show it. She just pointed at the gift box held by Chinma and said, "This is the gift I want to give to Z. I need to take it over." The guard nodded, picked up the beautifully wrapped gift in the Nani's hand, but asked, "Ms. Mu, can I ask what's in the box?" Mu Anya frowned. She was giving Zhu Zi a birthday gift, but there were so many things to do. "But the most important thing now is to see Zhu Zi. These are the cookies I made by myself. There won't be anything dangerous." But when he heard that there was food in it, the guard became alert instantly. Generally, in such occasions, unless the lady is a very close person, she will not bring food to give as a gift. And this young lady, who did not receive the birthday party invitation, is obviously not a close person. If it were other items, they could just put them into the scanning machine to check safety, but food was very special. If the lady tasted it herself, it would be terrible if something went wrong. The guard did not hand the gift to Mu Anya, but apologized, "Ms. Mu, we need to further test your gift. If it is confirmed to be safe, we will definitely hand it over to the lady for you." Mu Anya was really anxious this time. This was her important prop, and she participated in all the processes of making cookies. She failed several times before making these snacks with great taste and shape. Now that she can't even bring gifts into Dragon Island, isn't her effort today completely in vain? Chapter 30. The guards of Dragon Island were very determined, as if they would not allow her to enter Dragon Island if she brought this gift. Mu Anya clenched her fists, and she had no choice but to compromise and got on the hovercraft with empty hands. This was Mu Anya's first time to Dragon Island. The magnificent and luxurious buildings came into her eyes, and even an inconspicuous lamp on the roadside was exquisite and luxurious. Mu Anya remembered that the villa she lived in the capital star was just like a thatched house compared to Dragon Island. She followed the guidance of the escort and walked forward. At the main gate of Dragon Island, a group of tall and handsome waiters stood in 2 rows on the left and right. Although it was pleasing to the eye, the solemn temperament emanating from these people made Mu Anya realize that they were not ordinary waiters. This realization made Mu Anya behave herself. She tidied her dress and hair, with a gentle and friendly smile on her face. What does the splendor and wealth of Dragon Island mean? As long as she gets Zhu Zi's favorability, the entire Elf King's court will be hers, and the Elf Kingdom will be at her disposal. However, when she saw Zhu Zi wearing an exquisite and gorgeous long dress and a jeweled crown, Mu Anya was still jealous and crazy. Zhu Zi sat carefree on the only rocking chair in the garden, surrounded by young ladies and young masters from aristocratic families. Zhu Zi could easily become the center of the crowd in a circle that she had to work hard to integrate into, and she looked unaware and indifferent. Mu Anya hid behind the bushes and adjusted her emotions several times before appearing in front of Zhu Zi with a smile again. Happy birthday, Zi. Mu Anya waved gently at Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi, who was surrounded by the crowd, turned her head and looked at her. The young ladies and young masters on the side naturally followed Zhu Zi's gaze and looked at her. Those people were very curious, wondering which family she was from. Relying on Zhu Zi's attention to her, Mu Anya successfully squeezed next to Zhu Zi. Zi, let's go sit over there. I think the flowers there are blooming beautifully. Mu Anya pointed to another direction with fewer people. She deliberately wanted to get Zhu Zi away from the crowd. So many young ladies and young masters from aristocratic families were surrounding Zhu Zi, which would make her look inconspicuous. How could she improve her favorability? Zhu Zi didn't think much about it, and followed Mu Anya to the direction she pointed. The flowers in the southwest corner of the garden were indeed bright and beautiful. This is a Leda orchid. I like this kind of flower very much. Its fragrance is light, but it smells good. Zhu Zi happily leaned in to smell it. It turns out that the heroine of the original book also likes these flowers. Mu Anya is not interested in flowers. She only knows that this kind of flower is very expensive. So many Aletta orchids can be equal to the annual salary of all the servants in their family. Zhu Zi is not surrounded by so many people. What is annoying is that there is a girl next to her, who looks like she has a good relationship with Zhu Zi. The girl is wearing a simple, but well-designed dark green dress, and a full set of jewelry. Although her skin is not very white, she looks confident and generous among the children of aristocratic families. I wonder which family this daughter is. Mu Anya asked with a smile. The Yi family. Yi Yunqin answered straightforwardly. In order to avoid misunderstanding, she continued to add, my family lives in the underground city. Underground city. Mu Anya was surprised and looked down on Zhu Zi. She didn't know what she was thinking. We don't hire servants from the underground city. Mu Anya stopped talking to Yi Yunqin and took Zhu Zi's hand affectionately. Zi, I made a birthday gift for you myself. Unfortunately, it's... What is it? Zhu Zi asked. Mu Anya slowly said, the gift was stopped by the guards at the door. They didn't let me give it to you. Ah? Why is this happening? Zhu Zi was puzzled. The guards and their family should not deliberately target guests. I got up early today and made delicious cookies. I wanted to bring them to you right away. Mu Anya's voice was full of depression and grievance. But the guards thought there was something wrong with what I made and confiscated your gift. I tried many times to make it. Mu Anya looked at Zhu Zi and said, Anya, thank you for giving me a gift. Zhu Zi didn't expect Mu Anya to be so thoughtful, remember her birthday, and make a birthday gift for her. She suddenly felt guilty for a moment. She didn't even know when Mu Anya's birthday was. When she sent the birthday party invitation, she didn't remember that there was a person named Mu Anya. But Zhu Zi felt that Mu Anya's way of speaking seemed a bit strange. If she gave cookies, she would indeed be stopped by the guards. The last time they had afternoon tea at Xiaoxin's house, they were taught by their parents not to eat anything given by others. But Mu Anya's way of expression was to cut off the beginning and the end, and she directly said at the beginning that the guards of Dragon Island stopped her from giving her a gift. If she didn't continue to ask, she almost thought that the guards were bullying her. Host, Zhu Zi's favorability towards you increases by 1. Host, Zhu Zi's favorability towards you decreases by 6. Mu Anya listened to the prompt sound of the system in her mind. When she heard that Zhu Zi's favorability towards her increased by 1, Mu Anya was still a little dissatisfied. She worked so hard to make a birthday gift for her, but she only increased her favorability by 1. And even after she said that, Zhu Zi had no intention of teaching those guards a lesson for her. If it was O'Leary Morit, he would have taught those guards a lesson and sent them home. But Zhu Zi was like a wooden head, without any reaction. But at least the increase in favorability is a good thing, and her trip was not in vain. But then Mu Anya heard that Zhu Zi's favorability towards her was reduced by 6. Mu Anya was confused, and Zhu Zi was simply confused. She really couldn't figure out why she was standing here and Zhu Zi didn't react. So why did her favorability suddenly decrease? She didn't know what Zhu Zi was thinking. Host, please note that Zhu Zi's favorability towards you is only 61. Please increase Zhu Zi's favorability as soon as possible. Don't talk, I know. The cold electronic sound of the system made Mu Anya even more irritated. Mu Anya had never realized that Zhu Zi would be so difficult to capture. When Zhu Zi first met her, he had a good impression of her, which showed that Zhu Zi had a good first impression of her. Based on her past experience in capturing people who had a good first impression of her, the subsequent capture process would also be smooth. But Zhu Zi's impression of her decreased more than it increased. The most annoying thing was that Mu Anya couldn't show her dissatisfaction with Zhu Zi directly on her face. No matter how much she hated Zhu Zi in her heart, she still had to put on a smile to continue to please her. She followed Zhu Zi and Yi Yunqi with a normal expression and walked into Zhu Zi's greenhouse. Zhu Zi happily showed Yi Yunqi the beautiful flowers she planted. It was as proud as lining up sweet candies and showing them to good friends. Zhu Zi found that she had a talent for growing flowers and plants. No matter how difficult the flowers were to grow, as long as she grew them beautifully, she could make them look beautiful. Even the 10,000-year-old seed she bought at the Jones Star Space Station had sprouted in the past few months. It was hard to tell what kind of plant it was, just a tiny seedling with small thorns. Once when watering, Zhu Zi was accidentally stabbed by the thorns on the seedling. Then something strange happened. Since then, the seedling has grown much faster than ordinary plants, and it is growing in a strange direction. Now it has grown into a plant 20 centimeters tall. It has a large flower bud, and Zhu Zi often wonders how its thin stem can support such a large flower but steadily. The buds overlap beautifully, but there was no sign of it blooming. Until one day, Zhu Zi approached it with a gem, and the bud suddenly bloomed, revealing a round mouth-like opening in the center of the stamen. If you look closely, you can see the thin fangs on the edge. Zhu Zi tentatively threw the gem into the mouth in the center of the stamen, and the gem was swallowed by the flower with a snap, snap. The bud shook, as if it wanted to eat more. Zhu Zi was frightened and didn't dare to water the flower for several days. Later, after confirming that the flower didn't eat people, Zhu Zi tried to put all kinds of different things around it. Finally, it was found that it liked to eat some gems and minerals, and after eating a lot of things, it would grow a little bit and look like a pet. It doesn't bark or poop, so it's easy to raise, and sometimes it looks a little cute. Zhu Zi named it 5,000. After all, she bought it for 5,000 star coins. Z, what is this? Mu Anya looked at the flower that Zhu Zi placed in the corner of the glass greenhouse curiously. The most important thing was that she saw a bunch of shiny gems placed next to the flower, as if it was free of charge. A flower I raised. Zhu Zi said something nonsense casually. She subconsciously didn't want to explain too much about this unusual flower to Mu Anya. Mu Anya also heard Zhu Zi's perfunctory, and was very dissatisfied. It's just a flower. It's not like her family can't afford flowers. What's so great about it? Mu Anya pinched the flower with her hand, while Zhu Zi and Yi Yunqi were not paying attention. She was afraid that Zhu Zi would find marks on the flower bud later, so she pinched it very lightly. Unexpectedly, the moment she let go of her hand, the flower bud suddenly bloomed, and couldn't wait to pounce on her and bite one of her fingers. The intense pain from her fingers made Mu Anya scream, and she began to pull her fingers back frantically, but the flower didn't move at all. Mu Anya's face was pale, and sweat kept coming out of her forehead. She felt that her fingers were being bitten and chewed by the flower. Mu Anya was scared and broke into a cold sweat. She used all her strength to pull her fingers out desperately. She even used her mental strength to pull her fingers out of the flower's mouth. Hearing the scream, Zhu Zi and Yi Yunqi turned around, and then saw Mu Anya holding a finger in pain with a very hideous expression. Mu Anya raised her finger, so scared that she even forgot to improve Zhu Zi's favorability. She glared at Zhu Zi fiercely and said, "Zhu Zi, do you want to hurt me? Yi Yunqi looked at Mu Anya's intact finger and chuckled. Mu Anya, your brain is stuck in the door. Zhu Zi also looked at Mu Anya in surprise. The flower she raised would not bite people, and her brother had never been bitten when he stretched his hand in front of the flowers. In addition, Mu Anya always had a gentle and considerate smile in her impression before, but now her face suddenly twisted and looked a little scary. Looking at the two people's joking and surprised expressions, Mu Anya finally reacted and looked at her finger. The finger was slender, white and intact, without even a red mark, but the pain from the finger just now was really terrifying. The habit she developed over the years made her anxiously call the system in her heart. System, what the hell was that flower just now? What's going on? Unexpectedly, the system that would always respond to her immediately started to crackle with electricity, as if the machine had short-circuited. It took a long time for the system to respond to her, but the originally smooth electronic sound became stuttering. Host. Far. Away. Star map. Tower. Menghua. Chapter 31. The system stopped talking after saying this. No matter how Mu Anya called the system, the only response she got was the crackling sound of electricity. Mu Anya was completely panicked this time. The system had been with her since she was very young. At first, Mu Anya was a little surprised why she could hear the system's voice unlike others. The system told her that she was the center of the world and painted a wonderful and perfect future for her. The proud sons of heaven would be willing to bend down for her and become her servants. She was destined to enjoy countless favors and honors, and then step onto the throne of the Elf King. That future fascinated her, so she couldn't wait to carry out the tasks assigned to her by the system in order to reach that future smoothly. She had been doing well since she was a child, until she met Zhu Zi, the variable, and the strange flower, who was as annoying as she was. Mu Anya stared at the star-mapped tamarind flower on the flower stand. It was this strange thing that broke her system. The more Mu Anya thought about it, the more scared she became. What if Zhu Zi discovered her weakness and left the system? What would she do in the future? A gleam of light flashed in Mu Anya's eyes. It would be better to kill the star-mapped tamarind flower now, to prevent future troubles. Anyway, it was just a pot of flowers now. She just had to pretend to accidentally fall, and hit the flower stand to smash the pot of flowers, and then take the opportunity to crush the roots of the star-mapped tamarind flower. But Mu Anya was stepping on the territory of the dragon clan. She remembered the imposing guards outside the glass greenhouse. She kept comforting herself in her heart that it was just a pot of flowers. Zhu Zi still has so many flowers. She wouldn't be too angry if she broke one pot. But if the star-mapped tamarind flower was still alive, she would not be able to sleep. Zhu Zi saw that Mu Anya was no longer holding her finger, but smiled at her embarrassedly. Sorry, Zi. I was scared by this flower just now, so I said such words to you. Zhu Zi blinked, and didn't know how to respond to Mu Anya's apology for a while. She felt that Mu Anya looked fake now. Mu Anya stepped towards her in her high heels, as if she wanted to hold her hand, and Zhu Zi took a step back to avoid her unconsciously. Unexpectedly, Mu Anya stepped on her right foot with her left foot, and she didn't stand firmly, and she fell face down to the small flower stand in front of her. Zhu Zi was a little anxious, and wanted to go forward to hold the flower stand. Her 5,000 was still on the stand. Suddenly Mu Anya's hand was grabbed by Zhu Ziyuan, who ran into the flower room. Mu Anya's body was pulled back by him, and leaned on Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Zi was stunned. The second brother and Mu Anya were both wearing elegant and gorgeous banquet dresses, which looked pleasing to the eye. It was still a classic wrestling scene in this novel. Zhu Zi sighed that Mu Anya was worthy of being the heroine of the original novel. She could fall down with her left foot on her right foot, and then trigger the plot of being rescued and held in the arms of the male protagonist. Yi Yunqi curled his lips and wondered, how could Mu Anya fall down on the ground when she was fine? Zhu Zi folded his hands and thought, actually, this is also normal. Ah? Yi Yunqi looked at Zhu Zi strangely. Is this normal? Zhu Zi sighed, but her poor second brother could not escape the clutches of the plot god after all. The second brother wouldn't fall in love with Mu Anya, who has uncoordinated limbs. Zhu Ziyuan frowned and pushed Mu Anya, who was leaning on him, away with disdain. Don't break Wuqian. My sister really likes Wuqian, this flower, and feeds her every day, so she can't let this person break it. Mu Anya fell down again, because she didn't stand firmly, but she didn't fall where she wanted to fall. She fell in the hard open space, and her palm was scratched and bleeding. Mu Anya didn't care about the pain in her palm. She looked at Zhu Ziyuan's undisguised look of disdain in shock. Didn't the system say that Zhu Ziyuan would be one of her loyal pursuers in the future? Zhu Ziyuan appeared at an inopportune time and ruined her plan. But how could Zhu Ziyuan dare to disdain her? Mu Anya silently deducted a lot of points from Zhu Ziyuan in her heart. When Zhu Ziyuan lowered his head and pursued her like a dog in the future, she would definitely torture him severely to avenge today. Zhu Ziyuan ignored Mu Anya, who fell to the ground. He happily held Wuqian and asked his sister for credit. Sister, Wuqian is fine. She didn't break it. Thank you, second brother, for protecting Wuqian. Zhu Zi happily took the flower pot. I don't know if it was her illusion, but Wuqian seemed to be a little bigger. Beside the flower stand, Mu Anya fell to the ground in embarrassment. Her delicate and fair face was full of grievances. Tears were hanging in her eyes. She looked pitiful and distressed. But Zhu Ziyuan stood beside her, without any intention of helping Mu Anya, and even had a silly smile on his face. He felt happy when his sister praised him. Zhu Zi breathed a sigh of relief. What she was worried about did not happen. The second brother did not fall in love with Mu Anya at first sight. He was still her normal second brother. Zhu Zi turned on the computer and called the captain of the guard team. The call was quickly connected. Zhu Zi glanced at the pitiful Mu Anya and said, Captain Liu, please send someone to the glass greenhouse to ask Miss Mu to leave Dragon Island. She didn't want to see Mu Anya now. What if Mu Anya fell again and broke her flowers and plants? And this is her home. She doesn't want to see anyone. Mu Anya didn't lie on the ground and pretend to be pitiful when she heard Zhu Zi's words. She stood up with a whoosh, her eyes widened, and she looked at Zhu Zi in disbelief. She pointed at Zhu Zi and said, I am the guest you invited in, and now you want to drive me away. The guards of Dragon Island came quickly. After they greeted Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan, they raised their hands to ask Mu Anya to leave. Mu Anya looked at the guards, who were restrained and looked unfriendly. Although these people politely made a gesture of invitation, she realized that if she did not cooperate, she would be dragged away in the next second. Mu Anya glared at the guards, and then reluctantly followed them out of the greenhouse. She was surrounded by the aggressive guards, and felt the strange eyes of other guests. Mu Anya raised her hand to cover her face, and buried her head even lower. It was all Zhu Zi's fault. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Mu Anya felt extremely irritated. The situation this time was worse than the banquet at the president's palace. It was unknown how low Zhu Zi's favorability towards her would drop. There was also a problem with her system. She could not see other people's favorability towards her. This feeling made her uneasy. Moreover, with the current situation, conventional methods are no longer able to gain Zhu Zi's favorability. In the flower room, Zhu Ziyuan fiddled with Wuqian's flower buds, placing gems one after another next to Wuqian, but it did not open its mouth to eat. Zhu Ziyuan gently pinched the flower buds. Is Wuqian full? I didn't feed you much today. In the past, Wuqian could eat a whole can of gems and ores the size of a water cup, and when Wuqian was in a good mood, the flower buds would turn into the color of the gems it swallowed. It was very interesting and strange, and Zhu Ziyuan would come to feed it from time to time. But he had a more important task today. Zhu Zi saw that although Zhu Ziyuan was fiddling with flowers and plants, he looked a little anxious and often looked down at the time. Suddenly, Zhu Ziyuan's optical computer made a ding-dong sound. He couldn't wait to take out an exquisite candle. The hollow lampshade was engraved with mysterious and complex ancient totems. A small golden candle was placed in the middle of the lamp. Zhu Ziyuan carefully placed it on the small round table in the greenhouse. What is this? Zhu Zi asked curiously. It's the Yunqi candle. Dad and Mom said it's a tradition of the dragon clan. The little dragon baby must light the Yunqi candle on time on his first birthday, and then watch the Yunqi candle until it burns out. In this way, the dragon god will bless the little dragon baby to grow up safely. Zhu Ziyuan said it very piously. He took out a long strip of lighter from the space twister. Sister, let's light the candle together. Zhu Zi nodded, and took a lighter with Zhu Ziyuan. When the clock reached 7 o'clock in the evening, they pressed the ignition button together. With a click sound in the silent flower room, the golden candle was lit, and a small cluster of blue flames danced on it. The two of them lay on the small table, and stared at the small flame. The hollow lampshade outside the candle had no protective effect, and the candle could be blown out by the wind. Fortunately, they were in the glass flower room, where no wind could blow in, and the difficulty of protecting the Yunqi candle was greatly reduced. Night fell, and the stars twinkled. The Yunqi candle burned very slowly, and a gentle and long light was lit on the small round table surrounded by flowers. Zhu Zi thought this tradition was novel and interesting at first, but then she felt her eyelids getting heavier. She went to bed on time every day, and she started to feel sleepy when it was time. Zhu Ziyuan also wanted to sleep a little. He opened his mouth and wanted to yawn, but suddenly remembered the burning Yunqi candle. He was afraid that his yawn would blow out the candle, so he covered his mouth tightly and held back the yawn. The candle will burn out when the sun rises. Come on! Zhu Ziyuan clenched his fists, not knowing whether he was encouraging himself or his sister. What if the Yunqi candle goes out? Zhu Zi's eyes seemed to be fighting, and she lay on the table sleepily. Even if the Yunqi candle goes out accidentally, I believe the dragon god is willing to bless us. Zhu Ziyuan put his hands together and prayed devoutly. Zhu Ziyuan looked at the jumping flames in front of him, and then looked at his sister, who was trying to open her eyes wide, and suddenly he was moved. It's great to have you, sister. Zhu Zi tilted his head, not knowing why his second brother suddenly had such a feeling. Zhu Ziyuan's golden eyes flashed with a little smile. Because you are here, I am the only lucky little dragon in the universe, who has someone to accompany me to spend the Yunqi night. Then me too, Zhu Zi said with a smile. Zhu Zi didn't know how much time had passed, and saw the sky getting brighter, and the sun shone into the dragon island through the clouds. The small flame in the lampshade went out, and the Yunqi candles that Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan had been keeping all night also burned out. Sister, we succeeded. Zhu Ziyuan raised his hand excitedly, and high-fived his sister. Zhu Zi noticed a few mysterious symbols on the base of the Yunqi candle. She couldn't tell what they were, and they seemed to be some kind of words. Zhu Zi asked curiously, what are these? Zhu Ziyuan leaned over to look, and then answered without thinking, in the dragon language, this means blessing, peace, and health. Sister, don't you recognize it? Zhu Ziyuan was puzzled. He felt that every little dragon baby was born to speak dragon language. How could his sister not recognize it? Chapter 32. After the birthday party, Zhu Zi began to study how to purify and solidify mental power pollution. Although she didn't know whether she could help her grandmother, she had to give it a try. But before that, Zhu Zi wanted to test what level of purifier she was. When she helped her second brother purify mental power pollution, it was confirmed that she was at least SS level mental power purifier. However, mental power pollution purification ability cannot be directly measured using instruments like mental power. It is necessary to purify the contaminated Zerg crystals to determine the level of the purifier. Therefore, the high-level purification ability test means that the purifier needs to directly face the highly polluted Zerg crystals. Miss, if you feel any discomfort during the purification process, please stop the test immediately. Xian Shitong looked at Zhu Zi worriedly. Zhu Zi is the most talented student she has ever met. It takes ordinary purifiers 1 or 2 years of training and learning to master the methods of controlling mental power. Zhu Zi only needs 1 month to fully master it, and many things are understood at once, without her having to bother to explain them. Xian Shitong has also taught many talented purifiers, and has a long-standing reputation in the teaching world, but this is the first time she has met someone as talented as Zhu Zi. Because of this, she is also very worried that the young Zhu Zi will have an accident in the process of purifying SSS-level Zerg crystals. She has also encountered some purifiers who challenged highly polluted crystals and were polluted in the process of purification. Moreover, the SSS level and SS level seem to be only 1 level different, but the SSS level highly polluted crystals are much more dangerous than the SS level. Wei Shilan and Zhu Zi also stood guard at the door of the testing room. They kept an eye on their daughter through the transparent glass of the testing room, and were ready to stop at any time if they found that her condition was not right. Wei Shilan actually didn't want Zhu Zi to purify the Zerg crystals, with a pollution level of SSS level at such a young age. But Xiaobao insisted on doing it, so they could only try their best to protect her safety. Outside the transparent glass window of the testing room, Zhu Ziyuan stood in front of Zhu Xingtao, but his height could not block Zhu Xingtao's sight. Zhu Ziyuan looked at the black Zerg crystals in front of his sister, and always felt that this crystal must taste bitter, and he didn't know why he had such an outrageous feeling. Zerg crystals are the only benefit that the Zerg has brought to the interstellar people after their crazy evolution. Zerg crystals are light and easy to carry, and they also contain rich energy. These advantages make it an important energy source for many weapons and mechanical equipment. For some special top races, Zerg crystals that have not been contaminated can be eaten directly. It is also easy to distinguish whether the crystal is contaminated or not. One is crystal clear, and the other is dark black. Zhu Ziyuan shook his head, and drove away the strange thoughts in his head. No one would be stupid enough to eat the contaminated Zerg crystal. In the testing room, Zhu Zi closed his eyes, and used his mental power to see the dark black crystal. This was the first time Zhu Zi tried to purify such a high-level pollutant. Zhu Zi always kept in mind the teacher's advice. Once he felt that his mental power was exhausted, he would stop purifying the crystal immediately. As time went by, the color of the SSS-level highly polluted crystals slowly became lighter. It was just that the SSS-level pollution was too high, so this color change occurred extremely slowly. The minute hand had gone a full circle on the clock, and an hour had passed. Zhu Zi's forehead was covered with sweat from the long-term and intensive use of his mental power. If Zhu Zi's face was normal, Zhu Zi wanted to call a halt and end the test so that Xiaobao could have a good rest. SSS-level purifiers were very rare in the Elf Kingdom, not to mention for the Federation people who had no racial talents. Moreover, the purification ability could not be changed after birth like mental power. The purification ability could be improved by 1 or 2 levels through acquired efforts. Most of the SSS-level purifiers in the Elf Kingdom were promoted from the SS level. In the history of the Elf clan, except for the previous Elf kings, the number of natural SSS-level purifiers could be counted on one hand. Contaminated Zerg crystals are easier to remove than the pollution on human mental power. At least they will not turn into black fogworms with bared fangs and claws like those mental powers. Zhu Zi entered a wonderful state. She felt that her mental power was becoming more and more proficient, and her mental power could freely move in the pollutants according to her thoughts. After an unknown period of time, the pollutants in the Zerg crystal faded, turning from dark black to a crystal clear orange crystal. One-time purification was successful. Zhu Zi smiled and put away her mental power, happily picked up the Zerg crystal, and ran out of the testing room. Wei Shilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Zhu Zi was purifying the contaminated crystals, she was always worried, fearing that the previous incident would happen again. She opened her arms and gently hugged Zhu Zi, who ran over happily holding a crystal. Wei Shilan wiped the sweat off her forehead with some heartache, touched her head and praised, "Xiaobao is awesome. She is already an SSS-level purifier. Sister, you are amazing." Zhu Xingtao and Zhu Ziyuan surrounded Zhu Zi, not sparing their praises at all, and they wanted to praise their sister to the sky. And this is not praise, it is a fact. Their sister is already amazing. Zhu Zi leaned over and picked up Zhu Zi. "Let's go, we're going back. Xiaobao must be exhausted today. You need to have a good rest." Xi and Shitong looked at the backs of the family of 5 leaving happily, and reached out to keep them. Xi and Shitong knew that Zhu Zi had a strong purification ability, but she did not expect that Zhu Zi would directly become an SSS-level purifier. This is the first SSS-level purifier in the Interstellar Federation. Why not register with the Federation Purifier Association and get an SSS-level purifier certificate? Although the Purifier Association clearly states the rewards and benefits of SSS-level purifiers, it hangs there like a carrot that can never be reached. Anyway, the SSS-level purifier certificate has never been issued. Assistant Teacher Wei Wei saw what Xian Shitong wanted to say, and he patted Xian Shitong on the shoulder. "Teacher Xian, it's useless for the young lady to get an SSS-level purifier certificate. She has to waste time to purify another SSS-level highly polluted crystal. How can there be no?" Xian Shitong was a little angry. She relied on the resources and subsidies given to her by the Purifier Association to go from a first-level star to a capital star, and then to her current status. The Interstellar Federation Purifier Association can protect every registered purifier, provide them with good resources, and provide them with high star coin subsidies, and various benefits every month. Xian Shitong listed these benefits one by one. Wei Wei looked out the window at the Dragon Island where even a random flower and grass was worth tens of thousands of dollars. "Do you think Miss needs these?" The subsidies from the Interstellar Federation Purifier Association are not taken for free. When the association needs it, registered purifiers will go to help complete the corresponding purification tasks. And to be honest, the monthly subsidies issued by the Interstellar Federation Purifier Association may not be as good as a hairpin on Zhu Zi's head. She can already enjoy the top resources and environment, and there is no need to cause trouble for herself. Xian Shitong stood there in a daze, with her chin propped up, and fell into deep thought. What Wei Wei said made sense, and there was nothing wrong with it. And it seemed that the Interstellar Federation Purifier Association, which everyone was fighting to get into, was not a hot commodity. Money, resources, and fame are born with people. In the dimly lit room, Zhu Yizhen sat in a wheelchair with a lambskin blanket covering her, resting her eyes. However, the sudden severe nerve pain made her clench her fists. The wound that had just scabbed was cut again, and blood dripped from the gaps between her fingers. The bright sunshine and the blooming courtyard outside the window made her feel bored. A lot of her mental pollution was left on the battlefield of Wayna. At that time, the border of the Interstellar Federation was not as solid as it is now. She led the Third Army to defend the battlefield of Wayna, facing the continuous Zerg tide. The Zerg was repelled, and the border of the Federation was stable, but many officers and soldiers of the Third Army stayed there forever. Because of the mental pollution, she could no longer serve as the commander of the Third Army. Even now, she needs help from others to stand up from the wheelchair. This is the end of many Federal soldiers. She only hopes that the children of this generation can suffer less. Suddenly, someone knocked on Zhu Yizhen's door. The sound was gentle, and it came from the bottom of the door. It seemed that the little guy who knocked on the door was only about 1 meter tall. "Grandma, can I come in?" The virtual video call connected outside the door was automatically connected, and Zhu Yizhen could see the small figure on the screen. But Zhu Yizhen did not respond for a while. Since her mental pollution was so serious that it tortured her nerves all the time, she has been avoiding contact with her family. She didn't want them to see her embarrassed appearance. But the little granddaughter must have been let in by her grandfather when she appeared at the door of her room. Seeing that her grandmother did not respond, Zhu Zi took out the Zerg crystal that she had purified yesterday from her pocket. Afraid that Grandma couldn't see the fruits of her labor, Zhu Zi deliberately placed the crystal right in front of the camera. "Grandma, I'm an SSS level purifier now." Zhu Yizhen chuckled. She saw a transparent orange crystal blocking most of the screen. Through the crystal, she could see a small, blurry smiling face behind it. Zhu Yizhen really couldn't bear to drive away her cute granddaughter. She picked up a handkerchief and wiped the blood off her palm. Just as she was about to press the door button to open the door for Zhu Zi, she suddenly found that the room was too dark. The heavy curtains blocked most of the sunlight. It was like a dark prison. "Open the curtains," Zhu Yizhen said softly. The intelligent system that received the command happily opened all the curtains and windows in the room. As soon as the windows were opened, the fragrance of flowers in the garden floated in. The suddenly bright room made Zhu Yizhen feel a little uncomfortable. She rubbed her eyes gently to adapt to the sunlight. "It was fine to stay here alone, but now I feel that this room is not suitable at all. There are not even desserts and drinks that children like on the table. Grandma, can I come in?" Zhu Zi knocked on the door again. Zhu Yizhen quickly agreed and opened the door that had not been opened for others for a long time. Chapter 33. Zhu Zi saw the door in front of her slowly open to her, and Grandma in the bright and spacious room smiled and waved at her. She ran to Grandma quickly, but smelled the faint smell of blood on Grandma's body, and Zhu Zi frowned slightly. Was Grandma injured somewhere? But before Zhu Zi asked, Zhu Yizhen said to her, "Little Zi, come and sit down. I asked them to bring you strawberry cake later." Grandma's face was normal, and her voice was still as gentle as before, and there was no difference. This made Zhu Zi feel relieved. However, when she heard about eating, Zhu Zi immediately shook her head like a little rattle. She had something important to do today, and she couldn't be tempted by strawberry cake. "I don't want to eat cake. Z is here to treat Grandma. I study spiritual purification seriously every day, and now I am an SSS level purifier." Zhu Yizhen praised with a smile. "Little Z is really amazing. She is the first SSS level purifier in our Dragon Island." In fact, she wanted to tell Zhu Zi these words yesterday. Zhu Zi told her the first time yesterday that Zhu Zi successfully purified the SSS level highly polluted crystals, and the little guy has unlimited future prospects. Zhu Yizhen tried hard to imagine what her granddaughter would look like when she grew up through Zhu Zi's small figure, imagining this soft and cute little dumpling becoming an excellent and beautiful big child in the future. It's a pity that she can't stay with her for a little longer, and can't see what she will look like when she grows up. "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Zi carefully covered her grandmother with a small blanket that had slipped down. She saw that her grandmother suddenly looked a little sad just now. "Grandma is fine." Zhu Yizhen smiled. "She has been sentimental lately. Why should she think so much? Xiao Zi is the best now. Okay, the strawberry cake is here. Does any kid want to eat it?" Zhu Yizhen asked Xiao Zi. "The little ones are the cutest. When Xiao Zi grows up, she will not drool over a piece of cake." Although she told herself many times not to be tempted by the cake. But Zhu Zi still couldn't help looking at the strawberry cake. The soft cake base was filled with light and dense cream, and a plump strawberry was placed on the top of the cake, which was red and tempting. The cake exuded a sweet scent all over, as if it had grown two little hands and shook up and down, trying to run into her mouth. Zhu Zi swallowed her saliva and turned her head away from the cake. She didn't forget what she came here for today. She said seriously, Grandma knows that I'm here to treat you today. Grandma, do you want me to try? Zhu Yizhen smiled, and thought the child was cute. She had invited an SSS-level purifier to treat her mental pollution. Every month, she had to invite an SSS-level purifier from the Elf Kingdom to treat her. But the solidified mental pollution in her body was too much, and there was no way to cure it. The SSS-level purifier could only barely control her mental pollution level to about 85%, and there were signs of increasing month by month. Zhu Yizhen sighed. She didn't want her granddaughter to waste her efforts. She told the truth. Grandma's illness is too serious, and there is no way to cure it. Zhu Yizhen pushed the strawberry cake towards Zhu Zi, and comforted her. Z is with Grandma, and Grandma feels very happy. Hearing Grandma's tactful refusal, Zhu Zi looked down at the strawberry cake, and the small fork within reach. She sniffed and the strawberry cake didn't smell good anymore. Zhu Yizhen sighed, when she saw Zhu Zi's depressed look. She finally said, okay, let's let our little Z try it. But if our little purification master doesn't eat enough, how can he have the energy to treat patients? Hearing this, Zhu Zi raised her head shua, her big green eyes shining, okay. Then Grandma, wait for me to finish eating first. She took a big bite of strawberry cake, and chewed it hard in her mouth. Zhu Yizhen was worried that Zhu Zi would choke herself. She pointed to the small cup next to her and said, Grandma's tea is also delicious. Little Z, do you want to try it? Zhu Zi nodded, and picked up the cute little cup with a straw. It turned out to be sweet milk tea. Zhu Zi's eyes widened in surprise. It was amazing. She loved everything here from Grandma. She happily took a sip of tea and a bite of cake. Because she ate too fast, she didn't even notice that there was cream on her nose. Zhu Yi really wanted to pick up a tissue to wipe the kitten's face, but the sudden intensification of pain made it impossible for her to even raise her hand. She was very glad that Zhu Zi was trying to eat cake at the moment, and didn't look up to see her current state. She silently endured the pain that came and went quickly, and then leaned over to pick up a tissue to wipe Zhu Zi's little nose. Grandma, I'm done. Zhu Zi pointed to the empty plate and cup. Okay. Zhu Yizhen nodded. It's okay to let Xiao Zi try. After she knew the difficulty of purifying and solidifying mental pollution, she would not waste time and energy on a dying person like her. After all, her mental pollution was so high that even the Elf King Smollett could not do anything. Zhu Zi didn't know what Grandma was thinking. With Grandma's permission, Zhu Zi hurried to her. She took Grandma's hand and wanted to see the mental pollution. However, after touching Grandma's hand, Zhu Zi was slightly stunned. She found that there were scars and wounds of various sizes on Grandma's hand. It turned out that the bloody smell she smelled at the beginning might have come from here, or there might be more than one wound on Grandma's body, but the wound on her hand was more obvious, and she touched it. She didn't want Grandma to suffer these pains again. She controlled her mental power, and cleared the terrible black fog wrapped around Grandma. However, unlike the SSS-level highly polluted Zerg crystal, the mental power pollution wrapped around Grandma is divided into 2 layers. Although it is very difficult to purify the mental power pollution on the surface, Zhu Zi can still purify them one by one with her mental power. However, no matter how Zhu Zi mobilizes her mental power, she cannot purify the solidified mental power pollution in the inner layer. She seemed to be standing in front of a bottomless abyss. No matter how much mental power she released to explore the way, it would be swallowed up by the abyss without any response. Zhu Zi's mental power was gradually consumed, but the solidified mental power pollution did not decrease. She felt more and more tired, and the mental power pollution in front of her seemed to want to take the opportunity to drag her into the abyss. Zhu Zi realized that she should stop, and she withdrew her mental power with a thought. Zhu Zi sat on the sofa a little tiredly, lowering her head. It seemed that it was not possible now. Purifying the solidified mental power pollution was much more difficult than she imagined. Although the solidified mental power pollution was not purified, Zhu Yizhen felt that the pain in her body was much relieved, and she had strength all over her body. This was already very good for Zhu Yizhen. This month, she didn't need to work hard to invite an SSS-level purifier from the Elf Kingdom. But Zhu Yizhen didn't plan to replace the monthly SSS-level purifier with Zhu Zi. After all, this required watching her solidified mental power pollution gradually increase, watching her gradually die, but being powerless, which was too cruel for Zhu Zi. Little Z has done well enough, and is a very powerful purifier. Zhu Yizhen looked at the drooping Zhu Zi, and said very seriously. This was not a compliment to make the child happy, but a fact. Xiao Zi did better than other purifiers, but she may not know it yet. Zhu Zi walked out of her grandmother's room and gently closed the door for her. She was very disappointed. The first attempt did not succeed. However, Zhu Zi did not intend to give up. It was not so easy to succeed. If she could purify it casually, how could the face of the Elf King Smollett be put? She comforted herself in her heart, and then she cheered up again. In the library of Dragon Island, Zhu Zi took out a book from the high bookshelf with the help of a ladder. Seeing the title of this book, Zhu Zi couldn't wait to take it down and read it. This is a book about purifying solidified mental pollution. Zhu Zi turned the page, but what caught her eye was not teaching her how to purify solidified mental pollution. Instead, the author of this book, an elf from the Elf Kingdom, was praising how great her Elf King was. Zhu Zi patiently read half of the book, and the author got to the point. Zhu Zi was fascinated by it. This is a mental purification method that is different from the Interstellar Federation purification system. The sun hanging high in the middle slowly set, and the lights in the library came on. Zhu Zi held the book and turned to the last page. This book made Zhu Zi feel like she was suddenly enlightened, but the mental operation system that was different from the Interstellar Federation made Zhu Zi not know what she should do specifically. The purification masters who taught her were all from the Interstellar Federation. Although they were the highest level purification masters in the Interstellar Federation, there was not much that the teacher could teach her now. Zhu Zi thought she should ask an SSS level purifier from the Elf Kingdom to be her teacher. After hearing their daughter's request, Wei Shilan and Zhu Zi also felt that with Zhu Zi's talent, she should be given a better teacher. However, it is easy to ask the SSS level purifiers from the Elf Kingdom to purify the mental pollution, but it is very difficult to ask them to be teachers for the Federation. Those who can become SSS level purifiers in the Elf Kingdom are all elves with extremely high bloodlines, and these elves have always been cold and arrogant. Moreover, the pride of high-level elves in their own bloodlines also makes them somewhat repulsive to outsiders. Only the Elf King can make these elves obey orders and bow down. So how can they be invited to be teachers? And even if they are invited, they don't know whether Xiaobao will be treated differently by the elf teachers during class. Chapter 34. The Purifier Association of the Elf Kingdom. The president of the association, Otelia, saw an unread email in her email box. She clicked on the email and saw the golden emblem of the Dragon Clan. Seeing that it was a letter from the Dragon Clan, Otelia immediately took it seriously. Since the Dragon Clan sent the crystal chalcedony and mithril ore, their importance in the Elf Kingdom has been raised to a higher level, and the Dragon Clan generously sent an energy star because of the glass flower. However, after reading the letter carefully, Otelia fell into deep thought. I didn't expect that the Dragon Clan could also produce an SSS level purifier. You know, the first time the Interstellar Federation had an SSS level purifier was 300 years ago, and that purifier had died long ago. Now the best level purifier in the Interstellar Federation is only S level, and the backward purifier teaching courses of the Interstellar Federation really cannot meet Zhu Zi's needs. But it is not realistic to ask the SSS level purifiers of their Elf Kingdom to be teachers for the Federation. As the president of the Purifier Association, Otelia knows how difficult those SSS level purifiers are. What these elves hate most is to ask them to meddle in other people's other matters. Sometimes it is difficult to ask them to do a purification, not to mention spending time and effort to be teachers for others. But since the dragon said so, their Purifier Association can't just ignore it. Otelia sighed and instructed the busy assistant, Dale, call the SSS level purifiers, who may be willing to be teachers, and ask them if they are willing to teach a Federation person. Ah? Daler suddenly raised his head from a pile of documents, his face full of resistance. President, this is not easy to find. Just tell them that the Federal Man is a very rare and gifted SSS level purifier. Otelia put her chin on her hand and thought for a while before adding, the child is also very smart, hard-working and obedient. Well, and she is also very cute, with a pair of transparent green eyes like a fairy. Dela listened to the president's description blankly. What does it mean to be like a fairy? If it is like that, then it is not, but since he is just a small assistant, Dale still took on this very difficult task. He tried to recall if there were any SSS level purifiers with a better temper, and picked and chose to make a list. Dale called the SSS level purifiers tremblingly. However, he did not dial some of the calls at all. Some purifiers heard that the child was talented, and had reached the SSS level at a young age. They were very interested, but they hung up the phone after knowing that he was not an elf. Dale sighed. He didn't even have time to say that Zhu Zi looked like an elf, but it was probably useless. Not to mention asking the SSS level purifiers to go to the Interstellar Federation to teach Zhu Zi in person, They were unwilling to spend time teaching Zhu Zi in the holographic classroom of the Star Network. Dale looked at the last name on the list, Trollope. There was only this SSS-level purifier left. Dale was full of expectations. This master always liked to teach students. Trollope, who was watering the flowers in the garden, received a call from the Purifier Association. "Let me teach the Federation people." "I don't have time." Trollope didn't give Dale a chance to say more. He hung up the phone directly. Trollope picked up the kettle and continued watering the flowers. People outside were saying that he was willing to contribute, that he had great love in his heart and liked to teach. What a joke! He was actually only willing to teach those elves with excellent talents, and he did it for a purpose, all to accumulate teaching experience for himself. All for the sake of being able to write these teaching experiences on his resume for the interview with His Royal Highness Wang Chu. All he had done so hard over the years was just to wait for the day. As long as he could get in touch with His Royal Highness Wang Chu, he would be willing to be a small assistant. Although Zhu Zi of the Dragon Clan was also talented, it was a pity that she was not an elf, but just a Federation person. This did not help his interview resume at all. Dale sighed. He looked for a long time, and didn't even find an SSS-level purifier willing to teach. Since there was really no purifier to be found, Dale had no choice but to report to the president without any results. Otelia was not surprised to hear this result. Now the only way left was to give the holographic classroom chip to the Dragon Clan. The holographic classroom chip stored the recorded purifier courses, and it was also a very intelligent teacher-student interaction system. Many purifiers in their country were using it. However, the ordinary purifier holographic classroom on the market was not suitable for the talented SSS-level purifiers. It seemed too perfunctory to give such a thing to the Dragon Clan. But there were almost no holographic classrooms suitable for Zhu Zi. After all, in the Elf Kingdom, the talented SSS-level purifiers were like treasures, and they would never fall to the point of needing to use holographic classrooms. But it's not that there are no suitable ones. Otelia patted her head, and she remembered that the king had recorded a set of such courses. The king prepared this chip just in case he couldn't teach the Crown Prince in person. The courses recorded by the king himself are naturally the best, even in the holographic classroom, where it is impossible to teach hand-in-hand. But this is prepared by the king for the Crown Prince. But the holographic classroom chip can be copied many times. Even if it is given to Zhu Zi, it will not affect the little prince's use in the future. Thinking of this, Otelia suddenly became bolder. "King," Otelia asked, "if you can share a copy of the holographic classroom you recorded for the Crown Prince with Zhu Zi." Marjorie said to Smollett carefully. In fact, Marjorie, who was responsible for passing the message, thought Otelia was simply crazy, and dared to ask the king such a question. How could the king pay attention to such an unreasonable request? "Wish you good luck." Smollett certainly still remembered the little girl. For some reason, when he saw her eyes as clear as the Green Star Lake, he felt inexplicably fond of this child. Under Marjorie's extremely shocked eyes, the Elf King Smollett nodded slowly. "Promise her." Smollett felt that his elves probably wouldn't be able to use the holographic classroom he recorded. For more than a year, the entire Elf Kingdom has been working hard to find a way to restore the King's Flower, and finally made important progress last month. They found traces of the extinct Taysib on Nopi Star. Taysib is a jelly-like creature, a magical species discovered by people during alien exploration. Taysib has healing power in its body. As long as it is placed with creatures that need healing power, Taysib is willing to sacrifice itself to heal others. It can regenerate broken limbs, grow new flesh, and even restore health to people with terminal illnesses and dying. Because of Taysib's characteristics, this race was completely extinct within less than a year of being discovered. However, unexpectedly, the instruments on the Star Fleet detected the existence of this creature on Nopi. It's just that there is a dangerous stardust storm outside Nopi. The high-speed and dense meteorite wind blows in a completely unpredictable trajectory. Their starship was destroyed within a few minutes of entering and turned into a pile of space junk. In order to survive the stardust storm, they sacrificed the lives of many elf warriors, and even the team led by the SSS-level spiritual elves disappeared in the stardust wind without any news. Smollett decided to go to Nopi himself and bring Taysib back. When the elf baby is born, he can teach her in person, without the need for a cold holographic classroom. Dragon Island. Zhu Zi was so happy to get the holographic classroom chip that she even ate 2 more bowls of dinner today. Although she didn't invite the SSS-level purifier of the Elf Kingdom, she got the holographic classroom recorded by the Elf King himself. Zhu Zi couldn't wait to insert the holographic classroom chip into the holographic cabin after returning to the room. Then she found herself in the Elf Palace, with a lush elf mother tree outside the window. Elf King Smollett stood in front of her with a smile, his silver-white hair spread like silk, and a few strands of his hair were scattered by the breeze and floated lightly behind his head, and the gorgeous elf wings, like gems, fluttered slightly behind him. In the holographic projection, Smollett wore a set of gorgeous and complicated exquisite clothes, with several pure gold badges on his collar. He looked noble and solemn, as if he attached great importance to this meeting. Elf King Smollett looked at Ju-Zi, but it seemed that he was not looking at her. He said, "If you see this video, it means that I am no longer here, but don't be afraid of my little elf king. The generals and ministers of the elf kingdom will willingly submit to you and follow your instructions. Your will is the direction of the sword of the kingdom's army. I believe you will become an elf king loved by your subjects." Ju-Zi stood there in a daze after listening to this. Smollett is still alive now. He said this to the future elf king under the extreme situation he expected. Ju-Zi felt a little guilty, as if she was a thief who stole someone else's things. She explained to Smollett's virtual projection sincerely, "Your Majesty the Elf King, you have recognized the wrong person. But the program set in the holographic classroom chip is not as smart as Ju-Zi expected." Smollett frowned when he heard this. Perhaps the program did not set the response method for this situation. Smollett in the holographic projection did not respond to this, but continued, "I don't know your name yet. Can you tell me?" "My name is Ju-Zi." Ju-Zi answered honestly. "Ju-Zi, is this the name you gave yourself?" Smollett touched Ju-Zi's head and smiled gently. "It's a very nice name." Ju-Zi felt the touch from above her head, and her family also liked to touch her head. But Smollett's touch was different, gently and cautiously, as if she was some fragile little flower. It may also be because of the holographic projection. Ju-Zi thought so. However, the interactive projections in the holographic classroom require the Elf King to record them again and again, and he may need to repeat the same actions many times. Ju-Zi wondered if the Elf King Smollett would feel lonely and sad when he was doing this action alone in the empty elf palace. However, Smollett in the holographic projection always had a gentle smile, like the sunlight shining through the clouds at dawn. When the amber eyes looked at her intently and seriously, she felt very at ease. Chapter 35. I don't know what you want to learn yet, so you can decide the course schedule yourself. Smollett in the holographic projection said so. 4 sections appeared in front of Ju-Zi: politics, military, purification, and the elf mother tree. Ju-Zi didn't expect that the Elf King's recorded holographic classroom would be so comprehensive, which shows his care for his successor. Ju-Zi raised his hand and chose the purification section. Soon the surrounding scene changed, and Smollett in front of him also changed his clothes. Smollett put away the gorgeous wings behind him, wearing a simple white robe with gold edges, holding a thick book in his hand, and looking in Ju-Zi's direction with amber eyes. "It seems that I guessed wrong. I thought you would be more interested in the elf mother tree, but I didn't expect you to choose purification first," Smollett said with a smile. Ju-Zi looked at Smollett with a somewhat surprised expression. Her first reaction was indeed to choose the elf mother tree. Ju-Zi was very curious about what kind of class this would be, but she got this chip because she wanted to learn how to purify mental pollution, so she couldn't choose another course. And in order to help Grandma remove solidified mental pollution as soon as possible so that Grandma can live well, she must learn how to purify solidified mental pollution as soon as possible. It seems that you are more interested in purifying mental pollution. You must be a good baby who is willing to help others. Let's start the class now, Smollett said. These conversations in the holographic classroom were all pre-recorded responses by Smollett, but Ju-Zi felt it was extremely real, as if the Elf King Smollett was really standing in front of her, as if she was the elf who was carefully taught and had high hopes for him. But Ju-Zi knew very well that she was not, and she just hoped that the Elf King and the little elf loved by so many people would be fine. Smollett continued, "All of my subsequent courses are based on the assumption that you are an SSS level purifier. After all, you are the Elf King, so you are naturally SSS level." Ju-Zi nodded, and it was a coincidence that she was also an SSS level purifier. "Do you know how mental pollution comes from?" Smollett asked. "It's the sequelae of the crazy evolution of the Zerg. Some of the Zerg carry pollution sources, but their physical characteristics allow them to resist this pollution, but our mental strength can't." Ju-Zi answered seriously, "And there is no difference between the Zerg carrying pollution sources and the Zerg without pollution sources except for the crystals. We can't distinguish and avoid them." Smollett seemed very surprised that Ju-Zi could answer so fluently. With a little disappointment hidden in his amber eyes, "It seems that someone has taught you these in advance, but they are definitely not as good as me. Z baby, just listen to my lessons in the future." Zhu opened her mouth in shock. She didn't expect that her answer would trigger such a conversation. The cold and noble Elf King actually has such a side, and looks like he is jealous. It's over. I accidentally saw the Elf King smile like this. If the Elf King knows about it in the future, will he want to silence her? Zhu covered her little mouth. She had to be careful about her words and actions so as not to accidentally trigger any conversation that she shouldn't hear. Smollett in the holographic projection continued to teach, and a contaminated Zerg crystal appeared in front of Zhu. Okay, let's try to purify this SSS-level contaminated crystal first, Smollett said. Zhu nodded and released her mental power to clean the pollutants in the crystal. Unlike the complete mental power pollution purification course that Zhu had taken before, Smollett could accurately point out the disadvantages of her doing so during her purification process, and gave her accurate guidance in time. Zhu purified this SSS-level highly polluted crystal over and over again in the holographic classroom. If it were in reality, Zhu would be tired enough to purify it once, but in the holographic simulation, she could instantly restore her body to the best condition. Smollett's guidance to her changed from correcting her mental power usage from time to time to occasionally guiding her at critical moments. Until the last time, Zhu controlled her mental power throughout the whole process and perfectly purified this SSS-level highly polluted crystal. Smollett smiled with relief and pride. I didn't expect you to be able to complete the purification so quickly. I might not have been so powerful when you were so young. Oh, what if you become an Elf King who is more powerful than me in the future? Smollett frowned and said, but his tone was full of joy. Okay, after you purify this Zerg crystal, I will increase the difficulty. Purifying the solidified mental pollution hidden in people's mental power is the most difficult step in the purification process of the purifier, Smollett said. Zhu pricked up her ears and listened attentively. She just wanted to know how to purify the solidified mental pollution. Smollett continued to speak. But Smollett's holographic image suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding holographic simulation scene also dissipated, and Zhu's eyes fell into darkness. Zhu was forced to go offline, and she climbed out of the holographic cabin a little confused. Zhu Xingtao and Zhu Ziyuan stood in front of her. Zhu Ziyuan waved his hand in front of her. Sister, you have been in the holographic cabin for 2 days. Zhu Ziyuan pointed to the empty nutrition supply box on the left side of the holographic cabin. The nutrient solution is all used up. If you stay any longer, you will starve to death in the holographic cabin. Zhu rubbed her eyes. She didn't expect that she had stayed in the holographic cabin for so long. Thinking of this, she seemed to be a little hungry. Zhu Xingtao sighed. Many people are enjoying playing games in the holographic cabin, but I didn't expect my sister to be addicted to taking classes in the holographic cabin. Holographic classes are fun. Zhu answered very seriously. Of course, holographic classes are more interesting. There is no such a good Elf King in holographic games. On the distant Nopi star. This planet is located at the junction of the Aqua Star region and the Finbai Star region. It is a barren planet close to the Zerg battlefield. There is a circle of deadly stardust storms on the edge of the planet. It is outside this barren planet that no one has paid attention to for many years, where a whole interstellar fleet of the Elf Kingdom is parked. Has there been no news from Pete's starship team yet? Athena, the commander of the 7th Fleet, asked with a frown. 3 days have passed, and Pete and his team are not sure whether they are dead or alive in the Stardust Storm. But she was answered with silence. No elves can survive in the Stardust Storm for so long. Either they have already reached Nopi, or they have sacrificed themselves. Suddenly an elf looked back and shouted, "The Elf King is here. That is the King's Light God battleship." This sentence seemed to inject infinite power into the fleet shrouded in dark clouds. The elves all looked back, and a platinum starship was particularly dazzling in the vast sea of stars. There were dozens of escort starships around, guarding the main ship in the middle, with the emblem of the Elven royal family engraved on it. The platinum starship stopped outside Nopi, and Athena hurriedly led people forward to welcome the arrival of the Elf King. Smollett waved his hand to let the elves who were saluting stand up. The most important thing now was how to break through the Stardust Storm and enter Nopi. The outer periphery of Nopi was a high-speed meteorite with an unpredictable trajectory. As long as the starship entered, it would be hit, and they had to face the sudden storm. It was impossible to bypass such dense meteorites. If they wanted to get in, they could only drive the starship to force their way in. Smollett walked into the cockpit of the God of Light battleship, positioned the navigation mark at the center of the Stardust Storm, Nopi Star, and then pressed the start button. As soon as the starship approached the outer periphery of Nopi Star, it was hit by the fast-moving meteorites. Even the surface of the hard God of Light battleship was hit by the meteorites, leaving large and small pits. The driver, whose driving rights were taken away by Smollett, looked at the dense and high-speed meteorites in front of him with fear, and heard the sound of meteorites hitting the metal surface of the battleship. The ion cannon mounted on the God of Light battleship directly smashed the large meteorites, but there were too many meteorites and the shells could not be used at all. Moreover, the fragments of the meteorite, after being blasted, will also hinder the starship's progress. The God of Light warship was hit, and became a little unstable, slightly deviating from its direction. Smollett's expression remained unchanged. Looking at the doomsday-like scene in front of him, his powerful mental power spread out and directly crushed the large meteorite that hit the glass of the command room. The driver looked at the shattered large meteorite in shock. The whole process lasted less than 2 seconds, and the meteorite that hit at high speed turned into fine sand and dissipated in space. He knew that the king's mental power was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. It may also be because he hasn't seen the king take action for too long. After the birth of the king's flower, the king has been guarding the little crown prince and has almost never left the elf kingdom. The God of Light warship survived the meteorite and storm and arrived at Nopi Star. The environment of Nopi Star is harsh, and the entire planet is a dry wasteland. But Taisib is a creature with very low requirements for living environment. As long as Taisib does not meet people who need their healing power, their lifespan is almost comparable to that of immortal species. The elves searched around the planet for a long time, and finally found the legendary extinct Taisib. Taisib was soft like a green jelly, and only a pair of ears that swayed up and down on the whole body made it look like a creature. Smollett carefully placed Taisib next to the king seed flower. Taisib noticed the withered king seed flower, and indeed moved. It took the initiative to approach the king seed flower. After a few seconds, Taisib's body dissipated and turned into a pool of water. The king seed flower that obtained the healing power became alive again. Smollett looked at the king seed flower that had regained its vitality with anticipation, but Taisib had the same effect as crystal chalcedony, and the king seed flower soon withered again. And the condition was a little worse than before. Smollett hurriedly moved the king seed flower back to the life support box. In fact, even with the life support box, the condition of the king seed flower was getting worse little by little. Smollett looked at the petals that became more shriveled with self-blame. He shouldn't have tried it casually. The king seed flower couldn't stand too much tossing. He questioned himself countless nights why he didn't take good care of the king seed flower. If life could be exchanged, he would rather give up himself and give the elf kingdom a future. Chapter 36. Zhu Zi has been addicted to the holographic classroom every day in recent months. The course recorded by the Elf King is unique and in-depth. He will teach his experience clearly and without reservation. Moreover, the holographic classroom is very smart and interactive. The Elf King Smollett praises her in various ways every day. Zhu Zi feels that her purification level has improved by leaps and bounds in the past few months. She knocks on Grandma's door with confidence. The door of the room opened quickly, but there was another person in Grandma's room. He has dark brown hair and wears a brown robe. He looks like a middle-aged man in his 30s, but his pointed ears prove his identity as an elf, so his age cannot be inferred from his appearance. This should be the SSS-level purifier invited by Grandma from the Elf Kingdom. Trollope frowned and looked at Zhu Yizhen's mental power pollution value of 93%. If it were someone else, he would have rolled on the ground in pain. It was a miracle that the former head of the Dragon Clan could still sit in a wheelchair. If you had called me a few days later, the mental power pollution value would have risen to the zero threshold of 95%. Trollope said. When the mental power pollution value is higher than 95%, it is basically hopeless. I know it myself. Zhu Yizhen said. Your mental power pollution value has been getting higher and higher in the past few months. Even if I purify you, the value can only be reduced to 88% at most. Trollope sighed slightly. This is still the most ideal state. If things go wrong, it can only reach 89%. In fact, this value is almost half of the body buried in the soul, and the body has to endure the pain that ordinary people can't imagine. He has seen too many people who can't bear the pain and endless despair, and choose to commit suicide directly. In fact, Trollope dislikes treating this type of patients the most. There is no hope, and they can only wait for her mental pollution value to reach an irreversible point. I think this value can be reduced to about 86%. Zhu Zi ran to her grandmother, and saw the thick black fog on her body. She followed the Elf King to purify this kind of mental pollution many times in the holographic classroom, so it is conservatively estimated that this time the purification can be reduced to about 86%. Trollope sneered. How is it possible? Don't come here to make trouble, kid. Trollope knew that Zhu Yizhen's granddaughter was the SSS-level purifier Zhu Zi. The last time the Elf Kingdom Purifier Association asked him if he was willing to be Zhu Zi's teacher, he directly refused. He estimated that no other SSS-level purifiers would be willing to come to the Federation to be her teacher. Trollope shook his head and sighed. If you choose the path of a mental power pollution purifier, no matter how talented you are, you can't be impetuous. However, looking at Zhu Zi in front of him, he is still a child after all. Trollope suddenly felt a desire to love talents and deliberately reminded him, you are still young now. You must practice steadily. Don't be too ambitious and unrealistic. Zhu Zi looked at Trollope's speech like a teacher, and she snorted softly, I am not a child anymore, I have grown up. Grandma, can you let me have a try? Zhu Zi said to Zhu Yizhen. Zhu Yizhen looked at the cute little granddaughter in front of her. She didn't want Zhu Zi to treat her because she was afraid that Zhu Zi would not be able to accept her mental pollution, which was destined to gradually increase. However, what she didn't expect was that Zhu Zi didn't think of giving up, but tried every means to find a way to treat her. She really underestimated this child. She heard that Xiao Zi had been soaking in the holographic classroom in recent months to learn how to purify mental pollution. The child had grown up unknowingly, and faced Trollope's questioning eyes without any fear, like a determined and brave little warrior. Then trouble Xiao Zi to purify Grandma, Zhu Yizhen said with a smile. Trollope widened his eyes in disbelief. He had been an SSS-level purifier for more than 50 years. How could he be inferior to a child? He said to Zhu Yizhen, who doted on the child, Mrs. Zhu, you have to be responsible for your own life. How can you treat mental pollution as a joke? Zhu Yizhen looked at Trollope with displeasure. She was not happy when she said her granddaughter was making trouble. She frowned and said, Trollope, you are already such a big man. Don't be so stubborn. It's not too late to see the result before you talk. I think you may really be outdone by the child by then. Hearing this, Trollope instantly got angry. He said angrily, well, I want to see how powerful she can be. Zhu Zi ignored Trollope. Mental pollution purification requires a quiet environment. Seeing that Zhu Zi was ready to start, Trollope also shut up sensibly. He had an instrument in his hand that could detect Zhu Yizhen's mental power pollution in real time. The mental power pollution value detected by the instrument was 93%, a very high value. He wanted to see if this little girl could reduce the mental power pollution to 86%. Zhu Zi gently placed her hand on her grandmother's hand, and saw a large area of terrifying black fog. She had tried countless times in the holographic classroom, and she skillfully released her mental power. However, there was still a big difference between reality and holographic simulation, and Zhu Zi's movement slowed down a little. Time passed slowly. Trollope stared at the detection instrument, looking at the steadily decreasing mental power pollution value in surprise. It was not easy to reduce the mental power pollution by 2 percentage points in just 1 hour under such high pollution. Now Zhu Yizhen's mental power pollution has been reduced to 91%. But this is just the beginning, and it doesn't prove anything. It is still far from what Zhu Zi said about reducing the pollution value to 86%. The subsequent mental power pollution purification process will only become more and more difficult, until Zhu Zi's mental power is completely blocked by the solidified mental power pollution. Reduced to 86%, unless Wang is here. But what Trollope never expected was that Zhu Zi's purification speed did not slow down at all, as if this level of mental power pollution did not touch her bottleneck. Trollope was surprised to see the value displayed on the instrument drop all the way to 89%, and the purification speed slowed down. But after an hour, it reached what he called the ideal value of 88% for this mental power pollution purification. Trollope looked at the time on the optical computer. It took Zhu Zi only more than 3 hours to go from 93% to 88%. He himself might not be able to do so well in such a short time. Zhu Zi's face was ruddy, and she didn't look exhausted at all. She continued to output mental power. Trollope held his breath and stared at the detection instrument. He had to admit that Zhu Zi did better than him. She wouldn't really be able to reduce the pollution to 86%. There was a full progress bar above Trollope's instrument. As long as this progress bar was completed, it meant that the mental power pollution was reduced by 1 percentage point. Trollope looked at the progress bar with some excitement. Just when he thought Zhu Zi could reduce Zhu Yizhen's mental power pollution to 87%, the progress bar suddenly increased. Then the mental power pollution value quickly rose from 87% to 90%. Zhu Zi's face was a little pale, and she withdrew her mental power and stopped purification. Zhu Yizhen's condition was even worse. Her face turned blue, and she was sweating. It took her a long time to recover. Trollop frowned and hurried forward to check on Zhu Yizhen's condition. He glanced at Zhu Zi, and thought that she was out of her mind to believe that a child from the Interstellar Federation could be compared with their great king. Zhu Zi looked at her grandmother with some worry, and she was relieved until her grandmother's breathing stabilized. An hour ago, Zhu Zi had planned to help her grandmother clear the mental pollution according to the original plan, and then she was trying to clear the solidified mental pollution bit by bit. But in the process of clearing the mental pollution, Zhu Zi unexpectedly found that the solidified mental pollution buried in the inner layer loosened for a moment. After thinking for a while, Zhu Zi finally decided to seize this rare opportunity. If the cleansing is successful this time, Grandma's mental pollution will be greatly improved, and Grandma will not have to sit in a wheelchair all day, and it will be difficult for her to even stand up. Zhu Zi changed her original conservative plan and started to clean up the solidified mental pollution for Grandma in advance. The consequence of doing so is that Grandma's mental pollution will temporarily increase, and she also feels that her mental power is running out of energy. This is not something that can be completed in one go. She needs to stop and rest now, replenish her mental power as soon as possible before continuing. Zhu Zi sat on the sofa and drank 2 bottles of high-level mental supplement potions that she had prepared in advance. Trollop, who was unaware of the situation, anxiously checked Zhu Yizhen's physical condition. The situation was very bad, mental pollution was overflowing and the value was rising. Trollop hurriedly wanted to release his mental power to stabilize Zhu Yizhen's pollution. But just as he was about to start the purification, he was stopped by Zhu Zi. It is normal for Grandma's mental pollution to overflow. If she is purified rashly by a purifier who does not understand the situation, it will make Grandma's condition worse. During the purification process, I accidentally found that the solidified mental pollution has loosened. Zhu Zi explained patiently, and then revealed his subsequent mental pollution purification plan. Trollop listened to Zhu Zi's purification plan, which sounded quite realistic. But Trollop frowned and said, the loosening of solidified mental pollution is not so easy to be discovered. It's not that everyone can purify solidified mental pollution with good luck. He looked at Zhu Yizhen's gradually rising mental pollution value. If you stop me again, your Grandma's mental pollution value will rise to 95%. You don't want to see this situation either. But Trollop was about to purify Zhu Yizhen's mental power, but was rejected by Zhu Yizhen herself. The overflowing mental pollution made her voice a little weak and hoarse, and the unprovoked pain pierced her nerves. But looking at Zhu Zi's clear and bright eyes, which were filled with anxiety and helplessness, Zhu Yizhen smiled and said, let little Z give it a try. Trollop looked at Zhu Yizhen and Zhu Zi with a madman's expression. Are these 2 grandparents crazy? One dared to do it, and the other dared to believe it. Did he come all the way from the Elf Kingdom to Dragon Island just to see their deep love for each other? Chapter 37. Zhu Zi gulped down another bottle of high-level mental power replenishment potion. The potion tasted salty and a little spicy. Although it tasted strange, it was very effective in replenishing mental power. Zhu Zi felt that his mental power was gradually recovering to its peak. Trollop watched helplessly as the overflowing mental power pollution caused Zhu Yizhen's pollution value to rise to 93%. He was no longer in the mood to complain about the unreliable grandparents and grandchildren. Trollop sat anxiously watching the mental power pollution detection instrument. As time passed, the progress bar above Zhu Yizhen's mental power pollution value gradually filled up, and was about to rise to 94%. This is almost at the critical value. Trollop looked at Zhu Yizhen anxiously. Zhu Yizhen slowly closed his eyes, as if the person with high mental pollution was not himself. Trollop was so angry that he stamped his feet. He had been a purifier for so many years, but he had never seen such an annoying patient. Fortunately, Zhu Zi finally rested and began to purify Zhu Yizhen's mental power. Trollop finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still stared at the mental pollution detector, ready to take action immediately if he found something wrong. After all, he had the star coins and resources of the Dragon Clan, so he had to purify them well. Even if the patient went crazy, he had to do a good job of backing up. However, what made Trollop feel a little relieved was that after Zhu Zi took action, Zhu Yizhen's mental pollution value, which had risen to 94%, began to decline. Although the value dropped very slowly, it was also very stable. Trollop was relieved a little. She didn't expect Zhu Zi to reduce the mental pollution to a low level. She just hoped that it wouldn't rise suddenly. 3 hours passed, and it was getting dark outside. He should have been on his way back to the Elf Kingdom at this time, but because of this stubborn grandparents and grandchildren, he was still staying on Dragon Island. Trollop watched Zhu Yizhen's mental pollution value slowly drop to 90%. Zhu Zi looked very tired, his face was a little pale, and a thin sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed that this mental purification was almost over. He would purify Zhu Yizhen's mental pollution again later, and stabilize this value at around 88% to 89%. Zhu Zi withdrew her mental power. She had been trying to pry open her grandmother's solidified mental pollution for the past few hours. Even if this was originally a loose spot, the stubborn mental pollution still made her feel very tired. Fortunately, she had learned something in the Elf King's holographic classroom. Zhu Zi had been carefully controlling her mental output, and was not dragged away by the strong and overbearing solidified mental pollution. Although the process of purifying the solidified mental pollution was a little slow, it was very effective, much better than she expected. She pried open a small hole in the solidified mental pollution that was firmly connected. After the stability between the solidified mental pollution was broken, it would be much easier to purify it. Zhu Zi raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and finally smiled. She looked at her grandmother. This time, the purification of mental pollution was not easy for her grandmother. She did not wake up immediately as usual, but lay on the sofa with her eyes closed. However, as Zhu Zi withdrew his mental power and stopped purification, Grandma's frown gradually relaxed, and her face gradually regained its rosy color, as if she was having a good dream. Zhu Zi turned her head, and calmly looked at the value on Trollop's instrument, on which was a glaring red letter 90%. As she expected, this amazingly high value soon dropped gradually. However, Trollop was not calm. He stared in amazement at the mental power pollution value that actually dropped after the purification. No, how could this be possible? In less than half an hour, the mental power pollution value actually dropped directly from 90% to 86%, reaching the number that Zhu Zi had vowed before. What's even more outrageous is that Zhu Yizhen's mental power pollution value is still dropping. Trollop looked at Zhu Zi in shock as he sat on the sofa and sipped the mental power supplement potion. Zhu Zi calmly looked at the mental power pollution value on the instrument, as if everything was within her expectations. You didn't really find the loosening of the solidified mental pollution. Trollop's eyes widened, holding the detection instrument and running to Zhu Zi's side. The blood red value, which was originally extremely dangerous, has turned into light red, and it says 84%. And this is not over yet. Zhu Yizhen's mental pollution value is still decreasing. Zhu Zi didn't know how shocked Trollop was. She looked at her grandmother, who had not woken up yet, with some worry. She ran over and covered her grandmother with a small blanket. Trollop came back to his senses from the surprise, and looked at Zhu Zi again, so the little girl didn't brag before. What she said was the truth, but he didn't dare to believe it. Recalling what he had said to Zhu Zi before, Trollop blushed a little, but Zhu Zi was indeed a rare talent. Trollop approached Zhu Zi and said with a smile, "Do you need an SSS level purifier as a teacher? How about I teach you?" Zhu Zi looked at Trollop, who was smiling and excited. She shook her head quickly. She didn't need any teacher now. The Elf King's holographic classroom was the best. Alas! Trollop sighed. Why didn't he cherish such a good opportunity in front of him? Now Zhu Zi doesn't want him to be a teacher, but this is normal. Zhu Zi's level is probably much higher than his. Trollop watched the value on the instrument drop all the way to 82%, and then stopped moving. This is a one-time drop of 12% in the mental power pollution value. Wang may not be able to do this here. Although Zhu Zi was lucky to find that the solidified mental power pollution was loose, the fact that he could detect the loosening of the solidified mental power pollution already showed his strength. Moreover, if he had discovered the loosening of the solidified mental power pollution, would he dare to purify the solidified mental power pollution directly? Trollop admitted that he probably didn't have the courage to do so. Trollop looked at Zhu Zi, who was drinking juice, so he wondered if he should ask Zhu Zi if he would accept an old elf as a student. However, it was also a miracle that the Federation people, who had never had racial talent in this area, suddenly produced such a powerful and talented SSS level purifier. It's still a child of the Dragon Clan. You should know that the Dragon Clan has not produced an S-level purifier in 800 years, and this child doesn't look like a Dragon Clan. The green eyes are like the Azure Star Lake in the Elf King's court, and there is such a high purification talent. Trollop's eyes gradually became fanatical when he looked at Zhu Zi. Could this be the child of their elf clan? Zhu Zi was a little scared by Trollop's eyes. She drank a big mouthful of juice in panic, and then accidentally choked. Zhu Zi covered her mouth and coughed softly. Trollop hurriedly handed her a tissue. Zhu Zi took the tissue and looked at Trollop with a strange face. What's wrong with this elf? If it weren't for the high appearance of the elves, Trollop would now look like a wretched uncle. Trollop smiled. He looked at Zhu Zi now. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that she looked like a child of their elf clan. What a cute little elf baby, not at all like the stupid dragon running around in the sky. Perhaps the elf cub was born prematurely by accident, and then flew out of the elf king court by flapping its wings, and then accidentally boarded a starship to the Interstellar Federation, and then met the dragons, and was unfortunately abducted by the dragons because it was too cute. Or maybe the dragons discovered the SSS-level purification talent of the little cub, and then the evil-minded dragons took the innocent and kind elf cub back to Dragon Island to raise it themselves. Trollop's imagination was full of various scenes, and the poor elf cub left the embrace of the elf mother tree and wandered in a foreign country. He looked around furtively. These were just his wild guesses, and he had to get solid evidence. Trollop searched for a long time, and found a strand of Zhu Zi's hair on the sofa pillow on Zhu Zi's left hand. The light brown hair was slightly curled. Trollop looked left and right, walked over as if nothing had happened, and quickly picked up the hair. Hee success. Take it for a DNA test to know whether the child is from the elf tribe. If it is, it must be taken back. The elf cubs cannot be left outside. Zhu Zi looked at Trollop with doubts, who suddenly showed a weird smile. Trollop couldn't wait to say, I think it's getting late, your grandmother. This old lady doesn't have anything to do, so I leave first, see you. Trollop turned and left, walking very fast. Capital Star, District 12. Mu Anya was sitting in the garden of her home, basking in the sun. Her cousin picked up a beautiful little stone in the flower bed and ran to her like offering a treasure. Sister, this is for you. Mu Anya took the little stone with a smile, put it in the sun, and looked at it carefully. She touched her cousin's head and praised, this stone is really beautiful. Thank you for giving it to me. I like it very much. The little boy was very happy to be praised by Mu Anya, and then ran to the flower bed to play happily. Seeing her cousin walk away, Mu Anya threw the stone away in boredom and wiped her hands. System, are you awake? Mu Anya would ask this question in her mind every day. Without the system, she didn't know how people around her liked her, which made her very uncomfortable. Without a response, Mu Anya sighed, the system hasn't recovered yet, okay. Suddenly, there was a sound of electricity. She raised her head in surprise, and the familiar electronic sound came in her mind. Host, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Mu Anya smiled. Great, the system is finally restored. Ding ding ding. Mu Anya was not happy for long, and a rapid beeping sound flashed in her mind. Host, it is detected that Zhu Zi's favorability towards you is only 16. Zhu Zi's favorability is extremely low. Please improve Zhu Zi's favorability as soon as possible. Mu Anya was not anxious at all. She drank the flower tea slowly, and a happy smile flashed across her face. I already have a way to improve Zhu Zi's favorability towards me. The reason why Zhu Zi's favorability is so difficult to obtain is mainly because there are too many people around her, her parents, brothers, friends. Especially her family gave her countless wealth and wholehearted love, which made her Mu Anya's kindness to Zhu Zi seem insignificant. Zhu Zi's favorability towards her may drop because of a little thing, or even because she said something wrong. However, the love that the Dragon Clan gives to Zhu Zi is not necessarily unconditional, but is based on their blood relationship. But people with blood relationship are family members, and Zhu Zi is nothing. Once the Dragon Clan finds out that Zhu Zi is not their child, Zhu Zi will lose everything she is now. She will no longer be a high-ranking dragon lady, but just a poor creature who doesn't know her own life experience. At that time, as long as she is a little bit good to Zhu Zi will be grateful to her. Mu Anya laughed unconsciously. System, do you think my plan is good? The system did not speak for a while. It felt something was wrong, and the original plan should not be to use this method to gain favorability. But the original plan did not allow Zhu Zi's favorability towards the host to drop directly to the bottom, and the host really could not gain Zhu Zi's favorability through normal means. But this plan is not easy to implement. It is useless to rely on the host's words alone. After all, Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan were born from the same egg. Host, how do you prove that Zhu Zi is not a child of the Dragon Clan? Get the hair of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan, and do a kinship test. Mu Anya answered, as a matter of course. Zhu Zi has not yet awakened her elf bloodline. Her gene test report will only show that her race is biased towards humans. After all, human genes have the strongest potential intolerance among all races. So once the test report comes out, Zhu Zi can't go back to the Dragon Clan, nor can she go to the Elf Clan. She will only become a homeless little poor thing. But Mu Anya is now waiting for an opportunity an opportunity to get the hair of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. With Zhu Zi's favorability towards her, she will definitely not be able to enter Dragon Island. But Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan can't stay in Dragon Island forever. Next month, the St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory Academy will start school, and Olio will be in the same class with Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. O'Leary always listened to her. Chapter 38. Zhu Yizhen opened her eyes, and found that it was already dark outside. She was lying on the sofa, covered with a small blanket that someone had put on her. She rubbed her waist. Her body, which always felt severe pain, now felt particularly light, and her mind was clear. She seemed to have not slept so soundly for a long time. Zhu Yizhen turned her head, and saw Zhu Zi sleeping on the small coffee table. There was a small lamp on the short coffee table. The warm yellow light shone on Zhu Zi's white and tender face, and a red mark could be seen. Zhu Yizhen touched Zhu Zi's little head. It would definitely not be comfortable to sleep on the coffee table. Zhu Yizhen picked her up, and planned to put her on her bed. The distance from the sofa, in the living room, to the bedroom was not close. In the past, she had to rest by holding the table and chair after a few steps, but Zhu Yizhen could walk easily with a child in her arms. The feeling of regaining control of her body made her feel particularly happy. The dark clouds that had been hanging over her for years were cleared away bit by bit. Zhu Yizhen looked at Zhu Zi, who was sleeping soundly in bed. The child had a good sleep quality, and did not wake her up even with such a loud noise. She stretched her arms and legs in bed, and continued to sleep soundly while hugging the pillow. The little guy must be exhausted today, busy with her mental power pollution all day. Thinking of this, Zhu Yizhen measured her mental power pollution value. You don't know until you measure it. Once you measure it, the mental power pollution value actually dropped directly to 82%. Although Zhu Yizhen had a hunch that the purification must have been done well this time, she did not expect the value to drop so low. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a miracle. However, the little girl who created the miracle was lying on the soft bed at this moment, with a smile on her lips. Maybe she had a sweet strawberry cake in her dream. Zhu Yizhen felt the feeling of being alive that she had never felt in all these years. When the sickle of the god of death was about to fall, a little girl pushed open the heavy door of death with all her strength and stretched out her hand to her. Elf Kingdom. As soon as Trollop arrived in the Elf Kingdom, he drove the hover car to the Gene Testing Center immediately. Someone in the Gene Testing Center recognized Trollop, an SSS-level purifier, and invited him into the special channel. "Hello, Master Trollop. What type of test do you need?" the staff asked respectfully. To be honest, working in the Gene Testing Center in the Elf Kingdom is really leisurely. Occasionally, some elves come here every day just to check if they have any genetic diseases. I don't know why the SSS-level purifier master would suddenly come here. Could it be that the star elves and elves of other races picked up the wrong children in the elf breeding garden? Trollop took out a carefully wrapped hair from his pocket and handed it to the staff, saying, "Please help me test the race of the owner of this hair. I want the fastest." He couldn't wait to take the little elf baby stranded in the Interstellar Federation home. The Elf Kingdom is the most suitable place for elves to live. I don't know what race Zhu Zi is an elf. It would be even better if he is an elf from their Starlight Elf family. How long does the fastest genetic test here take? Trollop asked anxiously. We will expedite your treatment, but it will take at least 6 hours. The staff ran to hand the hair to the technician. Master Trollop was so anxious because the Star Elves had taken the wrong child in the breeding garden. Although this kind of thing is rare, it does happen. In this case, it is usually better to raise the child as it is. After all, they are all babies born from the mother tree of the elves, so there is no difference. The time waiting for the results is always very anxious, and Trollop kept watching the time. But after 6 long hours, the genetic test report was still not delivered. After a few more hours, the staff took out the test report, but the staff handed the test report to Trollop with a strange expression. Trollop did not pay attention to the staff's expression, and he excitedly opened the genetic test report. There was a bunch of complicated data on it, and Trollop looked directly at the test result column. How could this happen? The test results made Trollop frown. Zhu Zi's race is neither the elves nor the dragons. There are 2 words written on it, unknown. Trollop's eyes widened in surprise. How could this happen? Zhu Zi is not even a dragon, so where did this child come from? Do the dragons know about this? Trollop flipped through Zhu Zi's genetic test data in disbelief. Her gene chain is not as complex and huge as that of mythical races. Instead, it is a primitive and closed gene chain, like a human who unfortunately failed to awaken his spiritual power, but Zhu Zi has A-level spiritual power. The staff carefully observed Trollop's expression. He thought it was just a simple elf race test, but he didn't expect that after 2 tests, no results were found. The staff explained in a low voice, Master Trollop, in this case, the owner of the hair may be a very rare mysterious race that has not been recorded. Or it may be that her parents have experienced several generations of mixed blood, and it is impossible to tell what race they are when it comes to her. Or, listening to the various guesses made by the staff, Trollop sighed. He closed the genetic test report and threw it into the pile of discarded documents. No matter what the reason, it is not a cub of their elf race. You are a cub of our dragon clan. Remember to be bolder in school. If there is anything in the school that makes you dissatisfied, or if any teacher or classmate makes you unhappy, just tell them directly, understand? Juicy helped Juicy adjust the small bow tie on her school uniform, and put on the school badge of St. Ling's Junior Military Preparatory Academy for her. Zhu Ziyuan doesn't need to worry, he is carefree and casual, he never compromises himself. If he is put out, it should be others who should worry. But Zhu Zi is different. She is a thoughtful and sensitive baby. She is good at showing kindness to others, but she is also the most vulnerable. Zhu Zi suddenly felt like a child was growing up, and then slowly moving away from him. He put all kinds of snacks and small toys into Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan's school bags. Eat more when you are tired of studying at school. The children are still young and don't need to work so hard. It's okay to play for 2 more years before going to school. Zhu Zi looked at the small snacks in her school bag, and those who didn't know her would think she was going on a spring outing. Dad, I'm not going to school and won't come back. I have to go home for lunch every day. Why did Dad act like she and her brother were going on a long trip? Mom was calmer. Wei Shilon, who was standing at the door of the restaurant, smiled and waved at them. Zhu Zi immediately left her sad-looking dad and ran over. Wei Shilon leaned over to Zhu Zi's ear and reported a string of numbers. Mom, what is this? Zhu Zi asked in confusion. It's the optical computer number of the principal of the St. Linger Junior Military Reserve Academy. If Xiaobao encounters something while studying at school, Mom and Dad may not be able to rush over in the first time. Wei Shilon pinched her daughter's cute little face. Mom will give you the principal's optical computer number. If you have anything to do, just ask Xiaolu to do it. It can actually be like this. Zhu Zi widened her eyes in surprise. If she went to the principal, would the principal pay attention to her? In her previous life, she didn't dare to go to the teacher when she was bullied by other children at school, because the teacher would ask them to call their parents. But she didn't have parents, so she could only trouble the principal's mother, but the principal's mother was very busy, and she couldn't cause trouble for her. If you and your brother have something at school, and don't have time to find your parents, go to Principal Xiaolu first. He will definitely get back to you as soon as possible. Wei Shilun promised. Okay. Zhu Zi nodded happily. At the gate of Shengling Junior Military Preparatory College, Zhu Zi met Principal Xiaolu. Principal Xiaolu was not young. He was wearing a jet-black formal suit. He looked a little serious when standing with the teachers, but he immediately smiled and greeted them when he saw them. The principal and the teacher took them to the classroom. The classroom was large, but only had a dozen tables and chairs. Everyone had a fixed seat. Zhu Zi sat in the 3rd row, and did not have a table next to Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Zi felt a little sleepy. She lay on the table and wondered who would be sitting at the next table. It would be best if it was a cute girl. Suddenly, Zhu Zi heard a sound similar to a puppy sniffing something. She sat up straight, and looked at the little boy who was sniffing around her. The boy had delicate and fair features, a pair of emerald eyes, and pointed ears. He was an elf. But why was this elf so dog-like? Zhu Zi frowned slightly and looked at him. The little boy seemed to have smelled enough. He sat next to her and began to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Xia Pu. Nice to meet you, Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi instantly became energetic when she heard the boy's name. Isn't this one of the male protagonists in the novel I'm a Super Charmer in the Starry Sky? An elf who inexplicably liked to stick to Mu Anya the first time he saw her. But later, Xia Pu died in a swarm of insects to save Mu Anya. The elf, who always loved cleanliness, was buried in the surging swarm of insects, and even his body was swallowed up by the sharp mouthparts of the insects with smelly saliva. Xia Pu's ending was really tragic. I don't know if he will repeat the fate in the book this time. But how did Xia Pu know her name? How do you know my name is Zhu Zi? She was a little confused. There are few people in our class who don't know you. You are Zhu Zi of the Dragon Clan. And have you noticed that many people in the class are secretly looking at you? Xia Pu whispered. Xia Pu thought Zhu Zi would be a willful young lady, but he didn't expect her to be like this, quiet and isolated from the noise around her. If Zhu Zi knew what Xia Pu was thinking, she would definitely say that she didn't have this temperament, but was just sleepy. Zhu Zi yawned a little. What were you doing just now? Sniffing here and there like a puppy. I don't know. Xia Pu shook his head honestly. He has been very sensitive to smell since he was a child, and everyone's smell is different. His father is like clear lake water, his mother is like pine and cypress on the mountain, and his brother is like salty marshmallows. But just now, he smelled a very special smell on Zhu Zi, a smell that made him feel warm and at ease. For the first time, he couldn't describe what this smell was like moonlight, dew, green mountains, and the morning sun. Oh right, he thought of it, it was the smell of the elf mother tree. Chapter 39. Aren't you an elf? Why do you come here to study? Zhu Zi was puzzled. Most of the students in the class were from the Federation, only Xia Pu was an elf. And Xia Pu's elf features were very obvious. He should not be a hybrid of human and elf like Mu Anya. My mother is the chairman of the Sengji group. I came to the Interstellar Federation with my mother. Although Xia Pu also missed the elf kingdom, his mother needed to work in the Interstellar Federation for a period of time, so his family moved to the Interstellar Federation together. And this class only accepts children from the top races, so I came here. Xia Pu continued. Zhu Zi tilted her head curiously. Although Xia Pu said a lot of things, Zhu Zi's focus fell on Xia Pu's mother. She asked in confusion, do the elves in the elf kingdom also have parents? Weren't you picked from the elf mother tree? Huh? Xia Pu's expression was blank. It was the first time someone said that he was picked from the tree. There was nothing wrong with this, but it just sounded weird. It was as if he was a fruit growing on the tree. Xia Pu explained seriously, there are 5 major races of elves, the Radiant Elves, the Moon Shadow Elves, the Morning Elves, the Starlight Elves, and the Sunshine Elves. Seeing that Zhu Zi was still confused, Xia Pu simply said, let's put it this way. You can also understand it, as there are 5 large branches on the elf mother tree. Because the elves grow on different branches, they are divided into 5 races. Zhu Zi nodded. So that's how it is. It's a pity that she didn't carefully count the branches of the elf mother tree when she was in the elf king's court. Elves born on the same branch of the elf mother tree will have closer blood. For example, I am from the Hanguang elf clan, and my mother used to grow on that branch. After the elf baby is born, it will be sent to the elf breeding garden. On the first day of my birth, I chose the elves with the best smell to be my mother and father. Xia Pu said very seriously. Zhu Zi looked at Xia Pu in surprise, saying that this elf was really dog-like. But she didn't believe that all elves chose their family members by smell. Well, it's actually a unique intuition of the elves. People with similar blood will have special feelings. When I saw my mother and father, I liked them very much and wanted to follow them home. Xia Pu held his chin and thought for a while, and said, just like elves are born to be close to our king. What race is the elf king? Zhu Zi was a little curious. However, Xia Pu, who was lazily lying on the table, quickly raised his head. His fair face was serious. The king is not of any race. The king is the king. Every elf king will be born on the top of the elf mother tree, which is the king's flower. Speaking of this, Xia Pu thought of the withered king's flower, and he felt a little uncomfortable, and his voice was much softer. Zhu Zi touched Xia Pu's head, as if to comfort him. Xia Pu was particularly well behaved when his head was touched, and his pointed elf ears moved slightly. Xia Pu smiled again. The king is trying his best to save the little prince, and the king's flower will definitely be fine. It's a pity that we, the Xuanguang elves, are not born on the branch closest to the king. Xia Pu's tone was full of envy. The Guangyao elves are very lucky. There will be an elf in their race, who can naturally sense the elf king, and then that elf will become the high priest of the elf kingdom. The Guangyao elves used to say that the Guangyao elves were the best race among the elves because they were closest to the king. Xia Pu laughed, but they became honest after being taught a lesson by the king. The king said that the elves of each race are equally good. When Xia Pu said this, he laughed very happily, as if he was proud of being recognized by the elf king. But just when Zhu Zi and Xia Pu were chatting happily, someone bit his knuckles and knocked on Xia Pu's desk, making a dong 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 sound. Make way, don't sit in my seat. O'Leary Morit put his school bag on the table with a bang and looked straight at Xia Pu, who was sitting in his seat. O'Leary pointed to the empty seat next to him. That's your seat. Oops, sorry. Xia Pu stood up and made room for O'Leary. However, Xia Pu still didn't go back to his seat. He stood next to Zhu Zi, wanting to continue chatting with her. Zhu Zi looked at Xia Pu, then at O'Leary, and at her second brother, who was sitting by the window, and was still concentrating on eating snacks when being talked to by his classmates. There are only 4 male protagonists in the novel I'm a Super Charmer in the Stars. 3 of them appeared in her class at once, and the remaining male protagonist was in the Yeximan Republic, which was the country that became independent from the Elf Kingdom after the Blood Moon incident. Zhu Zi probably won't meet the 4th male protagonist, but there are too many male protagonists in this class. Did she accidentally fall into the main plot of some novel? Based on the fact that she drove Muanya out of Dragon Island last time, she probably plays the role of an early vicious female supporting role in this book. But being a vicious female supporting role is also quite happy. If she doesn't want to see Muanya, she can drive her away. Just when Zhu Zi was thinking about it, the noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. A man in black combat uniform walked into the classroom and said to the students below, "Hello, I am your class teacher Zhou Xingqing. You can call me Colonel Zhou or Teacher Zhou." Then a few scattered voices of Teacher Zhou and Colonel Zhou rang out in the class. Zhou Xingqing nodded and continued, "Today is your first day of school. I think most of you will enter the military academy, and after graduating from the military academy, you will join the military corps. We will take you to visit the military corps today, so that you can experience the training and combat environment of the soldiers in the corps firsthand." Taking freshmen to visit the corps on the first day of class is also an old tradition of the St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory Academy. Let the students feel the atmosphere of the corps in advance, and also let these children set a goal to strive for in advance. On the starship to visit the corps, Zhou Xingqing enthusiastically told the children about the top 3 military academies of the Interstellar Federation. Their class recruits children from top races with excellent talents, none of whom have a mental power lower than a level, and there are also mythical race cubs such as Zhu Ziyuan, Zhu Zi and Xia Pu. For others, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to be admitted to the 3 major military academies of the Interstellar Federation, but these children have almost stepped half a foot in. As long as you can successfully graduate from the 3 major military academies of the Interstellar Federation, you will be a second lieutenant when you come out, Zhou Xingqing said. Xia Pu sat next to Zhu Zi very naturally as soon as he got on the starship, so now he, Zhu Zi, and Zhu Ziyuan are sitting in the same row. Xia Pu whispered secretly, "I will not join the Interstellar Federation's Legion as a second lieutenant. I will return to the Elf Kingdom in the future. I want to become a member of the future Elf King's guards, and swear to protect the king's safety." Although a king with strong mental power may not need the protection of the guards, joining the king's guards is the dream of every elf when he was a child. "Then I will join the 4th Legion in the future," Zhu Ziyuan said. "Why the 4th Legion, not the 3rd Legion?" Zhu Zi was puzzled. Zhu Ziyuan explained seriously, "Because I want to be the leader of the army in the future, but my father is the leader of the 3rd Army, and I won't compete with him, so I go to the 4th Army." "Do you know who the leader of the 4th Army is?" Xia Pu suddenly asked. "I don't know, then you can go to the 5th Army," Zhu Ziyuan said casually. "What does my sister want to do?" Zhu Ziyuan turned to look at Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi shook her head. She hadn't thought about this question. It's okay to go to the army or not. I hope she can live past the age of 12. The starship slowed down and entered the low Earth orbit. Zhu Zi was a little excited when she saw the yellow-brown planet in the distance. It was her first time to come to the army. As soon as the starship landed, the majestic and cold atmosphere of the military district hit her face. Even in the space station, you can see a soldier in military uniform holding a weapon standing straight ahead every 5 steps. The golden flag of the Legion also caught Zhu Zi's eyes. The golden flag looked a little familiar, and Zhu Zi took a closer look at the pattern. Isn't this the emblem of their dragon clan? So she came to visit the 3rd Legion. Her father just reluctantly parted with her this morning, and they will meet again after a few hours. She hasn't finished the snacks that her father put in her school bag. Zhu Zi followed Zhou Xingqing out of the space station, and saw a soldier uncle standing at the gate of the military district waiting for them from a distance. Then Zhu Zi and other classmates received a golden badge, which was a pass to enter the 3rd Legion. Xia Pu held the badge and looked at it. Why does this badge look so weird? There is a little dragon with big eyes, and a little flower on the badge. Unlike other badges with complicated patterns, this badge has some simple lines, like a child's graffiti. Zhu Zi frowned and looked at the little dragon and flower on the badge. The more she looked at this weird thing, the more familiar it looked. Isn't this what she had drawn on the signature column of the Gem Star document before? It's ugly and crooked. How could Dad use this thing to make a pass badge for the 3rd Military Region? Zhu Zi covered the badge with one hand, but she must not let others know that this was an ugly thing she drew. "Sister, Isn't this the little dragon you drew? Zhu Ziyuan said happily while holding a badge. He always felt that the little dragon drawn by his sister looked exactly like him. Both had big eyes, and the little flower next to it was his sister herself. So the one on it is his sister and him. Chapter 40. As soon as Zhu Ziyuan finished speaking, all the classmates looked at her. Zhu Zi didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing on the first day of school, and she was double-stabbed by her father and second brother. Xiaopu remembered that he had just said that this thing looked weird, and quickly covered his mouth and praised, "The pattern of this badge is a bit strange at first glance, but it is very good when you look closely. Especially this little flower is painted very beautifully." Zhu Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Of course her sister's painting is good. The military officer in charge of receiving the students of the St. Linger Junior Military Reserve Academy couldn't help but chuckle. He was wondering why the marshal's adjutant took such a child's doodle to ask them to make the style of the pass badge. It turned out that it was because the lady drew it. O'Leary pouted his lips in boredom, and slowly pinned the badge on his chest. The scanner at the gate of the military district scanned the badge, and the heavy steel gate slowly opened. They were truly entering the 3rd military district. Not far from the military district, there were huge interstellar battleships parked, including the Titan-class interstellar battleship Dragon God of the 3rd Army. The black and gold metal alloy and nano-coating gave the entire battleship a majestic appearance, like a giant beast hidden in the dark and ready to go. If it was targeted, it would be devoured. Standing in front of this huge behemoth, people were as small as a speck of dust. Even if all the students of the St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory Academy were from aristocratic families, not everyone had the opportunity to see this Titan-class interstellar battleship. This is a powerful strategic deterrent force. The entire Interstellar Federation only has 4 Titan-class starships. Starship fans also made a ranking list for the Titan-class battleships of various countries. It was a list so short that it couldn't fit on a single page. The Elf King's God of Light battleship has been at the top of the list for many years, and the Dragon Clan's Dragon God is ranked second. The children of the noble families, who are used to the world, are also excited when they see this Titan-class starship battleship. Someone raised his hand and gently touched the metal surface of the Dragon God, with a very surprised expression on his face. No one can be calm in front of such a cool Titan-class battleship. Some are even cheering and can't wait to go to the Dragon God to take a look. However, he was stopped by Zhou Xingqing with one hand. "We can't go in to visit here." The little boy who didn't go looked up at the giant ship and sighed with regret. Then he secretly made up his mind to enter the top military academy when he grew up, and he might have the opportunity to come to the 3rd Army after graduation. But this time it was too pity. The Dragon God was right in front of him, but they could only look at it from the outside. They really wanted to know what the interior of the Titan-class interstellar battleship looked like. The 2 soldiers standing in the Dragon God saw a group of children, like little ants, under the starship through the window. However, the high-level mental power still allowed them to see the movements below clearly. One of the soldiers sighed, "When I first saw the Dragon God, I was more excited than them. My hands were shaking when I raised my hands to touch the golden surface. It's good to be a student of the Noble Academy. You can come to visit the military group at such a young age. I didn't see the Titan-class interstellar battleship until I graduated from the military academy and did internship," another soldier said with some envy. "But these little brats can't get into the Dragon God. They can only look outside to satisfy their cravings." In the top floor office of the 3rd military region, Juicy looked at the pile of documents and reports at his hand, rubbed his head tiredly, and looked up at the window. A huge floor-to-ceiling window in the office provides an excellent view, and the scenery of the military region is in full view. Juicy glanced and saw Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan standing with their heads raised among the group of children in front of the Dragon God. Zhu Zi's adjutant Wang Yuanqing followed the gaze of the marshal, and saw the young lady and the young master who were visiting the 3rd military region. He suddenly patted his head. It was a small matter that the students of the Junior Military Preparatory Academy came to visit the military region. Not to mention the marshal. Even he didn't care. But this time, there were young ladies and young masters among the visitors of the St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory School, so the officer in charge of this matter specifically informed him. He wanted to tell the marshal, but just now the commander of the 4th Corps, Yuchan, called to meet with the marshal, so he put the matter aside. Unexpectedly, the marshal saw it himself. The marshal picked up his coat and walked towards the Dragon God. Wang Yuanqing hurriedly shouted from behind, "Marshal, you will have a meeting with Marshal Yuchan later." Zhu Zi walked forward without looking back, saying as he walked, "Tell Yuchan that I have something urgent to do now, and let's meet and talk tomorrow." Wang Yuanqing followed Zhu Zi with a mask of pain on his face. Marshal Yuchan is probably on the starship ready to come over now, and the marshal now asked him to cancel the meeting, saying that he had something urgent to do. What's the hurry for their third army now? Are you in a hurry to hug your daughter? Outside the Dragon God battleship, Zhu Zi looked up at the big black thing, which was black, shiny, and a little reflective. She thought it might look better if it was painted white. However, such a large Titan-class interstellar battleship is indeed very oppressive. The decoration on the exterior of the starship also has luminous bodies that can light up. The visual effect of sailing in space must be very good. Suddenly, Zhu Zi saw Zhou Xingqing bowed respectfully and saluted the person behind her, and then heard someone shouting, "Hello, Marshal." Zhu Zi's eyes lit up. "It's Daddy." She turned her head quickly, and her hair accidentally hit her face because of her quick movement. Zhu Zi smiled and squatted down, touched the heads of the two little guys one by one, and tidied up Zhu Zi's messy hair. "What are you doing standing outside the Dragon God? Do you want to go in and take a look?" Zhu Zi asked. Before Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan answered, Zhu Zi felt the eager gazes of the classmates around her, and they all seemed to want to answer for her immediately. Yes. Unable to bear so much enthusiastic expectation, Zhu Zi nodded. It would be nice to go in and take a look. She had never been to such a large starship. Then, there was a burst of joyful cheers from the classmates around. Especially the little boy who wanted to go inside the Dragon God, but was stopped again. He thought he would have to wait until he graduated from the military academy before he could go into the Titan-class starship to take a look. But he didn't expect that luck would suddenly come, and he could go up and take a look today. He looked at Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan with gratitude. Thanks to following them, he had the opportunity to go into the Dragon God to take a look. After watching, he must go back and show off to his friends. Zhou Xingqing, who has become more stable after becoming a teacher, was very excited to hear that he could visit Zhu Zi on the Dragon God. He had taken his students to visit the 3rd Legion before, but this was his first time to enter the interior of the Dragon God. Zhou Xingqing looked at the huge space in the Dragon God in surprise, which was like a city. Even if all the people in the 3rd Legion lived in it, it would not be crowded. Zhu Zi held Zhu Zi in his left hand, and Zhu Ziyuan in his right hand, followed by a group of children looking around. What made Zhou Xingqing very happy was that the children were very well behaved. They did not touch anything randomly after entering the Dragon God. He then visited the Dragon God with peace of mind. They walked around inside the Dragon God. They could go in and take a look at any place with Marshal Zhu. But what excited him the most was that Marshal Zhu actually took them directly into the command room of the Dragon God. Zhou Xingqing looked at the command room of the Titan-class starship in surprise. The command room alone was as big as an ordinary starship, with various sophisticated instruments flashing, and a huge screen in front, showing various status data in the starship. A luxurious command chair was placed right in front of the battleship's control keyboard. He looked at the chair, with a trace of yearning in his eyes. He didn't know how many years he would have to fight to sit on it, and it was very likely that he would never have the chance in this life and the next few lives. Just when Zhou Xingqing was full of emotion, Zhu Zi held Zhu Zi and gently put her on the command chair. Zhu Zi happily sat on the soft chair and swung her feet. She looked at the various buttons on the control panel curiously. Zhu Zi grabbed her little hand and pressed a blue button. Zhu Zi was a little nervous. She didn't know what button she had just pressed. Her big eyes were fixed on the surroundings to see if there was any movement. Zhu Zi poked his daughter's little face with a smile, and then pointed forward. The huge screen in front of the command room suddenly turned into transparent glass. Various data were still displayed, but the entire command room suddenly became brighter, and natural light shone through the glass, and the scenery outside came into view. Zhu Zi only realized now that they were standing at a very high position, and even the training ground outside the wall in the distance could be seen clearly. Zhu Ziyuan was jumping anxiously on the side, and he also wanted to press the button. Okay, it's your turn next. Zhu Zi was about to bend down and carry Zhu Ziyuan to the command chair, but he saw him climbing up with his hands and feet. Zhu Zi silently withdrew his hand. Well, he just had this idea for no reason. Dad, which button is for firing ion shells? Zhu Ziyuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zhu Zi expectantly. Zhu Zi resisted the urge to give him a brain-shattering blow and pulled the kid out with one hand. After his father came, Zhu Zi found that their tour suddenly became rich and grand, and there were sonorous greetings everywhere. Zhu Zi carried Zhu Zi into a closed training ground. When they saw Zhu Zi coming in, everyone in the training ground stopped moving, and the uniformed military salutes accompanied by the 3 words "Hello, Marshal" echoed in the training ground. Zhu Zi waved his hand to let them continue training, and the entire training ground returned to normal. A soldier who was practicing shooting curiously peeked at the little girl in the marshal's arms. The marshal, who always had a serious and stern face, immediately melted the sternness on his face like ice and snow when he looked at the little girl, as if he had become a different person. The little girl in his arms was wearing the same school uniform as the children next to her. Her face was serious, and a small red bow tie hung on her collar made her look particularly cute and well-behaved. This is the marshal's little daughter. She looks different from what I imagined. The soldier sighed. The comrade next to him pulled his clothes, then signaled the direction of the commander with his eyes, and whispered, "Don't look at it. Commander Liu is staring at you." He hurriedly retracted his sight, looked at the target in the distance, pressed the trigger and fired, and successfully missed the target with a bang. Zhu Zi was held by his father, and stood on the platform on the second floor of the training ground, watching the soldiers and officers below doing various training. Some people were practicing shooting, running, and some were sparring. There were even 2 teams at the front conducting military exercises in the virtual field. The military exercises of the red and blue teams were very exciting and attracted the attention of all the children. The children spontaneously divided into 2 teams and stared at the exercise field intently, guessing which team would win. However, Zhu Zi did not look in the direction of the exercise field. She noticed a person not far away who was wearing the same cyan combat uniform as the others. His teammates were practicing dodge, while he was busy running around the field and picking up dodgeballs with the robot. Picking up the ball was normal, but Zhu Zi had observed him for a long time. There were several groups of teammates practicing dodge, but he was the only one picking up the ball. Some people disliked that he was in the way when picking up the ball in the field, and kicked him hard. The man did not say a word and continued to bend down to pick up the ball, but the movement of picking up the ball was a little slower, as if he was hurt by someone's kick. Chapter 41. Zhu Zi frowned at the boy who picked up the ball. He must have been bullied by his teammates. Zhu Zi gently tugged at the corner of Zhu Zi's clothes. Zhu Zi immediately looked down at her, asking her what was wrong. Zhu Zi pointed at the boy with her little finger. "Dad, it seems that someone over there is being bullied by his teammates." In the evasion practice area of the training ground, several people who didn't know that danger was coming were still happily ordering the boy to pick up the ball for them. Zhu Zi frowned and looked in the direction of Zhu Zi's finger. The boy in the blue combat uniform had a copper-gray medal on his chest. He should be a new recruit who has been here not long ago. New recruits need time to adapt to the army, but they definitely don't want to be bullied like this. Zhu Zi's eyes were cold. He had dealt with the bullying phenomenon in the military area before, but he didn't expect that someone would dare to do this in his third army. "Wang Yuanqing, go check who those people are?" Zhu Zi said coldly. "Yes, Marshal." Wang Yuanqing left immediately after receiving the order. He came back soon, holding a stack of information in his hand. The man who was hiding in the training area to pick up the ball was called Wen Haoyan, a graduate of the Duxing Chuanqing Military Academy this year. Although Chuanqing Military Academy is not one of the top 3 famous schools, it is also a first-class military academy in the first echelon. Alec, who took the lead in bullying him, also came from Chuanqing Military Academy and was a classmate of Wen Haoyan. Wen Haoyan, who had S-level mental power, performed well in school and always suppressed Alec. Alec held a grudge. After the two came to the 3rd Legion together, Alec relied on his uncle's relationship to lead other teammates to isolate Wen Haoyan. Zhu Zi's face was gloomy after reading the information. The 3rd Corps was so large that there were always places he could not control, and there would always be a few bugs that would accidentally crawl in. Alec's uncle Houseman held an important position in the logistics procurement department. No wonder Alec was so arrogant. Their platoon leaders probably turned a blind eye. Wang Yuanqing, go and kick Alec, and the people in the small group he recruited out of the 3rd Corps. Their platoon leader will be demoted by 1 level, and the battalion commander and deputy battalion commander will be punished. Let Houseman from the logistics department go with his nephew. Zhu Zi ordered. Yes. Wang Yuanqing saluted respectfully. Marshal said to let them go, but they would definitely not stay for tonight. And no other corps would dare to accept them in the future. Zhu Zi read the information very seriously, and she saw a familiar name, Wen Haoyan. Wen Haoyan is an important supporting role, and I'm a super heartthrob in the Star world. He is a loyal subordinate, who voluntarily follows Mu Anya, and is also a capable general under Mu Anya. In the later period, when Mu Anya was the crown prince of the Elf Kingdom, she was busy dating the male protagonists, and most of the career matters were left to Wen Haoyan. Wen Haoyan worked hard for Mu Anya, and no matter how difficult the task was, he always completed it very well. This made Mu Anya praised by the people of the Elf Kingdom many times, and the people spontaneously gathered together to recommend Mu Anya to become the Elf King as soon as possible. But this was actually thanks to Wenhalyan, who silently worked behind Mu Anya. This also shows that Wenhalyan is a rare talent who is both civil and military, and is both wise and brave. Zhu Zi recalled that in the novel, Wenhalyan left the Third Army because he couldn't stand being bullied and excluded, and then he met Mu Anya. However, Mu Anya might not have the chance to meet Wenhalyan this time. Zhu Zi believed in his father's ability to do things. As long as he knew that such a thing existed, Wenhalyan would not be bullied in the future. He could stay in the Third Army with peace of mind. If he was really capable, promotion would be a matter of time. Zhu Zi smiled happily at Wenhalyan, who was no longer picking up balls all over the court. Today was a day to stop the outflow of talents. Zhu Zi touched his daughter's little head. Xiaobao was still observing carefully, and she also helped the Third Army to eliminate several pests. He would bring Xiaobao to the army more often in the future. Because after dealing with Wenhalyan, Zhu Zi, who was watching the virtual military exercise at ease, didn't know that because of this incident, Zhu Zi would drag her out of bed from time to time on weekends and bring her to work in the army. Because of this, people are saying that she has become the heir of the Dragon Clan's 3rd Legion, hiding in the training area of the training ground. Wenhalyan looked at Wang Yuanqing, who was walking towards him in surprise. That was the adjutant, who had always been beside the marshal. Even the battalion commander of their battalion had to salute him respectfully, but at this moment, Wang Yuanqing smiled at him kindly. Alex stared at Wenhalyan with wide eyes. Could Wenhalyan be a distant relative of Adjutant Wang? Otherwise, why would Adjutant Wang suddenly pay attention to a small character like Wenhalyan? Alec was a little afraid that Wenhalyan would complain to Adjutant Wang about what he had done to Wenhalyan. But what he never expected was that Wenhalyan didn't say a word, but Adjutant Wang directly announced his death penalty, and then familiar names were announced one by one, and his uncle Houseman was expelled from the Third Army. Alex stood there in a daze, as if the sky had fallen. He had finally entered the Third Army after going through layers of selection. Even with his uncle's relationship, he couldn't get involved in the selection of soldiers in the Third Army. He entered based on his strength. But just because of a small bullying of Wenhalyan, all his efforts from childhood to adulthood were wasted. Alec looked at Wenhalyan with fear, and then felt a sense of fear. He never thought that Wenhalyan, who had always been silent and sullen, could attract the attention of Adjutant Wang. Alec, who had been familiar with the human relations for many years, immediately bowed to Wenhalyan and apologized, asking for his forgiveness. He really couldn't lose the opportunity to stay in the Third Army because of this matter, and also implicated his uncle. Wenhalyan looked at Alec, who was usually arrogant and looked down on others, with a dazed look in his head. Now he lowered his head and bent his waist, wishing he could kneel down to apologize to him. He was kicked just now, and his abdomen still hurt. But the culprit admitted his fault in fear the next second. Wenhalyan felt that everything was like a dream, a scene that would only appear in his beautiful dreams. Wenhalyan looked at Wang Yuanqing gratefully, who suddenly changed everything. Adjutant Wang, thank you. Wang Yuanqing didn't dare to take his thanks, and hurriedly said, this is the marshal's order, but you should thank the lady the most. It was the lady who noticed you picking up the ball there. Miss? Wenhalyan murmured in a low voice. This was a very unfamiliar word to him. How could the young lady of the Zhu family pay attention to such an inconspicuous person like him? Wenhalyan looked at the little girl on the second-floor stand, who was carefully held in the arms of the marshal. The little girl was watching the virtual military exercise of the red and blue teams with great interest, and she was also applauding excitedly for the blue team that had just captured a stronghold. The juice that Marshal Zhu handed to her was left aside. Wenhalyan thought that it might be her unintentional glance that changed his fate. In fact, when Alec's blood that originally wanted to make great achievements after joining the Legion was extinguished little by little, he even suspected that it was because he did not know how to conceal his edge that he attracted Alec's malice. But now he looked at Alec, who was lost and at a loss. It turned out that it was not that he did not know how to conceal his edge, but that the evildoers were not punished. Capital Star, District 12. In an ordinary noodle shop, Mu Anya took off her usual gorgeous and exquisite little skirt. She wore ordinary casual clothes and an apron covered with oil. Her beautifully trimmed and rounded nails were soaked in the water, with oil and vegetable leaves floating on it. Mu Anya was holding a greasy bowl and flushing it clumsily. Although she had a warm smile on her face at the moment, every cell in her body was resisting. The villain in her heart was screaming and mad, wanting to leave this dirty pool immediately. The comforting voice of the system sounded in time, allowing her to control her expression management. Host, please bear with it for a while. Wen Haoyan is very important to us. He is your future right-hand man. He has helped you solve many troubles, and won a lot of prestige. Mu Anya certainly knew the importance of Wen Haoyan, so she condescended to come to this broken noodle shop opened by Wen Haoyan's mother to help. Wen Haoyan is in the 3rd military region, and she has no way to get close to him now. Wen Haoyan's mother has become a good breakthrough point, and Wen Haoyan has always been a very filial person. When Wen Haoyan is excluded and leaves the 3rd army of the Dragon Clan and becomes discouraged, his mother can come in handy. At this time, coupled with his mother's persuasion, she will definitely be able to quickly pull Wen Haoyan, a talent, to her camp. Who made the 3rd army blind and not cherish this talent? But why did Wen Haoyan's mother open this disgusting noodle shop? She might as well find a way to make this noodle shop go bankrupt, and then she will help his mother and arrange her to her own company. Just as Mu Anya was thinking about this in her head, the system prompt sound came in her mind. Congratulations to the host. Wen Haoyan's mother's favorability increased by 30, and the current favorability is 89. Mu Anya was very satisfied. There was still some benefit for Wen's mother to open this broken noodle shop. A young lady like her condescending to help with these dirty things in person can really improve her favorability quickly. By the pool, Wen's mother looked at Mu Anya with great emotion. This is a very good child. She doesn't have the condescending attitude of a rich young lady. Instead, she is approachable and like a warm-hearted girl next door. Her noodle shop is small, and the rent here on the capital star is high. Business has not been good recently. She couldn't afford to buy more advanced smart devices, so she could only work harder. Sometimes she was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back all day. Mu Anya once came to the door of this small noodle shop to take shelter from the rain by accident, waiting for the nanny to bring her an umbrella. But seeing her rubbing her aching waist in embarrassment, Mu Anya kindly came in to help her, and handed her medicine and water. Knowing that she had lumbar pain, Mu Anya brought a nanny to help her from time to time. She even often helped her with the work herself. She didn't let Mu Anya do these things, but she couldn't stop Mu Anya's kindness. Mu Anya wiped the clean dishes and put them on the cabinet, chatting with Wen's mother with a smile. When chatting with Wen's mother, Mu Anya naturally didn't mention Wen Haoyan on her own initiative, as it would make her look like she had ulterior motives. Although Wen's mother might not notice it at first, when Wen Haoyan gradually showed his talent, Wen's mother recalled what happened during this period of time and found some clues. The loyalty of her subordinates to her came from her perfect personality. She couldn't let anything go wrong with this matter, and give people any room for suspicion. Mu Anya just asked Wen's mother about the business of this noodle shop, and whether it would continue to be open here in the future. Wen's mother was very optimistic and said cheerfully, although business has been bad recently, it doesn't matter. My son has already joined the 3rd military region. My son said that when he gets promoted, he will buy a house in the central area and take her to the central area of the capital star to enjoy life. Wen's mother was full of pride and couldn't help boasting about her son. My son has always been excellent and capable. He was the chief in their military academy. Now he will definitely be reused in the 3rd military region soon. Mu Anya nodded with a smile on her face, but she laughed secretly in her heart. Wen's mother's beautiful wish will never come true. Poor Wen Haoyan is now being tortured by the bedbugs in the 3rd military region. She also wants to thank those people. When Wen Haoyan's pride is smoothed, he will naturally be able to be used by her. Chapter 42. A breeze blew through the quiet garden, bringing bursts of floral fragrance, but suddenly a drizzle began to fall from the sky, wetting the fresh flowers and floating on the grass. Oriel sat in the small pavilion in Mu Anya's garden, staring intently at the mysterious crystal ball in front of him that seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life. I saw Mu Anya cut off a strand of her hair and carefully put it into the bottom of the crystal ball. Then Mu Anya put her hands together and chanted a spell that he couldn't understand to the crystal ball. The dark blue crystal ball contained quicksand like the starry sky, dreamy and beautiful. As Mu Anya's spell drove it, Oriel watched in surprise as the crystal ball began to change color automatically, from dark blue to light purple, and finally to cyan. So what fortune does cyan represent? Oriel asked curiously. When he came to play with Mu Anya today, he saw her fiddling with the crystal ball. You know, Mu Anya usually plays with him happily whenever he sees her, but today Mu Anya ignored him, and just wiped her crystal ball carefully. He suddenly became curious and kept pestering Mu Anya to ask her what this thing is. Mu Anya was reluctant to tell him at first, but she couldn't stand his pestering, so Mu Anya told him the secret of the crystal ball. She said it was a divination crystal ball from the extinct angel kingdom, and you only need to put a hair into the bottom of the crystal ball to measure a person's fortune in this life. The crystal ball now shows a circular sky blue pattern, which indicates that I will be safe and smooth in the future, and my fate will be as usual. I just need to wait quietly for the destiny to be revealed. Anya said with a smile. Anya, you are so amazing, Oriel exclaimed. Then he couldn't wait to pull out a strand of his hair and said excitedly, Anya, can you help me to measure my fortune? He had heard that the divination of the angels was the most effective, but he didn't expect Anya to know how to tell fortunes. Oriel looked at Anya with admiration. Sister Anya was really amazing. Okay. Anya nodded slowly. She put O'Neill's hair into the bottom of the crystal ball and repeated the previous action. A few minutes later, the crystal ball changed color, and Anya made up another set of words to fool the silly O'Neill. The divination crystal ball from the kingdom of angels is of course real, but other than that, everything else is made up by her. She doesn't know any angel divination. But seeing O'Neill who believed it, Anya was very satisfied. She kindly handed O'Neill a glass of his favorite grape juice, which was specially prepared for him when he came. O'Neill took the juice and drank it happily. Anya chuckled. She knew that O'Neill, who had a 93% favorability towards her, would not doubt anything she said. Then Anya sighed softly and murmured to herself, what a pity. What's a pity? Hearing this, O'Neill immediately looked up and looked at Anya with great concern. You also know that I followed my father in the elf kingdom before, and I only have you and Zhu as my friends in the capital star. Anya said. O'Leary nodded, waiting patiently for Anya to continue. Anya gathered her emotions and finally said her purpose, I also want to help Z to predict her fortune, but Z doesn't want to see me for some reason, so I don't have her hair either. O'Leary frowned slightly when he heard that Zhu didn't want to see Anya. But after understanding Anya's little trouble, O'Leary immediately said that he could help. By the way, you may not know that Zhu and I are desk mates. I will ask Zhu for a strand of her hair for you tomorrow. O'Leary looked at Anya with joy. This little thing was not simple. Anya didn't show her expression, but she secretly cursed O'Leary for being stupid. If O'Leary asked openly, then after she anonymously sent the paternity verification report, the Dragon Clan would immediately suspect her. Then her trouble with the crystal ball today would be in vain. Then Anya said somewhat disappointedly, in fact, divination is against the will of heaven. Only when the person being divined is unaware of it can the influence be minimized, and in this way, fortune-telling with a crystal ball is most effective. Z is my best friend besides you in the Interstellar Federation. I hope she can live a smooth and happy life. If the crystal ball predicts that she has a bad omen, I can tell her in advance and let her turn the bad into good. Ah? Then the one I just predicted is not effective? Euler suddenly jumped up. Anya just predicted that he would have a smooth academic career and a smooth career in the future. If he works hard, he may even become the head of the military academy and the marshal of the legion. Anya held her forehead in silence. She had just said so many things. Did O'Leary only notice that his test was not effective? But now O'Leary was still very useful to her, and she couldn't write her dissatisfaction with him on her face. She had already thought of a countermeasure for this kind of thing. So I didn't want to tell you about the crystal ball just now. I'm a fortune teller, and I have no way of not knowing it, but I wanted to help you test it without you knowing it. Anya complained in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. But who made you insist on pestering me? I have no choice. I can't lie to you, and can only tell you about the crystal ball. I'm sorry, Anya. It's my fault. O'Leary apologized immediately. He regretted why he didn't listen to Anya just now. Anya was so good to him. She must have her own concerns if she kept something from him. Well, now the crystal ball is not the most accurate fortune for him, and I don't know if he can become the chief when he grows up and goes to military school. O'Leary's absent-minded look made Anya frown. She couldn't help but whispered, O'Leary, can you help me with Z's matter? Oh yes, there is also Zhu's matter. O'Leary nodded. Of course he was willing to help Anya. Anya earnestly reminded, O'Leary, you must not let anyone know when you take the hair. O'Leary smiled and assured Anya, you can rest assured. By the way, O'Leary, doesn't Z have a twin brother? I think his name is Zhu, right? Anya said. Yes. His name is Zhu. The two siblings often play together. O'Leary said. If possible, I would also like to help Zhu to predict his fortune. Zhu should care about her twin brother very much. In this way, Z might not be angry with me and be willing to play with me again. Anya wiped the crystal ball and said somewhat lonely. O'Leary looked at Anya with great distress. He did not expect that Zhu was actually angry with Anya. Oliel really could not think of what kind of good-tempered sister Anya could do to make others angry. Moreover, she really regarded Zhu Zi as a friend and was carefully trying to please her. However, Zhu Zi never mentioned Mu Anya, which showed that she did not take Mu Anya to heart. When Zhu Zi came to class today, she found that her deskmate Oliel was a little strange. It seemed that he disliked her very much. Zhu Zi frowned in confusion. She did not know whether she had offended Oliel in some way or Oliel had a seizure suddenly. This section was a shooting class, and 2 people from the same table were required to form a team to compete. She was in a team with O'Leary. In front of her was a fast-moving target, and next to her was a teammate who looked like she owed him 8 million and was dragging him down. Zhu Zi looked at the points ranking of each group on the screen. Their group was deducted 3 points because of O'Leary's lack of active cooperation. Zhu Zi snatched the gun from O'Leary's hand. If the teammate was useless, she would not want this teammate. O'Leary looked at Zhu Zi angrily. Who knew that this classmate with only A-level mental power could move so fast? Before he could react at all, the gun was already in Zhu Zi's hand. Is this really only A-level mental power? Then, O'Leary stared at Zhu Zi holding a gun, shooting without any thought, completely as if instinctively. The fast-moving gun targets in the distance fell one after another, and their group's ranking soared. His gun was thrown aside by Zhu Zi with disdain, and as a teammate, he was directly brought to the first place without making any contribution. O'Leary looked at the questioning eyes of other classmates, and his ears blushed directly, wishing to crawl into the cracks in the ground. The shooting class was over, and O'Leary stayed behind alone. Of course, he did not forget today's task. He held a strand of Zhu Ziyuan's hair in his hand, which he had found in the shooting classroom with great difficulty. As for getting Zhu Zi's hair without her knowing, it was easy as a deskmate. He just felt sorry for Mu Anya today. She treated her good friend with all her heart, but didn't care about her at all. Mu Anya, who received the hair of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan, finally showed a sincere smile. She was looking forward to the reaction of the dragons after they found out that Zhu Zi was not their biological child. Mythological races, like the dragons, actually pay the most attention to blood inheritance. If they knew that the little girl they had carefully nurtured was actually something that came out of nowhere. Marshal Zhu, Counselor Wei, and Zhu Zi's 2 brothers would definitely not like her sincerely anymore. And Zhu Zi was not worthy of the surname Zhu at all. She had confirmed with the system again and again that it was impossible for Zhu Zi, who had not awakened her bloodline, to be found to have elven blood. After being born on the Elven Mother Tree, the Elven King would receive a trace of the original power given by the Elven Mother Tree. But unfortunately Zhu Zi was an extremely unlucky person, and the first Elven King, who was not born on the Elven Mother Tree. Mu Anya couldn't help laughing. Zhu Zi, this fool, didn't even know how noble her identity was. She didn't know that the entire Elf Kingdom was waiting for her arrival. But this was just right. She, Mu Anya, would replace her and become the supreme ruler of the Elf Kingdom. She would protect the Elf Kingdom for Zhu Zi, and take good care of her people for her. It was a pity that Zhu Zi would lose her identity as the daughter of the Dragon Clan leader, and would never be able to show off in front of her again. She felt sick when she saw Zhu Zi's ladylike behavior. Mu Anya smiled and wrote numbers on the small bags containing Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan's hair, and then put the 2 bags on the transport robot and sent them to a genetic testing agency in the black market for testing. System, help me blur the route of the robot transport on the Star Network. Mu Anya instructed in her heart. Okay, host. Mu Anya nodded happily. This kind of trivial matter was very simple for the system. As long as it takes action, no one in this universe can find out where these 2 hairs were sent to the genetic testing agency. The genetic testing agencies in the black market are also familiar with this kind of business. As long as Mu Anya gives them enough money, they dare to do anything. But when they saw that one of the hairs showed the huge and complex gene chain of the dragon race, they were still surprised. But the other hair sent by the customer was very ordinary. In addition to the unknown race, the gene chain was as plain as a useless person. It would be difficult to find such a person without awakened spiritual power on the garbage planet. The most ridiculous thing is that the customer, who sent these 2 hairs, actually wanted to test whether the owners of these 2 hairs were related by blood. They quite like this kind of customers, who have money but nowhere to spend it. This kind of fake thing actually needs to make a kinship test report. If these 2 are related by blood, it would be really weird. Chapter 43. 10 days later, Mu Anya finally received the blood relationship test report of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. An electronic test report, which showed that the probability of the 2 being biological siblings was 0. Mu Anya looked at the test report with great satisfaction. When Zhu Zi was driven out of the Dragon Clan and disliked by the Dragon Clan, she could show her kindness to her. Based on her experience over the years, it is easiest to improve the favorability at this time. When Zhu Zi's favorability reaches 90 and blood exchange is started, she will be the next Elf King. System, please help me send this test report to the Dragon Clan. She wants to send this test report to Zhu Zi's parents and eldest brother. Oh, by the way. And Zhu Zi's grandparents, the older generation is the most traditional, and they absolutely cannot stand raising an outsider who is not related by blood in their family. When Zhu Zi, who knows nothing, returns home from school today, she will see her nightmare of life. It is unknown whether she will have the opportunity to go to St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory College again after today. As for Zhu Ziyuan, Mu Anya thought about it, and she still did not let the system send him the blood relationship test report. Zhu Ziyuan and Zhu Zi were born in the same egg, and they could barely be considered twins for a period of time. Zhu Ziyuan may have a deeper affection for Zhu Zi, and does not believe that Zhu Zi has no blood relationship with him. It is better not to send it to him. Anyway, Zhu Ziyuan probably has no say in the family, so it is useless to send it to him. But Zhu Zi is really lucky. He was about to die, but he could get into the dragon egg and save his life. The third military region. Zhu Zi stood in front of the big screen, and the situation of this military exercise was played in real time on one split screen after another. When Haoyan received extra attention from Zhu Zi, and was given a separate camera angle. Although Haoyan, who had just graduated from the military academy, was a little immature, he performed very well in all aspects, was brave and resourceful, and looked like a good material for being a commander. If Xiaobao hadn't noticed when Haoyan, such a good seedling might have been driven away by the termites in the army. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound was heard in the quiet and serious central monitoring room. The officers trembled in their hearts, and subconsciously looked for the source of the sound. Who is so brave that the optical computer is not muted and makes a sound at this time, which will definitely make the marshal unhappy. Then the officers saw Zhu Zi standing in the center of the crowd, and turned on his optical computer. Oh, it turned out to be the marshal's optical computer, so it's okay. After hearing the ringing sound, Zhu Zi quickly turned on the computer. At such times, he would mute the computer, unless it was a message from an important person. But when Zhu Zi turned on the computer, he saw that it was not a message from Wei Shilan or Zhu Zi. It was an anonymous letter. He frowned and clicked on the email. There were a few bold words on it. Do you think Zhu Zi is really your daughter? Who sent this message? Zhu Zi immediately felt a surge of anger in his heart. Wang Yuanqing, who was standing next to Zhu Zi, felt that the aura of the marshal was a bit scary, and silently took a step back. Zhu Zi pushed the door, and left the central monitoring room, leaving a group of officers, who didn't know what was going on, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Wang Yuanqing quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's continue, and continue watching the exercise surveillance. Outside the central surveillance room, Zhu Zi opened the document attached to the email. It was a genetic test report of Zhu Ziyuan and Zhu Zi, which was more than 60 pages long. The last page showed that Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan had no blood relationship at all. Zhu Zi read every page of the test report carefully. Zhu Ziyuan's genetic test was fine, and it was indeed a dragon gene report. But the genetic test report of Zhu Zi marked in the email had a big problem. The gene chain was primitive and closed, and the race was still unknown. There was also a message from the sender below the test report. This report is absolutely true, and there is no fraud. If you don't believe it, Marshal Zhu can go home and take Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan's hair for testing. Does the marshal really want to raise an outsider who has no blood relationship with them? Zhu Zi repeatedly flipped through the test report. Was it because Xiaobao did not show any dragon characteristics and could not become a dragon prototype, or was it because twins had never hatched from dragon eggs, which made the interested people suspicious? It was very simple to verify the authenticity of this genetic test report. Just go to the testing agency to test it again. But the more Zhu Zi thought about it, the more flustered he felt. What if Xiaobao was not their biological child? Did they raise a child whose family they did not know? Zhu Zi looked at the grass and trees swaying in the wind outside the building. There were only two possible results for the genetic test. If they were related by blood, then it was just a false alarm. If they were not related by blood, it proved that they raised the wrong child. Zhu Zi repeatedly chewed over the details of the day the two were born. Could it be because of the spatial fluctuations at the time? The spatial fluctuations moved Xiaobao from someone else's stomach or a certain incubator into the dragon egg. Zhu Si recalled the joy and excitement of seeing his daughter for the first time, and the time he spent with his daughter over the years. No matter if they are related by blood or not, no matter if Xiaobao is a baby dragon. Since Xiaobao fell into the dragon egg, and was born in the dragon egg, she is his daughter. There is nothing to test about blood relationship, it's a waste of star coins. But this anonymous email should be carefully checked to see who sent it. Information Department of the 3rd Legion. The military exercise has not yet ended, and Wang Yuanqing was dragged out by the marshal to check an email. And the marshal repeatedly emphasized that they were not allowed to open the email. This made Wang Yuanqing feel that this email was very dangerous. The marshal certainly didn't want too many people to know the existence of this email. No one in the information department dared to say a word, and they buried their heads in their work tremblingly, for fear that they would accidentally see some secrets. But what's worse is that an hour has passed, and no one has found the address of the email, as if it appeared out of thin air on the marshal's light brain. Zhu Si's fingers tapped on the table, making a series of noises. Since he couldn't find the sender, he would find out who could get the hair of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. The two little guys were either in Dragon Island, or in the St. Ling Junior Military Preparatory Academy. The personnel in the academy are complicated, and it is most likely that someone would take advantage of the loophole. Checking the surveillance of the St. Ling Junior Military Preparatory Academy may help find the person. However, identity and blood relationship are too sensitive. If it is not handled properly, it will affect Xiaobao, so the fewer people know, the better. It would be best if he was the only one who knew about this matter, and he could keep this doubt to himself. After asking the principal of Shangling Junior Military Preparatory College for the surveillance video, Zhu Si started to look through it alone. Looking through so many videos is a very boring and tedious task. But Zhu Si was unwilling to miss any details. Finally, in the shooting classroom, he saw O'Leary bending down to pick up Zhu Ziyuan's hair. This is the child of the Morat family. But what good does it do for the Morat family to send a child to do such a thing? Want to expose this matter and affect the reputation of the Dragon Clan? There is no need to send him a private email, just post it on the Star Network. Shangling Junior Military Preparatory College, Principal's Office. Lu Yili looked at the two messages that appeared on the light brain at almost the same time with great confusion. They were sent privately by Wei Shilan and Zhu Si, both asking him for the school surveillance video. Aren't these two a couple? Why did they ask for the surveillance video twice? And both of them were mysterious, and didn't say what they wanted to do with the surveillance video. On Wei Shilan's side, she frowned as she looked at Oriel, who picked up a strand of hair. She knew Oriel, the youngest child of the Morat family, with SS-level spiritual power talent, and her mother was the wife that the head of the family, Right Morat, wanted to marry even if he broke with the family. Oriel was loved by his parents and elders since he was a child, and he was a domineering and proud child with a simple heart. Oriel would not send such anonymous emails, and his family would never use Oriel to do these things. However, Wei Shilan thought of a little girl who played with him since childhood, Mu Anya, the daughter of her mother's good friend. Mu Anya is also in the capital star. Last time, she had a little conflict with Xiaobao at the birthday party, and was driven out of Dragon Island by Xiaobao. Mu Anya is likely to be resentful of Xiaobao because of this incident. Go and check whether O'Leary Morat has contacted Mu Anya recently, especially Mu Anya. Wei Shilan instructed her assistant Yu Qinshu. Check privately, and don't alarm too many people. Wei Shilan specifically reminded. Yes. Yu Qinshu nodded. Wei Shilan sat tiredly in the office chair, not knowing whether she was the only one who received the email or others. The authenticity of the email is easy to check. But she was asked to take Xiaobao's hair to verify the parent-child relationship. She really couldn't accept that Xiaobao was not her biological child. Since Xiaobao came to her house, regardless of whether there was a blood relationship, she was her, Wei Shilan's daughter. Even if Zhu Si received this email, she thought Zhu Si would not do any paternity test. They have developed feelings for each other, and then someone suddenly appeared and said that this is not a biological child. Who can accept this? The existence of this email is really annoying. She doesn't need to tell others to bother more people. It's better to keep it in her heart. In class, Zhu Xingtao was listening to the teacher talking about the history of the establishment of the Interstellar Federation. Suddenly, an anonymous email appeared on the light brain, and Zhu Xingtao clicked it in confusion. With a click, Zhu Xingtao's book fell to the ground. Zhu Xingtao stared at the test report in a daze. The test report looked decent, but the result was outrageous. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan have no blood relationship. How could his sister not be his biological child? Who was playing a trick on him by sending him such an email? The email also said that it was very simple to test the authenticity. Just take his sister's hair to test it. Then he would go home and pick up a strand of his sister's hair to test it and slap the sender in the face. Did that person have such doubts because he saw that his sister didn't grow dragon wings and dragon horns? He would throw his sister's gene report in his face and make him shut up. How could those born from the same egg not be his biological child? He saw his sister's birth in the live broadcast room with his own eyes. Although his sister can't become the prototype of the Dragon Clan. Although his sister doesn't have the golden eyes of the Golden Dragon Clan. Although his sister's mental power is not the S-level guaranteed by the Dragon Clan. Although his sister doesn't have the Dragon Clan heritage and doesn't recognize the dragon language. Although his sister. Zhu Xingtao's mind suddenly froze. It seems that his sister doesn't look like a dragon cub. And the Dragon Clan has never had twins before. They are all one dragon and one egg. However, Zhu Xingtao comforted himself in his heart. The dragon egg was brought to the XS6351 star by space fluctuations. Many people saw the live broadcast. His sister was definitely born from the dragon egg. Space fluctuations. Zhu Xingtao widened his eyes, and his heart was pounding in his chest. He thought of a possibility that made him panic. Could it be that his sister was stuffed into the dragon egg by space fluctuations? Then his sister might not be his biological sister. When he thought of this possibility, Zhu Xingtao immediately put away the idea of doing a blood relationship test. This is absolutely not allowed. Without doing this, his sister is still his 100% biological sister. I don't know if my parents have received this email. What if my parents know the existence of the email and then suspect my sister? There should be no parents who like to raise a child who has nothing to do with them. Will my parents dislike my sister because of this? That won't work. My sister will be sad. She will also cry, and it's hard to coax her. Zhu Xingtao covered his mouth. He must not show any abnormality when he went home to eat. He must keep this secret. It would be best to observe the reaction of his parents to see if they received the email. Chapter 44. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang for the end of class. Before the teacher even said the end of class, the classroom was immediately filled with the sounds of chairs being pushed and pulled and students preparing to rush out of the classroom. Zhu Xingtao, the class is over. Why are you still sitting here? Wu Chengyan pushed his friend Zhu Xingtao's arm. Zhu Xingtao, who usually went home to eat after class, was still reading when the bell rang. What's so good about this textbook? He was still on page 38, and the teacher had already talked about page 45. Zhu Xingtao was absent-minded throughout the class, as if he had lost his soul. Wu Chengyan's eyes widened. This guy wouldn't have a secret relationship and then get dumped. Zhu Xingtao, whose reputation was damaged, was now thinking about how to act when he got home. His life was plain and smooth before, and there was nothing that required acting skills. But this time it was about his sister. He would never allow himself to make the slightest mistake. Main building of Dragon Island. Zhu Si paced back and forth in the restaurant. The servants stood by with their heads down in a somewhat uneasy manner. The clan leader had walked back and forth many times, and he hadn't said a word, which was also quite scary. Zhu Si went home early this morning, because the email made him not in the mood to continue to deal with the affairs of the Legion. He was always worried about whether Xiaobao had received the email. He was worried that if Xiaobao saw it, he would start to doubt that he was not the biological child of this family. Then, he would cry in school, and it would be terrible if Xiaobao went home crying with red eyes. Zhu Si looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, and he silently moved the dishes that Zhu Zi liked to Zhu Zi's seat. Then she nodded with satisfaction. Xiaobao was very happy every day when she ate. Even if she saw the email, she could feel that she was still the baby of the family when she saw the table full of her favorite dishes. The door of the restaurant opened, and Wei Xilan, who came home from get-off work, also walked in. She happened to see Zhu Si, who refused the help of the servants, and was busy moving the plates. Wei Xilan looked at Zhu Si with doubtful eyes. It was very rare to see Zhu Si doing such a thing alone in the restaurant. Zhu Si smiled and quickly found an excuse to explain his abnormal behavior. Well, I'm afraid that Xiaobao's hands are too short to reach these dishes. He couldn't say that he was deliberately trying to make his daughter happy. Wei Xilan looked at it, and saw that everything placed in front of Zhu Zi's table was Zhu Zi's favorite. But why did Zhu Si say that his daughter's hands were short? Could it be that he thought his daughter was growing too slowly? The growth rate of his daughter is no different from that of an ordinary little dragon baby. Wei Xilan took a deep breath and sat at the dining table. She knew her husband would not think so. She was too sensitive today, especially about Xiaobao. Zhu Si, who was busy all the time, finally sat down. He secretly observed Wei Xilan's expression. It seemed nothing unusual, but why did Sisi suddenly stop talking? This made Zhu Si a little flustered. Was he acting too strange, or did she also receive the email? But if she received the email, she would not be so calm. Zhu Si looked at the plates on the dining table, and suddenly realized that he had just moved the steamed lake fish in front of Cici to the position in front of Xiaobao. This was also Cici's favorite dish. It was all his fault. Maybe he should not ignore his wife because of his daughter. It would be bad if Cici felt that he only cared about his daughter after Xiaobao was born. Even after the birth of 3 children, he always put Cici first. But today, because of the email, his mind was full of Xiaobao, and he didn't care about Cici's feelings. Zhu Si hurriedly got up and moved the steamed lake fish back in front of Wei Shilan. Wei Shilan frowned slightly and looked at the steamed lake fish in front of her. The fish meat in this dish was tender and delicious, and the meat was white and tender. It was a dish that Xiaobao liked very much. She silently moved the dish between her and Zhu Si. But why did Zhu Si suddenly change his mind and not put it in front of Xiaobao? Did he receive the email and found that Xiaobao was not his biological child, so he didn't like Xiaobao so much? Wei Shilan shook her head and stopped her wild thoughts. I don't know when Xiaobao will go home. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant opened, and Wei Shilan and Zhu Si stood up and looked at the door. To their disappointment, the person who came was not Zhu Si, but Xu Xingtao. The two sat down together again. Xu Xingtao smiled and greeted his parents. Today's task was so heavy that he became nervous and couldn't remember how he greeted them naturally before. But fortunately, his parents didn't seem to care. They nodded as usual and didn't show any special expression. Zhu Si noticed that the atmosphere in the restaurant was a little quiet, and then looked at Xu Xingtao and asked casually, "How was Xingtao's day at school today?" Zhu Xing immediately went into alert mode, his brain working rapidly, thinking whether his father's words were a test to see if he had received any emails. After all, Dad seldom asks him how he is doing in school. Nothing, just like before. Zhu Xingtao thought for a while and answered, "Nothing is bad, nothing is bad." Zhu Si smiled and nodded, thinking that his son usually likes to talk. Why didn't he say more today? He would continue the conversation as long as there was a topic. Now the conversation was dead after one sentence, and the 3 of them could only stare at each other. Xu Xingtao was silently observing Zhu Si's reaction. Dad didn't seem to have any special emotions. It seemed that he didn't receive the email, otherwise how could he have the leisure to chat with him? I don't know when my sister will come back, Xu Xingtao said. Yes, Zhu Si and Wei Shilan suddenly said in unison. As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan pushed open the door of the restaurant. Zhu Zi happily took a report card with all A's in shooting class home. Zhu Ziyuan only got a B in the dynamic shooting session, and his report card was thrown into a corner of the space. Wei Shilan and Zhu Si smiled and touched Zhu Zi's little head, praising their daughter as if they were free. Zhu Zi felt that her parents seemed to be particularly enthusiastic about her today, and they praised her for more than 10 minutes without stopping. When Xu Xingtao saw this scene, his heart was finally at ease. Dad and Mom still liked their sister as much as before. The sister didn't see the email and went home happily. Xu Xingtao really didn't dare to think about what he would do if his sister found out that he was not her biological brother. Wouldn't he become a fake brother without a sister? Will the younger sister wave goodbye to him while dragging a suitcase, and then say that she has found her own brother? She will say that although her brother has no money to give her gem flowers, he will pick beautiful wild flowers on the roadside for her. He will also say that although gem flowers are more expensive than wild flowers, the bond of blood and affection cannot be bought with money. She likes whatever her biological brother gives her. Xu Xingtao was shocked by the picture he imagined, and he turned his head to look at Zhu Zi, who was drinking soup. Xu Xingtao asked carefully, "Sister, which do you think is more beautiful, the gem flowers or the wild flowers?" Zhu Zi swallowed the mushroom soup in his mouth and looked at Xu Xingtao in confusion. Why did he ask this question out of the blue? It was just a question from her brother, but Zhu Zi still thought about it carefully. The gemstone flower her brother gave her was very beautiful, but the lively wild flowers were also beautiful. Zhu Zi said, "Both are beautiful. You have to choose one." Xu Xingtao wanted to know the answer eagerly. Zhu Zi frowned, "Then it's still the wild flowers. She still prefers the real flowers that are alive." "Is that so?" Xu Xingtao sighed, and suddenly felt that the food in front of her was not fragrant. Zhu Zi tilted her head, and saw her brother, who suddenly became extremely depressed. She knelt on the dining chair, tried to raise her hand, and touched her brother's head like her parents did when they touched her little head. "But I like the gemstone flowers my brother gave me very much, and I have kept every one of them." Zhu Zi smiled, and her big brother's golden hair was soft and smooth, and felt very good to touch. After getting his sister's affirmation, Zhu Xingtao, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his head, as if he had won the championship in a competition to select his sister's favorite brother, and his face was full of uncontrollable joy. Zhu Xingtao looked at Zhu Zi with his golden eyes, and it turned out that his sister was good to him. If a brother appeared in the future, he would not abandon him. Zhu Zi was also very happy to see that his elder brother was coaxed by him. Although his elder brother was so old, he still needed to be coaxed. Zhu Xingtao, whose mood had been restored to a beautiful state, kept picking up food for Zhu Zi. Of course, he did not forget that he had a younger brother. Zhu Xingtao served food to others during the meal. Zhu Ziyuan looked at his elder brother, who was suddenly not normal with some doubts, and took a tentative bite of the beef that his brother picked up for him. He chewed and swallowed it into his stomach, and found that it was not poisonous. Zhu Ziyuan then ate it with confidence. For some reason, Zhu Zi thought today's dinner was particularly delicious, and she was shocked to find that she asked for a double scoop of ice cream in the middle of the meal, and her father did not stop her. Eating ice cream while eating was criticized before, but today her father asked her what flavor she wanted. Zhu Zi was afraid that her father would go back on his word, so she raised her hand and said she wanted strawberry and chocolate flavors. Zhu Ziyuan also raised his hand when he saw this, and then happily ate the delicious ice cream. Wei Shilan glanced at Zhu Zi, who indulged the child to eat snacks at mealtime. Zhu Zi coughed and said, "Today is an exception. There will be no next time." Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan nodded obediently, and then immediately scooped a big mouthful of ice cream and stuffed it into their mouths. Wei Shilan sighed, but looking at the two little guys moving in sync, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Fortunately, that email did not cause any waves at home. In a gorgeously decorated study room on Dragon Island, Yu Hongxue held the paternity test report of his granddaughter Zhu Zi in his hand. This was just delivered to him by his subordinates. This afternoon, he received a test report sent anonymously by someone, which showed that Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan had no blood relationship. Yu Hongxue flipped through the test report in surprise. The reason why the little granddaughter has not yet shown the characteristics of the dragon race seems to be found here. The race is unknown, so it is very likely that she is a mixed blood from multiple generations. He asked his subordinates to take Zhu Zi's hair and his own hair, and secretly sent it to the most authoritative genetic testing agency in the Interstellar Federation. Now the report is quietly lying in his hand, but Yu Hongxue has not had the courage to open it. Chapter 45. Yu Hongxue finally opened the blood relationship test report. He turned the pages one by one, and finally leaned back in the chair tiredly. Zhu Zi's test report was exactly the same as the one sent in the email. It turned out that Zhu Zi had no blood relationship with them, and Zhu Zi was not even a cub of the dragon clan. Under the dim light, Yu Hongxue thought for a long time. Finally, Yu Hongxue sighed, stood up and picked up a small lamp. Without letting any servants follow him, he walked alone to the deepest part of Dragon Island. The luxury of Dragon Island seemed to fade here, and an ancient and solemn building was hidden among the trees and grass. The lamp in Yu Hongxue's hand became the only light on this road. Yu Hongxue pushed open the heavy door of the Dragon Clan Hall of Valor. The towering stone pillars supported the hall and formed a dome. Under the dome, countless candles lit up automatically and illuminated the entire hall. The dragon god statue, several feet high, stood quietly here, with golden dragon scales covering its entire body, magnificent and spectacular like an epic. The dragon god's deep eyes looked down, watching and guarding every member of the clan who came here. The cloud prayer candles at Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan's birthday party were also obtained from here by him, to bless the little dragon baby to be safe and healthy. The names of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan were also written into the family tree that day. There were rows of portraits hanging around the dragon god statue. Every member of the dragon clan would hang their portraits in the Hall of Valor after death. Yu Hongxue looked up at the portraits of his parents, which showed his parents when they were young, the pride of heaven, full of vigor and vitality. The immortal species can enjoy a long life, but his parents' lives ended in their prime, and they were tortured by mental pollution and suffered unspeakably. Originally, such a fate was going to repeat itself on him and his wife, but God brought them a miracle. Yu Hongxue bent down and took out Zhu Zi's genetic test report. Then the red flames rose, and the flames were reflected in the golden eyes of the dragon statue, flickering and extinguishing. The door of the Hall of Heroes was suddenly opened, and a gust of wind blew in and blew away the small pile of ashes. Zhu Yizhen stood on the steps and looked at the old man who sneaked out in the middle of the night. He smiled and picked up the lamp he had put aside, and then took his hand. Let's go back to sleep after the things are burned. Zhu Yizhen said. I still can't hide it from you. Yu Hongxue chuckled. Interstellar Federation, Parliament Building. Wei Shilan sat in the office chair, looking at the information sent by his subordinates. Although the source of the email has not been found out, under the guidance of the teacher she arranged at the St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory Academy, Oriel finally told the reason why he stole the hair of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. Later, the people she sent to investigate Mu Anya also verified that what Oriel said was true. After Oriel got the hair, he immediately sent it to Mu Anya. It can be confirmed that the person who instructed Oriel to take the hair of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan was Mu Anya. Mu Anya's photo was placed on Wei Shilan's desk. The girl in the photo was wearing a floral dress, with a beautiful face and a bright smile in the sun. But this child has a vicious mind. It is estimated that Mu Anya was jealous, and found that Xiaobao did not look like his family, so she used Oriel to make a blood relationship identification report for Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. Poor Xiaobao used to treat her as a friend, and let her enter Dragon Island to attend the birthday party. Wei Shilan threw Mu Anya's information heavily on the table, then she turned on the light brain, dialed the phone, and gave a few instructions. Mu Anya waited and waited but still didn't get the result she wanted. There was no movement at Dragon Island and St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory College. Zhu Zi still went to school and went home as usual, and Oriel said that Zhu Zi was happy every day. Mu Anya paced back and forth at home in agitation. If she hadn't confirmed it repeatedly, she would have almost suspected that the system had not sent out Zhu Zi's genetic test report. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Clan not make any movement? This is impossible. Suddenly Mu Anya looked up and saw her mother pushing open the door and walking into the living room. Mu Anya was puzzled. Why did her mother suddenly come home at this time? Her mother usually came home very late at night, because she was very busy at work. However, despite her doubts, Mu Anya still smiled and ran forward in small steps, calling her mom obediently. Unexpectedly, her mother's face was particularly gloomy. She did not respond to her as usual, but stared at her angrily. Then a slap fell heavily on her face. Mu Anya covered her face was burning and painful, and she could taste blood in her mouth. Mu Anya looked at her mother, who had just returned home in shock. How could her mother, who always loved her, suddenly hit her today? Her mother's gentle and loving face overlapped with her angry look now. Mu Anya's brain was a little confused for a while, and she didn't even think of asking the system to check her mother's favorability towards her. Mu Anya's eyes were red, and tears flowed out all of a sudden. She looked at Mu's mother pitifully, with endless grievances in her eyes. But Mu's mother's face was still gloomy, as if a heavy slap on her was not enough to relieve her anger. Mom, why did you hit me? Mu Anya asked in a crying voice. You still have the nerve to ask me why. Mu Anya, look at what good things you have done. Why do you want to offend the Dragon Clan for no reason? Mu's mother looked at her daughter, who had always been well-behaved and sensible in disbelief. Today, all the companies under her group suddenly received termination notices from their partners, and the entire group's capital chain was suddenly broken, and all the projects on hand were forced to stop. Not only did her family property disappear overnight, but she also had a debt of more than 1 billion yuan. She was turned away everywhere when she tried to find connections. Those who were friendly to her yesterday looked at her like a virus and avoided her today. In the end, she only got one sentence: your daughter offended the Dragon Clan, go back and ask your daughter what happened. The Dragon Clan is a giant entrenched in the Interstellar Federation. It is easy for them to crush their family. Mu's mother really couldn't understand why Mu Anya would offend the Dragon Clan. Mu Anya stared blankly, her eyes wide open. She frantically asked the system for help in her heart. Why was Zhu Zi not driven away? But she was caught by the Dragon Clan instead. System, what should we do? Should we leave the Interstellar Federation immediately? The Dragon Clan will not kill me. Mu Anya talked to the system in her heart in a panic. She thought of the blood exchange that had not been successful, and her hands were shaking with fear. Host, calm down. The Dragon Clan cannot know my existence, and they will not know about your blood exchange plan with Zhu Zi. At most, you can just think that you are jealous of Zhu Zi, and don't want her to have an easy life. The matter is not that serious. The emotionless electronic sound of the system gradually calmed Mu Anya down. Yes, they couldn't know that she had the system. She just took the hair of Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan to do a blood relationship test. She didn't break the law, and she didn't do anything. The Dragon Clan wouldn't just ignore her and do something to her. Besides, She is a member of the Purifier Association of the Interstellar Federation, an S-level spiritual purifier. With the Purifier Association in the Dragon Clan, they dare not do anything to her. Mu Anya kept taking deep breaths, and her panic-stricken heart gradually calmed down. Fortunately, this is the Interstellar Federation, not the Elf Kingdom ruled by the Elf King, and Zhu Zi doesn't know that he is the Crown Prince. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound outside the villa. Mu Anya looked at the crowd outside, the Nani and the driver who rushed in a panic, and shouted, "Madam, miss, those people outside said they want to take this house away. How could this happen?" Mu Anya's eyes widened. Mother Mu pushed Mu Anya and said, "Hurry up and pack your things. We can't live in this house. We have already mortgaged it to pay off the debt." Mu Anya didn't react for a while. If she didn't live here, where would she live in the future? Could it be that they would have to live in a crowded and dirty slum in the future? Mu Anya hurriedly ran upstairs, not even caring about falling on the stairs. She put all the jewelry and valuables in the room into the space twister. Mu Anya didn't expect that her life would change drastically in a short time, and she couldn't even be a lady anymore. But unfortunately, Mu Anya was unable to take away any valuables. The space between her and her mother was searched inside and out by the group of people outside, leaving them only a few pieces of clothing. The family villa was also sealed, and Mu Anya, standing in the cold wind on the street, was as embarrassed as a street rat. Her father died when she was young, so she lived with her mother in the Interstellar Federation. But now her mother is no longer rich, she can't be a young lady, and she has a debt of more than 1 billion. Mu Anya regretted why she didn't do things more secretly. It was all because of O'Leary's stupidity that the Dragon Clan discovered her existence. She couldn't go to O'Leary Mollett's house either. The Mollett family found out that she had used O'Leary and drove them out directly when they came to ask for help. She had never seen her mother look at her with such a fierce look, as if she regretted letting her be born into this world. Mu Anya can only live with her mother in a shabby rental house in the underground city. The dim light makes it look like a dark prison. She estimated that the prison was bigger than this room, and the air always smelled moldy. Because of the family's debt, even if she made money from helping people with purification, she had to use all the money to fill this hole, and the remaining money was only enough for her to drink bitter nutrient solution every day. The system naturally detected Mu Anya's current situation. Forget about Zhu Zi's favorability, it's impossible now. Even the people around her have a lower favorability towards Mu Anya. "Host, please exchange the Elf King Bloodline Potion in the System Mall." The system suddenly spoke. The System Mall exists to encourage the host to do tasks. Mu Anya can gain influence by gaining the favorability of others. The more important the role, the higher the influence gained by improving the favorability. Moreover, Mu Anya can also gain influence by achieving achievements and status in certain things. Influence is equivalent to points that can allow Mu Anya to exchange for goods in the System Mall. It is also the nutrition it relies on for survival. Mu Anya has gained a lot of influence in recent years, and can afford to exchange for the Elf King Bloodline Potion. But the response of the system was Mu Anya's long silence. Mu Anya clenched her hands into fists, and her palms were bleeding. Looking at this dim and narrow room that was not even as big as her previous toilet. In the end, Mu Anya nodded. There was no other way. This was her only chance to turn over. Then, all the influence points she earned over the years were reset to 0, and a bottle of light golden potion appeared in her hand out of thin air. Mu Anya held the bottle of potion and slowly opened the cap, as if she was going to be executed. "Host, drink it. This is our last chance. Drink it, and become the Elf King." The system kept reminding Mu Anya in her mind. Mu Anya stared at the Elf King Bloodline Potion, which seemed to contain countless light golden worms. It was a wholly light golden color, but it exuded a strange aura, as if it was leading people into an abyss of no return. The Elf King Bloodline Potion has always been placed high in the System Mall. It can obviously solve the problem once and for all, but Mu Anya has never thought of using it before. Solving the problem once and for all comes at a painful price. "Can you become the Elf King by drinking it?" Mu Anya murmured. "Of course, my host, only you can become the Elf King. Zhu Zi is an elf destined to die at the age of 12. Chapter 46. Today we are going to talk about. The teacher was talking non-stop in class, but Zhu Zi was looking out the window at the falling snowflakes and a little snowman that someone had made. She is 6 years old this year, and has gone from the Junior Military Preparatory Academy to the Intermediate Military Preparatory Academy. This school is a little far from Dragon Island, and she can't go home for lunch every day. Although she is not used to the new school, her classmates are still almost the same. Xiaopu lazily lay on the table, muttering about the food in the cafeteria. On the podium, the teacher suddenly said, "Let's go, I take you to the training ground to try it out." What to try? Zhu Zi was confused, and didn't know what was going on. In the training ground, Tuttle stood in the center in a black combat uniform. He looked at this group of half-grown children, all of whom were cubs of the top race with mental power not lower than A level. Tuttle smiled and said, "Come on, all of you. I stand here and not move. Whoever can touch the corner of my clothes will be the winner. The winner can get 10 credits. 10 credits. In a school that only gives 5 credits after a course, now the teacher is giving 10 credits as a class reward, which is too generous." Zhu Zi's eyes widened. She was standing 10 meters away from Teacher Tuttle. It was not easy for so many of them to touch the teacher's clothes. These 10 credits were too easy to get. But when she looked at the 3 extra medical cabins on the side of the training ground, Zhu Zi felt that things might not be good. So what did the teacher talk about in class? She was just staring at the snowman in a daze. Zhu Zi took a deep breath, squatted slightly, and observed the motionless Tuttle. Suddenly, Zhu Zi felt a gust of wind blowing around him, blowing around with Tuttle as the center. Zhu Zi felt that it was difficult to take a few more steps forward when standing in the wind. The classmates around him were the same, and some even fell to the ground without standing firmly. The wind intensified, and Zhu Zi could even feel the wind passing through his face and leaving a stinging pain. This is not an ordinary wind, it is formed by the mental power of Teacher Tuttle. This is the realm of mental power. Only a few people with mental power can be stimulated to have a mental power realm. The higher the mental power, the greater the probability of being stimulated to have a mental power realm. Therefore, the admissions of major military academies are based on B-level mental power as the threshold. It is impossible for mental power below B-level to be stimulated to have a mental power realm. Zhu Zi glanced at Xiaopu, who was confused in the wind. So what Teacher Tuttle said was to stimulate their spiritual power through his spiritual field, so as to help them stimulate their own spiritual field. As time passed, the wind speed in the spiritual field became higher and higher. Half of the people were blown to the ground. They struggled to stand up, but found that they could not stand up. Then the 3 people were pulled out of Teacher Tuttle's spiritual field by the medical staff, who were on standby behind them, and then they lay directly in the medical cabin. Zhu Zi is now the only one here with only A-level spiritual power. Her exposed skin was hurt by the wind, but Zhu Zi still tried to move forward. The bond that her mother had just tied for her this morning was blown away, the pearl headband floated in the wind, and her light brown hair was completely scattered. Zhu Zi found some tricks. The wind speed in the field was not constant. She kept adjusting the mental power she released according to the changing wind speed. Zhu Zi was surprised to find that after doing this, she moved faster. Tuttle looked at Zhu Zi in surprise, who seemed to be unable to hold on, but suddenly increased her speed. Now there were only 4 people left in his mental field, Zhu Zi, Zhu Ziyuan, Xiaopu and Oliel. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan walked in front, and the remaining 2 were half a meter away from them. Zhu Zi lowered her head to resist the wind, and her slightly curly long hair flew in the air, but Zhu Zi could no longer care. Seeing that she was only half a meter away from Teacher Tuttle, she stretched out her hand. She was almost there, and her 10 credits were waving at her. But suddenly the wind speed in the mental field doubled. Zhu Zi fell to the ground without reacting. The other 3 people were no exception. They were all blown down by the sudden increase in wind speed and looked at Tuttle in surprise. Tuttle coughed twice in embarrassment, then looked at the tired students on the training ground and said, "Students, credits are not so easy to get. You have also seen the power of the mental field. The field can increase a person's mental power geometrically. I only have S-level mental power, but after using the mental field, I can make you so many S-level and SS-level people unable to move. In my field, I can control the rules here," Tuttle said. He looked at the little guys with satisfaction and showed a longing expression. Originally, the spiritual power field was a course for students after they entered the military academy. But if their spiritual power field can be stimulated in advance, it will only benefit their future development, not harm. However, Tuttle did not expect to succeed in one try. If he tried a few more times, there would always be a few students who could have the spiritual power field this semester. Tuttle used the training ground as a classroom to teach students. Xiaopu sat cross-legged next to Zhu Zi, holding the pearl hairband that Zhu Zi had dropped and handed it to her. Zhu Zi raised her hand and tied a crooked single ponytail for herself unskillfully. Zhu Zi touched her crooked hair and suddenly realized that this seemed to be the first time she had tied her hair since she came to this world. Usually, either her father tied her hair, or her mother tied her hair, and sometimes the servants combed her hair. She hadn't tied her hair for a long time, and she almost couldn't tie it. Xiaopu poked Zhu Zi's crooked ponytail and chuckled, and then his hand was hit by Zhu Ziyuan unexpectedly. Zhu Ziyuan hit Xiaopu so hard that the back of his hand turned red. Zhu Ziyuan glared at him, and Xiaopu withdrew his hand awkwardly. Zhu Zi was fascinated by the teacher's talk about the spiritual field, and she also wanted to have it. However, the training just now seemed to have no effect on her. Zhu Zi opened her palm and closed it again, and nothing happened. Xiaopu covered his hand and said, "It won't be so fast. It will take at least 1 or 2 semesters to practice. Everyone can stimulate different spiritual fields, with different attributes. Some are more offensive, some are more defensive, and a few have auxiliary attributes." Tuttle continued, "The size of the spiritual power field also varies greatly, and the largest can even cover an entire galaxy. So powerful. Some people open their mouths in surprise. It's our king. The king's spiritual power field can cover an entire eternal galaxy, that is, the entire elf kingdom." Xiaopu suddenly raised his hand excitedly. Tuttle nodded, "Yes, the elf king is the only one whose spiritual power field can cover an entire galaxy. In the eternal galaxy, the elf king is almost invincible. It's strange to say that every country in the interstellar will be accompanied by fierce competition for the highest position without exception. Even the once holy angel kingdom is like this, not to mention the Interstellar Federation. But only in the elf kingdom, their king is destined to be a king from birth." Tuttle thought it might be because the elf king is so powerful that he can cover the spiritual power field of the entire eternal galaxy. Absolute strength brings long-term rule. Why can the elf king have such a large spiritual power domain? Zhu Zi was puzzled. The spiritual power domain also needs to consume spiritual power to support it. The larger the domain, the more spiritual power is consumed. The eternal galaxy includes 7 star regions and countless planets. No matter how strong the spiritual power is, it is impossible to achieve this. Tuttle patiently explained, "The elf king was born from the elf mother tree. He is the king bred by the elf mother tree with thousands of essences. The elf king can sense the elf mother tree and connect the energy of the elf mother tree to form a spiritual power domain covering the eternal galaxy. But we don't have to think about this level of mental power field. Apart from the elf king, Wu Suing, the SSS-level mental power owner of the human race, has the widest mental power field, which is as large as a first-level city. However, after hearing about the elf king's mental power field covering the eternal galaxy, the students below began to think that this one was a bit small when compared with the size of a first-level city. Tuttle was so angry that he laughed at this group of students. This was still too small. His mental power field was already very good, and the maximum expansion area was only the size of a training ground. The size of a first-level city is already the largest mental power field coverage that can be achieved in interstellar history. Of course, this kind of statistics must be taken out of the elf king. After all, the elf king is too foul. Besides, Senior Wu Suing's mental power field is of auxiliary type, which can play a decisive role in directly reversing the entire battle situation on the Zerg battlefield. It's a pity that during that interstellar voyage, Senior Wu Suing disappeared in the vast sea of stars with an entire interstellar ship, and his whereabouts are still unknown. The Interstellar Federation also lost a valuable auxiliary domain expert. The auxiliary domain of mental power is larger than the offensive domain, and the size of the mental power domain does not necessarily determine the strength of the domain. Tuttle was afraid that there were students who did not have the mental power domain yet, so he started to compare the size of the mental power domain first, so he quickly added. Xiaopu said in a low voice with a proud face, "Our king's domain is offensive, and it also covers the widest and most powerful area. The Elf King's court." The Elf King Smollett sent everyone out, and stayed alone in the little Crown Prince's bedroom. He took out a small chip, which was a holographic class he recorded for his elf just in case. He has been carrying it in his space twister for so many years. Smollett bent down and carefully placed the chip in the drawer of the bedside table. Smollett's silvery white satin-like hair looked a little dim under the illumination of the crystal lamp. He looked at the withered king seed flower in the life support box. The condition of the king seed flower was getting worse day by day. The gray and shriveled flower even showed signs of cracking. He tried various methods for so many years, but he couldn't save the king seed flower. He couldn't wait any longer. Smollett touched his future king through the glass. Then he raised his eyes and looked at the crystal chalcedony placed not far away. Crystal chalcedony can temporarily restore the vitality of the king's flower, and the golden lifeblood in the heart of the elf king can keep the king's flower in this state. The king's flower can also return to the embrace of the elf mother tree, and then be born smoothly on the elf mother tree. This is their last resort. But he who has lost his heart blood will forever sleep in the depths of the stars, and he will not be able to see his elves. Smollett stretched out his hand to cover his heart, and used his mental power to force out the hard blood. He thought this process would be fast and smooth, but his mental power suddenly became uncontrollable and rejected this approach. Smollett frowned and endured the pain and repulsion, forcing out the drop of golden blood in his hard veins. He used the last bit of his strength to drip the crystal chalcedony on the king's flower. Smollett lowered his eyes and smiled as he watched the withered king's flower bloom again, and then melt into his hard blood. As Smollett closed his eyes for the last time, he wondered what his elf would look like, and whether it would look a bit like him. If only he could meet it. Chapter 47. In the Elf King's Court, in the elf nursery. Nanhill watched a small flower bud on the elf mother tree slowly bloom, revealing a white and tender elf baby lying inside. The elf baby opened its bright eyes, giggled, grabbed the air with its two chubby hands, and looked at the world curiously. The elf mother tree steadily held the elf baby that was moving around on the flower. The branches of the mother tree tilted downwards, and then the flower fell, carrying the elf slowly floating in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground. The elf in the elf nursery, who was responsible for taking care of the baby, hurried forward and held the confused elf in his arms. This was the baby of their glorious elf family. Nanhill reached out to touch the newborn elf. But the elf opened his little hand and hugged his fingers, smiling at him very happily. Nanchier smiled. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he froze in place with his eyes wide open. He couldn't sense the king's presence. How could this be possible? The king was fine just now. Why couldn't he sense it suddenly? What happened to the king? The elf baby held one of Nanchier's fingers tightly with two small hands, and looked at Nanchier, who was motionless, with clear and bright green eyes in confusion. The elf made a babbling sound in its mouth, trying to attract Nanchier's attention. The newly born elf baby didn't know that their king had just died. Nanchier pulled out his finger, spread his wings, and flew to the elf palace in a hurry. Nanhill's heart was beating fast and furious. The fear of not being able to sense the king enveloped his whole body, and even his fingertips could not help but tremble slightly. Nanhill pushed open the door of the little prince's bedroom without any courtesy. The last time he saw the king was alone here, looking at the king's flower in loneliness. Then Nanhill saw the scene he least wanted to see in his life. The king, who was always noble and majestic, fell to the cold ground at this moment. The gorgeous elf wings lost all their brilliance and became gray and dull, like a fragile film that would break at the touch. One of the king's hands was still on the side of the shelf where the king's flower was placed. The king tilted his head and looked in the direction of the king's flower, but his cold amber eyes were closed forever at this moment. The life support box on the shelf, which had been closed all year round, was now opened upwards, and inside was the brilliantly blooming king's flower. Nanhill instantly understood what happened here. The king who lost his hard blood also lost his life. King! Nanhill knelt on the ground and roared in pain and despair. He could not imagine what kind of heart the king had in mind to make this decision. Wang was obviously the one who wanted to witness the birth of the elf king the most. But he would never see him again. At Green Intermediate Military Preparatory Academy, Zhu Zi, who was reading a book, suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Zhu Zi frowned and covered his chest. It was a strange feeling, as if my heart was suddenly empty, and I felt sad for no reason. Xiaopu tilted his head and looked at Zhu Zi worriedly. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Zhu Zi shook his head. Nothing. That's good. Xiaopu smiled. Suddenly, Xiaopu's light brain rang with a rapid ring. It was his mother calling. His mother usually wouldn't call him when he was in school, unless there was something particularly urgent. Xiaopu quickly turned on the light brain and answered the phone. A few minutes later, Xiaopu hung up the call in a daze with red eyes. Zhu Zi looked at Xiaopu worriedly. I'm going back to the elf kingdom, Xiaopu said with a sob. Before Zhu Zi had time to ask what happened, Xiaopu didn't even pack his things after saying this, and turned around and ran out the door. Zhu Zi looked at Xiaopu's hurriedly leaving back, and felt unexplained. What happened? That evening, Zhu Zi finally knew what happened. She looked at the official news released by the Elf Kingdom on the Star Network in shock. It was a short and heavy gray-white obituary. The great and glorious Elf King Smollett fell at 11 o'clock on December 26, 3022, and sleeps forever in the depths of the stars. The StarNet was even more shocked by this sudden news. Before the previous Elf King fell, he would personally hand over the power of the Elf Kingdom to the Elf King, and give her the crown symbolizing the kingship. But this time, only the old king fell in the elf kingdom, and no new king was born. The hot searches on the starnet were all discussing what fate the elf kingdom would face without a king. Only occasionally a few night elves from the Shimon Republic would appear in the comment area, saying that the elf king died well, and the elf kingdom would definitely perish. Zhu Zi looked at the obituary for a long time without coming back to her senses. The brief and suppressed words in the obituary made her want to cry. Tears were like pearls with broken strings, penetrating the virtual screen of the optical computer and falling on the wooden floor, turning into surging tears. Elf King Smollett was like a gentle and kind elder to her, and also a teacher who had accompanied her to grow up in the holographic classroom for so many years. Although the Elf King might not know. But why did the Elf King suddenly fall? Was he sick? Or did his life end? Or was it because of an accident? The obituary did not mention it at all. Is there any hidden reason for the Elf King's fall? Zhu Zi was always in low spirits during dinner. The delicious and exquisite food in front of her could not arouse her appetite at all, and the food in her mouth tasted like chewing wax. Zhu Ziyuan and Zhu Xingtao also found that their sister was in a bad mood, and tried to make her happy. But this time, no matter what they did, it was useless. The sister just smiled fakely, and then looked even more sad. Zhu Ziyuan and Zhu Xingtao, realizing that their sister's sadness could no longer be appeased, shut their mouths and dared not speak again. Wei Shilan looked at Zhu Zi with heartache, and patted her shoulder, as if to comfort her. Zhu Zi looked up at her with red eyes. Wei Shilan sighed softly. The little jade ball that the Elf King Smollett gave her, when she was a child, was still hanging on Shiba's bedside. Every time, she had to wipe it carefully by herself, and not let others touch it. Xiaobao also often used the holographic classroom, recorded by Smollett himself. Now that the Elf King suddenly passed away, it must be a big blow to Xiaobao. Wei Shilan touched her daughter's head, and Zhu Zi leaned her head gently on her body. Wei Shilan said softly, "The Elf Kingdom sent an invitation letter to the Elf King's funeral ceremony. Our Interstellar Federation needs to send a representative to participate." Wei Shilan waited quietly for a long time, and Zhu Zi raised her head in her arms, and asked carefully, "Mom, can I go?" Zhu Zi was afraid that she was not qualified to participate in the funeral ceremony of the Elf King Smollett, but she was more afraid that she could only hear the news of Smollett's burial in a distant place. Maybe she was just a strange child that the Elf King Smollett had only met once, or maybe Smollett had long forgotten her existence. But Smollett was a very important person to her. He would teach her knowledge over and over again in the holographic classroom, and would come up with compliments that were never repeated. Sometimes he would look at her through the cold holographic equipment with sad but hopeful eyes. Since the ending of death could not be changed, she wanted to say goodbye to this gentle elder. Wei Shilan took out the invitation letter for the funeral ceremony of Elf King Smollett, and put it in Zhu Zi's little hand. Zhu Zi looked at her mother in surprise. It turned out that her mother had already prepared to give her the invitation letter. "Thank you, Mom." Zhu Zi carefully put away the invitation letter. "Let Dad accompany you when the time comes," Wei Shilan said. In fact, going to the Elf Kingdom to attend the funeral ceremony of Elf King Smollett was originally the responsibility of the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has been decided that Foreign Minister Xiao Xiaoyao will go with his subordinates. However, Wei Shilan knew that Zhu Zi would definitely want to go. While the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had not yet replied to the Elf Kingdom, she snatched the invitation letter from Xiao Xiaoyao, and reported the names of Zhu Zi and Zhu Si in advance. Zhu Si, who suddenly received the task, raised his head blankly, but seeing his daughter looking at him expectantly with her big eyes, Zhu Si nodded decisively. He must go. He postponed all the affairs of the army these days to go. When the official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Elf Kingdom was sorting out the list of visitors, he saw the reply from the Interstellar Federation. She looked at the people sent by the Interstellar Federation to attend the king's burial ceremony in surprise. The chief of the Dragon Clan, Zhu Si, brought his little daughter Zhu Zi. The Interstellar Federation is the only country that brought children to attend the king's burial ceremony. On the night of the burial ceremony of the Elf King, Zhu Zi followed his father on the starship and set off. The distance between the capital star of the Federation and the Elf King's court is very far, and the time for the burial ceremony is relatively tight. This is the second time that Zhu Zi has boarded the starship to the Elf King's court, and her mood is completely different from the first time. The first time she was confused, although her mental power was in danger. The effect of the potion made her still happy and lively. The whole journey was like a trip with my father. But at this moment, Zhu Zi looked at the vast sea of stars outside the window, and suddenly remembered the sudden pain in her heart when she was sitting in the classroom. Then Xiaopu received a call and left in a hurry. So at that moment, was she actually sad for the fall of the Elf King Smollett? Xu Zi felt at a loss. Was that moment an accident or a special feeling? There are many things in the vast universe that cannot be explained. Without the expectation and joy of the destination, the long interstellar voyage became boring and difficult. A few days later, Xu Zi wore a set of solemn and serious black mourning clothes and once again set foot on the star of Saint Elvia, which symbolizes power and glory in the Elf Kingdom. Chapter 48. The vibrant green plants on Saint Elvia were covered with heavy white silk. Every elf passing by had a sad face, and even the air was filled with sadness. The funeral music in the elf palace was intermittent. Many people came to attend the funeral ceremony of the Elf King, but the atmosphere was heavy and quiet. Everyone stood there quietly, like silent sculptures. The crystal coffin of the Elf King Smollett was placed where the throne of the Elf King was originally placed. Outside the colored glass windows of the Elf Palace, the Elf Mother Tree was still lush and green, and the leaves rustled with the wind. A leaf quietly floated down and fell to the ground. The Elf Mother Tree silently witnessed the birth of its children, and witnessed their departure one by one. Xu Zi stood in the 7th row of the funeral procession. The first 6 rows were all elves of various races in the Elf Kingdom. The elves lowered their heads one by one, their wings on their backs fluttered slightly, and occasionally a few uncontrollable cries came from inside. The thick atmosphere of sadness made Xu Zi feel that she was almost unable to breathe. She tried to see through the gaps in the crowd, and saw Smollett lying quietly in the crystal coffin covered with purple jacaranda flowers. The Elf King was quiet as if he was asleep. Xu Zi found that in the middle of the first row of the funeral procession, there was a wide space between the High Priest Nansel and Prime Minister Heloise of the Elf Kingdom standing on the left and right, and there was a clear empty seat there. Everyone present knew that it was the seat reserved for the Elf King, but the owner of that seat did not come. Xu Zi looked up at the brilliant king seed flower on the top of the Elf Mother Tree. Under the sunlight, the overlapping petals looked even more crystal clear and beautiful. After so many years of efforts by the Elf Kingdom, the king seed flower finally regained its vitality and brought new hope to the Elf Kingdom. But Xu Zi looked at the king seed flower and felt that it was like a delicate and beautiful empty shell. Will there really be a little Elf King born there? And is there any connection between the death of Elf King Smollett and the revival of the king seed flower? The Elf Kingdom has not announced the cause of death of Elf King Smollett, which really confuses everyone. One of the reasons why Xu Zi came to attend the funeral ceremony of the Elf King was to want to know why the Elf King Smollett suddenly fell. She couldn't accept that Smollett left for unknown reasons. High Priest Nancy walked out of the funeral procession. He wore a pure white solemn robe, his platinum long hair was tied up, and he wore a gorgeous silver crown exclusive to the High Priest. Nanhil read the king's eulogy. His dark green eyes were full of sadness and grief. But when Nanhil read the cause of the king's death, he paused for a moment. The pause was so short that no one noticed, and he continued to read it soon. Nanhil said, "My king died of a sudden heart disease at 11 o'clock on December 26, 3022. Nanhil's voice was a little low and hoarse. If he didn't announce the cause of the king's death now, it would be said to be from the outside world, and even the Elf Kingdom would definitely be full of doubts and conspiracy theories. He couldn't tell the real reason for the king's death. Not for anything else, just for the little Elf King, who might be born soon. If the future little Elf King knew that the king died because of his birth, then their future king might live under the shadow of pain and guilt for the rest of his life. Their little Elf King was already pitiful enough. After he was born, he had to accept the news that his only relative had passed away. So the future king must not know such a painful truth. Nanhil knew that the king also wanted him to do this, so let this painful truth be drowned in the long river of time. However, when Nanhil's fabricated cause of death was spoken, a whisper of discussion came from the queue of representatives from other countries. What kind of heart disease can't even be cured by the high medical level of the Elf Kingdom? The Elf King is the king of the mythical race. He has such a high mental power and such a strong physique, but he can also get an incurable fatal disease. Some people said in disbelief. It may be that the Elf King is old and his physical condition has deteriorated, so he was invaded by the terminal illness. Xu Zi was standing in the team of envoys from other countries. Her mental power allowed her to hear their whispered discussions clearly. Maybe everyone really couldn't accept that the king of the immortal race died because of this kind of disease. Nancier ignored these voices. He glanced at the king seed flower on the Elf Mother Tree, and then finished reading the eulogy. The elves stood neatly at the bottom right of the Elf King's crystal coffin, singing hymns for the Elf King with their tender and innocent voices. The melody was no longer sad and sorrowful, but pure and holy. The crystal coffin of the Elf King was lifted steadily by several elves and slowly and solemnly carried out of the Elf Palace. The turbid and heavy bells rang, and the funeral ceremony of the Elf King Smollett also came to an end. As night fell, the stars dimmed. Green Intermediate Military Preparatory College. Xiaopu never came to school here again after that day. He went through the withdrawal procedures, and the whole family returned to the Elf Kingdom together. After Zhu Zi came back from the funeral of the Elf King Smollett, he had been paying attention to the news of the Elf Kingdom. In the novel, I Am a Super Charmer in the Stars, the King Seed Flower never gave birth to the Elf King. But she didn't believe that this real and interesting world was just a thin novel, and she didn't think that Mu Anya, who had impure thoughts, would be the protagonist at the center of this world. The second brother met Mu Anya early, but the second brother didn't like her. Oliel was not as enthusiastic about Mu Anya as before. Many things have not developed according to the plot of the novel. Will the King Seed Flower, which has regained its vitality, give birth to the Elf King? But 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years have passed. Zhu Zi still hasn't heard any news of the birth of a new Elf King. Of course, the Elf Kingdom is more anxious than her. There are even rumors in the Elf Kingdom that the King Seed Flower has already withered and died, and there will be no new Elf King born in the Elf Kingdom. At first, few elves believed this statement. The current state of the Elf Kingdom without a king is only temporary. How could their kingdom never have an Elf King? However, as time went by, the King Seed Flower remained motionless. Even the elves with high-level blood began to fall into extreme anxiety. Nangsel and Heloise, who temporarily replaced the Elf King in power, were somewhat overwhelmed by such a situation. On the one hand, they had to stabilize the situation in the kingdom and build confidence for the people, and on the other hand, they had to comfort themselves in their hearts that maybe a little Elf King would be born in the King Seed Flower tomorrow. After dealing with the mess of government affairs, Nangsel often came to the Elf Mother Tree to take a look at the King Seed Flower. Many little elves were born near the King Seed Flower. But after so many years, the King Seed Flower is still exactly the same as when the king fell, without any changes. Nangsel lowered his head and sighed deeply. As time passed year by year, the dejected atmosphere of the people in the Elf Kingdom losing hope for the future became more and more serious. Even Nangsel and Heloise felt that they could not hold on for much longer. On the surface, the Elven Kingdom is still a prosperous and powerful country. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs tells the outside world every year that a new Elven King is about to be born, and the great Elven King will lead the Elven Kingdom to a new peak. But only Nan Hill and Heloise know how bad the situation inside the kingdom is. Without the Elven King's strong appeal and prestige, the friction between the various races has continued over the years. If it were not for a common belief, the Elven Kingdom would be on the verge of falling apart. There are even extremely pessimistic elves who rush into the Zerg battlefield alone to kill the enemy in a suicidal manner. Even Major General Sinclair of the glorious Elf clan was surrounded by the Zerg when he led his troops to resist the Zerg invasion at the border of the Eternal Galaxy. He had a chance to wait for reinforcements, but he chose the most extreme way to perish with his race. Seeing that the suicide rate in the Elf Kingdom began to rise year by year. In the Elf King's court, Nanhill looked at the King's Seed Flower that the king had irrigated with his life with great despair. It had been 6 years since the king's death, but the King's Seed Flower had not made any movement. Did everything go wrong? Is God punishing them, and the Elf Kingdom is destined to an irreversible decline? Interstellar Federation, Capital Star. Zhu Zi welcomed his 12th birthday in a restless mood. Zhu Zi opened his eyes from the bed, and his mind was full of the possibility that he was about to die. Zhu Zi got out of bed and ran to the living room before he had time to change into pajamas. Seeing his parents sitting on the sofa waiting for them to come for breakfast, Zhu Zi threw himself directly into Wei Shilan's arms. Wei Shilan patted her daughter, who was afraid to be buried in her arms, and gently tidied Zhu Zi's messy curly hair. She chuckled and said, "Why are you so anxious? You ran out in your pajamas? Mom and Dad won't leave early." Zhu Zi, who was ignored by her daughter, sat aside and looked at the loving mother and daughter, and said with a sour tone, "Xiaobao, you are so old, why are you still acting like a spoiled child with your mother?" Wei Shilan immediately glanced at Zhu Zi. Xiaobao is only 12 years old, and is still a child. Zhu Zi closed his mouth silently. Wei Shilan covered Zhu Zi's ears. "Xiaobao, don't listen, your dad is just jealous." Zhu Zi raised her head from her mother's arms. Wei Shilan noticed that her daughter was a little depressed. "Xiaobao, what's wrong? Today is your 12th birthday. Our little birthday girl can't be unhappy." Mom, I have indeed lived for 12 years. Zhu Zi suddenly said strangely. In the novel I'm a super fan in the stars, she died on her 12th birthday. Zhu Zi recalled the content of the novel, and the paranoid and gloomy version of the second brother in the novel said this. That day, the whole family went to Aquamarine to celebrate my and my sister's 12th birthdays, and then my sister had an accident on Aquamarine. So she absolutely cannot go to Aquamarine for her birthday today. This is a matter of life and death. As long as she doesn't go to Aquamarine, she should be fine. Thinking of this, Zhu Zi felt much more at ease. When she was a child, she thought that every day was a day, and living one more day meant earning one more day. But since she has more and more love in this world, her heart has quietly grown bigger without her noticing. Zhu Zi greedily wants to live longer, and wants her family to love her longer. Chapter 49. Wei Xilan felt that her daughter was particularly clingy today. Even though she was 1 year older on her birthday, she was still the cute little baby in her memory. But her daughter had indeed grown up. When she stood next to her, she was only half a head shorter than her. When she was a child, Zhu Zi was very small, and let her dress up in the cloakroom. Now the child has her own aesthetic taste. She rejected the birthday dress she chose for her, and then turned around and found a set of simple and light clothes and pants in the cloakroom, and put them on happily. Wei Xilan silently put away the small dress specially customized for Zhu Zi's birthday. Zhu Zi looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. The small dress her mother gave her was indeed very beautiful. But the dress was too gorgeous and not light to wear. What if it affected her escape at a critical moment? If it wasn't for the purpose of not looking particularly strange, Zhu Zi would have wanted to wear a combat uniform to spend her 12th birthday. Okay, let's go get your birthday present, Wei Xilan said with a smile. Zhu Zi saw her 12th birthday present in the space station of the capital star while sitting on the hovercraft. A huge starship with a cool shape was parked in front of her. Because the starship was too big, the space station of Dragon Island could not accommodate it, so it could only be parked in the space station of the capital star. The interior of the starship was a luxuriously decorated room, and there was also a huge plant ecological garden. Zhu Zi stood in the botanical garden, with lush green plants in front of her, and the sound of flowing streams and cicadas chirping in her ears, as if she was not in a starship but in nature. I like this gift very much, Zhu Zi said happily. What's my gift? Zhu Ziyuan said with expectation. We bought you a holiday island on Aquamarine. This year, we will go to Aquamarine as a family for your 12th birthday, Zhu Zi said with a smile. Zhu Ziyuan jumped up happily. Aquamarine is a famous holiday resort in the interstellar space. He can actually have his own holiday island on Aquamarine. This is really great. Zhu Ziyuan can't wait to see his birthday present. Sister, let's drive your starship to Aquamarine, Zhu Ziyuan said with a smile. Aquamarine. What is coming will come. Zhu Zi looked at Zhu Ziyuan's excitement, and her golden eyes were full of expectation and joy. Zhu Zi really couldn't bear to break her second brother's good mood at this time, but she absolutely couldn't go to Aquamarine today. She lowered her head, and thought hard about what reason she should think of to refuse to go to Aquamarine. But that was her second brother's birthday gift. If she said she didn't want to go to Aquamarine Star now, it would be like pouring a bucket of cold water on her second brother's head. Sister, what's wrong with you? Zhu Ziyuan tilted his head, and looked at Zhu Zi with a serious expression. Sister, don't you want to go to Aquamarine Star? Zhu Zi finally said honestly, I don't want to go to Aquamarine Star. She lowered her head, and looked at her toes. What if her second brother asked her to tell him why she didn't want to go to Aquamarine Star? Should she say that she might die if she went to Aquamarine Star? She couldn't say such an outrageous reason. Just when Zhu Zi was racking her brains to find a reasonable reason to refuse, Zhu Ziyuan just frowned and thought for a while, then said, well, we won't go to Aquamarine today. Zhu Zi looked up in surprise, looking at her second brother, who looked tangled and finally smiled at her. It's so simple. What about your birthday present today? Zhu Xingta asked. Next time, we go next time, this time to a place my sister likes, Zhu Ziyuan said with a smile. His holiday island is on Aquamarine, and it won't run away by itself, and it will be the same next time. The most important thing is to stay with my sister on her birthday. They are twins, and if my sister doesn't go to Aquamarine, he doesn't want to go either. Where does my sister want to go? Zhu Ziyuan asked. I want to go to Manlanino, Zhu Zi said. Manlanino and Aquamarine are in two completely opposite directions. Although the scenery of Manlanino is not as good as the famous holiday resort Aquamarine, it is still good. We can go there and build a snowman together. Zhu Ziyuan also knew this planet. The temperature on Manlanino is between -5 and 10 degrees Celsius all year round, and there are beautiful snow scenes. Suddenly, the holiday destination was changed, from the sunny beach to the ice and snow, and the family's luggage and equipment also needed to be changed. However, they didn't need to worry about these at all. More than 2 hours later, the family arrived at Manlanino smoothly. There was white snow outside the window of the holiday villa. The firewood in the primitive fireplace made a crackling sound, and there was steaming milk tea on the small coffee table. Zhu Zi took off his coat and nestled comfortably in the sofa, holding the hot tea in both hands. Zhu Ziyuan was lying on the glass window, eager to turn into his original form and play in the snow. Zhu Xingtao sat cross-legged on the carpet and lazily played with his laptop. But while playing, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the new news on the hot search in disbelief. Come and watch this video. Zhu Xingtao used his laptop to project the news video in front of everyone. It was a video shot by satellite on the aquamarine. On the originally calm beach, a 200-meter-high wave suddenly surged, forming huge water walls one after another, moving rapidly towards the shore. People on the beach tried all kinds of tricks to escape, and several hovercrafts were hit hard by the waves before they could fly high. Aquamarine was a scene of the end of the world, and the tsunami occurred near the holiday island where they were about to land. The leisurely and peaceful holiday planet suddenly had a tsunami that hadn't happened in a century, which was unexpected by everyone. Everyone felt a little scared watching this video. If they hadn't changed their destination, they would be the ones facing the tsunami now. Fortunately, my sister said she didn't want to go to the aquamarine planet. Zhu Ziyuan said with his mouth wide open in surprise. Zhu Zi looked at the tsunami in surprise, and the holographic projection made her feel a sense of fear as if she was there. So did she die in this tsunami in the original novel? Would her fate change from the moment she came to Manlanino planet? Looking at the warm and comfortable holiday villa in front of her, everything was so simple that it made her feel a little unreal. However, the family had a happy day on Manlanino planet, which made Zhu Zi completely relieved. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan directed the servants to help them transport the two snowmen to the starship. The refrigeration equipment in the starship was turned on, and the two little snowmen could be placed in it for a long time without melting or separating. The starship set off, and Zhu Zi looked at the gradually receding Manlanino star reluctantly. This place chosen by my sister is super fun. Let's come here to play next time, Zhu Zi said happily. Zhu Zi and Wei Shilan smiled and nodded. Okay, I will bring you three to Manlanino star to play next time. The starship was traveling in the vast sea of stars. Zhu Zi sat on the sofa in the cabin. After playing crazy all day today, she suddenly felt a little tired after taking a break. She simply lay down and leaned her head on Wei Shilan's legs. But Zhu Zi was surprised that she felt uneasy no matter how she tossed and turned. Wei Shilan frowned and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with Xiaobao? Is he uncomfortable?" Zhu Zi rubbed her slightly itchy ears and said uncomfortably, "Mom, I feel something strange in my ears." Wei Shilan quickly brushed away her hair and checked Zhu Zi's ears. Could it be that Xiaobao's ears were frozen on Manlanino star? Although frostbite will not happen to a little dragon cub, Xiaobao is likely not a little dragon baby, and there is indeed a risk of freezing. Wei Shilan carefully checked Zhu Zi's pair of white and red ears, but they looked fine and did not look frozen. Then Zhu Zi scratched her back uncomfortably again. She frowned and said, "My back feels itchy, as if something is about to come out of it." Suddenly Zhu Zi thought of her second brother, who turned into a dragon and jumped into the snow pile, flapping his wings happily. She felt very envious when she saw him, and she also wanted to grow strong wings. It doesn't make sense that everyone is a dragon, but she is the only one in the family who doesn't have wings and horns. Maybe she just grew a little slower and didn't grow them until she was 12 years old. Zhu Zi raised her head in surprise and looked at her parents. With a pair of beautiful green eyes shining with anticipation, am I going to grow dragon wings? Wei Shilan and Zhu Zi's faces suddenly became a little solemn, and Zhu Xingtao also leaned his head with a worried look. My daughter/sister is not sick. Should I ask the accompanying doctor to come and check it out? Only Zhu Ziyuan jumped up from the sofa immediately and ran forward to hug Zhu Zi excitedly. Great, sister, we can fly everywhere together in the future. Zhu Ziyuan enthusiastically talked about the joy of flying freely in the sky, and Zhu Zi listened with relish. Others on the starship were worried. Zhu Zi frowned and thought that if his daughter was not a baby dragon, what would grow on her back? Elf King's Court. Nanhil sighed. while holding the financial report of the Elf Kingdom for this quarter. The internal division of the kingdom finally affected the national economy. Recently, many things have made him anxious. The Moon Shadow Elves and the Star Elves quarreled over the ownership of 2 energy stars some time ago, and neither side was willing to give in. It would be great if the king was here. Nanhill thought so every day. Suddenly he raised his head in disbelief, his dark green eyes full of shock. He actually sensed the king's spiritual power signal again, different from the king's spiritual power signal before. It was a new, weak spiritual power signal. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that it is the king of the Elf Kingdom. Chapter 50. The king's mental signal was very weak and intermittent. Nanhill almost doubted whether it was his hallucination. Nanhill calmed down his extremely excited emotions and tried to feel the king's mental signal. The king's mental signal seemed to come from a distant place, not in the Elf King's court, not even in their Elf Kingdom. But it was true that it was the signal from the king. Nanhill looked up at the king's flower on the Elf Mother Tree. The flower was beautiful and noble and looked vibrant, but the king was not there. So the king was actually born a long time ago. The despair and regret for the previous king's sacrifice, and the joy for the birth of the new king, 2 complex emotions intertwined and occupied his mind. The king could be born without the Elf Mother Tree, which was something no one could have imagined. And when he thought that their most honorable king might be stranded outside, Nanhill's heart felt suffocating and dull. He dared not imagine what kind of suffering the king would suffer when he grew up alone without the protection of his tribe. That was the king that the elves had been thinking about so much. Nanhill was extremely anxious to know where the king's mental signal came from, but the king's mental signal was too weak, and he couldn't even determine the approximate direction. This feeling of sensing the king, but not being able to find him, made Nanhill anxious and crazy. This was what Heloise saw when she walked into Nanhill's office. The high priest, who was always holy and cold, showed a complex expression of excitement, joy, extreme anxiety, and pain on his face. The documents on the desk were affected by Nanhill's overflowing mental power, and began to shake uncontrollably, and even shattered into powder. Heloise widened her eyes in panic. This was a sign of mental power riot, after overusing mental power. I don't know what happened to Nanhill. Why did he overuse his mental power while working? Heloise quickly ran forward and shouted loudly, calling back Nanhill's reason. Nanhill, calm down and stop using your mental power. Even if you don't do it for yourself, you should think about the future king. No matter how Heloise persuaded, Nanhill turned a deaf ear and continued to use mental power to sense the weak signal desperately. But after a few minutes, Nanhill withdrew his mental power himself, and he panted a little weakly, "It's the king, I found the king." The king. The sound of Nanhill's lips buzzing was very light, but Heloise heard every word clearly. Heloise opened her mouth in disbelief, so excited that she could not even stand still, holding the desk with one hand. "Where is the king?" Heloise said. Just now, Nanhill sensed that the mental signal transmitted by the king suddenly increased, and at the same time, it also transmitted joy. Feeling the joy of the king, Nanhill also smiled unconsciously. When the king has strong emotional changes, the mental signal transmitted will become stronger. Although it was only a few seconds, it was enough for Nanhill to determine the exact location of the king. "I found it. The king is in the Interstellar Federation." Nanhill's words even trembled with excitement. Nanhill stood up immediately. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to go to the Interstellar Federation to find the king. The Elf Kingdom's first army assembled at a very fast speed, with the engines roaring, ready to go. The giant projection badge symbolizing the Elf King's court showed the peak combat power of the Elf Kingdom, and the groups of elves were lined up with a thunderous momentum. Hearing the news of the king, every elf was very excited, some even burst into tears, and danced with excitement. The Elf Kingdom finally welcomed a new king, but when the elves learned that the king was now wandering outside, and it was very likely that he had been wandering outside alone for many years, their hearts ached as if they were about to be crushed. Their king was born noble, and must not be treated with any disrespect or grievance. Find the king at all costs. This is the surging thought in the hearts of every elf. The Elf Kingdom has recently developed a space jump technology that has made interstellar jumps qualitatively improved, and it can reach the Interstellar Federation from the Elf King's court within an hour. Just starting at once requires burning 6 energy stars, which is the energy consumption of the 7-star regions of the Eternal Galaxy for a whole year. This technology was shelved because of its high energy consumption, but now the elves are extremely grateful for its existence. Soon, the first legion of the Elf Kingdom left the Elf King's court and headed for the Interstellar Federation at an unstoppable speed. The huge Titan-class starship was like a ferocious beast, and other starships avoided it wherever it went. This is the first legion guarding the Elf King's court. Why are they running so fast? Someone looked at the flashing projection of the First Legion and said in surprise, "These elves are crazy. An entire legion is rampaging on the interstellar route." The Elf Kingdom, which lost its king, was really crazy. This time, the army came without warning and headed straight for the Interstellar Federation. Interstellar Federation danger. On the other side, Zhu Zi, who had no idea, rubbed his ears uncomfortably. The tip of his ear was itchy at first, but now it became painful. Is it going to grow dragon horns? But dragon horns should grow on the head, not the ears. It's really strange. On the other side, Zhu Zi looked down and saw the urgent message from the head of state Anita Ivers on the computer. The Elf Kingdom's first army is pressing on the border. Please ask Marshal Zhu to return to the Third Army as soon as possible to gather the Third Army's troops and be ready to deal with emergencies at any time. After Anita Ivers learned that the Elf Kingdom's first army was pressing on the border, she immediately sent a message to the Third Army, the highest combat power of the Interstellar Federation, and then she sent it to the commanders of the First Army, the Fifth Army, and the Seventh Army. Although the Elf Kingdom's High Priest Nan Hill had informed them in advance that they had no ill intentions and were just looking for the Elf King. But no matter what the reason is for the Elf Kingdom's army to come to their border, as the head of state, she needs to be prepared for the worst based on the greatest malicious assumptions. This is also responsible for her citizens. Moreover, the Elf Kingdom's extreme jump speed makes her feel scared. If this technology has matured, they will simply be unable to sleep and eat. The Elf Kingdom is indeed a great country that has stood for thousands of years. Although the loss of the king has caused the entire country to fall into a trough, their strength is still not to be underestimated. The Interstellar Federation and the Elf Kingdom have been on good terms for many years, but the two countries are also in a competitive state and are always competing secretly. I don't know who the king the elves are looking for is, and where he is. Countless thoughts flashed through Anita Ivers' mind. Since their king is in the Interstellar Federation, if she can find the Elf King in advance. Given the importance of the Elf King to the Elf Kingdom, wouldn't it be equivalent to holding the entire Elf Kingdom in her hands? However, when she thought of the Elf Kingdom's aggressive First Legion, Anita Ivers put away this idea. It's really scary when those elves go crazy. Zhu Zi frowned after receiving the news from Anita Ivers. The Elf Kingdom's First Legion is the highest combat power in the Elf Kingdom. How could the Elf Kingdom suddenly have a large army? What exactly do those elves want to do? Zhu Zi walked quickly into the command room and said to the driver, "Change the destination of the flight and go to the Third Legion as quickly as possible." Although the driver was puzzled as to why they suddenly stopped going to the capital star when they were almost half an hour away, his professional quality still made him start planning the route immediately. "Marshal, if you want to arrive at the fastest speed, we need to pass through the say 561 route." Just. The driver hesitated. "Just what?" Zhu Zi frowned and asked. "It's just that although it can shorten the sailing time by half an hour, this route is a bit dangerous," the driver said. "Calculate the probability of the starship passing through say 561 safely." Zhu Zi gave instructions to the starship's brain. The brain on the screen was calculating rapidly. Combined with the safety index of this starship, the brain finally gave a value of 94%. Level 3 low risk. You need to pay attention to meteorites along the way. Level 3 low risk is the lowest risk among low risks. Zhu Zi nodded. Let's take the fastest route. The Elf Kingdom is advancing like a hot knife through butter, and what they lack most now is time. Xu Xingtao looked at the familiar star region outside the window, and then the starship suddenly changed direction. She wondered, why don't we go home? Wei Shilan gently rubbed Zhu Zi's ears, and said softly, your father suddenly has something urgent, and needs to go back to the Legion. Zhu Zi nodded obediently. She was very comfortable in this starship, with a bedroom, various entertainment rooms, and such a large botanical garden. She was not in a hurry to go home, or her father's work was more important. Xiaobao is the best. Mom will give you strawberry ice cream when you go home tonight, Wei Shilan said with a smile. Zhu Zi nodded happily. Suddenly, Zhu Zi saw something flashing outside the window, and she opened her eyes wide in surprise. It's a meteorite. It looked like it was going to hit their starship, and Zhu Zi's little hands clenched slightly. It's okay. Wei Shilan rubbed her daughter's head. As expected, the meteorite was smashed to pieces by the shells before it got close to the starship. This meteorite was nothing to a starship equipped with many advanced weapons and equipment. The driver breathed a sigh of relief and smashed 4 meteorites in succession. The 2 small starships that were traveling with him followed them to enjoy the shelter. But the driver suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked ahead in fear. A small khaki dot suddenly appeared in the originally calm starry sky, and then the khaki dot spun and grew rapidly at an astonishing speed. The meteorite suddenly changed its original trajectory and was sucked into the khaki hole by a powerful force, and even the surrounding space began to distort and deform. The driver was instantly frightened and broke into a cold sweat, and then turned around frantically. However, the two small starships behind him were sucked into the hole by the strong gravity because of insufficient power engines, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the face of the mysterious universe, man-made objects are fragile and vulnerable. Chapter 51. The speed of the starship that Zhu Zi was riding on soared to the limit in an instant. The whole starship was shaking violently and making a harsh roar. Wei Shilun pulled Zhu Xingtao behind her, and then protected Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan in her arms. Zhu Zi looked at the chaos and mess in the starship in panic. The scene in front of her overlapped with the disaster scene of the aquamarine star. Her struggle with fate only bought her a few more hours with her family. In fact, the god of fate had already arranged the ending of the story for her, and there was no room for redemption. But Zhu Zi was unwilling to give up easily before the end. She wanted to try her best to stay alive. The meteorite hit the starship at a high speed and hit the metal shell. The starship shook violently, and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling fell down with a clang, and crystal fragments flew everywhere. Suddenly, Zhu Zi's spiritual field spread out, wrapping the entire starship inside, and the feeling of the starship being pulled back was reduced. The powerful power engine finally pushed the starship to fly out. Just when everyone thought they finally got a chance to breathe, a meteorite hit the glass at high speed, and the hard glass began to crack and then shattered quickly. Zhu Zi's spiritual field was shattered, and a dull pain came from his chest, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The strong wind poured into the starship, and the starship lost its balance instantly. The furniture and decorations were sucked into the khaki hole without any resistance and disappeared. It was like a monster that devoured everything. Zhu Ziyuan felt a strong suction force trying to take it out of the starship. He subconsciously transformed into his original form, with his golden dragon wings spread out. He struggled to swing his wings and flew into the starship. Blood oozed from the golden dragon wings, and he felt great pain every time he swung his wings. Zhu Ziyuan fell backwards uncontrollably. Just when Zhu Ziyuan was about to despair, he suddenly felt warm body temperature on his claws. Zhu Ziyuan looked at his sister, who was holding her with surprise. But his sister seemed to be a little different. She actually grew a pair of pointed elf ears. How could this be possible? Could it be that he was dazzled? Nancel suddenly felt the strong emotional fluctuations from Wang, fear, terror, uneasiness, anxiety, and all kinds of negative emotions mixed together. Wang's pain was transmitted to Nancel, and Nancel felt as if his heart was crushed by a big hand. He felt suffocated and almost couldn't breathe. Nancel realized that Wang was in danger. His heart was beating in his chest, and Nancel's hands were shaking with panic. He just hoped that the starship could go faster. He wanted to be by the king's side immediately. Nanhill already knew the king's exact location. The route map of the Interstellar Federation was unfolded in front of him, and he pointed his finger directly at a remote route, say 561. There were very few starships passing this route today, and the information of these ships was dropped by the intelligent brain. Soon Nanhill locked his eyes on the giant starship that Zhu Zi was riding. This is the starship of the Dragon Clan. Is the king in it? Heloise was very surprised. Nanhill nodded with great certainty. The time and trajectory of this starship matched the mental power signal transmitted by the king. After the intelligent brain screened the people on the starship, Zhu Zi's information finally appeared in front of the elves. The virtual projection showed a photo of Zhu Zi when she first entered the St. Linger Junior Military Preparatory Academy. In the photo, Zhu Zi was small, wearing a well-cut black and blue school uniform. She stood on the school lawn and smiled brightly at the camera. Her light brown hair was slightly curled and spread behind her, and her pair of green eyes were amazingly beautiful, like the clear and transparent water in the Big Wangsing Lake. She looked completely different from the Dragon Clan. There was also a live video in the information that had been deleted by the Chuanxing network. It was recorded on the day when Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan were just born. In the video, Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan crawled out of the same dragon egg. Nanhill was surprised to find that Zhu Zi was born just after the king's seed flower on the elf mother tree withered and died, and the difference between the two was less than 5 minutes. At the same time, the dragon egg was transferred from the Interstellar Federation to the garbage planet due to space fluctuations. Nanhill understood instantly. Could it be that the space fluctuations brought the king into the dragon egg, and the king's seed flower withered without the king? And because the eggs of the dragon race, which is also a mythical race, have strong energy, The king who did not grow on the elven mother tree was born successfully. Nanhill looked at Ju-Zi in shock on the photo. Other elves may not have any impression of her, but Nanhill clearly remembered this Federation child favored by the elven king. That year, Ju-Zi brought the king whose life was in danger due to mental turmoil to St. Eldiastar, but was directly rejected by the patrolling elves. In the end, it was Ju-Zi who took out the crystal chalcedony and mithril mine before they were willing to let the king enter the Biguang Star Lake. Nangxir felt extremely painful after realizing what they had done. The elders of their tribe even wrongly accused the king of stealing the glass flower. How helpless and sad the king must have been at that time. No wonder the glass flowers on the Biguangsing Lake automatically approached the king. Those were the birth gifts given to the king by the previous king. They must have discovered the king a long time ago. But he is obviously the high priest of the elf kingdom. Why didn't he realize that it was the king when the king was so close to him? The king was so young at that time, and his mental power was in danger of rioting, but they didn't let the king enter the Biguangsing Lake. If Ju-Zi hadn't offered such generous conditions, would the king have died 12 years ago because of the mental power explosion? Nangxir felt a chill in his body when he thought of this, and he knelt on the ground in pain. When he found the king, he would kneel down and apologize to the king. He didn't recognize the king even when he was so close. He was no longer qualified. He was not worthy of being the high priest of the elf kingdom. He asked to go to the Chengji Forbidden Land to be punished. But the most important thing now is to bring the king back to the elf kingdom. The First Legion was anchored at the border of the Interstellar Federation. A small starship flew out from under the giant starship. Nanhill drove the starship to the SAE 561 route at high speed. Ju-Zi didn't know why, but at the critical moment, his body suddenly burst out with huge energy, as if a chain in his mind was suddenly opened, and the energy filled his whole body. She just grabbed Ju-Zi Yuan, who was about to fly out of the starship in time, and Ju-Zi Yuan also flapped his wings hard to fly in. Zhu Xingtao and Wei Shilan rushed forward anxiously, trying to pull the two little guys back. Wei Shilan knew that the cosmic void would not last too long. As long as they could survive this period of time, it would close by itself, and then they would be safe. But unexpectedly, a sofa in the starship crashed uncontrollably towards Ju-Zi and Ju-Zi Yuan. The broken glass had already been smashed into a big hole, and the sofa became a deadly danger under the attraction of the void. Ju-Zi, who had just rushed over from the command room, looked at Ju-Zi and Ju-Zi Yuan, who were knocked out of the starship with bloodshot eyes. Everything happened in an instant, and no one reacted. Even Ju-Zi herself didn't notice the sofa. When she noticed it, it was too late. The strong impact hit her, and a strong smell of blood surged in her throat. Then the whole body was pulled back by the strong attraction. And the situation of the second brother, who was holding her hand tightly, looked even worse. Seeing that the two were about to be sucked into the void, Ju-Zi took the initiative to let go of Ju-Zi Yuan's hand. Ju-Zi Yuan looked at her in surprise, and then stretched out his hand vigorously to grab his sister. Ju-Zi felt the sudden surge of spiritual power in her body, and she herself did not notice that a pair of beautiful wings slowly spread out behind her. Ju-Zi looked at Ju-Zi Yuan, and used all her spiritual power to push him out of the hole. She didn't know if she had enough strength to push her second brother out. But seeing her second brother flying out, Ju-Zi finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her hands, and let the attraction of the hole take her away. "Sister, don't!" Ju-Zi Yuan screamed in pain. But it was too late. He watched the terrible hole swallow his sister. Meteorites and space jumped together. After a few seconds, the cosmic hole slowly closed. There was a deathly silence around. Ju-Zi Yuan stared blankly at a tear floating in the air. It might be his sister's tear, or it might be his tear. Ju-Zi Yuan thought that if he was not there, his sister would not be swallowed by the cosmic void. His sister encountered such danger to save him. Without him, his sister would still be on the starship. Where did his sister go by the cosmic void? Would she have? In the sea of stars, a white starship flexibly avoided the meteorites on the route, and flew quickly towards its destination. Suddenly, Nansier's eyes widened. He felt that the strong mental signal suddenly disappeared from this universe. Nansier looked blankly at the starship with the Dragon Clan emblem in front of him. The metal surface of the huge starship was full of pits caused by the meteorites, and even a big hole was broken on the right side. The whole starship tilted slightly to the right. Meteorite fragments and starship wreckage were floating quietly around the starship, like a ruin after a disaster. The king is no longer here. Nanhill held the armrest of the driving chair tightly with one hand. The hard metal armrest was crushed, and the broken metal pierced into Nanhill's flesh and blood, but he could no longer feel any pain. Just a little bit. If he had found it a little earlier, he would have found the king. Nanhil directly opened the hatch of the starship. The strong physique of the mythical race allowed him to walk in the universe directly with his flesh. The elf wings flapped, and Nanhil came to the place where the king's mental signal disappeared last. But there was nothing here except the floating broken wood. Nanhil turned his head and looked at the embarrassed little golden dragon not far away. There were traces of blood on the golden scales. One scale even fell off, and the blurred flesh was exposed in the space. Bright red blood beads floated around him. There was a hollow space in the golden eyes of the little golden dragon, and he was unconsciously muttering, "Where is my sister? Where is my sister?" Nanhil felt the strong spiritual power of the king around the little golden dragon, and he clenched his fist unconsciously. Juicy's light brain vibrated in the starship, and the message sent by Anita Ivers jumped in front of him. It was still an urgent order urging him to rush back to the Third Army. The First Army of the Elf Kingdom has arrived at the border of the Interstellar Federation. Marshal Zhu, please quickly assemble the Third Army. Quickly assemble the Third Army. Juicy took a bored look and deleted the message directly. Nanhil, who looked lost, and his daughter's genetic test report, and the elf wings that emerged from her back before she was sucked into the hole. All of this was connected together, and Juicy realized that the Elf King, who had not yet been bred in the King's Seed flower, had fallen into his family. Juicy closed his eyes in pain, and a sad sob came out of his chest. It was all his fault. He caused the trouble in order to save time and rushed back to the Third Legion. It was ridiculous. The First Legion of the Elf Kingdom did not come to invade the border of the Interstellar Federation. They just wanted to come to the Interstellar Federation to find their king. There was no need for the Third Legion to be on high alert. Outside the border of the Interstellar Federation, Heloise and the soldiers of the First Legion were looking forward to Nanhil bringing the king back. Heloise thought that the king and the high priest should be on their way back at this time, and the king would be able to return to the Elf Kingdom soon. But what they didn't know was that Nanhil had never seen the king at all. In the messy cabin of the Dragon Starship, the barely intact tables and chairs were placed crookedly. Nancier and Zhu Zi sat face to face at the same table for Zhu Zi again, but this time they were both filled with grief. Zhu Ziyuan was still outside the starship, and no matter how Wei Shilan called him, he refused to come in. Zhu Ziyuan waved his bloody wings and circled around the place where Zhu Zi disappeared, flying again and again. Wei Shilan was afraid that Zhu Ziyuan would collapse completely if this continued. Although she was also very sad now, it was useless for Zhu Ziyuan to circle here now. Wei Shilan turned into an ice-blue dragon and brought the little golden dragon back to the starship. "Mom, where did my sister go? If she fell into the void in the universe, would my sister die?" Zhu Ziyuan, who was forcibly brought back, raised his head and asked carefully with tears in his eyes. Wei Shilan pursed her lips and did not respond to Zhu Ziyuan immediately. People who fell into the void of the universe and disappeared were unknown whether they were dead or alive, but none of them came back. But her daughter was still so young. She just celebrated her 12th birthday today, and she was clinging to her legs not long ago. Wei Shilan closed her eyes in pain and despair. Sister died because she wanted to save me. Sister's mental strength is so strong that she might have come out by herself without me." Zhu Ziyuan lowered his head and cried. Hearing this, Nancier instantly raised his head and looked straight at Zhu Ziyuan. Nancier's eyes were full of anger, and his lips slightly opened as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, Nancier swallowed the words that came to his mouth and turned them into a light sigh. Although he was unwilling, Wang sacrificed himself to save Zhu Ziyuan. But that was Wang's decision, and Wang must have her reasons for doing so. The little dragon in front of him was the one Wang had to protect regardless of his own life. In those 12 years that they had never known, Zhu Ziyuan must have been a very important person to Wang. The person Wang wanted to protect was also the person that the entire Elf Kingdom would protect. Nancier put away his resentment and dissatisfaction with Zhu Ziyuan with difficulty. He looked at Zhu Ziyuan calmly and said, "Wang is not dead. I can still sense the connection with Wang's spiritual power, but Wang may not be in this universe." "Where is Xiaobao? Can you sense it?" Zhu Si asked excitedly immediately. But Nancier shook his head, his voice dry and hoarse. "Sorry, I don't know." Zhu Zi felt that she had experienced a long period of darkness, and the whole person was like in a turbulent stream, and she could not control where her body was drifting. Suddenly, a large area of light appeared in front of her, and then she fell heavily from a high altitude to the ground. Zhu Zi rubbed her arm in pain and stood up with difficulty. A lazy and hoarse voice full of scrutiny came to her ears. "Oh, here comes another one." Zhu Zi looked around and found that she was on a deserted island. A salty sea breeze blew in her ears, with the sound of waves hitting the stone table. Zhu Zi smiled unconsciously. She was not dead, she was still alive. As long as she was not dead, she could find her parents and brothers. God was too good to her, willing to let her live a few more years. Suddenly, a sneer came to Zhu Zi's ears. You are the first person who can laugh after falling here. Oh no, it's an elf. Zhu Zi frowned. Elf? How could she be an elf? She was obviously a little dragon, and this man's eyesight was not very good. Zhu Zi turned her head and looked at the middle-aged man who was talking to her. The man's skinny body was wearing a ragged and sewn clothes, and his long hair was greasy and tangled, and he looked like a beggar. He kept chewing something like hay in his mouth, and he was talking to her while chewing. Zhu Zi looked around and found a small village not far away. There were more than a dozen simple houses that looked shaky on the dry and desolate land. Seeing her fall from the sky, many people came out of the house and looked at her from a distance. She found that everyone here looked listless and unkempt. Could it be that she fell on some desolate and remote garbage planet? Hello, do you know where there is a space station? I want to go to the capital of the Interstellar Federation. Zhu Zi bent over and asked the middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, the person opposite suddenly laughed out loud. Zhu Zi frowned and watched the man laugh louder and louder, almost laughing. But the laughter of the middle-aged man was not joyful, but endless sadness. Finally, the middle-aged man laughed enough. He stared at Zhu Zi's green eyes and asked, Do you know where this is? Zhu Zi shook his head, but felt something was wrong. This is the famous Atlantis, the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Zhu Zi widened his eyes and looked incredulous. How could this be Atlantis? Atlantis is the prosperous and wealthy capital of the hidden mermaid kingdom. In the textbooks, Atlantis is a planet comparable to St. Eldia in the Elven Kingdom. How could it be like this now? Not only is there no clear and transparent sea water here, but the sea water also has a disgusting fishy smell. Chapter 52. Zhu Zi stared blankly at the calm sea. She remembered that in the book I Am a Super Charmer in the Stars, the mermaid kingdom suddenly appeared in the later part of the novel. This mythical race kingdom, which was once listed as one of the 4 superpowers in the star world along with the kingdom of angels, the kingdom of elves, and the Star Federation, had lost its former glory when it reappeared. The beautiful mermaids turned into monsters with purple and black skin and hideous faces. The melodious and healing singing that they were proud of turned into hoarse and unpleasant deadly roars. What's more terrifying is that these mermaids are extremely aggressive, as if they have no rationality of intelligent creatures. In addition, the strong energy and physique of the mythical race made these mermaids, like the race, become a powerful and difficult public enemy of people. In the end, the people of each race paid a painful price to drive the mermaids, who suddenly appeared in their territory to the border, but the mutant mermaids mixed with the Zerg, making the Zerg even more difficult to deal with. So she fell into Atlantis, which had not yet appeared in the early novel. I don't know if the mermaids here have mutated into ferocious monsters. However, Zhu Zi looked at the smelly and black sea of Atlantis, and the situation of the mermaids was estimated to be not very good. She should stay away from the mermaids. She wanted to go home, and she didn't know if her parents would come to find her. They didn't think she had fallen into the void of the universe and died. The First Legion hovered at the border of the Interstellar Federation with great momentum, and the faces of the elves on the starship were filled with happy smiles. They had waited for so long, and finally they waited for the king they were willing to swear allegiance to. Suddenly, an elf pointed at Nance's white starship not far away and shouted, "The High Priest has brought the king back." Instantly, the first army was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Some elves were so excited that they kept moving their hands and feet, and some elves carefully arranged their military uniforms and hairstyles, and must welcome the king's return in the best posture. Heloise commanded the elf soldiers to stand neatly on the left and right sides, and the red velvet carpet that had been prepared long ago was laid in the center of the starship. Everything was perfect, just waiting for the arrival of the most honorable king of the elf kingdom. Some of the elves standing on both sides with their heads bowed respectfully couldn't help but quietly raise their heads and look at the white starship that was getting closer and closer to them. When he thought that the king was in this starship, he felt extremely excited. But the first person to walk down from the starship was not the king, but Nancy. Smollett frowned and looked at Nancy with displeasure. Nancy was too ignorant. How could he walk in front of the king? But what Heloise didn't expect was that the second person to come down from the starship was not the king, but Nance's subordinate. Heloise and the other elves finally realized that something was wrong. "Where's the king? Where did the king go?" Heloise grabbed Nance's robe and asked in a panic. Nancy lowered her head in pain, her voice hoarse. The king is missing. Let's go back to the Elven Kingdom first. The Elven Kingdom's first legion returned, but it no longer had the momentum it had when it came, and it looked like a miserable stray dog. Heloise didn't dare to think, would their Elven Kingdom lose its king again? Seeing hope, and then despair again? This is something no one can accept. If other citizens knew about it, the Elven Kingdom would collapse directly. Heloise was glad that the fact that the High Priest sensed the king's spiritual power signal was not known to everyone. At least it was not heard by all the citizens of the Elven Kingdom. However, compared to keeping the news secret, the most important thing now is to find the king. Nanhill did not sense the king's spiritual power signal in this universe, which means that the cosmic hole is actually a space crack, and the king may have fallen into another space and time. The Elven Kingdom has been carrying out the plan to explore the boundaries of the universe and find the second space and time, but the Second Space and Time Research Institute has not made much progress over the years, so it has always been on the edge. On this day, the Second Space and Time Research Institute was crowded with famous figures in the Elven Kingdom, and a huge amount of resources and star coins were invested in the exploration project of finding the second space and time at all costs. Even the new Space Research Institute of the Interstellar Federation is fully cooperating with the work of the Elven Kingdom's Second Space and Time Research Institute. The Elf Kingdom and the Dragon Clan are gathering all their strength to try their best to find Zhu Zi. On the deserted island of Atlantis, Zhu Zi was sitting alone under a withered coconut tree. The coconut tree was as lifeless as the deserted island. Zhu Zi tilted her head, not knowing whether her parents were looking for her. She asked around on this deserted island but couldn't find a way to leave. Some people here even fell here through the cosmic void 100 years ago, and now they have 2 children. If nothing else, she could only wait for the Mermaid Kingdom to appear, and then she would go out with it. However, the novel did not mention those who accidentally fell here after the Mermaid Kingdom appeared. Could it be that before the Mermaid Kingdom appeared, they had already died at the hands of mutant mermaids? Thinking of this possibility, Zhu Zi felt a chill down her spine and became more determined not to get close to mermaids. If she was unlucky, she would probably have to stay here for a long time. Zhu Zi touched the necklace hanging around her neck. Fortunately, her space twister was intact. The space twister was very large, so large that Zhu Zi could put anything in it. She didn't even remember what was in it now. Zhu Zi's mental power probed into the space twister to find something, and suddenly, she turned over a small blue ball. This was a gift from her second brother. It used the most advanced space folding technology in the entire galaxy. The palm-sized ball contained a portable holiday villa. They had also agreed to travel together after graduating from the Intermediate Military Preparatory Academy, but they had not graduated yet, and the holiday villa had never been used. But now it is of great use. She has a place to live on this deserted island. Zhu Zi raised a happy smile on her face, and her wings fluttered gently behind her. Hey! No! Where did her wings come from? Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide. The situation was so urgent before that she didn't even notice that she had grown a pair of wings. It must be a pair of strong and powerful dragon wings. Zhu Zi thought so. She said, how could she, a descendant of a golden dragon, be a fragile human? Zhu Zi excitedly controlled the wings to flap up and down. The wings seemed to have grown on her since she was a child, and she didn't feel any discomfort. Then she quickly mastered the use of wings to fly. Zhu Zi flew in the air, feeling the whistling wind in her ears, and the freedom brought by the extreme speed, which was a completely different feeling from driving a hover car. Zhu Zi was like a bird that had been locked in a cage for a long time before being released, soaring freely in the air, feeling the happiness she should have been born with. Zhu Zi flew for a long time before she was willing to stop, and even after landing, she could not hide her excitement on her face. Look, I can finally fly, Zhu Zi said excitedly. But what responded to her was not the praise of her parents, nor the excited cheers and hugs of her brothers. Only the middle-aged man chewing hay glanced at her lazily and sneered. What's so strange about being able to fly? Even if you can fly, you can't fly back to your Interstellar Federation. Zhu Zi stood there in a daze. She was so happy that she forgot that she was not on Dragon Island. There was no father, mother, or brother here. She was just alone on the deserted island. A drop of crystal tears slipped from the corner of her eyes unconsciously, and the excitement of having wings disappeared without a trace. Zhu Zi folded her wings lonely. The joy of growing wings was shared by no one, and the joy turned into a pool of bitter water. She really missed her family. Interstellar Federation, Dragon Island. The whole Dragon Island was filled with a sad atmosphere. No one expected that such an accident would happen on a birthday trip. 5 people went out to play, but only 4 came back. After hearing the news of Zhu Ziyi's disappearance, Zhu Yizhen couldn't stand the shock and fainted directly. After Zhu Ziyuan returned to Dragon Island in a state of despair, he seemed to have changed into a different person. His sunny and cheerful appearance disappeared, and he looked gloomy. He went to the New Universe Research Institute every day, wishing he could live there every day. When he occasionally went home, he would always stare at the same place in a daze. Zhu Xingtou followed Zhu Ziyuan's gaze and looked there. There was a small sofa covered with sunset, and on the sofa was a paper book that Zhu Ziyi had read halfway but not closed. The pages were turning in the wind, but the person who was turning the pages was gone. Zhu Ziyuan lay straight on the bed and couldn't sleep all night. As long as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of his sister's figure. The way his sister smiled, the way his sister urged him to do his homework, the way his sister called him brother, and the tears that flowed from the corners of his sister's eyes when she used all her mental strength to push him away. Zhu Ziyuan covered his face and cried in pain, and a broken and suppressed sob sounded in the silent room. He felt that if he couldn't find his sister again, he would go crazy. Zhu Ziyi raised her little hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. There was no point in crying here. Seeing that the sky outside was getting darker and darker, the temperature outside was also dropping rapidly. The sound of the waves hitting the rocks seemed lonely and creepy. She should find a place to live first. Zhu Ziyi picked up the light blue ball and found an open space to throw it there. A beautiful and exquisite holiday villa appeared in front of her out of thin air. Zhu Ziyi nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that the second brother's aesthetics is very good. This holiday villa is even very beautiful in appearance. It's just that the house is still a little small. It's just a 3-story villa with a small garden, but now is not the time to dislike the accommodation conditions. Hearing the movement not far away, the middle-aged man lying in the dry grass to keep warm suddenly raised his head. He stared at the super luxurious house that suddenly appeared in front of him with wide eyes. Is he hallucinating? The middle-aged man looked around. There were thatched huts and leaky wooden houses around. The temperature here is about the same all year round, so everyone can just make do with it. How come a weak newcomer who looks like he won't live for more than a month has built a luxurious villa here? All of a sudden, the gap between the rich and the poor in this deserted island has been created by her. It's like everyone was originally poor, and now suddenly an exaggerated landlord appears. The elf was still frowning, looking like he was disgusted that the house was too small and not worthy of her, which was really infuriating. Chapter 53. Zhu Ziyi sat cross-legged on the soft and comfortable bed, with a small jade ball she always carried with her hanging on the headboard. After so many years, the small jade ball still exudes a faint fragrance that can calm people's minds. If it weren't for the desolate scenery outside the window, Zhu Ziyi would have doubted whether she came here for vacation. But now the most important thing is to ensure her own safety. Zhu Ziyi found 2 military-grade protective shields from the Space Twister and stacked them on her holiday villa. There are still 3 protective shields left in the Space Twister, which can be replaced if they are broken. Zhu Ziyi carefully put them away, hoping that they will not be used. She flew around in the sky today, but not completely randomly. She didn't know what the mermaids in the sea were like, but she used her mental power to count the people on the deserted island clearly, whether they were collected in the wild yesterday or staying in the house. There were very few people on the deserted island, only 23 people in total. 7 children, 2 elderly people, and 14 adults. Even if these people are all S-level mental powers, and they all release domain skills on her at the same time, her holiday villa can be intact. Zhu Ziyi adjusted the safety level of the outermost protective shield to the highest level. The first time you approach the protective shield, it is a warning. The second time you approach the protective shield, it will directly connect to high voltage electricity. The first layer of protective shield will also trigger the alarm at her bedside if it is attacked vigorously. After doing these things, Zhu Ziyi began to check the supplies in the Space Twister with peace of mind. A large pile of gemstones and ores, like a small mountain, were placed in the corner of the Space Twister by her. Those were originally rations for 5,000 people. Zhu Ziyi picked out many high-purity energy ores from the 5,000 rations. The temperature control system in the cabin, lighting, equipment that can extract fresh water from the air, and the operation of the protective cover all require energy ores. For the first time, Zhu Ziyi was glad that she had raised a strange flower, and she could find so many high-purity energy ores in her Space Twister. There were also many candies and snacks in the Space Twister, all of which were her favorites, but for the first time, Zhu Ziyi disliked these things for not being full. Zhu Zi continued to explore the space twister with her mental power. In the deepest part of her space twister, there was even a giant refrigerator that was maintained by high-grade energy ores. Zhu Zi opened the refrigerator with surprise, but was dumbfounded to find that it was filled with ice cream of various flavors. Zhu Zi held her forehead and thought to herself how much she loved eating this ice cream at that time, and she stocked up so much at once. Now these ice creams are not as useful as the high-level energy stone in the refrigerator. Fortunately, she remembered that when she participated in the half-month field simulation exercise of the Academy, she stuffed a lot of nutrient solution into the space twister. However, because it was forbidden to carry space twisters in the simulation exercise at that time, none of the nutrient solution was used. Zhu Zi happily took out 2 large boxes of high-level nutrient solution from the space twister, which was enough for her to live for a long time. The next morning after falling to the deserted island, Zhu Zi got up early and took out a bottle of nutrient solution and drank it. The nutrient solution was a light strawberry flavor. If she was a little frugal, a bottle of nutrient solution could sustain her energy intake for 2 days. Zhu Zi stretched lazily. Since it has come to this, let's just treat it as a special vacation. It's a great thing that she is still alive. Zhu Zi opened the house control panel to check the situation last night. She slept peacefully yesterday without being woken up by the alarm. However, Zhu Zi frowned and looked at the records from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. The protective shield was triggered 3 times by different people. Finally, a sneaky middle-aged man smashed the protective shield with a stone. The protective shield was intact, and did not even trigger the alarm device at the head of Zhu Zi's bed, but the self-defense device on the villa was triggered. A small electric ball hit the man's forehead accurately, and the man fell straight to the ground, and was finally dragged away by his friends. With this lesson, no one approached Zhu Zi's room after 3 a.m. But an hour ago, 2 skinny children stood outside the house. The older one looked about 6 or 7 years old, and the younger sister was only half the height of her brother. The little girl hid behind her brother and bit her black little hand. Her thin cheeks made her eyes look rounder and bigger, and her dark pupils were mixed with expectation and fear. "Hello, can you give us a little food, just a little?" The little boy held his sister's hand and said to the house with pleading eyes. "A few days ago, my foster father fell off a rock and broke his leg while looking for wild fruits for us. Now my foster father can only lie on the ground all day and can't move. For so many days, we only found 3 or 4 wild fruits to eat." Seeing that no one responded in the house for a long time, the little boy's voice was full of tears. Zhu Zi felt that the 2 children were pitiful, having to survive on a deserted island at such a young age. She could take out the ice cream and snacks that she didn't need and share them with them. But she was afraid that if she gave them once, people here would come to her every day to ask for food. Not only would she not get their gratitude, but if she stopped giving them food one day, they would become enemies. She didn't dare to test human nature under extreme conditions. After thinking for a while, Zhu Zi set the program for the small robot in the house, and let it walk out of the house with 2 boxes of ice cream. The 2 children looked at the small robot with surprise, but Zhu Zi's small robot did not give them the ice cream immediately. The electronic voice of the robot cartoon sounded, "Food needs to be exchanged with information." Although Zhu Zi wanted to help them, she was alone outside, and could not unconditionally show kindness to strangers. The exchange of interests with conditions is better for both parties, and Zhu Zi also needs to know more about Atlantis. "Hello, I wonder if you know that the tide will rise here in 2 days, and the tide will submerge the entire island," the little boy said seriously. Zhu Zi was shocked when she heard the news, and she couldn't confirm the truth of the news now. But looking at the simple houses on this deserted island, it is clear that what the boy said is probably true. Some people have lived here for hundreds of years, but there are not many traces of life here, which is probably because the tides have risen again and again, so they need to start from scratch. But it was strange that the little boy knew the exact time of high tide. "Is there any pattern?" Zhu Zi asked this question while controlling the little robot. "There is no pattern." The little boy shook his head, the mermaids told us. Although Zhu Zi still had many questions to ask, she handed the 2 boxes of ice cream to the 2 children as agreed. The little boy who grew up on a deserted island felt the cool touch in his hand. Although he didn't know what it was, he still thanked the house repeatedly. It was worth it to exchange a piece of information for a piece of food. The little girl next to him carefully opened the lid of the ice cream box, and scooped a small spoonful of ice cream into her mouth. The ice cream tasted cool, and could dispel the heat of the day, and it also tasted very sweet. The little girl was surprised that not all food in the world was bitter and astringent. There were such delicious things in the world. After taking a bite, the little girl reluctantly closed the lid and carefully wrapped the ice cream box with her clothes. She wanted to take it back for her adoptive father to eat. Thinking of her injured adoptive father, the little girl took out a small transparent round bead and carefully placed it in the robot's mechanical hand. Then she said timidly, "This is the water-repellent bead we dug out from the ANS shell. We can use it to dive into the shelter on the seabed when the tide is high. I want to use the water-repellent bead to exchange some medicine for my adoptive father's leg injury." After thinking for a moment, Zhu Zi rummaged around in the space and found a medicine sticker for the little robot to exchange with the girl. People who had been silently following Zhu Zi's movements, after learning that they could exchange information for food, all rushed here. Fearing that they would not be able to exchange food if they said their information too late, the two children were squeezed in the back and never squeezed in again. Many people wanted to exchange the water-repellent beads for other things in the little girl's hand, but Zhu Zi did not agree. To be honest, she did not need the water-repellent beads. She was willing to exchange with the little girl just because she felt that the two children would have a very difficult life after losing their adoptive father. The people on the deserted island could not wait to tell Zhu Zi what they knew. Zhu Zi also saw a few people who came to her house last night in the crowd, and she directly let the little robot ignore them. In the end, they really couldn't squeeze out any useful things, and the crowd outside the protective cover dispersed. Then Zhu Zi exchanged a small layer of ice cream in the refrigerator for a bunch of extremely detailed information. There are all kinds of them, such as where there are more wild fruits, which place can catch more fish. However, the news about the mermaid kingdom is very rare and simple, but their words are full of praise and gratitude for the mermaids. Mermaids will rescue people who accidentally fall into the sea, and will promptly inform them of the time of high tide so that they can take shelter. Sometimes, the mermaids will even bring them food and provide them with shelter under the sea after the tide rises. The people on the deserted island also said that they can live so long, mostly because of the mermaids. This description is in stark contrast to the mermaids, who appear later in the novel. So what exactly did the mermaids experience to become what they are now? In a simple house built with banana leaves, Wu Suining was lying in a haystack, enduring the severe pain from his legs. The tide would rise in 3 days, and he couldn't run at all with a broken leg. 3 days later, he would die. It was ridiculous that Wu Suining died just like that. He had a bright future when he was tested to have SSS-level mental power, and his life was as smooth as he had expected. And after he stimulated a wide range of auxiliary mental power, he became one of the top interstellar powers. Money, fame, and reputation, everything was within his reach. He never thought at that time that he would die here in such a miserable state, and it was because of a small leg injury. Since he'd boarded the starship that could not return, this might be his destined ending. Wu Suining lay in the haystack, lingering through the last moments of his life. Suddenly, the banana leaves were opened, and his 2 adopted children ran in. The parents of these 2 children have passed away. Wu Suining felt that it was irresponsible for parents to give birth to a child in such a place to suffer in the world. But the 2 children were really pitiful. He couldn't bear to watch them die, so he had to bring them back and feed them little by little. Wu Suining sighed, not knowing how the 2 children would live after he died. But seeing the 2 children smiling, they'd probably picked up a lot of wild fruits today. What Wu Suining didn't expect was that his adopted daughter Xiaoan carefully took out a small box with clean and beautiful packaging from her arms. "Dad, this is given to us by the sister who lives in a beautiful house next door." "Oh no, we exchanged it for information. I don't know what it is, but it's sweet and delicious." Wu Suining looked at the box of ice cream in surprise. The heat of the day melted most of the box of ice cream into sweet water. Although ice cream is not filling, it can provide energy and save lives at critical moments. "Dad, I also used the water-repellent beads to exchange medicine for leg injuries with that sister." Xiaoan said happily, "Dad, I will use it on you now, so your leg will be healed." However, Xiaoan picked up the medicine sticker, but turned it over and didn't know how to use it. "Xiaoan, give it to Dad." Wu Suining excitedly took the medicine sticker and skillfully pasted it on his wound. The effect of the medicine sticker was better than Wu Suining had imagined. He was surprised to find that the injured meridians in his leg were reconnected, the severe pain was relieved, and his leg could actually bend and move. The 2 children cheered excitedly when they saw that their father's leg injury had recovered. Wu Suining said in disbelief, "Did you exchange this with the water-repellent beads?" Xiaoan nodded seriously. Wu Suining looked at the small medicine sticker and knew that the one who had just fallen into the deserted island was a little elf. As a mythical race, they can walk in the universe with their flesh, and naturally they can live in the seabed without the need for water-repellent beads, so she was purely doing a good deed. It was just that her children foolishly thought that this was a fair exchange. Wu Suang tried to stand up. His leg injury had not fully recovered, and he would still limp when walking. But he still tried to look at the exquisite and beautiful house. Wu Suang's eyes showed gratitude. Perhaps he was not destined to die. Chapter 54. There are still 3 days before the sea tide floods the deserted island, and Zhu Zi is making preparations in advance. Her holiday villa on the seabed cannot be used. The living space in the underwater shelter is not as large as that on the deserted island, and the high tide will last for a full half a month, so it may be inevitable to have long-term contact with other people. Zhu Zi hid the space twist necklace, and then took out a large waterproof package with some nutrient solution and daily necessities. After thinking for a while, Zhu Zi found a pot that can be used in extreme environments. Maybe she can find some seafood on the seabed to cook. She has been drinking nutrient solution and eating ice cream these days. She wants to eat something freshly cooked and hot. On the 3rd night, the tide on the deserted island was rising slowly, which was visible to the naked eye, and then submerged the beach and grass leaves. The people on the deserted island seemed to have experienced such scenes thousands of times. They packed their simple luggage calmly, and then swallowed the water-repellent beads to enter the underwater shelter. Zhu Zi followed along. As soon as she entered the seabed, she smelled a strong fishy smell. The seawater here was still slightly black, and there was no living fish around. Even if Zhu Zi could move freely in the seawater without the water-repellent beads, she still felt suffocated and depressed in the sea. However, as the diving depth increased, the seawater became clearer and clearer. When they were about to reach their destination, groups of small fish swam around Zhu Zi, and light green water plants swayed with the waves. Zhu Zi saw what the legendary Atlantis should have looked like. Zhu Zi was temporarily stumped by the beautiful underwater scenery in front of her. She had played many holographic games set in the underwater world before. There were also many beautiful underwater scenery in the games, but none of them gave her such a thrilling feeling. Zhu Zi couldn't help but admire the gorgeous underwater scenery for a while, and then followed the large group to swim to the underwater shelter. The shelter is a series of small caves formed naturally on the cliff. There are about 10 caves of various sizes that can be lived in. Zhu Zi chose a small cave that can only accommodate one person and crawled into it. The cave was pitch black. She took out a small lamp, and the warm yellow light illuminated the small cave. However, the question of how to sleep on the seabed made Zhu Zi feel troubled. Ordinary quilts would get wet once they were taken to the sea and could not be covered at all. Just when Zhu Zi was worried, suddenly a soft seaweed quilt appeared in front of her. A little girl carefully held a quilt bigger than her and stood far away at the entrance of her cave. "Sister, this is the quilt we made when the tide rose last time. We accidentally made an extra quilt last time. This one hasn't been used yet, so I give it to you." Shaoan looked at Zhu Zi and said softly. In fact, her adoptive father Wu Suang insisted on letting her come here. What she said just now was also taught to her word by her adoptive father. The method of making seaweed quilts was taught to them by a very beautiful mermaid sister, but this kind of quilt is very troublesome to make and requires a lot of time and energy. The 3 of them only have 3 quilts. The new quilt was made by the adoptive father for the brother because the old quilt was torn when he slept. If she gave this quilt away, her brother would have to share a small quilt with her. But her adoptive father said he would make another one for them, and her brother would have a new quilt when the next tide came. Only then did she agree to take this quilt out and give it to her sister. Zhu Zi was very surprised that someone came to give her a quilt just when she was thinking about it. Of course, she couldn't take someone else's quilt for free, so she gave the little girl 6 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to take back to her adoptive father. After settling in the underwater shelter, everyone went out one after another. They looked for conch shells that could dig out water-repellent beads nearby to prepare for the next high tide. Zhu Zi searched nearby and tried to catch a few crabs to cook and eat. She gently turned over a stone covered with green hair, and she just found a small crab with 2 thumbs as thick as 2 sections hiding inside. The stone above his head was lifted up, and the frightened little crab quickly burrowed into the sand. Zhu Zi quickly grabbed a crab leg and lifted it out. But before Zhu Zi threw the little crab into the bucket, several terrified screams suddenly came from behind him, and those who were looking for water-repellent beads ran forward desperately. Zhu Zi turned his head and saw a male merman with purple-black skin and a hideous face. The merman opened his mouth and showed a mouthful of sharp teeth. He was like an irrational monster, and the more his prey ran, the more excited he became. The entire ocean was his home ground. The merman moved quickly in the sea, and a series of boiling bubbles were raised wherever he passed. The deserted islanders, who dived into the seabed with water-repellent beads, could not outrun this mutant mermaid at all. Soon, the clothes of the man who fell behind were pulled by the mutant mermaid, and the black claws embedded in his flesh, and the man wailed in fear. The mermaid opened her mouth excitedly and bit the man's neck. Zhu Zi hurried forward, and her powerful mental power spread out to attack the mutant mermaid. The mutant mermaid, who felt the attack, closed her mouth and threw the man out, rushing directly towards Zhu Zi. The mutant mermaid was extremely fast, with the ferocity of a desperate beast. Zhu Zi was shocked by his speed. In a blink of an eye, the mermaid came to her side, and his sharp claws grabbed her head. Zhu Zi quickly dodged sideways. She took out the long sword from the space twister. The sword was silver white, and emitted a faint glow after being injected with mental power. The sharp long sword glowed with cold light. Even the mermaid who had lost her mind knew that it was a very dangerous thing, and instinctively dodged in panic. Suddenly, Zhu Zi saw a flash of blue light in front of her, coming from the opposite direction of the mermaid. This is the spiritual power field. She was surprised that she had entered the field of others so easily. If this was the enemy's spiritual power field, it would be much more terrifying than the mermaid in front of her. But after Zhu Zi carefully felt it, she was surprised to find that this spiritual power field that was quietly deployed was not an attack type, but an extremely rare auxiliary spiritual power field. All the auxiliary energy in the spiritual power field fell on her alone, and her spiritual power directly tripled, and the light on the long sword was even brighter. Zhu Zi looked at the man who deployed the auxiliary spiritual power field. He was wearing the same tattered clothes as the people on the deserted island, and his face was covered with a long and thick beard that made people look down on his whole face. He looked very decadent, but his pair of dark eyes were calm and sharp. This is an auxiliary field that can directly triple a person's strength. This kind of strength of assistance is definitely a super boss. The battle that originally required a lot of effort became very easy with the help of the auxiliary field. The whole process lasted less than half a minute. Zhu Zi put the long sword on the neck of the mutant mermaid. The long sword cut the throat of the mermaid and purple-black blood oozed out. But just when Zhu Zi was about to kill him, Zhu Zi saw a beautiful mermaid swimming in front of him and shouted to stop. The mermaid's delicate and deep facial features were like fragile glass, and her light purple eyes were beautiful and ethereal, with a purple teardrop mole under her eyes. The mermaid anxiously stretched out her hand to the mutant mermaid under Zhu Zi's long sword and shouted, "Brother." Zhu Zi really didn't expect that the two were siblings, but she couldn't chop off her brother's head in front of her sister. But this mutant mermaid was very cruel. If he ran away, it would cause a disaster. Zhu Zi was in a dilemma about how to deal with this matter. Should she send her mermaid sister away before taking action? But in the original book, this mutant mermaid is extremely difficult to kill. Or she could return the mutant mermaid to her sister. Perhaps the mermaids have some way to treat mutant mermaids. But she raised her hand and reached into the chest of the mermaid, who was as fragile and beautiful as an ocean bubble. The mutant mermaid opened her eyes wide instantly, and a look of fear appeared in her numb eyes. The beautiful mermaid also had an expression of reluctance and pain on her face, but Zhu Zi heard the sound of the mermaid's fingers stirring the flesh and blood, and she dug out her brother's heart. The black and purple heart beat powerfully between the mermaid's slender white fingers. Zhu Zi was surprised to see that the mutant mermaid who lost her heart did not die, but her turbid pupils regained clarity. The mutant mermaid seemed to wake up in an instant, and looked at her sadly with the same light purple eyes as her mermaid sister. "Sister, I don't want to die, I don't want to die." The mutant mermaid's voice was clear and ethereal, and there was also unbelievable grievance. "Sister, I promised you to watch the sunset under the sea together. Isn't it your favorite place? Let's go together now." The mermaid seemed to be moved, and the hand holding the heart trembled a little. She stretched out her other hand to touch her brother's face. Her eyes were already full of tears, but the hand that had not touched her brother's face was retracted. The mermaid's white fingers squeezed the purple and black heart tightly. "You are a monster, you are not my brother. I will never believe you again." The fragile heart burst, and soon turned into a pool of extremely smelly black water. When the mutant mermaid saw her sister's fingers squeezing the heart, her face became ferocious again, and her mouth with sharp teeth opened, trying to break free from Zhu Zi's restraints and take back the heart. Zhu Zi would never let him do that, and used his mental power to firmly control his actions. But at the moment when the mermaid's sister squeezed the heart, the mutant mermaid's eyes suddenly turned white, and she completely lost her vitality. The mermaid trembled with her hands and gasped for air. As if she had experienced a horrible nightmare, Her eyes were still a little dazed. She returned to her beautiful and fragile state, hugging her brother's ugly purple-black body and crying silently. The frightened and scattered people on the deserted island returned to the vicinity of the shelter, looking at the dead mutant mermaid in shock and fear, as if it was the first time they saw such a ferocious mermaid. After a long time, the mermaid raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, and then looked at Zhu gratefully. "Hello, my name is Afra. Thank you for stopping my brother, otherwise this monster will hurt more people, and if my brother, who is awake, knows, he will be very sad." In fact, this time, this accident was all her fault. Originally, her brother had been caught, but she was deceived by this monster pretending to be her brother, thinking that her brother had slowly recovered and would take her to see the sunset under the sea like when she was a child. She put the beating heart back into the monster's chest and let it run away. These monsters have a very strong recovery ability. There is no other way to kill them except to crush their hearts, Afra said sadly. But Zhu frowned slightly, which was not the same as what was written in the original book. In the original book, mutant mermaids do have super recovery ability, but crushing their hearts is useless. As long as there is a body part left, the mutant mermaid can grow flesh and blood again within 6 hours. This ability is amazing. At that time, everyone really couldn't do anything to them, and could only drive them away. But outsiders can't kill him in this way. Only the spiritual power of the mermaids can do it. And the closer the bloodline is, the easier it is. Afra spoke slowly, as if these words weighed 1,000 pounds. Zhu listened to Afra's words in shock. When the Mermaid Kingdom appeared in the later part of the original book, there was no normal mermaid. So at that time, the invasion of mutant mermaids was already a nearly unsolvable dilemma. Chapter 55. Afra, why did your brother change? Zhu asked the question in his heart. Because of the black water, mermaids who come into contact with black water either die or change. Afra said hatefully. Black water? Zhu wondered, is black water the black polluted water in the upper sea water? But she didn't feel anything unusual except that she felt uncomfortable when she passed by there. And the water deep in the sea is very clear, and there is no sign of pollution at all. Why did Afra's brother change? It's not that the pollution in the upper sea area here is not serious, but if you fly thousands of kilometers from the island, you will find large areas of black sea water. The black water will only retreat where the holy light seaweed grows. Afra pointed to the light green seaweed at Zhu's feet and said. Zhu then carefully looked at the light green seaweeds that can be seen everywhere on the seabed. He didn't expect that these small seaweeds can have such a powerful effect. So your brother went outside and was accidentally contaminated by the black water? Zhu asked. Afra nodded, and the transparent light blue ear fin swayed slightly with her movements. Her ethereal voice was full of sadness. My brother risked his life to go to the East Sea to get the heart of the ocean, and that's when the accident happened. No one expected that the holy light seaweeds near the ocean temple would die in large areas. In fact, the holy light seaweeds had already begun to die in large areas 2 years ago. Except for this area of the sea, the entire Atlantis was almost surrounded by terrible black water. Many tribesmen were contaminated and mutated, and then their families crushed their hearts with their own hands. No one could accept it at first. They tried all kinds of ways to cure the mermaids polluted by black water, but even the heart of the ocean was powerless against this mutation. They had no way to stop the decline of the holy light seaweed, nor could they cure the tribesmen who had turned into ferocious monsters. They could only watch their homes being eroded by the black water bit by bit, and they were powerless. Their only thought now was to leave this universe and return to their original place. But they had not been able to find a way to leave this small universe for nearly 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, due to a sudden space-time earthquake, Atlantis suddenly lost contact with the outside world. Later, the ancestors discovered that the entire ocean galaxy where the Mermaid Kingdom was located was brought to this strange small universe. In fact, they lived quite well here at the beginning. There were no ferocious Zerg in this small universe, and there was no need to compete for resources with other mythical races. At that time, the ancestors thought that this might be an opportunity given by God to the Mermaid Kingdom, allowing them to find this safe and independent small universe. But when they first fell into this universe, the foreign matter here began to pollute the ocean. Black water was brewing quietly in a place they didn't notice. Then the planets in the ocean galaxy were polluted by black water one after another. The mermaids had to leave their home planet and flee until there was no escape. The invasion of black water made their living space smaller and smaller. The idea of leaving this universe and going back became more and more urgent. Afra felt that if they stayed any longer, the entire mermaid tribe might become ferocious monsters. But leaving was not easy. Everyone found that this universe was like a cage that trapped them, and there was no way to break out of it. The people who accidentally fell from the original universe 100 years ago gave them new hope. Since they couldn't find a way out by themselves, the mermaids hoped that the relatives of those people in the original universe would use their power to break through the space barrier of the universe and find them. However, after waiting for 100 years, even a strong man with auxiliary spiritual power fell in, and there was no movement in the original universe. They were almost desperate. Afra looked at Juzi's elf ears and was a little surprised. Have you come recently? I remember there were no elves on the deserted island before. This was the second time Juzi was called an elf. Juzi touched his pointed elf ears and felt very disappointed. I am a little dragon, not an elf, Juzi said stubbornly. In fact, she had already discovered that something was wrong with her. When she was flying over the deserted island that day, Juzi felt that her wings were not right, not like dragon wings. She was afraid that she would become a strange thing, so she didn't dare to show her wings or look in the mirror. But the reflection in the glass window of the holiday villa unexpectedly made her see her appearance clearly. Her appearance did not change at all, except that her ears became pointed elf ears. Then she carefully showed her wings to the glass window, and sure enough, a pair of transparent elf wings grew out from her back. Juzi was frightened and immediately folded her wings, but she could not fold her pointed ears back, which made Juzi depressed for a long time, and she wished she could wear a hat all day to meet people. You are an elf. Afra widened her eyes, very surprised that an elf would insist that he was a dragon. Which elf are you from? Afra asked expectantly. I don't know. Juzi shook her head blankly. She didn't know anything, not even why she became an elf. She came out of a dragon egg. How could she become like this? Afra sighed slightly. She thought this elf would be an elf with high-level blood. Elves with high-level blood are always precious in the elf kingdom. If she accidentally falls here, maybe some of her tribesmen will do their best to tear through the cosmic barrier to find her. But this elf in front of her doesn't even know which race she is from. It seems to be just an ordinary elf. But it seems that elves with high-level blood are useless. It's difficult to tear through the cosmic barrier. I'm afraid it will take an elf king or a 12-winged angel from the angel clan to fall in. I heard that the angel clan has been extinct, and it's even more unrealistic to have an elf king fall from the sky. Elf Kingdom, Saint Elvia Star. Muanya stood in the purification room with a smile, raising her hand to purify a black-haired elf whose mental power was severely polluted. After 2 hours of purification, the black-haired elf looked down to check his mental power pollution value. Then, he was extremely surprised to find that his pollution value had actually dropped by 9 percentage points. The black-haired elf bowed to Muanya excitedly and thanked her. Master Purifier, thank you so much. I have also made appointments with other SSS-level purifiers to do purification before, but none of them did better than you. Muanya had a gentle smile on her face, and the beautiful and gorgeous elf wings behind her fluttered slightly. This is what I should do. Don't thank me. I'm already very happy that you are satisfied. Then Muanya kindly sent the elf away and slammed the door of the purification room shut. The gentle smile on Muanya's face could no longer be maintained. The severe pain from every inch of her meridians, especially the wings of the elf, made her curl up on the ground in pain. Muanya's left eyeball fell off and rolled to the ground. She picked up her eyeball with trembling hands and pressed it back into the eye socket. After drinking a bottle of Elf King blood potion, she endured this pain every day, and every minute and every second was like living in hell. Several times she almost died, but the system forced her consciousness to save her life. The fusion of the Elf King blood potion was extremely difficult. For 8 years, she curled up in the moldy rental house in the federal underground city to survive. Panting, she could only live on her mother's meager salary. But fortunately, her hardship finally paid off. She began to grow pointed elf ears, and her ordinary elf wings became more gorgeous and beautiful. What made her even happier was that her purification ability gradually changed from S level to SSS level, and she became an SSS level purifier. Her nationality was also successfully transferred from the Interstellar Federation to the Elf Kingdom. After all, no country would reject a distinguished SSS level purifier. With her SSS level purification ability, she got rid of her mother, who was a burden, and lived a life that everyone envied in the Elf Kingdom. But how could she be a purifier who made a living by providing purification services for people after all the hardships she had endured? She wanted to become the most distinguished king in the Elf Kingdom. Host, you only need to go to the Big Wangsing Lake once to completely fuse the blood of the Elf King. The system's voice sounded in Muanya's mind, and Muanya nodded excitedly. Although the Big Wangsing Lake is difficult to enter, it is not a difficult task for her. When she was a child, she relied on the relationship between her father and elder Archibald, and she was well-behaved, sensible and likable, so she went to the Big Wangsing Lake several times. But for some reason, Archibald has resigned from the position of elder guarding the Big Wangsing Lake and asked to go to the Chungji Forbidden Land to be punished. Mu Anya really couldn't understand why this old man Archibald wanted to make trouble for herself for no reason. There seemed to be some turmoil in the upper echelons of the Elf Kingdom, but she didn't know anything. This feeling made Mu Anya very anxious. But now she has become an SSS level purifier, and she can go to the Big Wangsing Lake without being nice and cute. The pain in her body faded, and Mu Anya couldn't wait to get up and go to the Big Wangsing Lake. She had waited too long for this moment, but when she was soaking in the Big Wangsing Lake, Mu Anya felt the biting cold. Mu Anya widened her eyes. Isn't the lake water here warm and comfortable? Why is it like this? The host Elf King's bloodline is being integrated. Please be patient. Mu Anya nodded with difficulty. Will Zhu Zi suddenly appear? Mu Anya asked worriedly. No, I said she won't live past the age of 12. The cold electronic sound of the system revealed a hint of impatience. Although its ability to obtain world information was damaged after being bitten by the star map Taman flower, Zhu Zi would die at this time without exception every time. Okay, I know. Mu Anya answered in her mind. Mu Anya found that she had become more and more dependent on the system, but the system's attitude towards her in recent years seemed to be different from before. She couldn't tell exactly what was different. It might be that sometimes the system seemed to directly order her. But she really couldn't leave the system. Chapter 56. It was as if all the blood and spine in her body had been replaced and reorganized, and Mu Anya was sweating in pain. System, will I no longer feel pain after the Elf King bloodline is successfully replaced? Mu Anya really couldn't stand this uncontrollable pain, and she asked the system in her mind. But what made Mu Anya desperate was that the system's silence answered her. The system will never lie, and silence is its answer. Time passed by minute, and Mu Anya felt as if the broken string in her body was suddenly connected, and then her whole body was refreshed. The surging and powerful power poured into her body, which made Mu Anya forget the pain instantly, and the feeling of controlling absolute power made her very fascinated. System, the Elf King bloodline has been successfully replaced in my body. Mu Anya said happily in her mind. Congratulations to the host. The electronic sound of the system also revealed joy. It was congratulating Mu Anya, and even more so, congratulating itself. At the Elf Kingdom Second Universe Research Institute, Nanhill had just attended the anniversary of the death of the previous king, and came to check the exploration progress of the second universe. He knew the king existed, but he couldn't find him anyway. Nanhill felt that every minute and every second after the king disappeared was torture for him. He didn't know whether the king was safe in another universe. Nanhill prayed that the previous king would bless the king to be safe. The researchers of the Second Universe Research Institute were even more sleepless in their search for ways to break through the barriers of space. All kinds of exploration equipment were running at super high intensity, and large quantities of resources were burning in seconds. For this purpose, the Elf Kingdom purchased energy stars at high prices in the interstellar space, and a lot of star coins in the treasury were spent, and the citizens complained about it. But no elf who knew the truth thought it was a waste. If these resources can be exchanged for the king's safety, then as long as the Elf Kingdom can afford it, they are willing to pay any amount. The king is the most precious existence, and only with the king, the Elf Kingdom has hope. Nanhill walked around the Second Universe Research Institute anxiously, but he didn't know how to explore the second universe, so he could only worry on the side. Suddenly Nanhill stopped, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. His brain seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He actually sensed the king's mental power signal in the Elf King's court. Could it be that the king came back by himself? No, Nanhill shook his head suddenly. This mental power signal was different from what he had sensed before. As for what was different, Nanhill couldn't say. It was clearly the king's aura, but the throbbing desire to see the king disappeared. Strangely, he subconsciously began to reject this spiritual signal. This feeling made Nansir feel at a loss. How could he reject the king? It was the instinct of the elves to get close to the king. But in the distant unknown universe, another spiritual signal still existed, which made Nansir feel relieved. So who sent the spiritual signal in the Elf King's court? Nansir frowned and immediately got up and rushed to the Elf King's court. Elf King's court, Green Star Lake. Mu Anya smiled. The fusion of the Elf King's bloodline was successful. The next step was to sense the Elf Mother Tree. Mu Anya looked at the elves surrounding the towering tree not far away. Today happened to be the 6th anniversary of the death of the former elf king Smollett. The elf mother tree was half open on this day, and Smollett's altar was set up near the elf mother tree. The elves hoped that the elf mother tree, which was almost a god in their minds, could convey their thoughts to the deceased king. Mu Anya held a bouquet of purple jasmine flowers and showed her SSS level purification certificate. Then she went through a series of security checks and lined up to enter Smollett's memorial site. There were 2 live cameras at different angles above Smollett's memorial site. Today was also one of the few times that the elf mother tree allowed live video. All citizens of the elf kingdom can pay tribute to the deceased king in real-time holographic projection through live cameras. Mu Anya looked up at the elf mother tree, and the dense shade of the tree fell on her head. The almost crazy excitement suppressed the pain in her body. She really paid too much for this day. When this moment was about to come, her fingertips were shaking with excitement. Mu Anya's smile became even bigger. Today, she not only had to sense the mother tree of the elves, but also had to sense the mother tree under the attention of the public, so that all the elves knew that she was their king. The beautiful elf wings behind Mu Anya were shining, which made her particularly conspicuous among the many elves who came to pay tribute. The elves in the live broadcast room also noticed Mu Anya. The wings of the elves are actually a dominant symbol of the elf bloodline. The higher the level of the elf's bloodline, the more gorgeous and noble the wings behind her will appear. All the elves who were qualified to come to the altar to worship the deceased king were of high-level blood, but Mu Anya stood out among so many elves. An elf in the live broadcast room asked who this girl with gorgeous wings was. An elf who had received Mu Anya's mental power purification recognized Mu Anya as the SSS level purifier and praised Mu Anya's superb purification ability in the live broadcast room. The system that was always paying attention to the live broadcast room was reporting to her the discussion about her in the live broadcast room. Mu Anya tried to suppress her excitement at the moment. She was here to pay tribute to Smollett and couldn't show too much happiness. The gorgeous elf wings behind Mu Anya fluttered slightly, but she seemed not to notice it. She just tried to look at the crown that Smollett had worn in the center of the altar with grief. Mu Anya's fingertips trembled as she held the purple jacaranda bouquet tightly in both hands, as if she was an elf who was still deeply trapped in the shadow of the fall of the elf king Smollett and couldn't get out. The elves in the live broadcast room were all infected by the sadness she showed. She is not only young and promising, but also has such deep respect for the king. I have already accepted the sudden death of the late king, but I feel very sad to see Mu Anya like this. I really can't imagine that her fingers are trembling with sadness now. How sad she must have been when she heard the bad news 6 years ago. Mu Anya walked slowly to the center of the altar. She bent down and gently placed the purple jasmine bouquet near the crown. In front of the altar is the elf mother tree guarded by strict soldiers. She is now standing as close to the elf mother tree as she can get. The soldier who was maintaining order signaled her, with his eyes, to leave quickly after presenting the bouquet. But Mu Anya still stood there. The moment she walked into the center of the altar, she began to quietly use her mental power to sense the elf mother tree. But the elf mother tree did not respond at all. The leaves of the mother tree swayed and rustled in the wind, but there was no sign of lighting up. What's going on? Mu Anya was shocked. She had successfully merged the blood of the elf king. She was already the elf king. Why didn't the elf mother tree respond? The elves in the live broadcast room were no longer all praising her. What is she doing? Why is she stopping here? There are so many elves waiting behind. Although her bloodline level looks high, she can't disobey the order. Maybe she missed the previous king too much, so she lost her composure. Mu Anya's face showed a hint of anxiety. Although her mental power was not directly rejected by the elf mother tree when it touched it, it was not accepted either. The blood of the elf king, which was connected to the blood of the elf mother tree, made her feel the hesitation from the mother tree. The mother tree seemed to be analyzing her mental power. This made Mu Anya's heart beat wildly in her chest, fearing that the elf mother tree would find that there was something wrong with her blood. System, how could this happen? Mu Anya called anxiously in her heart. Host, don't worry, there is nothing wrong with your blood, but the king seed flower is still hanging on the tree, so it is normal for the elf mother tree to hesitate. The elf mother tree just needs a little time. The system comforted her in her mind, and Mu Anya was slightly relieved. She looked up at the flower of the king seed. It was ridiculous. It was just an empty shell that poor Smollett had to keep. How could an empty shell possibly compete with her? Mu Anya stood on the memorial platform for too long, and refused to leave even after being urged. This immediately alerted the guards beside the elf mother tree. But just as they were about to take coercive measures, the elf mother tree suddenly gave off an extremely bright light, and the whole tree seemed to be shrouded in a bright glow. You could also hear the sound of the surrounding elves gasping in shock. The guards looked at Muanya, who was sensing the elf mother tree, with trembling hearts. The gun that was raised to aim at Muanya fell to the ground with a clang sound. The people of the elf kingdom, who were guarding the live broadcast room, widened their eyes in shock. Only the elf king and the crown prince can sense the elf mother tree, which is something every elf knows. But why is there still an unopened king seed flower on the elf mother tree? But now there is a king who can sense the elf mother tree. Just when the people were puzzled, the king seed flower they had been looking forward to day and night, with the blooming of the sensing light, slowly withered. The hard blood of Smollett in the king seed flower flowed back into the elf mother tree, and the mother tree stopped providing nutrients to the king seed flower. This time the king seed flower completely withered. Muanya smiled and stood under the elf mother tree, with the gorgeous wings behind her emitting the same frequency of light as the elf mother tree. But what disappointed Muanya a little was that although the elf mother tree responded to her because of the blood of the elf king, it was still unwilling to let her connect to the energy of his tree. However, Muanya's face remained calm. Being able to sense the elf mother tree was enough to prove that she was the future king of the elf kingdom. It turns out that the king seed flower has not bred an elf king for so many years, because the king has actually been born. I don't know who said this. As soon as this sentence came out in the live broadcast room, the elf kingdom people who were just frightened by the withering and disappearance of the king seed flower were instantly excited. Comments of cheers and celebrations were posted one after another, almost covering the entire holographic screen. So their elf kingdom is finally going to welcome a new king. For a while, the news that Muanya successfully sensed the elf mother tree spread rapidly throughout the galaxy. In the office building, Heloise looked at the holographic projection of the live broadcast room that her subordinates hurriedly opened for her in surprise. Muanya and the glowing elf mother tree appeared together, which really scared her. Didn't the king disappear? How could there be someone who could sense the mother tree of the elves, and that elf was in the elf king's court? Heloise frowned as she looked at the live broadcast room full of joy. The citizens who didn't know the truth wanted to immediately support Muanya as the new elf king. Even Heloise herself was in a mess. Didn't Nanhill say that Juzi, who was stranded in the Interstellar Federation, was the elf king? Why did this happen now? No, she had to ask Nanhill which one was the real king. When Nanhill drove the hovercraft over, he saw the mother tree of the elves with every leaf glowing. Muanya stood on the memorial platform for the former king. Some of the elves around her were stunned, while others were full of joy. Nanxier just looked at her silently. The closer he got to her, the more he could feel the discomfort brought by this spiritual signal. If he had not received Juzi's spiritual signal before, he might think that this discomfort was caused by his own problem. This girl who could sense the mother tree of the elves was the new hope of the elf kingdom. But now Nanxier felt this unusual spiritual signal and felt disgusted. She is not the king, Nanxier said very firmly. Then he looked at Li Shi, the chief guard of the elf king's court, and said, "She is pretending to be the elf king. Go and arrest her." Li Shi hesitated. "High priest, this is not good. After all, this person really sensed the mother tree of the elves. What if the high priest made a wrong judgment, and she is the king, and she is broadcasting live now? How can we give an explanation to the people of the country when we arrest people now?" The sun shone through the sea of Atlantis, falling on the coral reefs and beams, and the schools of fish swam through and broke the sun. Afra looked at Juzi and Wusuing eagerly. "Are you willing to help us catch the mutated mermaid?" She knew that Wusuing was once a strong man of the human race, and this elf looked very powerful. Because of the large-scale death of the holy seaweed, more and more people were polluted. They are now in urgent need of people with high military power to help stabilize the chaotic kingdom. Juzi thought for a while and nodded. Wusuing glanced at Juzi, and when he saw her nod, he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Seeing that both of them agreed, Afra said happily, "Thank you for your help. Of course, we won't let you work in vain. The mermaids will give you generous rewards." But Juzi didn't care about the reward. She felt a chill down her spine when she thought that in the original world of the novel, even a beautiful and gentle mermaid like Afra would become a crazy monster who had lost her mind. Obviously, mermaids would not let their loved ones harm others even if they killed them. So why did the whole mermaid family end up with mutations? This made Juzi feel very sad. Juzi followed Afra to swim deeper into the ocean, and the light green holy seaweed swayed with the waves, guarding the last pure land of Atlantis. The magnificent main city of Atlantis appeared in front of them. However, the buildings in the main city looked quite dense, and even the dazzling underwater palace built in the center was not much larger than other places. Afra said sadly, There are only 5 planets left in the 4 major star regions of the entire ocean galaxy that can accommodate us. There are many mermaids who escaped from other planets in Atlantis. In fact, Aphra learned about the former glory of the mermaid kingdom from other elders. But when she was born, there was only a little space left in the mermaid kingdom. She really couldn't imagine what the prosperous and rich underwater world looked like. The strange thing is that although other places in Atlantis are very crowded, Zhu saw a single-story building covering nearly 100 acres. Compared with other high-rise buildings, this building can be regarded as a very luxurious use of space. This is the cultivation center of the Holy Light Seaweed, Aphra said. Here are the top plant experts and researchers in the Mermaid Kingdom, but so many experts and researchers have not found any way to prevent the large-scale withering of the Holy Light Seaweed. Chapter 57. If they can't break through the space barrier and return to the original universe, then the large-scale cultivation of holy seaweed is the last way out for the Mermaid Kingdom. But what makes them desperate is that it seems that the 2 roads in front of them are blocked. This universe is constantly pushing them to the road of death. What a big place, Zhu said. Aphra saw that Zhu seemed to be quite interested in this place, and she said considerately, "Why don't we go in and take a look?" Zhu smiled and nodded happily. The Holy Seaweed Cultivation Center is a huge botanical garden, but the only plant cultivated in it is a seemingly inconspicuous seaweed. As soon as Aphra entered the cultivation center, a mermaid ran over to greet her. A mermaid with a green fishtail said to Aphra embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry that the 3rd princess didn't know you would come today, and I didn't have time to arrange someone to pick you up in time." Zhu looked up in surprise. He didn't expect Aphra to be the princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. But Aphra was alone outside, without any guards or servants following her. She was so low-key that she didn't look like a princess of a country. Aphra waved her hand casually at the people in the cultivation center and said, "It's okay. I came here on a whim. I just brought my friends here to take a look." The green-tailed mermaid breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He was scared to death. He thought the 3rd princess came here specifically to check the results of the Holy Light Seaweed cultivation. Almost half of the best resources of the Mermaid Kingdom were put into their Holy Light Seaweed Cultivation Center, but their research results were very few, which made him very ashamed. Holy Light Seaweed is a seaweed that has grown in their Mermaid Kingdom for nearly 10,000 years. It was only after the invasion of black water that they discovered that these seaweeds actually have such magical effects, so they got the name of Holy Light Seaweed. However, it is obviously a wild seaweed with strong vitality, but now there is a large-scale death. It is very likely that the black water pollution capacity in the ocean has been upgraded again, and this time even the Holy Light Seaweed can't resist it. Zhu looked at this huge seaweed cultivation center curiously, and many researchers with cyan and blue fishtails were busy swimming around in it. Holy Light Seaweed in various states was carefully placed on the shelf by them. The normal dead Holy Light Seaweed and the large-scale withered Holy Light Seaweed are 2 completely different appearances. A large number of withered Holy Light Seaweeds were rotten and emitted a foul odor. A substance in Holy Light Seaweeds is called phloxin, which allows them to resist the erosion of black water. But 2 years ago, we found that the phloxin in Holy Light Seaweeds was not very effective, and it may be that black water is evolving, a researcher at the cultivation center said on the side. Zhu saw a lot of black and rotten Holy Light Seaweeds put together not far away. She walked closer to that area and felt the dark and rotten breath coming from it. These large numbers of withered Holy Light Seaweeds seemed to have some infectious disease. Just when the green-tailed mermaid was about to introduce the Holy Light Seaweed Cultivation Center to them, Aphra's light brain suddenly heard a rapid beeping sound. Aphra quickly turned on the light brain. After seeing the message sent on the light brain, Aphra immediately frowned, and her beautiful face was full of anxiety. "What's wrong?" Zhu asked worriedly. A large number of mutant mermaids suddenly appeared in the East District of Atlantis. "Sorry, I have to rush to the East District now." Aphra looked at Zhu and Wusuining and said, "Why don't you go back to the underwater shelter today, and I will come to you tomorrow." The current situation in the East District may not be too good. Although she wanted Zhu and Wusuining to help them catch the mutant mermaids. But she didn't want to put them in such a dangerous place directly. After all, they were not mermaids, and had no obligation to help them like this. "Let's go and take a look together." Zhu looked at Aphra and said. After all, she and the mermaids now live on the same planet. If the mermaids really turned into monsters, like in the original novel, she would probably not be able to live in peace. But Aphra hesitated. If the elf friends she met had an accident because of helping them, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. "If I see something wrong, I will run. I run very fast, Zhu said with a smile. Okay, then you can go with me. I will definitely protect you. Afra smiled brilliantly, like a sunrise on the seabed. Before entering Dongcheng District, Zhu heard crying and screaming coming from Dongcheng District. But what surprised Zhu was that there was not a single mermaid in Dongcheng District running back in panic, escaping from this place to seek refuge elsewhere. Even the mermaids, who were only half her height, took up weapons and rushed forward to fight against the mutant mermaids with an indomitable attitude. Zhu saw that the mermaid with a black fishtail successfully trapped a ferocious mutant mermaid with the flexible cooperation of the other 3 mermaids. Then, as if she had done it thousands of times before, the mermaid with a black fishtail skillfully reached into the chest of the mutant mermaid. Then she dug out the heart, which was bigger than the mermaid's hand. The mermaid with the black tail used all her strength to crush the heart of the mutant mermaid. Then the mermaids went into the next battle. Those mermaids, who should have spent their childhood happily and carefree, were now forced to take up arms to defend their homes. Afra looked at the little mermaids with distress. She smiled bitterly and said to Zhu, "We mermaids have nowhere to retreat. No mermaid is willing to give up this homeland easily. We can only rush forward desperately to find a way out. I just don't know why fate is so harsh on mermaids." Suddenly Zhu saw the black-tailed little mermaid being grabbed by the tail by a mutant mermaid who was 3 times his height. The mutant mermaid's sharp claws sank deeply into his scales and flesh, and bright red blood flowed out. The friends of the black-tailed little mermaid wanted to save him, but the mutant mermaid moved quickly and grabbed the little mermaid's tail, and was about to open his sharp mouth to bite it. The little mermaid was not afraid, nor did she scream. He just held the mutant mermaid's arm with a firm look and tried to hold the mutant mermaid for his friends. Seeing that the mutant mermaid's sharp teeth were about to pierce the little mermaid's scales and bite off a large mouthful of his flesh and blood, Zhu hurriedly swam forward and injected his mental power into the long sword. With the blessing of the powerful mental power, the sword pierced into the mutant mermaid's brain like piercing tofu. This mermaid is much easier to deal with than the mutant mermaid they met near their underwater shelter today. The stronger the mermaid is, the more terrifying the monster will become after mutation. So before Afra's brother mutated, he must have been a mermaid who was highly expected by his tribe since he was a child. Seeing that the mutant mermaid was controlled by Zhu, the black-tailed little mermaid swung his tail and immediately broke free from the mutant mermaid's restraints. He ignored the bloody scars on his tail and first crushed the mutant mermaid's heart. After doing this series of actions, the little mermaid turned around and looked at Zhu. He noticed Zhu's beautiful pair of elf ears. The black-tailed little mermaid's face was stained with the purple-black blood of the mutant mermaid, but her smile was sincere and bright. "Thank you, elf sister, for helping our mermaids." The little mermaid bowed deeply to Zhu on the dangerous battlefield. The little mermaid knew that bowing to express gratitude in such a place was a very dangerous thing. After bowing, the little mermaid immediately turned around and threw herself into the battlefield in Dongcheng District, and went with her friends to find another mutant mermaid they could beat. Zhu smiled unconsciously. For the first time, she felt that being called elf sister was a very happy thing. Zhu spread out the elf wings that were folded behind her back. The wings seemed to know that they were no longer disliked by their owner. The gorgeous and beautiful elf wings flapped happily in the sea, causing a series of small waves. Elf King's Court. Mu Anya withdrew her spiritual power. Although the light on the elf mother tree gradually dimmed, the uproar caused by Mu Anya had not stopped. Some people in the Elf Kingdom on the Star Network were so excited that they even started to discuss when the Elf King's Court would hold a coronation ceremony for Mu Anya. However, those elves who knew about Zhu's existence looked at Mu Anya under the elf mother tree in confusion, and could not tell which one was their king. The anxiety of not having a king before was replaced by the confusion of the sudden appearance of 2 new kings. Heloise hurried to the Elf King's Court. She wanted to find Nancy to ask clearly. Now it is estimated that only the High Priest can tell who is the Elf King. But as soon as she arrived at the Elf King's Court, Heloise saw Nancy frowning and impatient, and Lishi opposite him with a tangled and distressed face. Noticing her arrival, the 2 turned their heads and looked at her. Rishi seemed to be relieved when he saw Heloise coming. He quickly complained, "Prime Minister, the High Priest asked me to capture Mu Anya. How can I capture her now? The Elf Mother Tree has responded to her. What if she is the king?" Heloise immediately caught the key words in Rishi's words, so Nancy felt that the girl who could sense the Elf Mother Tree was not their king. Heloise ignored Rishi's complaints. She looked at Nancy and asked, "Didn't you sense her mental power signal? Is this Mu Anya fake?" Nancy sighed softly and said, I sense Mu Anya's mental power signal, but the two mental power signals existed at the same time. But Mu Anya's mental power made me feel very repulsive. He also had no concrete evidence to prove that Mu Anya was not the Elf King. This was just a subjective feeling, but for him, this discomfort was enough to explain everything. Heloise looked at Nan Hill's dark green eyes very seriously. Are you sure? Nan Hill nodded very affirmatively. Sure. Okay, I believe you, Heloise said. Rich stared at Heloise with wide eyes. He thought that Heloise could stop Nan Hill's crazy idea, but Heloise actually asked him to catch people. Captain Rich, please bring Mu Anya here, Heloise said in a deep voice. But if... Rich wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Heloise. If you can't catch her, then go and invite her here first. Heloise changed her words. Under the Elf Mother tree, Mu Anya calmly walked down Smollett's memorial platform. Wherever Mu Anya went, the elves around her automatically gave way, and some brave elves asked cautiously, Are you the king? Mu Anya looked at the elf. She didn't answer yes, nor did she answer no. It was just that Mu Anya's mouth corners slightly raised, and she showed a gentle smile to the elf. The moment she smiled was immediately captured by the live camera. In the interstellar space, with the developed star network, her holographic photo was immediately forwarded crazily. In the eyes of others, Mu Anya's smile was equivalent to tacit consent. Some media outlets that wanted to attract attention directly titled this photo that the Elf Kingdom would welcome a new king soon. Mu Anya enjoyed the elves' attention. Those high-level blood elves looked at her with excitement and respect, which was a feeling Mu Anya had never experienced before. The elves who originally came to pay tribute to Smollett had a tendency to center around her. Some elves even lamented that it was because of the appearance of the spirit of the former king that the new king of the Elf Kingdom was brought to the Elf King's court. Suddenly, the movement from the Elf Palace attracted everyone's attention. Mu Anya smiled as she watched the royal court guards, who were marching in an orderly manner from the direction of the Elf Palace. She knew the captain of the Elf Royal Court Guards, Li Shi, who was standing in the front. She had heard Li Shi's name when she was a child. He was a moon shadow elf, and was of the same clan as her father. It was just that his father was an inconspicuous elf in the clan, while Li Shi, who had SS-level mental power, was a genius in everyone's mouth. When she was a child, her father took her to visit her aunt's house. She had seen Li Shi, who suddenly came to her aunt's house. Then she realized that her aunt, who had a lot of say in the family, was actually just the nanny of Master Li Shi. Dad even pulled her to bow her head and greet Master Li Shi, and she endured the humiliation and did it obediently. But Li Shi just nodded casually, and didn't even look at her straight in the eye. After all, she was just a relative of a nanny at that time. But now Mu Anya raised her chin slightly, and looked at Li Shi, who was leading the team towards her. He must be here to take her back to the Elf Palace. Thinking of this, Mu Anya was secretly proud in her heart. Sure enough, Mu Anya saw Li Shi bow slightly to her in front of the holographic camera, and also made an elegant gesture of invitation. Mu Anya's smile became even brighter. There was nothing more refreshing than looking at those who she once needed to look up to, now bowing to them. And after today, not only Li Shi, but also the High Priest of the Elf Kingdom, Nan Hill, and Prime Minister Heloise will bow to her. But just when Mu Anya was about to get carried away, the system warned her in time. Host, you must be careful of the High Priest Nancier. Mu Anya calmed down instantly, and nodded in her heart. Nancier can sense the spiritual power signal of the Elf King, but she has the bloodline of the Elf King after taking the Elf King bloodline potion, and her spiritual power signal will be a little strange to Nancier. Nancier may be the biggest obstacle on her way to becoming the Elf King. If he were not a high priest with a high status in the Elf Kingdom, Mu Anya would want to get rid of this hidden danger immediately. But it doesn't matter, she can take her time. Anyway, the real Elf King Zhu Zi is dead, and the Elf Kingdom can only rely on her now. But the further Mu Anya followed Li Shi, the more strange she felt. Aren't they going to take her back to the Elf Palace? This road is getting more and more off track. Mu Anya frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Aren't we going back to the palace? Where are you taking me? Rishi sighed slightly. He was just a guard of the royal court, but he couldn't beat the high priest and the prime minister. These two people were not even willing to let Mu Anya step into the Elf Palace. But Mu Anya's return to the palace made Rishi frown slightly. Isn't this a bit too fast, as if she was sure that she must be the Elf King? A few minutes later, Mu Anya was taken to a building next to the Elf Palace. Although there is no room in the Elf King's court that is not exquisite and gorgeous. But the attitude of these elves towards her made Mu Anya very dissatisfied. Why didn't they take her to the Elf Palace? Is this how these elves treat their future king? But Mu Anya still endured and didn't get angry immediately. She memorized the appearance of these elves one by one. When she became the king, she would immediately drive them all out of the elf royal court. Where are the others? Mu Anya asked with a frown. She has already sensed the elf mother tree. Shouldn't all the prominent figures in the elf kingdom come to welcome her return? But to Mu Anya's disappointment, Li Shi did not answer her question, but just said, "Sorry, we need to confirm your identity first. He needs to do a blood test for Mu Anya first." This was Heloise's idea. Heloise felt that although she could trust Nan Hill's intuition, it did not mean that other elves in the elf kingdom would believe it. Nan Hill could make decisions based on her intuition, but as the prime minister, she needed to consider more issues. Now she urgently needs solid evidence to calm the pressure of public opinion. No matter what method Mu Anya used to achieve induction with the elf mother tree. But since she is not the king, her blood may not be able to withstand the test. Moreover, the blood test is just a delaying tactic, even if Mu Anya's blood is not found to have problems by the instrument. She can also say that the test instrument is broken, and she can delay for a few more days to let her think of a new test method. In short, before the missing king is found back to the elf kingdom, they have to deal with Mu Anya, the trouble, and can't let her jump in front of the king. The king grew up in the Interstellar Federation, and was not very close to their elf kingdom. Now there is suddenly a fake Mu Anya who wants to take the position of the king, so the king will have an even worse impression of the elf kingdom. At that time, we must not let Mu Anya make the king who was finally found unwilling to return to the elf kingdom. However, Mu Anya is also smart. She deliberately chose to sense the elf mother tree during the live broadcast of the All-Star Network. Now the public opinion outside is very favorable to her. In the room, Mu Anya stared with wide eyes, and looked at Li Shi, who was holding a needle, and wanted to pierce her skin to draw blood. The system reminded her not to let others get her blood. "What are you going to do?" Mu Anya immediately stood up from the sofa and said angrily, "I am your future king. Are you hurting the king's body?" Li Shi's face was full of embarrassment, but he still held the needle for drawing blood in his hand. Although Mu Anya was angry and humiliated on the surface, she was extremely nervous inside. Then Mu Anya pulled out a strand of hair and threw it to Li Shi. "If you want to check my identity, just do a genetic test on that hair." "System, why is it different from what you said now? How could there be an elf who dared to draw my blood?" Mu Anya asked the system in a panic in her mind. The system said before that even the high priest Nanchier might think that her identity as the elf king was questionable. But being able to sense the elf mother tree was the most direct evidence. Even if she couldn't become the elf king in one step, she could at least become the crown prince of the elf kingdom. Why is it different from what the system said now? Li Shi, who was holding the blood-drawing needle, was also very hesitant. If Mu Anya was really the king, then what he was doing now would be a capital crime. But Li Shi still made up his mind, and signaled other guards to help him control Mu Anya. But the guards all turned their heads, and pretended to be blind to avoid his sight. Li Shi had no choice but to control Mu Anya with his mental power while she was not reacting, and then forcibly inserted the needle into Mu Anya's skin. Seeing this movement, the other guards also turned their heads back in shock. The captain was fighting. Mu Anya didn't expect Li Shi to do this regardless of her struggle. She unconsciously showed a panic on her face, but what made her more panic was that her tube of blood was held in Li Shi's hand. She called the system anxiously in her heart. "System, how could this happen? What should I do now?" "Stupid, shut up." The cold electronic sound of the system sounded, and what surprised Mu Anya was that the system did not call her host, but directly scolded her. Mu Anya, who was scolded by the system, did not come back to her senses for a long time. She never thought that the system that had accompanied her since childhood, as a teacher and friend, would actually speak dirty words to her. Such a system made her feel both strange and scared. After getting Mu Anya's blood, Richie fled the room quickly. He was still a little scared when he thought about what he had just done. He stared at the blood test instrument in front of him nervously. If there was no problem with the blood test report, Mu Anya was the elf king, and then he would be in big trouble. Heloise glanced at Nan Hill, then patted Richie's shoulder calmly. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Richie sighed and lowered his head. Time passed by minute, and Richie became more and more restless. Finally, the door of the blood test room opened, and the researcher came out with a report. But just as the researcher was about to hand the report to them, the blood test report in his hand was snatched by Li Shi. Li Shi hurriedly opened the test report, hoping that Heloise and Nan Hill had not fooled him. But the more he read Mu Anya's test report, the more his heart sank. Finally, He closed the test report and collapsed. He said in despair, "It's over, it's over. Isn't this the blood of the king? Do you two want to kill me?" Hearing this, Nanhil hurriedly picked up Muanya's blood test report and read it carefully. A few minutes later, Nanhil murmured in a low voice, "The blood test is correct. So what went wrong?" Heloise frowned, turned her head and looked at Li Shi, who was very upset, and asked, what was Muanya's reaction when her blood was drawn. Li Shi felt that he was going to die, and he said dejectedly, "What other reaction can there be? I just feel angry and humiliated." These are all very normal reactions. If he was the king in power, he could have killed him on the spot with a knife. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, Li Shi raised his head suddenly. "When I took the blood in my hand, she seemed a little panicked. If Muanya is really the real elf king, then what is she panicking about?" Heloise immediately picked up the remaining half tube of Muanya's blood and ordered, "Go test the blood again. But we have checked it many times, and there will be no mistakes. This is the blood of the elf king." The researcher frowned and said, "I'm not talking about blood test." Heloise put the remaining half tube of blood under the light and looked at it carefully. "I mean to check this tube of blood." The researcher widened his eyes and nodded, as if he understood what the Prime Minister meant. The blood test instrument uses a professional blood microscope to observe the state of the blood film. But if the blood is placed under other types or higher magnification microscopes, there may be different results. Maybe it's not the blood that's wrong, but the blood itself. The researcher hurriedly took the half tube of blood and ran back to the test room again. Outside the test room, Heloise was anxiously waiting for the test results. The current situation is very favorable for Muanya. If they can't find any evidence, they will force Muanya to lock her up. Not to mention that the people of the Elf Kingdom are not happy. Even the elders and legion commanders of the Elf King's court will not allow them to do this. Suddenly, a scream came from the test room, as if the researcher was frightened by something. Heloise hurriedly pushed open the door and broke into the test room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a researcher standing outside a super high magnification microscope, his eyes wide open in horror. The researcher pointed at the microscope display with a trembling finger and said in shock, her blood is full of this stuff. She is definitely not an elf, she is a monster." Chapter 58. Heloise was also shocked when she saw the microscope display. She saw that Muanya's blood was full of wriggling bloodworms. Even after leaving Muanya's body, the bloodworms were still very active, and were even devouring and killing each other. She saw that some bloodworms were about to escape and crawl out of the blood. Heloise quickly took a step back, feeling her scalp tingling. Those tiny bloodworms that were invisible to the naked eye might have escaped by the thousands. Heloise instantly felt that the entire testing room was not clean. "What on earth are these?" Rishi, who also saw the display, exclaimed. The researcher shook his head blankly, and then quickly arranged for people to disinfect the entire building. Nanhil lowered his eyes and thought, so that's how she got the blood of the Elf King. Heloise's eyes widened. There was something that could help people get the blood of the Elf King. This was really terrifying. "Then, what should we do with Muanya?" Rishi asked weakly. After taking Muanya away, his optical brain was almost blown up by the elves. All the elves were asking him where he took Muanya. And there were some who were not very smart, still wondering if he had a crooked idea to abduct the king just to show his courtesy to the king. If the elf who asked this question saw the dense insects on the blood piece, he would definitely not say such a thing. He actually thought this monster was the king of their elven kingdom before. Li Shi felt very disgusted when he thought about it now. He felt nauseous. How could such a monster be compared with the king? Fortunately, Heloise was wise enough not to let Muanya enter the elf palace, otherwise he felt that the elf palace should be disinfected from top to bottom. "Call the other elves to have a meeting," Heloise said in a deep voice. Although the meeting notice was hasty and sudden, half an hour later, the elders, ministers and legion commanders in the Elf King's court meeting hall quickly gathered. All the elves present knew that Muanya could sense the elf mother tree, and they were eager to know the news about the king. Because the incident caused too much of a sensation, public opinion on the Star Network was developing in an uncontrollable direction, and some people in the Elf Kingdom had even begun to celebrate. Even the ministers in the meeting hall were excitedly discussing whether Muanya was the Elf King. The head of the 5th Legion, Hubbard, widened his eyes and said, "The Prime Minister is holding an emergency meeting now. Could it be that he has already confirmed that Muanya is the king?" An elf echoed, "It's possible." Elder Clemens looked at the throne that had been vacant for many years in front of the meeting hall, and he didn't know if an elf would sit on it today. Suddenly, the heavy carved door of the meeting hall was slowly opened, and all the elves looked out of the door. The elves who came in were not Mu Anya, but Nan Hill, Heloise, and Richie. The elves, eager to know the situation, immediately began to ask one after another. What's going on with the high priest today? Richie, where did you take the girl who sensed the mother tree of the elves? High priest, have you sensed Mu Anya's spiritual power signal? For the first time, a chaotic scene appeared in the conference hall of the Elf King court, which has always been solemn and dignified. Heloise frowned, and then she slapped the table heavily. The conference hall was quiet in an instant. Heloise looked around and slowly spoke. Her tone was unquestionable and firm. Mu Anya, she can't be the Elf King. Then the discussion in the conference hall immediately rang out. Some believed it, some doubted it, and some had to ask Nan Hill for clarification. But all the voices turned into a breath of cold air after seeing the densely crawling bloodworms in the projection of Mu Anya's blood veins played by Heloise. Li Shi looked at the reactions of these elves with amusement. He was not the only one who was deceived by Mu Anya, which made him feel much better inexplicably. Those elves who almost thought Mu Anya was the king covered their mouths in regret. What a disgusting monster, he actually wants to be the Elf King. Fortunately you found out early, and didn't let Mu Anya continue to stir up trouble in the Elf King's court. An elf sighed. I really can't imagine, if they regard Mu Anya as the king, what will the real king think when he returns? I think Mu Anya should be arrested directly. She dared to pretend to be the Elf King. It's simply a capital crime. Hubbard said angrily. No. The 4th Legion leader Hobson shook his head and said, because Mu Anya sensed the elf mother tree, the king's seed flower has completely withered. To say that Mu Anya is an impostor is equivalent to saying that our elf kingdom has no king. Or should we tell the people about the king's disappearance? The elves frowned. This matter has come to this point, and it is indeed not easy to deal with. Then what do you think we should do? Li Shi asked. Hobson thought for a while, and said, why don't we arrest Mu Anya, but let's make the best of it to stabilize the people's hearts. When the real king returns, we will say that Mu Anya is an impostor. Hobson was hit hard on the head by Lien Kaiji, the commander of the 1st Legion, as soon as he finished speaking. Lien Kaiji stared at Hobson fiercely and angrily, making Hobson's back cold. Impossible. I will not let anyone take the position of king, even in name. Lien Kaiji said angrily. Directly announced the news of the king's disappearance. Heloise said with the final word. Now this is the only way. He believes that the Elf Kingdom, which has experienced so many storms, can also survive this difficulty. After the news is announced, more forces may participate in the search for the king, and it may be possible to speed up the search for the king. However, Heloise felt that being able to replace the blood of the Elf King was too amazing. Although it is not clear what happened yet, if you are undecided, just blame it on the Zerg. Anyway, there are so many strange bugs in the Interstellar. On the Star Network, the people of the Elf Kingdom are in a carnival, and everyone is celebrating that the Elf Kingdom is about to welcome a new Elf King. Mu Anya looked at the hot searches on the light brain about her becoming the Elf King, and her anxious heart calmed down a little. There will be no problem with her blood test. After all, her blood can confuse the Elf Mother Tree, as long as they don't use her blood directly for research. But just when Mu Anya was relieved, she saw the official statement released by the Elf Kingdom. This statement was directly ranked first on the Star Network hot search as soon as it was released, pouring a bucket of cold water on the excited and jubilant citizens of the Elf Kingdom, and calming them down directly. Mu Anya trembled as she watched the holographic projection video attached to the Elf Kingdom statement. She was horrified to find that her blood was full of terrifying bloodworms, which made her scream in fear. The system told her that she would have blood problems after taking the Elf King blood potion, but the system did not tell her that her blood was full of these disgusting things. These terrible insects killed each other in her blood every minute and every second. No wonder she was in excruciating pain every day. Mu Anya widened her eyes in horror. How could she become like this today? And the Elf Kingdom statement also said that she had the blood of the Elf King because she was parasitized by a special insect race. But this is impossible. It is obviously because she is the center of this world that the system, as the incarnation of the world's will, came to help her. The difficulties and pains in front of him are only temporary. In the future, the Elf Kingdom and the Interstellar Federation will be in his hands. This is what the system has told her since she was a child. System. System, save me! Mu Anya desperately called the system in her mind. Mu Anya, you are a hopeless idiot. Idiot! The electronic sound of the system was full of anger and anxiety, as if it wanted to eat Mu Anya alive. Don't implicate me, you idiot. After the system said this, it made a ding-dong sound, and then no matter how Mu Anya called it, it no longer responded. Anya fell to the ground in fear. As if struck by a thunderbolt, her eyes were full of fear and panic. The system would not help her anymore. She was hopeless. Anya looked at the elf guards in platinum uniforms around her. The elves who had looked at her with awe had now become her death warrant. And the closed door in the room, it turned out that this was a cage prepared for her from the beginning. It's over, everything is over. She thought she could become the high and mighty elf king today, but she didn't expect to be exposed so soon. What will be waiting for her? With the importance of the elf kingdom to the elf king, she will definitely be sentenced to death. Thinking of this, Anya's face turned pale, tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, and her body trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. She looked at the elf guards, who were approaching her with fierce eyes, and Anya's body, which was slumped on the ground, kept moving back. System, save me! In an extremely panicked situation, Anya's voice, which had been hidden in her mind, was unconsciously spoken out by her. She hadn't noticed it at all, and her whole body was in a state of panic and her brain couldn't think normally. Anya's words were very soft, as if she was mumbling vaguely. But the elf Atobi, who was closest to her, heard it clearly. What is a system? Is it the name of a new type of intelligent brain? Atobi asked in confusion. Although Atobi was confused, his hands did not stop moving at all. Anya's SSS-level mental power was like a flower stand, and she suddenly got sick just now, curled up on the ground in pain and twisted, groaning in pain. The elf guards directly threw Anya, who was like a puddle of mud, into the deepest dungeon. Heloise stood in front of the dungeon and looked at Anya, who was in a state of embarrassment. She should have sentenced Anya to death directly. But she has the secret of replacing the blood of the elf king, so she must not be allowed to die easily. Atobi stood beside Heloise and hesitated. He didn't know whether he should tell her what Anya had just said about the system. What if system is just the name of an intelligent computer? Then he would be making a fuss. Heloise frowned and looked at Atobi, who was hesitant to speak. What do you want to say? Atobi was shocked. He didn't expect that the Prime Minister would actually notice him. Then he immediately told Heloise everything he wanted to say just now. You said she was calling the system? Heloise's brows twisted deeper. Chapter 59. Heloise stared at Anya, who was curled up in the dungeon. She was still calling for the system in this life-or-death situation, which meant that the system was a very important person or thing to her. The system was definitely not as simple as an intelligent computer. Go and ask what the system is, Heloise said to the dungeon warden in a deep voice. Yes. The dungeon warden nodded respectfully. Then the warden opened the cell door and dragged Anya into the interrogation room with one hand. Anya looked at the interrogation room in horror, where torture instruments emitting a deep cold light were hung on the entire wall. She kept shrinking back in fear, feeling that the whole interrogation room was filled with a strong smell of blood, and she didn't know how many people had died here. The director glanced at Anya and felt that this mission was very easy. Anya's mental quality seemed to be very poor. He should be able to ask the question soon. The director kicked Anya hard and asked in a deep voice, what is the system? System. When Anya heard the word system, her brain seemed to be hit hard and she froze on the ground. Why did they know the existence of the system? Anya's brain was a mess now, and she couldn't even tell where she was. Anya kept calling the system in her mind, but the system didn't respond to her. The elf in front of her took the cold and deep torture instruments and kept hitting her, forcing her to tell the system. Anya's eyes were full of fear. Finally, she couldn't bear the bloody pain anymore. Since the system had abandoned her first, why should she care about the system and keep secrets for it? And the reason why she has come to this point today is all caused by the system. If it weren't for the system, she wouldn't have become a ghost now. Thinking of this, Anya was instantly filled with strong hatred for the system. She raised her head with bloodstains winding around the corners of her mouth, but a strange laugh appeared on her face. Her voice was trembling and hoarse. I tell you. The system is... But suddenly Anya's throat seemed to be choked. She covered her throat with both hands in great pain. She stared with eyes wide open, and her eyeballs were full of bright red bloodshot as if they were about to burst through her eye sockets. Anya opened her mouth, but was horrified to find that she couldn't make a sound. She could only watch the torture instruments fall on her flesh again and again. It didn't take long for the director to notice that something was wrong with Anya. Logically speaking, people like Anya would not have such a degree of endurance. In the monitoring room, Heloise looked at Anya with a wandering gaze, her lips moving up and down, but no sound came out. Heloise suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Anya didn't seem to be pretending, but more like she was controlled by the system. What kind of power is the system? Could it be that this system helped Mu Anya replace the blood of the Elf King? Now it seems that Mu Anya can't get anything out of her, so Heloise directly called in experts in the field of brain research. No matter what, she must dig out this system today. The door of the interrogation room opened, and light came in. Mu Anya thought she was saved, but she fell into deeper darkness. Mu Anya completely lost consciousness and was soaked in nutrient solution, with all kinds of tubes and instruments inserted into her head. Thousands of data flashed on the display screen of the device, and the brain research expert frowned. Her brain was violently shattered by an internal force half an hour ago, which means that she is now in a state of dementia. And the data of Mu Anya's brain is also abnormal. You can use mental power to search her brain through the connection device. The expert said to Heloise, the higher the input mental power, the better. The connection device has 5 interfaces, which means that 5 high-level mental power elves can be used at the same time. Heloise quickly found 3 SSS-level mental power elves and 1 SS-level mental power elf, plus she had exactly 5. The 5 elves simultaneously transmitted mental power to the connection device, and the energy value on the device also exploded. Half an hour later, the device made a beeping sound, and the expert exclaimed, I found it. The device scanned the system, which looked like a round insect egg, with a fat insect with its eyes closed curled up in a transparent film. It looked very fragile, and would break if squeezed. The expert's palms were sweating, and he debugged the equipment very carefully, ready to catch the system. But when the powerful mental power touched the transparent film of the system, the insect's eyes suddenly opened and emitted a dazzling and strange blood-red light. Looking into those eyes, he felt like he was looking into the eyes of a demon in the abyss, with dark and terrifying pupils, emitting a piercing coldness. As if to absorb his soul, he felt a sharp pain in his brain and broke out in cold sweat. The elves that were transmitting spiritual power to the equipment also stopped their action suddenly. A strong smell of blood emerged from Heloise's throat, and a mouthful of blood also sprayed on the connecting device. Heloise turned her head, and saw that the other 4 elves were also in very bad conditions. Their faces were pale, and their foreheads were sweating. Heloise had a very bad premonition in her heart. She turned and looked at the incubator where Mu Anya was imprisoned. Then Heloise watched Mu Anya's human figure gradually blur and distort, and finally curled up and turned directly into a pool of bubbling black liquid. She saw the system float out of the disgusting black liquid, and then broke through the glass incubator at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The system just disappeared like this. Atlantis. More and more mutant mermaids poured into the East City district from the black water. The ugly roars of the mutant mermaids penetrated Zhu Zi's eardrums, and made her feel very uncomfortable. Not far away, Zhu Zi saw Afra unfold her mental power domain. The area of about 100 square meters around her was all covered by Afra's ice blue mental power domain. Afra's purple long hair fluttered in the seawater. Suddenly, she raised her hand and froze the seawater in her domain into sharp ice cones. As Afra's white arm fell, hundreds of ice cones were fired at the same time, piercing the mutant mermaids directly. After a few seconds, all the mutant mermaids in Afra's mental power domain lost their ability to resist. The mutant mermaids in a state of pseudo-death floated weakly in the seawater, and were then dragged away by the logistics mermaids. Suddenly, Wu Suining also unfolded his spiritual power domain. Although Zhu Zi did not see him unfold a spiritual power domain as big as a city, his spiritual power domain covered the battlefield in the East City district without any more or less. Moreover, with the blessing of Wu Suining's auxiliary spiritual power domain, Afra's ice blue domain doubled again. Zhu Zi looked at Afra, and Wu Suining's spiritual power domain with envy. It would be great if she had such a powerful spiritual power domain. Then she could help the mermaids kill more mutant mermaids. When she just entered the Intermediate Military Preparatory Academy, the teacher who taught them the spiritual power domain used the domain to stimulate her spiritual power, and help her awaken her own spiritual power domain. But she and her second brother are about to graduate from the Intermediate Military Preparatory Academy, and she has not yet touched the edge of the spiritual power domain. The teacher of the spiritual power domain said in class that the stronger the spiritual power domain, the more spiritual power needs to be stimulated to awaken. This is also the reason why children of top races need to be given spiritual power domain courses when they are very young. But 6 years have passed, and the second brother has awakened his spiritual power field last year, but there is no movement in her spiritual power field. It must be because her spiritual power field is super powerful that it takes so much time to awaken. Zhu Zi told herself in her heart that it must not be because she can't awaken her spiritual power field at all. Anyway, her parents also said so, saying that she will definitely be the most powerful little treasure in the family in the future. Mom and Dad would never lie to her, but she was not in a hurry to awaken her spiritual power before. But now Zhu Zi hopes that she can become more powerful so that she can help Afra and the others more. Wu Suining, who was standing aside, immediately noticed that Zhu Zi showed an envious and somewhat disappointed expression on his face after seeing their spiritual power. But after the little guy was disappointed, he swung the sword in his hand more fiercely, and the mutant mermaids fell to the ground around her. Wu Suining quietly tilted the energy in his spiritual power field to Zhu Zi. In fact, when it comes to helping people awaken their spiritual power, the spiritual power field owners of their auxiliary system are the best at doing this. But Wu Suining never disdained to do such things before. This was the first time he used his spiritual power field to help people awaken, and he was still a little unskilled. Afra frowned slightly, wondering why her mental field seemed to have suddenly become smaller. The battlefield in the East City district was more tragic than Zhu Zi had imagined, and it lasted from day to night. The beautiful red coral was crushed during the fight, and the broken red coral and the flesh and blood of the mermaid were scattered on the seabed piece by piece. The whole seawater turned a light blood red, and Zhu Zi felt that her mouth and nose were filled with a bloody smell that made her uncomfortable. The mermaid kingdom appeared in the world, and the mutant mermaids were rampant. This sentence appeared in the original novel as a short line of words. Now that she experienced it personally, she looked at the tragic scene in front of her, and finally felt how bloody this sentence was for the mermaids. But Afra seemed to have gotten used to it. Her beautiful, clear, light purple eyes were full of determination. After using her mental power to deal with the last batch of mutant mermaids, she turned around and began to arrange the battlefield cleanup. The East City district was devastated, and the broken houses collapsed and were rebuilt. There was also a little mermaid on the street, throwing herself into the arms of another mutant mermaid. The little mermaid was crying, and she kept murmuring the word mother. But maybe the heart of this mutant mermaid was the one that the little mermaid had to crush herself. When Zhu Zi thought of this, she felt like she was falling into an ice cellar, and her whole body was cold. But suddenly a pair of warm hands pressed against her cheeks, and then gently turned her head away. Then Zhu Zi saw Afra's curved eyes and warm smile. Afra held a glowing jellyfish in her hand, and the pink and purple colors intertwined on the transparent umbrella of the jellyfish, like a dreamy palette. The jellyfish's tentacles were like beautiful ribbons, swaying in the seawater. It's beautiful, isn't it? It just happened to swim to me, so I caught it. This jellyfish is called the Yuan jellyfish, and it is the most docile and beautiful of all jellyfish. Afra gently placed the little jellyfish in Zhu Zi's hand. The jellyfish was a soft ball, and holding it in the hand was like holding a jelly. The tentacles of the jellyfish climbed up Zhu Zi's fingers, and the slightly cool touch came from the fingertips. This novel feeling made Zhu Zi smile unconsciously. Seeing that Zhu Zi's mood had improved a little, Afra quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, the East City district is over, and it's already very good that we can keep the East City district, Afra said with a smile. Thank you, Afra. Zhu Zi pinched the jellyfish in her hand from time to time. She knew that Afra had caught this jellyfish to cheer her up. I should thank you. I will take you to the underwater palace. There are many interesting things there. I guarantee you have never seen them on the shore. Afra took Zhu Zi's hand and swam towards the palace with her and Wu Suining. Suddenly Zhu Zi heard the painful scream of a mermaid. She turned back and looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. At the edge of Dongcheng district, there was actually a mutant mermaid that had not been dealt with. The mutant mermaid opened its mouth and bit the arm of a green-tailed mermaid viciously, biting off a piece of flesh and blood that was deep enough to see the bone. The mutant mermaid chewed the flesh and blood into pieces and swallowed it into its stomach, as if enjoying some delicious food in the world. But soon the mutant mermaid was subdued by other mermaids, and the green-tailed mermaid was also rescued. What's going on? Afra frowned. She was very careful when cleaning up the site after the war. Logically, there would be no more mutant mermaids in a short time. Princess 3, the mutant mermaid, is the brother of the green-tailed mermaid. His brother was fine just now. He might not have noticed and accidentally touched the black water. The executive officer of Dongcheng district explained. That's not the case. The green-tailed mermaid covered his bloody arm and swam over with all his strength. He said with a crying voice, my brother just carefully avoided the black water. He shouldn't have mutated. Their Dongcheng district was built at the end of the holy light seaweed and has been accompanied by black water all year round. Avoiding black water is a survival rule engraved in the minds of every mermaid in Dongcheng district. The dividing line between black water and holy light seaweed is this red coral. My brother did not cross this coral. The green-tailed mermaid pointed in a direction and said affirmatively. Shu Zi and Afra looked in the direction of the green-tailed mermaid's finger, but there was no red coral there. The green-tailed mermaid also widened her eyes and looked in that direction in disbelief. Impossible. But there was clearly a red coral there just now. The black water is advancing, some mermaids exclaimed. The light green holy seaweed was still growing well on the ground, but the black water directly overwhelmed the holy seaweed and continued to invade their living space. The East City district, which was finally saved from the mutant mermaids, was being swallowed up by the black water bit by bit. Chapter 60. The mermaids in the East City district watched desperately as the black water approached their building little by little. They could drive away the alien mermaids who invaded, but what could they do when the black water came? They had originally fled to Atlantis from other planets because of the black water, but now this place was about to be swallowed by the black water. A deep sense of despair filled the hearts of the mermaids. Afra watched in shock as the black water swallowed up an entire building in the East City district. Could it be that the holy light seaweed had lost its effect? Afra's heart seemed to be grabbed by a big hand, tightening from time to time, but she still tried to swallow her panic and quickly dealt with the resettlement of the mermaids in the East City district. It would take a long time for the black water to spread to the main city area, so these mermaids in the East City district could be arranged in batches to the main city area first. The mermaids in the East City district saw the calm Afra, as if they had seen the backbone, and their panicked hearts instantly calmed down a lot. But Zhu Zi frowned as he watched the black water pressing in. Was it only in the East City district, or was the black water in the whole of Atlantis advancing? In the dazzling and magnificent underwater palace, corals and underwater rocks were cleverly stacked to emit sparkling waves. In the windows carved from crystal, schools of small fish swam in and out freely. But on the throne inlaid with pearls and gems, the mermaid King Alfred had a sad face, and his golden hair had lost its luster, as if stained by sorrow. Your Majesty, the third princess reported that the black water in the East City district is approaching the city at a speed of 1 meter per hour. A mermaid with a green tail lowered her head and reported sadly. Your Majesty, the chief of the Yard district has reported that the black water in the Yard district is also approaching the city. Your Majesty, the West district is also. Alfred listened to his subordinates' reports that were almost exactly the same, except for the place name. That means that the only place left for the mermaids in Atlantis will also be lost. Suddenly, another report came from outside the hall. Alfred frowned and leaned on the throne tiredly. Which district is it again? Not the black water. The mermaid who came to report shook his head, but his tone was full of anxiety. Your Majesty, the heart of the ocean brought back by the second prince is broken. Alfred's heart jumped, and he immediately stood up from the throne. Atlantis, inside the Ocean Temple. It is called the Ocean Temple, but it is actually just a small room. The truly magnificent Ocean Temple in Atlantis has been completely swallowed up by the black water. As soon as Alfred stepped into the room, he saw the mess inside. His dark blue eyes looked at the heart of the ocean that had fallen to the ground and broken into pieces. As the energy in the heart of the ocean dissipated, the bright blue light it emitted also dimmed and turned into ordinary stone fragments. What the hell is going on? Alfred roared. Where is Gerard? Gerard was the elder in charge of guarding the Ocean Temple, but now the most important heart of the ocean was broken, and Gerard was nowhere to be seen. The heart of the ocean was broken by Elder Gerard, and the elder, he has changed. The guard of the Ocean Temple said in fear. Elder Gerard was originally a mermaid with the peak of SSS-level spiritual power, and he became even more terrifying after the mutation. If he hadn't hidden well, and Elder Gerard hadn't noticed him, he wouldn't be able to stand here and speak today. How is this possible? A mermaid exclaimed. The Ocean Temple is in the safe main city area, and Elder Gerard, who is responsible for guarding the Ocean Temple, will not be at risk of being contaminated and turned into a mutant mermaid. Elder Gerard may have been contaminated before moving to the new Ocean Temple, but his mental power is high and the contamination period is long, so it only broke out today. The guard felt a little scared. It was hard to imagine that he had been with a mutant mermaid for so long. Moreover, after the mutation, Elder Gerard did not completely lose his mind like other mutant mermaids. Instead, he was quite smart and knew to avoid the crowds in the city and swim towards the black water area. This was what scared him the most. Be sure to catch the mutant Gerard, Alfred ordered in a deep voice. He knew how terrible the combat ability of mutant mermaids with high-level mental power was. There were originally 3 elders in the Ocean Temple, but only Gerard was left after that incident. But now Gerard has also mutated. Alfred sighed deeply, waved his hand and said to the other mermaids, "You all retreat first." In the ocean temple, all the mermaids dispersed. Alfred looked at the fragments of the heart of the ocean, bent down and picked them up one by one, but he couldn't put them back to their original shape. This was the heart of the ocean that his son Leslie risked his life to retrieve from the black water. The heart of the ocean, which has existed since the birth of Atlantis, can't heal the mutated mermaids, but its powerful healing ability can benefit all the mermaids who are close to it. The heart of the ocean has become a nearly sacred object for the mermaids, and it is the faith of the mermaids when they fall into the valley. Even in such a difficult time, there are still many mermaids outside the ocean temple. And only the king of the mermaids knows that the heart of the ocean has the ability to bring back the dead. But after using it once, the energy in the heart of the ocean will be immediately exhausted and then dissipated. These are the only two hearts of the ocean that came to him, and another one is permanently embedded in the crown. But now this heart of the ocean was easily broken. In the end, Zhu Zi did not follow Afra to visit the underwater palace. Atlantis is now full of poor mermaids, who have lost their homes, and mutant mermaids, who may invade at any time. Afra has become very busy. And Afra also specifically reminded her that there is a very strong mutant mermaid who seems to have wisdom that has not been caught yet, so she must not be left alone. Zhu Zi still cherishes her life very much. After all, she can meet her family again only if she is alive. So she has been following the big group to fight mutant mermaids recently. Her pointed elf ears and beautiful elf wings make her stand out among the mermaids. Now many mermaids know who she is as soon as they see her. But what makes Zhu Zi depressed is that they don't like to call her by her name. Many mermaids like to call her elf directly and simply. But Uncle Wu Suining always calls her name seriously. And Zhu Zi found that for some reason, Uncle Wu Suining, who is usually taciturn and always looks serious, seems to be better to her than to others. For example, once Uncle Wu Suining's auxiliary mental power field is opened, he always tilts more mental power energy to her. At first, when she didn't notice it, she almost thought that her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but it just so happened that she wanted to awaken her spiritual power field quickly. Under the stimulation of Uncle Wu Suining's high-intensity spiritual power field these days, she felt that the bottleneck that had been blocking her had loosened a little. Zhu Zi was secretly happy. As expected, she was once the strongest auxiliary power in the interstellar. She also got this rare and excellent opportunity. Zhu Zi has been consciously developing her spiritual power field these days, and Wu Suining will occasionally guide her. Although Uncle Wu Suining is always very modest and says that what he teaches may not be right, it seems that the effect is better than what the teachers in the military preparatory academy teach. When she returns to Dragon Island again, she will be Zhu Zi with a spiritual power field, and she can show off to her second brother. But Zhu Zi touched her elf ears with some sadness. She didn't know if her parents and brothers knew that she had become an elf and couldn't change back. Even if she wanted to deceive herself, she knew that two dragons could not give birth to a fairy. And her appearance, personality, and preferences were indeed very different from those of her family. It was a miracle that she had not been found to be a child of the Dragon Island for so long. Even here, when she said that she was a child of the Dragon Clan, no mermaid believed her, and even the most gentle Afra would think she was joking. Zhu Zi knew that she seemed not to be a child of the Dragon Clan, but a child who was accidentally raised by mistake. Once this idea appeared in her mind, it could not be shaken off. Fortunately, there are endless mutant mermaids to kill recently. These mutant mermaids fill her time and stop her from thinking about random things. But when she is free every day, she starts to worry whether her family will dislike her because she has become an elf, and then find out that she is not their biological child. When she thinks that her parents may show her disgust or disdain, she feels as if she is stabbed by thousands of needles. She thought of her sister in her previous life, who was sent back to the orphanage, because her adoptive mother gave birth to her own child. That sister told them that children without blood relations can never compare to their parents' biological children. After having a biological child as a comparison, everything she does in this family will become wrong. Even eating an extra bite of meat at the table will become very annoying. Zhu Zi sniffed sadly, but even so, she wanted to see her parents and brother. In the future, when eating in the restaurant, she will try to eat less meat so as not to be disliked. But after becoming an elf, will she no longer be able to be a member of the Interstellar Federation? Zhu Zi was a little scared. Would she be taken to the Elf Kingdom? The Elf Kingdom was so far from Dragon Island that she didn't want to go there. If she went there, she wouldn't be able to see her parents for a long time. Just when Zhu Zi was so anxious about this matter that she couldn't sleep, she suddenly heard a noise outside the house. It was probably another mutant mermaid attacking at night. Zhu Zi immediately got up and went outside to check. Then Zhu Zi was shocked to see a giant mutant mermaid 3 times taller than an ordinary mermaid in the ruined city. Its rotten and smelly tail was covered with sharp barbs. When it swung its tail, a powerful wave of water rippled, and all the mermaids holding weapons and ready to attack were directly overturned. It was very different from other mutant mermaids. The eyes of other mermaids were cloudy and dim, and could not focus, but this mutant mermaid's dark eyes flashed with cold and broken light, and it looked like it had self-awareness. The moment Zhu Zi stepped out of the house, the mutant mermaid suddenly turned its head sharply, and stared at Zhu Zi with a pair of eyes. Its eyes were like a cursed abyss, as if it would never let go once it had identified its target, which made Zhu Zi's back cold.